He moved. Jianguo isn't dead, he's still breathing. He Yufeng, a frail woman whose clothes were covered in patches, cried out in Jingxi, quickly wiping the tears from her eyes. Are you my mom? Zhang Jianguo felt a dull pain in his head. Vaguely, he remembered being hit by a car and rushed to the emergency room. How had he ended up here when he opened his eyes? Jianguo, don't scare your mom like this. I'm going right now to demand an explanation from the Zhao family. That well isn't theirs. You had your reasons for drawing a full bucket of water. How could Zhao Yuancheng beat you just for that? A loud, agitated voice broke in. It was Zhang Jianguo's father, Zhang Yuancheng. He was furious, muttering that they couldn't let that Zhao get away with it. He was determined to fight for justice for his son. At that moment, seeing his parents alive and well, and a simple mud brick house with a portrait of a great leader hanging on the wall, Zhang Jianguo suddenly realized had been reborn. He was back in his rural hometown in 1975. That year, Zhaojia had suffered a severe drought. Water was scarce, several village wells had dried up. Only the well near Zhao Yuancheng's house at the village's edge still had water. Zhao Yuancheng claimed others were only allowed half a bucket, but Zhang Jianguo had drawn a full bucket. In the ensuing argument, Zhao Yuancheng had beaten Zhang Jianguo unconscious. Fortunately, some fellow villagers nearby helped carry him home. In his previous life, when Zhang Yuancheng heard his son had been beaten, he flew into a rage and went to confront Zhao Yuancheng. But he was beaten to death. Zhao Yuancheng, backed by powerful connections, was sentenced to 7 years suspended, with medical parole and a series of other maneuvers. Within a few years, Zhao Yuancheng had become wealthy. Zhao Yuancheng rose steadily to the top, while his family, devastated by his father's death, lived in humiliation and ended in ruin. Even more absurdly, not long after, Zhang Jianguo accidentally discovered an underground river beneath his family cellar. In his past life, unable to bear seeing the entire village suffer, he revealed the secret. The villagers found fish in the river and quickly looted it all. His family's house became prime real estate. Eventually, Zhao Yuancheng's older brother seized the house. His family was left homeless. Only the village party secretary, unable to watch, allowed them to live in a cowshed. But after the drought came a blizzard. Living in the cowshed, Zhang Jianguo's legs froze and became disabled. His mother also caught a chill and fell ill, never recovering. She died soon after. His 2 younger sisters disappeared. No one knew if they were alive or dead. Years later, dragging his disabled legs, Zhang Jianguo watched from afar as Zhao Yuancheng, surrounded by admirers, stood at the pinnacle of power. After his father's murder, Zhang Jianguo became timid, fearful, and honest. Though kind-hearted, his life was filled with endless hardship. He was hit by a car, sent to the hospital, and upon opening his eyes found himself back 50 years in the past. Remembering his father's tragic fate and his own wretched life 50 years ago, Zhang Jianguo felt immense relief. He had been reborn. Dad, don't go after Zhao Yuancheng. He has many brothers, and they're ruthless. They might kill someone. Let's discuss this first. Hearing Zhang Yuancheng planning to confront Zhao Yuancheng, Zhang Jianguo's mind went blank. He silently cursed. In his past life, his father Zhang Yuancheng had been beaten to death by Zhao Yuancheng. He not only needed to stop him now, but also dissuade Zhang Yuancheng from seeking revenge. Otherwise, sooner or later, his father would die at Zhao Yuancheng's hands. Discuss what? My son Zhang Yuancheng, he's someone Zhao Yuancheng can just beat up? I'm not even dead yet, and people are already bullying my son. Zhang Yuancheng was furious. Though he often scolded his son, disappointed in his lack of ambition, and believed in beating makes a filial son, when it came to others bullying Zhang Jianguo, he was the first to lose his temper. He'd fight to the death to defend his son's honor. Dad, ow, my head really hurts. Check if I'm bleeding. Don't leave. What if I pass out? Mom can't carry me. I'll need you to take me to the clinic. Zhang Jianguo groaned, clutching his head, looking genuinely pained. This trick immediately worked on Zhang Yuancheng. No matter how angry he was at Zhao Yuancheng, saving his son and seeking revenge, he knew which came first. All right, I'll take you to the clinic. Once your injury is treated, I'll settle accounts with Zhao Yuancheng. He dares to beat my son? I'm still alive. Hearing these words, Zhang Jianguo felt an even sharper pain in his head. No wonder his father was beaten to death in his past life. With this mindset, could he really stop Zhang Yuancheng's fury forever? What should he do? Zhang Jianguo was taken to the village clinic by his father. The clinic had only one barefoot doctor. The most prominent feature was a portrait of a great leader. For common ailments like headaches or fevers, the clinic could dispense some medicine. But medical care was primitive. There were no medical instruments. The best-selling drugs were metamizole and Nanjin and penicillin, both with severe side effects. Zhang Jianguo had a large bump on his head and a bit of bleeding. The thin, bespectacled Dr. Liu disinfected the wound with alcohol and bandaged it with gauze. It looked quite serious. Head wounds were always alarming. Anyone could see Zhang Jianguo's injury was severe. Normally, such an injury should be treated at the township health station or county hospital. But the Zhang family was poor and couldn't afford it. In the end, they spent 1 yuan at the clinic to have the wound treated. During this time, Zhao Yuancheng spoke at length with Dr. Liu. He finally understood the injury could be serious or minor. If properly cared for and kept from becoming infected, it would heal fine. But if it became inflamed or abscessed, causing a fever, Dr. Liu couldn't handle it. He needed to be sent to the township or county where treatment would cost a lot of money. That damn Zhao Yuancheng injured Jiang with that's outright bullying. Once I settle my son, I'm going to demand compensation. This 1 yuan can't be wasted. Zhang Yuancheng was indignant, again vowing to confront Zhao Yuancheng. The look on his face showed he wouldn't rest until he'd beaten Zhao Yuancheng himself. His son couldn't suffer injustice like this. But Zhang Jianguo knew, if his father Zhang Yuancheng confronted Zhao Yuancheng, he'd be beaten to death by the numerous Zhao brothers. Zhao Yuancheng would face little punishment, just a brief hardship before quickly rising to greater success. Zhang Yuancheng would die in vain. Dad, stop talking. Take me home. All right, Dr. Liu, I won't chat any longer. I'm leaving. You've seen Jiangguo's injury later. If needed, please speak up for us. Zhang Yuancheng bid farewell to Dr. Liu. He planned to take his son home first, then go after Zhao Yuancheng if it meant a fight. He couldn't let his son suffer injustice. Dad, I need to tell you something important. You must not tell anyone. What? So secretive? Is it more important than your dad avenging you? On the way, Zhang Yuancheng was puzzled, unable to guess what his son wanted to say. Chapter 2. United efforts upon returning home. Zhang Jianguo glanced at the west, noting the evening sky, with smoke rising from many kitchens, indicating that dinner was being prepared. As he and Zhang Yuancheng arrived home, they too noticed the smoke emanating from their kitchen, where He Yufeng was burning a handful of straw to boil some water. Their family lived modestly, typically resorting to simple meals of boiled pumpkin or a thin soup to satisfy their hunger. Although pumpkin porridge might stave off hunger for a while, it often left one yearning for more by midnight, yet it sufficed to prevent starvation. Father, come with me, Zhang Jianguo urged as he led his father to the backyard. Their home, though a bit dilapidated, boasted a facade of impressive blue bricks, while the sides and back were constructed of mud bricks, a common architectural style in Zhaojia. Villagers aspired to live in homes adorned with blue and red bricks like those in the city, yet the high cost of bricks forced most families to compromise, opting for blue bricks on the visible front while using mud bricks in less conspicuous areas to save money. The Zhang family possessed a backyard with a cellar, once used to store durable foodstuffs such as sweet potatoes. However, this year's severe drought had rendered their harvest of sweet potatoes and corn dismal, leaving the cellar nearly empty, save for 5 old pumpkins. This meager supply was to sustain the family for the month ahead. Accompanying his son to the cellar, Zhang Yuancheng wore an expression of skepticism. The cellar was indeed a secure location, devoid of prying ears, allowing for private conversation. Father, I was beaten for carrying an extra half-load of water. Have you ever considered that if we had a well in our cellar, we wouldn't have to endure Zhao Yuancheng's tyranny? Moreover, with a well, we could cultivate vegetables in the backyard, sparing us from hunger in winter, Zhang Jianguo proposed. But Zhang Yuancheng shook his head in response. The idea of digging a well was not unique to their household. Others in the village harbored similar aspirations. Previously, the village had several wells, ensuring a steady water supply even in dry spells. However, prolonged droughts had caused these wells to run dry, leaving only the well at the eastern edge of the village, near the Zhao household, with any remaining water. Unfortunately, this well was quite distant from their home, and an unspoken village rule dictated that each family could only draw half a load of water once a day. This was also the rationale behind Zhao Yuancheng's aggression. Nevertheless, Zhang Jianguo had his reasons for drawing an extra load of water. I've observed that our home is situated in a low area. With enough effort, and by digging deeper, we could certainly find water as the underground water table declines during droughts. Instead of wasting precious time fetching water daily and enduring humiliation, we ought to dig a well ourselves, he urged his father. In a previous life, there indeed existed an underground river in the Zhang family's backyard, unbeknownst to anyone until they excavated the cellar. As they dug deeper, they stumbled upon a vast subterranean river. In this household, financial resources are scarce. Digging a well requires a considerable investment, and we barely have enough sustenance. Moreover, the incident involving Zhao Yuancheng remains unresolved. We cannot afford to disregard the urgency of our situation. Once we have completed our current tasks, it will not be too late for us, father and son, to dig the well. Zhang Jianguo hesitated, as those who have endured severe drought harbor a yearning for a well. Father, you are mistaken. The priority is clear. Digging the well is of utmost importance. If the rain does not come, our crops will surely fail, and this year, the village may face famine. Or some may be forced to flee in search of sustenance. If we manage to excavate a well, we might cultivate a bountiful harvest of cabbages in the backyard, allowing us to borrow some grain from the production team, thus enabling us to sustain our lives. Zhang Jianguo expressed his frustration, and He Yufeng, having overheard the argument, joined them in the cellar. She wholeheartedly agreed with her son. Life without water is exceedingly arduous. How wonderful it would be to have a well. Very well. I shall heed your wishes and commence digging the well. But the matter of Zhao Yuancheng's assault on you cannot simply be overlooked. I must seek retribution. My son shall not be bullied. Zhang Yuancheng ultimately acquiesced to the idea of digging the well, yet he remained resolute in pursuing Zhao Yuancheng for justice. Leave the matter of retribution to me. I shall not let Zhao Yuancheng escape unscathed. However, we must not act recklessly. His family has many brothers, and if a fight ensues, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage. Fear not, father, for I am not one to accept defeat easily. I will ensure that Zhao Yuancheng pays dearly for his actions, and his family shall not enjoy a peaceful existence henceforth. Zhang Jianguo bitterly remarked that in a past life, his family suffered greatly at the hands of the Zhao family, a grievance he vowed to avenge. However, certain events have yet to unfold, and Zhao Yuancheng has been particularly fortunate, surrounded by benefactors and fortuitous circumstances, making it difficult to bring him down. Nevertheless, Zhang Jianguo saw no harm in collecting some interest in the meantime. The most crucial aspect for the family is unity, even in poverty. They fear nothing as long as they stand together. After sharing a modest pumpkin soup, they encouraged the two younger sisters to retire early. Zhang Jianguo and Zhang Yuancheng took a pine oil branch and ventured into the cellar to begin their well-digging endeavor. He Yufeng also offered her assistance. Fortunately, their cellar was spacious. Otherwise, the smoke from the pine oil branch would have been unbearable. Originally, the family possessed a kerosene lamp. Yet kerosene had to be purchased with tickets in town and was prohibitively expensive. The Zhang family adhered to a frugal philosophy, typically relying on pine oil branches for illumination, which, although slightly irritating to the eyes, proved to be brighter than kerosene lamps. Zhang Yuancheng was adept at labor, and the initial layers of earth in the cellar were relatively easy to excavate. They made sure not to waste any soil, piling it up in the courtyard. The fertile soil was intended for composting to grow vegetables, while the less desirable soil was transported to a nearby low-lying area for leveling, which could later be used for planting fruits and vegetables. The family toiled through the night, and by this time, they had no water left. They could only shake off the dirt from their bodies and wash their faces with the scant water they had saved, reserving the remaining for washing their feet and later watering their crops. That night, Zhang Jianguo felt miserable. His stomach growled with hunger, and his muscles ached from exhaustion. He was filthy, covered in dirt, and could almost scrape mud off his skin. Alas, such days are indeed hard to endure. However, early in the morning, Zhang Jianguo set out, informing his father that he was going to address the incident involving Zhao Yuancheng's altercation, urging Zhang Yuancheng not to worry and to await his updates. Zhang Yuancheng's anxiety was futile. At that moment, he was still engaged in communal work, partaking in a collective meal. In their village, labor was recorded in points, with strong male laborers typically earning 10 points, while capable female workers could accumulate 8. Though it was not raining in Zhao Village and there were no crops to tend, there remained significant tasks to undertake, particularly in water conservancy, necessitating the participation of every household. Before joining the labor, Zhang Yuancheng seized the opportunity to visit the village chief to lodge a complaint, insisting that his son Zhang Jianguo should not suffer unjustly. Unfortunately, the situation proved somewhat complex. Chapter 3. What deep grievances exist? The village chief, Zhao Yuancheng, shared the same surname as Zhao Yuancheng, being his uncle, thus maintaining a closer relationship with him than with Zhang Yuancheng. Upon hearing Zhang Yuancheng's grievance, the somewhat youthful Zhao Yuancheng coughed before leisurely responding. I heard from Zhao Yuancheng about this matter yesterday. Your son Zhang Jianguo was at fault initially, By taking more water, he was unfairly benefiting at the expense of others. Are you unaware of the current scarcity of water? Zhao Yuancheng's willingness to point out this issue reflects his commendable character, though his approach was a tad hasty. At such a critical juncture, we cannot afford to draw excess water. Zhao Yuancheng's insincere smile and words only served to further incite Zhang Yuancheng's ire. Yet as the village chief, he could only respond with restraint. My son fetched that extra load of water for a reason. It was to deliver half a load to old man Huang. Oh, I see, Zhao Yuancheng replied. Fortunately, it seems your Jianguo has not encountered any serious problems. Do not dwell on it. It's time to get to work. Your team has a significant task ahead today, so off you go, Zhao Yuancheng mumbled. Disregarding Zhang Yuancheng's concerns entirely, being Zhao Yuancheng's uncle, he was inclined to favor the Zhao family, who constituted the majority in the village, rather than assist the lesser represented Zhang family. Besides, Zhao Yuancheng had not acted improperly, and Zhang Yuancheng, despite being an honest man, was merely raising a fuss without substantial grounds. When the work hour arrived, even though Zhang Yuancheng was infuriated, he dared not delay the communal effort in water conservancy. Hearing shouts of encouragement, he hurried to join the labor. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianguo had set out early to seek out old man Huang, who had suffered a leg injury during the war against the Japanese and had since returned to his hometown. A man of considerable respect in the village, old man Huang benefited from state support as a veteran, ensuring he lacked for neither food nor drink, living better than most villagers. However, this year's severe drought posed a challenge for him concerning water access. The village typically allowed each family to collect half a load of water daily. But the nearest water source was far from old man Huang's home, and with his leg injury, he found it inconvenient to fetch water. Zhang Jianguo, possessing a kind heart, resolved to assist old man Huang by carrying the additional half load of water, thus combining their efforts into a full load. Yet, Zhao Yuancheng seized this opportunity to retaliate. Even when Zhang Jianguo attempted to mention the arrangement, he was deliberately interrupted and struck on the head with a brick. The very brick that once rendered Zhang Jianguo bedridden for a day or two. Last night, Zhang Jianguo pondered deeply. After all, Zhao Yuancheng hailed from the same village. They encountered each other frequently, and he did not strike one as an impulsive or unreasonable individual. Why then did he seem intent on inflicting severe harm whenever the opportunity arose? Their interaction bore the semblance of a deep-seated enmity, almost as if Zhao harbored intentions of silencing him permanently. However, upon his return, Zhang Jianguo found his mind in disarray, struggling to recall past grievances, and was perplexed as to the origins of this animosity with Zhao Yuancheng. Determined to seek retribution against Zhao Yuancheng, Zhang Jianguo approached old Master Huang to recount his recent ordeal. Upon hearing the account, old Master Huang was consumed with rage. Subsequently, Zhang Jianguo transported old Master Huang in a wheelbarrow to various locations. Their first stop was at the village militia captain, where Zhang accused Zhao Yuancheng of attempted murder. The accusation was rather grave, startling Captain Huang-san. Yet, upon seeing old Master Huang accompanying Zhang Jianguo, he fell silent, indicating he would speak to the village chief. If the allegations proved true, he would ensure Zhao was apprehended. Next, Zhang Jianguo led old Master Huang to the township. As a retired veteran of considerable standing, old Master Huang was accustomed to receiving assistance upon his return to the village, yet he refrained from mentioning his ordeal to avoid becoming a burden. The incident concerning Zhang Jianguo nearly being beaten to death while fetching water for him was left unspoken. Once divulged at the township office, it immediately garnered significant attention, prompting the township chief to dispatch individuals to Zhao's village for further investigation. Village chief Zhao Yuancheng attempted to defend his nephew, Zhao Yuancheng, suggesting it was merely a misunderstanding, arguing that Zhang Jianguo had not initially clarified that he was fetching water for old Master Huang, thereby absolving Zhao Yuancheng of full blame. Zhang Jianguo, however, recounted his attempt to explain the situation to Zhao Yuancheng, who had refused to listen and had instead hurled the brick at his head with lethal intent. He expressed that allowing such a dangerous individual to remain in Zhao's village compromised the safety of the common people, labeling it an attempted murder. Observing the township official's arrival, Zhang Jianguo felt no trepidation. He revealed his head wound for all to see and recounted the perilous circumstances of the encounter, instilling fear in his audience. Captain Huang-san, in his capacity as militia chief, asserted that such a violent individual must be sent to the township for re-education. Otherwise, the safety of the populace would be at risk. Zhao Yuancheng attempted to interject, but upon sensing the gravity of the situation, he quickly retreated, unwilling to jeopardize his position as village chief over what he deemed a trivial matter. When Zhao Yuancheng was brought in, he vociferously proclaimed his innocence and hurled insults at Zhang Jianguo, accusing him of malicious slander. Of similar age to Zhang Jianguo, standing at approximately 5'7", with a square face that lent him a certain handsomeness, he now glared at Zhang Jianguo with a twisted expression, his eyes brimming with resentment. Had his gaze the power to kill, Zhang Jianguo would have met his demise several times over. Initially, Zhao Yuancheng looked to Zhao Yuancheng for salvation, but as he averted his gaze, a realization dawned upon him. Zhao Yuancheng would likely not come to his aid. I am wronged. I genuinely had no knowledge of Zhang Jianguo fetching water for Elder Huang. Moreover, he never mentioned it. He was deliberately provoking me, intent on causing me harm. Zhao Yuancheng continued to argue, yet he soon realized that Huang San and the others were not listening at all. They merely stated that he would be promptly taken to the village, where he would be required to clarify the situation before any further actions were determined. In that instant, Zhao Yuancheng comprehended that he had fallen into a trap, ensnared by Zhang Jianguo, who was of the same age. He could not help but scrutinize Zhang Jianguo. Standing at a height of 1.75 meters, with striking eyebrows and captivating eyes, Zhang Jianguo was undoubtedly the most handsome man in Zhao family village. The thought struck Zhao Yuancheng like a painful realization, leaving him with a sense of disconnection and discomfort. Zhang Jianguo, you have wronged me. This feud between our families has now begun, and it shall not end here. As Zhao Yuancheng was taken away, he could not refrain from shouting at Zhang Jianguo, provoking a derisive sneer from him. It seemed he had not truly wronged Zhang Jianguo. Yet, Zhao Yuancheng wished him harm, as if there were no enmity between their families. If there were no animosity, how could such underhanded tactics be employed? How foolish of him. As soon as Zhao Yuancheng was taken away, Zhang Jianguo organized the return of Elder Huang before fetching a load of water for him. Just as he was about to move, he heard someone calling out, Zhang Jianguo, stop right there. It was Zhao Yuancheng, the youngest brother in the Zhao family, who was a year younger than Zhang Jianguo. What have you done to my elder brother? Upon hearing that his brother had been taken away by the village authorities for striking Zhang Jianguo, he rushed over, only to find his brother missing, with Zhang Jianguo standing there instead. He immediately confronted Zhang Jianguo, whose lips curled in a half-smile, exuding an air of nonchalant arrogance. The Zhao family comprised brothers Zhao Yuancheng, Zhao Yuancheng, Zhao Yuanjiao, and Zhao Yuanhua, known for their dominance in the countryside. Ordinary families would typically endure their presence, opting for submission rather than confrontation. This had fostered a sense of entitlement and unreasonable behavior among the Zhao brothers. Your brother has been taken away by the militia. If you have inquiries, direct them to the village chief. What is this? Looking for a fight? You could join your brother in that endeavor, Zhang Jianguo retorted with a mocking expression, while Zhao Yuancheng hastily shouted at Zhao Yuancheng. In the village, the Zhao family stood united. Zhao Yuancheng and his brothers had done many favors for Zhao Yuancheng, who was respected among them. When he raised his voice, despite their seething hatred for Zhang Jianguo, they dared not act against him. Nevertheless, Zhao Yuancheng glared at Zhang Jianguo with fiery eyes. Unfazed, Zhang Jianguo ignored Zhao Yuancheng and Zhao Yuancheng, focusing solely on conversing with Elder Huang. What could they do to him? He relished this situation, wherein they loathed him yet could not touch him. Be cautious, you have offended the Zhao brothers. In the future, even the village chief may turn a cold shoulder towards you. Beware, he might set traps for you, warned Huang San, filled with concern as they made their way back. However, Zhang Jianguo remained indifferent. His words elicited an immediate smile from Huang San. The exuberance of youth is indeed delightful. Unafraid to confront challenges, a trait he admires. When Zhang Yuancheng returned home from work at noon, he was still muttering about seeking out Zhao Yuancheng, nearly exasperated. The latter's words sounded pleasant enough, yet they merely served to shield Zhao Yuancheng. However, upon returning home, he learned from his son that Zhao Yuancheng had already been apprehended and escorted to the township by the militia captain, and it was likely he would face either imprisonment or re-education. Truly, Jianguo, you are remarkable. Did Zhao Yuancheng not intervene to prevent his transfer to the township? After all, he is Zhao Yuancheng's uncle. Zhang Yuancheng's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of indignation. He was aware of his son's suffering and yearned for retribution, yet his methods seemed ineffective. After all, The village head was complicit in shielding Zhao Yuancheng. With officials arriving from the township, what use was the village head? If Zhao Xian were to act impartially, it would be different. However, should he stubbornly protect his brother, I shall find a way to oust him from his position. It is unacceptable for such a man to lead Zhao Village, a place where he only brings harm while neglecting his duties. Hush, child, speak less. It is not so simple to remove a village head. This is Zhao Village, where the majority of the populace bears the surname Zhao. At this moment, Zhang Yuancheng felt a swell of pride. His son had indeed displayed remarkable capability, managing to deal with Zhao Yuancheng despite his youth. As he prepared dinner that evening, he continued discussing the matter with his wife, his eyes brimming with pride. He Yufeng was meticulously washing pumpkin skins, saving the vegetable wash water for later use. As water was more precious than oil during this drought, with the family barely able to fill their bellies, they could only consume a thin pumpkin porridge. Today, however, there was a semblance of joy in the household, prompting He Yufeng to generously add a handful of white rice to the boiling pumpkin. This year had been particularly dry, with scant harvests from the fields, and they still owed grain to the collective. They could only hope for favorable rains next year to yield a bountiful harvest, allowing them to repay their debt and enjoy a festive meal of dumplings made from white flour during the new year. Jianguo has a sharper mind than yours. Let us persevere tonight and dig the cellar deeper. If we can strike a well, we might cultivate more cabbages, mixing them with grains to endure the winter. Otherwise, how shall we survive this coming winter? He Yufeng expressed her worries, with 5 mouths to feed and a lack of both water and food. The 3 adults could manage, but their youngest daughter, Zhang Jianguo, was only 5 years old. Perpetually undernourished, she was as frail as a bean sprout, a sight that caused great distress. Alas, this is indeed a disaster. Every household suffers similarly. Surely next year will be better. Life must improve. Zhang Yuancheng sighed, lamenting that the heavens offered no sustenance, recognizing that the nation was plagued by calamities. Though some relief grain had reached the collective, it was fortunate that no one in the village had perished from hunger. In the old society, such tragedies were commonplace. That evening, they all dined with only half-filled stomachs, each bowl cleaner than before, as there was little oil to spare, merely rinsed with the vegetable wash water. The Zhang family comprised 3 siblings. The eldest, Zhang Jianguo, now 18, the second, his sister Zhang Hongmei, aged 10, and the youngest, Zhang Hongyue, aged 5. After their meal, Zhang Jianguo and his parents descended into the cellar, while his sister Zhang Hongmei remained at home to tidy up and care for Zhang Hongyue, ensuring she went to bed early. In the cellar, a family of 3 took turns digging. The earth they unearthed was carefully piled in the backyard, with plans to tidy it up and sow cabbage when the rains arrived. Oh dear, why are there so many red stones beneath this cellar? Could there be water beneath the stones? He Yufeng suddenly exclaimed. Yes, just keep digging, Zhang Jianguo responded, noting that the presence of red stones indicated they had reached a considerable depth, suggesting that something intriguing might lie below. Indeed, on the 3rd night, as Zhang Jianguo descended into the cellar, his iron pick struck down, and suddenly, the cellar was breached. Parents, bring the torches, there's a cavern below. Zhang Jianguo whispered excitedly, filled with joy, for he knew that this cavern held hidden treasures. The family descended into the underground cavern with 2 torches. Goodness, is this an underground palace? There's a breeze. Jianguo, watch your step. Zhang Yuancheng's hand trembled as he held the torch, his eyes wide with wonder. The cavern felt vast, and there was indeed a breeze, though its source was unknown. He Yufeng, equally entranced, urged her son to tread carefully, but in her distraction, nearly stumbled. Zhang Jianguo, quick on his feet, grasped her arm just in time to steady her. Slow down. This must be a natural cavern, and listen. It seems there's the sound of water in that direction. Zhang Jianguo's heart brimmed with joy. They had finally discovered this underground cavern. Finding the cavern meant water. And where there was water, there would be fish, solving many of their family's troubles. Chapter 5. The bounty of fish. Zhang Jianguo led his parents through the cavern for most of the night, nearly losing their way. They lingered until their torches were almost extinguished before reluctantly departing. This natural cavern was well ventilated, adorned with numerous stalactites, and crucially, it housed an underground river. Upon seeing the river, which spanned 6 or 7 meters in width, Zhang Yuancheng nearly lost his composure with delight. Had Zhang Jianguo not restrained him, he would have leaped into the river to test its depth. In this year of severe drought, discovering such a wide underground river was invaluable. To exaggerate slightly, the water from this hidden river could potentially resolve the drinking water needs for miles around. Moreover, the cavern was well ventilated, although it was night. They could sense the refreshing airflow, yet the presence of other openings or exits remained a mystery. The darkness enveloped them, and the cavern's vastness made it impossible to map the terrain in just one evening. As their torches flickered low, Zhang Jianguo and his father made several trips back into the cavern, hauling water until their large storage jar was filled to the brim. Finally, the family secured all doors and windows, then gathered around a single oil lamp, creating a cozy circle of warmth and light. At this moment, in a family of three, apart from Zhang Jianguo, whose expression remained relatively calm, Zhang Yuancheng and He Yufang could hardly conceal their excitement. Zhang Yuancheng, in particular, chain-smoked, his demeanor suggesting a disconnection from reality. Mom and Dad, I believe we must keep this matter under wraps. I've observed that this cave should lie beneath our backyard. Given its vastness, it might even connect to several mountains. This situation is too significant, and human hearts are inscrutable. Just consider our village head, Zhao Yuancheng. He is hardly a trustworthy individual. Zhang Jianguo meticulously analyzed the current circumstances within the village, intending to conceal the discovery of the underground river. While he pondered the appropriate words to persuade his parents, Zhang Yuancheng and He Yufang nodded in agreement without hesitation, supporting their son's viewpoint. Indeed, we should not speak of the cave and the underground river. We have young children and lack powerful allies. The village head is unjust, and if word of this underground river were to leak, we would be unable to protect ourselves, perhaps even endangering our lives and our home. Zhang Yuancheng, being the elder, immediately recognized the potential peril of the underground river's discovery and the threat it posed to their family's safety. In a prior life, Zhang Jianguo had been resolute in reporting the existence of the underground river, ultimately leading to their family's downfall, as their home was seized by Zhao Yuancheng, resulting in their near destruction. We must unite as a family. Your sisters are too young to be involved in this. We must strategize. The family quickly reached a consensus to keep the underground river a secret, ensuring that nobody knew about their ample water supply. Although the underground river descended from the cellar in their backyard, the dilapidated earthen walls of their yard allowed anyone to peer in with minimal effort. With a water source, they could cultivate cabbage and various vegetables, necessitating an increase in the height of the backyard wall by at least half a meter to enhance privacy and security. With water available for crops, they could also raise more chickens, as the eggs would prove profitable. The Zhang family spent a sleepless night, and by the next day, they trudged to work in the village, their eyes barely open yet compelled to persevere. Upon returning home in the evening, their 10-year-old daughter, Zhang Hongmei, had already prepared pumpkin porridge. With water now accessible, He Yufang took out the cabbage seeds she had saved from the previous year to soak. Intending to plant them in the backyard, having greens was better than going hungry. Zhang Jianguo rummaged through the house for a net, planning to accompany his father to the underground cave that evening to search for a source of light and air, and to see if there were any fish in the river. As they descended into the cellar and walked a short distance, they were surprised to find daylight illuminating the cave, rendering torches unnecessary as they could see the path and the objects in the river below. There must be fish in this river. Let us set the net and familiarize ourselves with this cave. Surely, there is more than one outlet. Zhang Jianguo coordinated with his father to find a narrow section of the river, where they used stones to block the water's surface, leaving only one opening for the fishing net, then created noise in the underground river to drive the fish toward them. As they were fishing, the water stirred noticeably, causing Zhang Yuancheng to feel a surge of anxiety, his eyes fixed without daring to blink. There's movement. Quickly, pull in the net, Zhang Yuancheng exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. It had been a while since he had a proper meal, having survived on pumpkin porridge with no meat. If they could catch a fish to make some soup, it would surely satisfy their hunger. The fishing net felt particularly heavy, and when they finally pulled it up, they were astonished to discover several catfish and a good number of plump loaches within. The largest catfish weighed over 10 pounds, while the smallest still weighed around 3. Altogether, they had caught an astonishing 50 pounds of fish. The two men were left dumbfounded and elated. Who could have imagined that such a vast quantity of fish existed in the underground river? In a flurry of activity, they placed the fish into a bucket, their joy uncontainable as they prepared to cast the net again, discussing how to handle their unexpected bounty. Eventually, Zhang Jianguo found a small depression filled with water and poured the excess fish into it, ensuring they could retrieve them whenever they wished. Later, After He Yufang had put the children to sleep, she stealthily approached the waterhole. Upon seeing it teeming with catfish and loaches, she was taken aback. Goodness! This waterhole must contain hundreds, if not thousands of pounds of fish. We've struck gold. The family hesitated to bring the fish home, fearing that the enticing aroma would be too tempting. Ultimately, He Yufang discreetly retrieved a pot and a bowl from their home, using the river water to simmer a large pot of milky white catfish soup. Whether it was due to their hunger or the fish's remarkably untainted flavor, the meal moved them to tears. The aroma was irresistible, and the flesh was tender with minimal bones, sliding effortlessly into their mouths. The snowy, firm fish meat brought immense satisfaction. I'll cook another pot for Hongmei and Hongyue shortly, allowing the aroma to waft through the air, enticing them as well. With so much, our family will never go hungry. He Yufang's joy was palpable. After days of pumpkin porridge and bland broth, this was a feast. Since the drought began, they had not had a single hearty meal, and days like today felt like a true blessing. Dad, once we've eaten our fill, let us prepare the fish. Tonight, we shall go to a good place, Zhang Jianguo said, his eyes gleaming at the thought of the thousands of pounds of fish. Chapter 6. The Black Market. Today was the first day of the month, and with no moon in the midnight sky, darkness enveloped the surroundings. A cart was tightly covered, with one person pulling it and another pushing from behind, stirring up dust on the narrow path. Zhang Jianguo and his father planned to make a late-night trip to the black market. With so many fish, they dared not trade in town, fearing discovery, especially during this year of drought where fish had become a rarity and consequently, very valuable. The safest and most prudent course of action was to discreetly transport their considerable catch to the largest black market in the county town and exchange it for money or supplies, returning swiftly under the cover of night. The county town lies some distance from Zhao family village. Under the cover of night, they stealthily made their way, arriving at the black market in the county by around 1 in the morning, drenched in sweat. In this era of planned economy, the black market is a clandestine realm. During the day, the narrow alley is desolate, occupied by a few elderly souls. However, as night falls, the area transforms, illuminated and bustling, filled with shadows and an array of goods one would rarely encounter. Most visitors to the black market shroud themselves well, revealing only their eyes, fearing recognition amidst the illicit dealings. After all, engaging in such speculation could lead to reprimands or, in severe cases, being sent to re-education classes. Zhang Jianguo and his father were no exception, cloaking themselves similarly. Their fish, upon arrival, sparked a modest stir. Given the widespread drought, fish had become a rare commodity, nearly matching the price of pork, and the irony was that, despite the high price, many remained unsold. In their haste to arrive, they had not weighed the fish. But Zhang Jianguo found no difficulty in borrowing a scale from a nearby vendor selling broad beans. With an abundance of fish, Zhang Jianguo entrusted his father to guard their catch while he scoured the market. To his surprise, he discovered they were the only fish sellers present. Contemplating the pricing, he settled on 50 cents per pound, which caused Zhao Yuancheng some hesitation. Such a price is steep, even surpassing that of eggs. 50 cents per pound approaches the cost of pork. Will it sell? Indeed. Given the drought, such sizable fish are a rarity. 50 cents is a fair price. In those times, a pound of eggs was merely 30 cents, while pork typically ranged from 50 to 60 cents. Although seemingly inexpensive, grains were priced between 15 to 20 cents per pound, flour hovered around that range, and sugar had reached 80 cents per pound, a considerable expense. Thus, fish priced at 50 cents per pound was indeed a luxury for most households, equating to the cost of meat. Yet, this was the largest black market in the entire county, replete with a wealth of resources. If one possessed money, an abundance of fine goods awaited purchase. As expected, once Zhang Jianguo displayed their sizable catfish, they drew considerable attention. Onlookers expressed astonishment and curiosity about the source of such splendid fish, while others inquired about the price. 50 cents per pound, fresh and alive. We accept both tickets and cash. Zhang Jianguo refrained from disclosing the origin of the fish, merely stating the price with integrity. After all, the spectators were similarly wrapped in scarves, revealing only their eyes, cautious not to expose any recognizable features. I possess 10 pounds of grain tickets. Could you offer me a discount on the fish? In these times, purchasing grain at the grain station required not only grain tickets, but also additional cash, as these tickets served as proof of purchase and eligibility. Often, grain tickets could be used to acquire not just grain, but also cooking oil, lodging, and meals. Particularly, national grain tickets held significant value, functioning as a robust currency in the black market. Certainly, 10 pounds of grain tickets can equate to a single yuan. You may select fish to cover the remaining price difference. In the black market, grain is available without the necessity of grain tickets. However, it is priced 10 cents higher per pound than the supply at the grain station, thus deemed high-priced grain, making Zhang Jianguo's dealings relatively fair. Let's purchase a bit cheaper. Each of us can buy a fish. 50 cents per pound is rather steep. Observers are enticed by the sight of such a grand catfish. In previous years, fish were not valued so highly. Typically, such sizable fish could often be found in the black market, occasionally even obtainable in the western districts. However, due to the current drought, one cannot find even small fish or shrimp with any regularity. Indeed, the drought has led to a scarcity of fish. At 50 cents per pound, it is truly not exorbitant. I shall offer you a few cents less later. Zhang Yuancheng may not possess the acumen of his son in business, yet he is currently assisting with the stall while Zhang Jianguo engages in bargaining. The fish they offer are exceedingly rare, substantial in size, and still alive, appealing to many despite the price not being inexpensive. The purchasing conditions in the county town have improved considerably. Thus, Zhang Jianguo swiftly sold his first catfish, weighing 8 pounds, for 6 yuan. Following the sale of the first catfish, a second was quickly sought after. Some wished to haggle, fearing they might miss out on the fish, and thus held onto the fish tightly, hoping Zhang Jianguo would lower the price slightly. In this scenario, Zhang Jianguo intentionally displayed only a dozen fish, concealing the remainder beneath straw to prevent the impression that he had an abundance, which might prompt lower prices. "Brother, I want the largest fish. Don't let it escape." A clear and anxious voice rang out, and Zhang Jianguo spotted a young woman, her face wrapped securely in a red scarf, with only her eyes visible, pointing at a catfish weighing over 10 pounds. This voice clearly belonged to a youthful lady, and upon closer inspection, he noticed her long eyelashes framing bright, star-like eyes, leaving Zhang Jianguo momentarily speechless. Such exquisite eyes. Although she was bundled tightly, her outstretched hand was remarkably fair and tender, evoking thoughts of tofu in Zhang Jianguo's mind. "All right, this largest fish weighs over 10 pounds. Let me weigh it for you." Zhang Jianguo swiftly caught the largest silver carp from the stall, estimating its weight at over 10 pounds. He remembered that hidden behind the stall were fish weighing up to 13 pounds, larger than this one. However, with a crowd gathering around to purchase fish, Zhang Jianguo felt somewhat overwhelmed and decided to sell this one, weighing 10 pounds and 2 ounces, for 5 yuan. The young woman who acquired the large catfish was elated, repeatedly expressing her gratitude, stating that she had merely wanted to buy a large fish and felt incredibly fortunate that day. As she received the fish from Zhang Jianguo, she handed it to a tall, slender man behind her, who chuckled softly and said they were fortunate to enjoy a large fish today, urging her to check if there was tofu available nearby. "Brother, please weigh this fish for me and tie it securely with straw." Zhang Jianguo found himself surrounded, and the 10 or so silver carp he had brought out, regardless of size or condition, were snatched away. He hurriedly dragged out another snakeskin bag from behind and poured out a fresh batch of silver carp. Among this new batch, the largest weighed up to 15 pounds, even larger and fresher than those previously sold. As Zhang Jianguo was engrossed in his labor, a sudden commotion startled him when someone unceremoniously tossed a fish, bound with straw, at his feet. Chapter 7. Why are you so dishonest? Why are you so dishonest? We specifically requested the largest fish, yet here you are, concealing the big one and offering us this small specimen. Are you afraid we won't pay? A tall, slender man erupted in anger, while a girl with notably large eyes beside him appeared equally incensed. Zhang Yuancheng, sensing the escalating tension, hastily intervened, offering to exchange for a larger fish. However, both the man and the woman remained disgruntled, particularly the man, who continued to grumble about their dishonesty, accusing them of cunningly hiding the better fish. "Enough of this. He is merely a vendor. Do you really expect a high moral standard? Just take the fish and go," spoke the girl with phoenix eyes, her gaze fixed disdainfully upon Zhang Jianguo, evidently unimpressed by his character and finding him lacking in integrity. "I believe this fish weighing over 10 pounds is sufficiently large. It's not that I'm unwilling to sell. This one weighs 15 pounds. Just pay for 5 pounds of it," Zhang Jianguo responded, feeling somewhat wronged, yet swiftly binding the largest fish with straw and handing it to the man. Only a substantial fish offers satisfying flesh. Let us not dwell on this further. The girl handed over 3 coins, and the man eagerly lifted the large fish, as if afraid of burdening her. Zhang Jianguo sighed, and continued his efforts to sell the remaining fish. Fortunately, selling fish at this hour did not require killing them. He merely needed to weigh them and string them through their gills. Their business was thriving, yet by the late hours of the night, over 100 pounds of dead catfish remained unsold, making it impractical to take them back. Zhang Jianguo glanced around and soon detected the enticing aroma of meat wafting from a courtyard in the black market. There, a noodle shop catered to those famished souls wandering the night market, offering bowls of noodles. Upon inspecting the establishment, Zhang Jianguo noted that the freshly made hand-pulled noodles were generously topped with a ladle of stewed radish and meat or tofu fish soup, rich and indulgent. With a price of 50 cents per bowl, equivalent to the cost of a pound of pork. Boss, I still have over 100 pounds of catfish, each weighing 6 to 7 pounds and nearly boneless. I'm selling them for 50 cents a pound. If you're interested, I can offer them at 45, he proposed. I need to see for myself. If the fish is spoiled, I want none of it, replied the owner, intrigued yet cautious, aware of the drought making fish scarce. Upon inquiry, Zhang Jianguo discovered that the owner also bore the surname Zhang, introducing himself as Zhang Wu. Seizing the opportunity, he mentioned their shared lineage, claiming they were akin to family from 500 years ago, addressing him as Zhang Ge. Zhang Wu, a shrewd businessman, reciprocated with a warm smile, insisting he was unworthy of such kinship. However, upon inspecting Zhang Jianguo's fish, his eyes brightened with recognition. He knew the value of such sizable catfish at 45 cents a pound would yield him a profit. Thus, without much ado, he purchased the entire lot of over 100 pounds from Zhang Jianguo at that price. As Zhang Jianguo was about to leave, he tidied up the stall and offered a bowl of noodles to the old man who had lent him a hand, leaving the man astonished and repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Observing this scene from the black market, many people nodded in approval of Zhang Jianguo, acknowledging his good nature. Weighing in at 103 jin, the total came to 16 yuan and 35 fun. Zhang Wu generously paid 17 yuan and ordered 2 bowls of noodles for the 2 men, indicating that if they ever caught such a large fish again, they should send some his way. There will be more, don't worry, Zhang Jianguo cheerfully replied. After a long night of hard work, they were indeed exhausted, and a meal was just what they needed to rest. Once they finished their noodles, the 2 men wasted no time. Zhang Jianguo hurried off to purchase 50 jin of rice. Although he couldn't procure any pork, he managed to buy a large pig's head for 3 yuan and 20 eggs. On his way out, he noticed some hens for sale and decided to buy 2 for 10 yuan. Zhang Jianguo wished to acquire more items, but time was of the essence. They needed to return home before dawn to avoid being spotted by the villagers. Thus, one man pulled the cart while the other rested momentarily, and they hastened back. The night breeze had turned slightly chilly, yet their spirits were high as they briskly pulled the cart. Just as dawn began to break, they finally arrived home. He Yufeng, unable to sleep soundly, quickly opened the door upon hearing the commotion, welcoming her husband and son inside. Did anyone see you? Are you hungry? There's pumpkin rice in the pot. I'm starving. Quickly boil some eggs, the kind that doesn't have much flavor. Let us all have one to replenish ourselves. Zhang Yuancheng's face glowed with joy. Today had truly brought them fortune. Throughout the journey, he had clutched the money tightly, fearing it might slip away. Now, while calling for his wife to boil the eggs, he and his son secretly counted the money at home. However, the amount was so substantial that he lost count several times. Ultimately, it was Zhang Jianguo who accurately counted it, a total of 532 yuan and 50 fun, which still left some for grain, meat, and the remaining chickens. My goodness, over 1,100 jin of fish. Jianguo, you keep this money. Save it for your future bride. Zhang Yuancheng chuckled with delight, having never seen such wealth in his lifetime. I'll give some to mother to buy fabric for your sister's clothes and a couple of thicker quilts for the house, lest we freeze to death in winter. As Zhang Jianguo and his father discussed how to improve their household, He Yufeng called them for breakfast. Typically, breakfast consisted of a bit of pumpkin porridge, but today each family member received a boiled egg. This delighted Zhang Hongmei and Zhang Hongyue, for such a treat was usually reserved for birthdays. Dear, make sure to give the children some extra. They're all so thin. And you 2 little girls, keep quiet about the eggs at home. If anyone finds out, they'll be gone. The children, understanding the gravity of the situation, nodded in agreement. While the family enjoyed their eggs, Loud shouts and curses could be heard from the neighboring house. You must have stealthily taken the eggs. My hen lays one each day, and I count them diligently. Today, you rose the earliest, yet the nest holds no eggs. Who else could have pilfered them? An elderly woman, her voice robust, incessantly chattered nearby, while a child wept, and a young bride lamented, claiming she had risen to sweep and stoke the fire, fearing to approach the nest. It is a lamentable affair. Once again, old lady Yang from next door is berating her daughter-in-law. Ever since Yang Yang's wife bore another daughter, the old woman has been finding fault with her, accusing her of egg theft or threatening to send her daughter away. He Yufeng sighed, reflecting on the neighborhood gossip between the two women, glancing at the eggs they each held in hand, savoring them. In contrast, their lives appeared truly blissful. Mother, I need to discuss something with you shortly. Zhang Jianguo observed his two younger sisters, wary of revealing certain matters in their presence. Chapter 8. Old Lady Yang. They had returned with a pig's head, which should ideally be processed in an underground cavern to mitigate the overwhelming odor. He contemplated preparing it in a savory stew, perhaps to enjoy with rice cakes, or, once cooled, to incorporate into a hearty meal. As for the two old hens, the family could not bear to eat them, as long as they were well fed. They would continue to lay eggs. All these arrangements required the deft hand of his mother, He Yufeng. Zhang Jianguo had procured rice, yearning for a change from pumpkin porridge to steamed rice, or perhaps handmade noodles or pancakes. Very well, I shall prepare the pig's head and fish underground, then bring them up to avoid causing a stir with the smell. We must be discreet. Our family's secret must not be uncovered. You and your father must heighten the wall around the back courtyard. Old Lady Yang is known for her gossip. He Yufeng also exercised caution. Although it was already the late 1970s, they were still reliant on communal meals, with many clinging to the notion that poverty was a mark of honor. In a village where everyone was struggling, the sudden appearance of meat in their household would surely stir trouble. Thus, they had to consume the meat surreptitiously, lest they attract unwelcome scrutiny. The Zhang family of three was obliged to work in the production team, with scores tallied by the record keeper. Following the autumn harvest, the collective would assess labor contributions and distribute grain accordingly. Last night, Zhang Jianguo had been restless, and throughout the day, he felt listless. The record keeper, a relative of the Zhao family, had noted his condition and awarded him only 8 points. In Zhao family village, men over 18 typically received 10 points, while women earned 8. Adolescent boys and the elderly were assigned 6 points, leading to mockery directed at Zhang Jianguo. You, a strong laborer, can only muster 8 points. Your grain allocation is dwarfed by others. Life will be tough, and marrying will surely be a challenge if you struggle to put food on the table. With fewer points, the grain distribution dwindled, and Zhang's family, with 2 children not contributing to labor, faced dire circumstances. This year's drought had left even robust families struggling to satiate their hunger, not to mention households like Zhang Jianguo's. It was ill-advised for you to confront the Zhao family so defiantly. See the consequences you've incurred, losing 2 points in labor credits, a considerable loss indeed. Villagers lamented, believing Zhang Jianguo to be a headstrong youth, heedless of wise counsel. Why provoke the Zhao family? They failed to notice that both the village chief and the scorekeeper hailed from the Zhao lineage. How could one expect to gain favor by opposing them? There were many derisive remarks, suggesting that Zhao Yuancheng would not face severe punishment, likely to be released after a brief detention. They mused that Zhang Jianguo's family would suffer the repercussions, for in their village, those in positions of authority predominantly bore the Zhao surname. As a mere commoner, what could he possibly contest against them? The heavens are high and the paths long. The county officials hold less sway than the local ones. Zhang Jianguo did not rebut these comments. At that moment, the villagers were occupied with excavating ponds during the dry season. Their intentions were twofold: to clear the fertile silt and to ascertain whether they might unearth any water sources beneath. After all, the village's water supply was barely sufficient for basic needs, let alone for irrigating crops. Enough idle chatter. With less work today, let us finish early. I see there is still some water in the well. If we delay, we may find it dry, called out Zhao Li, the village secretary, which stirred the previously sluggish villagers into action. They clamored about their homes running out of water, anxious to queue for their share, lest they find themselves unable to prepare porridge that evening. Zhang Jianguo's gaze swept over Zhao Li, also a member of the Zhao family, yet a distant relative, being a fifth cousin and not as closely related as Zhao's son. Although he shared the Zhao surname, This village secretary was known for his integrity and amiability, possessing a modicum of respect in the village, which explained his position. Alas, most villagers bore the Zhao surname, and with the village officials predominantly from the Zhao family. Changing leadership was no simple task. The Zhang family had no shortage of water. Thus, Zhang Jianguo feigned effort and fetched a half-bucket from the well, which he later delivered to old man Huang's home. He also presented him with 5 pounds of rice, deeply touching old man Huang. As he departed, the elder insisted on giving Zhang Jianguo a bag of sprouting sweet potatoes, advising him to bury them in sand at home while the weather remained mild. Once the sweet potato vines sprouted tender leaves, they could be harvested for cooking. Consuming sweet potato leaves was a cherished custom among the villagers. However, this year's drought, compounded by the sweet potatoes' susceptibility to frost, prompted the villagers to cultivate them in pots or wooden barrels for easy relocation indoors as the weather cooled, ensuring a steady supply of leaves to consume. Upon returning with the bag of sprouting sweet potatoes, He Yufang was quite pleased. A few villagers deliberated and ultimately decided to plant the sweet potato leaves in the sunlit area of the underground cave. Although the sweet potatoes might not thrive, the leaves would suffice for nourishment. With such a favorable location and ample water, she contemplated sowing some water spinach, adding a sprinkle of ash to promote growth. The underground cave provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer, an ideal environment for these frost-sensitive, water-loving plants to flourish. He Yufang felt a sense of joy as she instructed her son to cook a pot of white rice, while she began preparing a pig's head, seasoning it with chili, star anise, and Sichuan pepper for braising. The pig's head, rich yet not greasy, is often a staple during the New Year celebrations. This meticulously prepared pig's head weighs a substantial 7 to 8 pounds. Soon, an enticing aroma wafts through the air. Fortunately, being situated in the depths of a cave, the scent remains unnoticed outside. Were it to escape, within half an hour, the entire village would be aware of the Zhang family's feast. Both the white rice and the pig's head are cooked to perfection, yet Zhang Jianguo and his father refrained from indulging, choosing instead to labor in the yard. They mix straw and yellow clay, pressing it into molds for earthen bricks, then compacting it firmly with their feet before removing the molds and allowing the bricks to dry in the shade. With these sun-dried bricks, they fortify and elevate their somewhat low backyard, ensuring their activities go unnoticed by prying eyes. What are you doing? Such precious water, and people can hardly quench their thirst, yet you use it to make bricks. Truly wasteful. The elderly Mrs. Yang from next door tiptoes, peering into their yard and casually inquiring about He Yufang's whereabouts. Why is it that she is absent during meal preparation? In her youth, Mrs. Yang had bound feet, which, though not the traditional 3-inch golden lotus, are still smaller than most. She relishes gossip and is always eager to learn the latest news. My mother is busy. We are still working. Zhang Jianguo replies with some annoyance, feeling a sense of urgency. His mother had assured him that once the meat and rice were cooked and had cooled sufficiently, they would be served after dark once the front door was securely closed. If Mrs. Yang continued her incessant inquiries, she might discover their secret, which would spell disaster. Chapter 9. The Neighbors. Where has your mother gone to work? Why haven't I seen her? Mrs. Yang persists in her chatter, but Zhang Jianguo and his family are disinclined to engage. It was she who had scolded her daughter-in-law for stealing eggs that very morning, a rather fierce woman. Observing their indifference and with darkness descending, someone from inside calls for Mrs. Yang to join them for dinner. Only then does she survey the surroundings before returning home, muttering about how it is nearly dark and questioning Yufang's absence. This remark irks Zhang Yuancheng. Mrs. Yang's meddling is truly excessive. With such a neighbor, it would be wise to raise the courtyard wall sooner rather than later, lest her incessant curiosity become a source of annoyance. As night falls, casting an impenetrable darkness, Zhang Jianguo and his father finally pause to wash their hands and feet. Meanwhile, He Yufang has set the table with the cooked pig's head and white rice. The front door is firmly shut, and no one will be admitted. The family gathers inside, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. A large bowl of diced potatoes stewed with pig's head sits at the center of the table, having cooled to a point where the aroma has diminished, while each person has a generous bowl of white rice. The bowls are particularly large, as they are accustomed to hearty portions when the fare is scant. Today, the glistening pig's head stew over the rice is a sight to behold, stimulating their appetites, especially given the poor harvest this year, which has limited their consumption of rice, let alone meat. Hurry, eat up. You two must not let anyone know we are having meat. He Yufeng admonishes as she secures the windows and brightens the kerosene lamp, diligently reminding her children. Today, the scorekeeper truly behaved unreasonably, insisting that my performance warranted a mere 8 points. After I finish my meal, I intend to seek justice from the village. As a robust laborer, why am I only awarded 8 points? During lunch, Zhang Yuancheng also lamented about being shortchanged by 2 points, claiming that the scorekeeper, Zhao Lily, was excessively unfair merely because she is the aunt of Zhao Yuancheng. This village is rife with corruption, with the village head, secretary, and scorekeepers all bearing the surname Zhao. Despite the poor harvest this year, a mere 2 points deducted hardly affects the grain yield significantly. Yet, what can one do? Whenever we honest folk seek redress, we are invariably victimized. He Yufeng sighed heavily, acknowledging the injustice in the village, yet feeling powerless in this Zhao family village where everyone supports their own clan, leaving no room for impartiality. Let us enjoy our meal, she suggested. I will devise a plan. This scorekeeper wields her authority like a feather, and I shall think of a way to ensure that honest people do not always suffer. Zhang Jianguo urged his parents, revealing his own disapproval of the scorekeeper's conduct. She is utterly unjust, exploiting her ties as a sister to Zhao Yuancheng, and with so many Zhaos in the village, she relentlessly oppresses those with different surnames, which has long stirred discontent among the villagers. Such a person is truly despicable. Zhang Jianguo felt compelled to jot down her name, advocating for her removal, lest she continue to offend. How delightful, how exquisite, exclaimed his 5-year-old sister Zhang Hongyue, who wished to lick her bowl clean. The meat was simply divine. Can we have white rice and meat again tomorrow? She inquired eagerly. But we mustn't tell anyone about the white rice, He Yufeng replied, as our family can indulge in even more delectable dishes. Although the pork was not abundant, she planned to use white flour to make buns, as they are convenient and delicious. While their supply of meat was limited, they had plenty of fish to feast upon. The family seldom felt satiated, each member appearing gaunt, and they resolved to improve their diet. Otherwise, life would lose its meaning. As darkness enveloped the village, Zhang Yuancheng ventured to the cave to fetch several loads of water, ensuring the vegetable patch in their yard was well watered, preparing to plant cabbage seeds. In winter, these cabbages would be their main sustenance. Others feared the lack of water would hinder their vegetable cultivation, but he remained undeterred, planning to plant radishes and spinach as well, though he needed to take precautions and raise the back wall higher to keep his family's secret hidden from prying eyes. After dinner, the family busied themselves by torchlight, crafting earthen bricks, fueled by hope and anticipation. They worked tirelessly until midnight before finally resting. Zhang Jianguo had not slept well in recent days and, utterly exhausted, fell into a deep slumber as soon as his head hit the pillow. Upon rising the next day, he found He Yufeng boiling eggs and preparing a pot of buns. Taking a bite of the fluffy bun filled with meat made Zhang Jianguo smile with delight. How delightful it was! Meanwhile, next door, old lady Yang was still scolding her family, this time not for losing eggs, but for cooking the porridge too thick, chastising her daughter-in-law for her inability to manage the household. With such meals, how will our grain last until winter? She exclaimed. Are you trying to starve us all come winter? Upon hearing those words, Zhang Jianguo felt an even greater allure in the dumplings. He hastily consumed them all and then went to wash his mouth and hands, ensuring he wouldn't be discovered with greasy remnants. Noticing that his younger sister, Zhang Hongmei, had greasy lips, he instinctively reached out to smooth her hair. Zhang Hongmei, still in her youth, had hair that was somewhat dry and frayed, resembling a little yellow-haired girl. Yet her delicate features bore a striking resemblance to He Yufeng, possessing a certain elegance. Having filled his stomach and left home, he fortuitously encountered the son and daughter-in-law of old lady Yang from next door, who were preparing to go to work. Yang Xiong, old lady Yang's son, was of modest height and had an honest demeanor, generally reticent, the kind of man who could not muster a sound even under extreme pressure. His wife, Lu Hohat, was timid, hailing from a distant family, having previously fled famine to arrive at Zhaojia. She married Yang Xiong, seeking the promise of a full stomach, only to find that her mother-in-law ruled the household with an iron fist, often chastising her for trivial matters, whether for cooking too much rice or for taking an egg yesterday. This often left Lu Hohat in tears. In his previous life, Zhang Jianguo recalled that Lu Hohat had ultimately been driven to despair, tragically ending her life by hanging beneath the old locust tree at the village's edge, a truly dismal fate. Yang Xiong suffered greatly under his mother's tyranny, and later, His 2 daughters, who developed a penchant for drinking, found themselves orphaned when he succumbed to alcohol at a young age. Their lives, devoid of parental protection, mirrored the bitterness of Gaul. Jianguo, come, have a smoke. I rolled it myself, Yuancheng offered. Though not loquacious, he was a man of substance. He had a fondness for smoking but lacked the funds to purchase cigarettes. His wife had cultivated a small patch of tobacco, which he rolled into cigarettes himself. Lacking a filter, the pure tobacco offered a robust flavor, and he usually refrained from sharing, though he was generous with Zhang Jianguo. Lu Hohat smiled shyly, nodding at Zhang Jianguo, closely following Yuancheng as if seeking his support. This young couple, despite their hardships, exhibited a commendable bond, yet their future held a grim foreboding. However, some circumstances are not beyond alteration. Yuancheng, I recall that your wife has some education, having completed middle school, correct? Ah, she only finished the first year. Yuancheng chuckled, glancing at his wife. Lu Hohat nudged him with her elbow, sharing a smile. In truth, if not for old lady Yang's incessant meddling, their relationship would be quite harmonious. Completing the first year of middle school is commendable. Many in our village haven't even graduated from elementary school. It's rather unjust, considering her surname is Zhao. Given the chance, I would choose Sister Hohat as the scorekeeper. At least she is diligent and fair, Zhang Jianguo remarked casually, which momentarily stunned Lu Hohat, who shyly expressed her doubts about her capabilities. What capabilities are required? You can read, as long as you are impartial. Being a scorekeeper would be splendid. You would even have time to look after your little ones, Zhang Jianguo encouraged, causing Lu Hohat's heart to swell with joy. Indeed, being a scorekeeper would not only be light work, but would also allow her to oversee her children, alleviating the burdens of leaving them in her mother-in-law's care, which was fraught with complaints. If only I could serve as a scorekeeper and still find time to tend to the children, perhaps my mother-in-law would have fewer grievances. Thus, she tugged at the man's arm with fervor, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Yuancheng was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head, seemingly in a quandary. However, he could not resist the encouragement from Zhang Jianguo, who praised his skill in rolling tobacco leaves and suggested he share some during breaks. The villagers knew that he and his wife were diligent and hardworking. It was evident that those from the Zhao family held the village leadership positions without opposition, while the Yangs, Huangs, and Lius likely had their dissent. Zhang Jianguo's words stirred a longing in both Yuancheng and Lu Hohat. Thus, during a break, Yuancheng indeed shared his rolled cigarettes, much to the delight of the men who enjoyed smoking. Tobacco was a prized commodity, and only Yuancheng's wife seemed to care for him enough to cultivate a small patch of it. Other women would not squander the precious arable land they had painstakingly cleared. Today, Zhang Jianguo worked with great vigor, often outpacing the others, bringing smiles to the faces of his fellow villagers. He even took the liberty of enjoying a sip of water, which was a special brew of tea he had prepared. Although it was merely wild tea leaves from the mountains steeped in water, it was still a treasured refreshment, especially since access to clean water was limited, and many could no longer afford to bring large teapots as they once did, let alone share with others. Consequently, many villagers praised Zhang Jianguo, considering him quite generous. He beamed with joy. However, when he approached the scorekeeper to check his work points, he suddenly erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhao Lily. Are you even human? A scorekeeper who lacks the awareness of the common folk? We understand the principle of equal pay for equal work. Why is it that others receive 10 points while I only receive 8? If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I will report Zhao family village to the township. From the village chief to the scorekeeper to the team leader, they all share the surname Zhao. This is a grievous case of bureaucratic oppression against us commoners. Zhang Jianguo's voice boomed, and his outburst attracted considerable attention. Originally, everyone had returned the village tools and was checking their work points, ready to head home, but many paused to listen to Zhang Jianguo's relentless tirade. He vociferously criticized everyone from the scorekeeper to the brigade leader, the party secretary, and the village chief, leaving no one unscathed, except for Huang San, the militia captain, who was a veteran and had a disabled uncle, thus meriting his position. Listen, Zhang Jianguo. These positions were elected by majority vote and are not as unworthy as you claim. Do not stir trouble. Zhao Xian, observing Zhang Jianguo, felt a headache coming on. His nephew had been taken to the township, and they were still devising a plan to rescue him, while Zhang Jianguo was causing yet another commotion. In truth, positions like the village chief and party secretary were indeed elected by the people. In Zhao family village, The prevalence of the surname Zhao among its inhabitants naturally leads to the election of village officials sharing the same name. This reality should not evoke any surprise. Yet, when articulated by Zhang Jianguo, such a seemingly innocuous statement takes on a different connotation. The village head, the secretary, and the team leader are indeed elected. But what of the scorekeeper? The scorekeeper is not elected. Zhao Lili was appointed by you, and I am not mistaken in saying this. It is truly scandalous to have such a morally questionable individual in that position. Zhang Jianguo's tirade intensified, inciting Zhao Yuancheng's ire to the point of clenching his jaw in frustration as he silently cursed Zhao Lili for her incompetence. Feeling that she had not even managed to trip Zhang Jianguo up. You dare to call anyone a den of snakes and rats. I will tear your mouth apart. You, Zhang Jianguo, are nothing but a scoundrel. Zhao Lili trembled with rage, unaccustomed to such disrespect, having always been revered and honored. She was ready to strike Zhang Jianguo, but was restrained by those around her. The atmosphere became chaotic, with several villagers seizing the opportunity to assert that Zhao Lili was indeed unsuitable for the role of scorekeeper and suggesting a replacement. The call for a new scorekeeper echoed among the villagers, and Zhao Yuancheng, with a darkened expression, ultimately acquiesced. However, Zhang Jianguo was not pleased with this decision. A replacement would likely still bear the Zhao surname, perpetuating the dominance of the Zhao family in Zhao Family Village. Zhang Jianguo, adopting a defiant attitude, remarked that if a new scorekeeper were to be chosen, consideration should be given to outsiders, such as the daughters-in-law and young women from other families. After all, the village officials in the neighboring Liu family bay were not exclusively surnamed Liu. Later that evening, during a meeting among the village officials, Zhao Yuancheng found himself increasingly irritated by Zhang Jianguo, contemplating how to address this thorn in his side. Without resolving the matter of the scorekeeper, he would struggle to manage his responsibilities effectively. The question lingered: who should take on the role of scorekeeper? On the way home, Yang Xiong and Lu Hohat, upon encountering Zhang Jianguo, were met with indifference. Seizing a moment of privacy, Zhang Jianguo whispered something to Yang Xiong, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, he quickly nodded, indicating his willingness to follow Zhang Jianguo's lead. That evening, with Zhang Jianguo still at home without dinner, his family occupied with constructing a courtyard wall. A commotion erupted from next door as old lady Yang unleashed a torrent of curses, accusing Zhang Jianguo's household of stealing her chickens. Old lady Yang possessed formidable combativeness, prompting Zhang Jianguo's family to remain indoors, while He Yufeng's attempts at retort proved futile. Ultimately, it was Yang Xiong who discovered the chickens in a pile of firewood, bringing the squabble to an end. Yet old lady Yang remained relentless, continuing her tirade against Zhang Jianguo's household for several more rounds, and by nightfall, nearly the entire village was aware of the dispute, including Zhao Yuancheng. Chapter 11. It truly came to pass. That evening, Yang Xiong and Lu Hohat were summoned to the village office. As they faced Zhao Yuancheng, Yang Xiong recalled Zhang Jianguo's words, marveling at their uncanny accuracy. He mused that as long as his family remained embroiled in disputes with the Zhang family, promising to be more vigilant and closely monitor their every move, the position of scorekeeper would undoubtedly belong to Lu Hohat. Emerging from the village office, Lu Hohat grasped the man's hand tightly in the darkness, her heart racing with excitement. Brother Zhang was quite amiable. He had mentioned that I could serve as a scorekeeper, and indeed, I became one. We must not be ungrateful, you know. I understand. The quarrel was also guided by Brother Zhang. In the future, when my mother scolds, you should steer clear and ignore her. Engaged in conversation, the two soon arrived home. That evening, Zhang Jianguo made a trip to Huang San's residence, borrowing a donkey under the pretext of hauling sand and soil to repair the courtyard wall, thus avoiding the ire of old lady Yang. They agreed that he would return it the following night for a payment of 1 yuan. Primarily, Zhang Jianguo intended to visit the black market with his father later that night, to sell fish and procure some supplies. The donkey would save them both time and effort, making that 1 yuan quite worthwhile. As night fell, Zhang Jianguo and his father began preparing the fish. The subterranean river teemed with silver carp and loaches, easily yielding hundreds or even thousands of pounds with minimal effort, all kept in their small pond for convenient transport. The donkey wore a mask over its snout, and a bag was tied to its tail to collect droppings, which could be used as fertilizer for their garden. They utilized their own cart, securely covered as they set off in the dark, avoiding detection. Before their departure, He Yufeng handed them a bowl of fried loaches and some water, ensuring they had sustenance for the journey. The loaches were not for sale. They had been salted, skewered, and dried, making them delicious when fried, or perfect as a snack on the road. With the donkey, their experience was markedly different. Upon reaching the black market, they found it still bustling with activity, and surprisingly, it was not yet 11 o'clock. The market was illuminated, thronged with people, though most covered their heads, obscuring their faces. Zhang Jianguo and his companions first approached Zhang Wu's stall, each ordering a bowl of noodles, and arranged for Zhang Wu to set aside a few dozen pounds of fish for them for the next round. While enjoying their meal, Zhang Wu praised the catfish they had delivered, noting it lacked any muddy taste and was exceptionally fresh. Customers were all singing its praises. It seemed the subterranean river remained unpolluted, resulting in superior water quality and slower-growing fish, thus enhancing their flavor. Having arrived early, they found the previous selling spot still vacant. Like last time, they took out a portion of their fish, and this time, someone even offered to lend them a scale, while small vendors inquired about the source of their fish. Zhang Jianguo merely smiled ambiguously, saying nothing further. This time, the fish sales were even more prosperous than before. While there were other fish for sale in the black market, none exceeded the size of a palm and were priced at 50 cents per pound. Consequently, Zhang Jianguo's fish, also at 50 cents, seemed exceptionally reasonable. Notably, some customers who had previously purchased his fish returned, having relished the taste, and were eager to indulge again. After all, such large catfish were a rarity. This time, Zhang Jianguo and his companions were seasoned. They calculated their sales swiftly. In no time, they had sold a considerable amount. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, "Comrade, I want your largest fish, 2 of the biggest." As Zhang Jianguo lifted his gaze, he beheld a young woman with exceptionally fair skin, her phoenix eyes leaving a lasting impression. This was the same girl who previously dismissed his smaller fish, and now she had returned, requesting 2 more. This time, Zhang Jianguo had learned to be astute, offering her a choice from the fish he had concealed behind him. 2 fish, weighing nearly 30 pounds, priced at 15 yuan. "Do you have many family members? Will you be able to finish 2 such large fish?" he inquired. "Not many in my household, but we do enjoy fish," she replied. "Your fish is truly delicious, with minimal bones, perfect for making a flavorful fish soup." Perhaps having tasted Zhang Jianguo's fish before, which indeed had a delightful flavor, her impression of him had significantly improved. Consequently, she felt inclined to engage in further conversation and even inquired about his next selling day, as she had come 2 days prior without securing any fish. Zhang Jianguo casually mentioned that he typically sold fish every 2 to 3 days, not that they did not wish to sell daily, but rather due to the anxiety of potential repercussions and the fear of being criticized. "All right, I shall return in a few days to purchase some. Your fish is truly delectable." Her words were more plentiful this time. Just as Zhang Jianguo contemplated how she would carry the 2 hefty fish, he noticed a tall man approaching in the distance, someone he recognized as having accompanied her on her last visit. Thus, he refrained from asking further questions. Besides selling the 2 large fish weighing 30 pounds to her, Zhang Jianguo also struck a significant deal, selling 200 pounds to a somewhat portly middle-aged man. The man inquired about the next availability of fish and whether, aside from catfish, there were other varieties for sale. Zhang Jianguo mentioned loach, which the man dismissed, claiming it lacked substantial meat and was far inferior in taste. Had it not been for Zhang Jianguo's intention to reserve some fish for Zhang Wu, he would have sold out completely. In total, he earned 530 yuan from this endeavor. Given the early hour, Zhang Jianguo discussed with his father the prospect of exploring the black market to procure more necessities for their household, as the cold season was fast approaching. They needed to purchase a couple of pairs of liberation shoes or cotton shoes. The liberation shoes, with their rubber soles, were sturdy, durable, and comfortable, albeit somewhat expensive, costing over a yuan per pair. The supply and marketing cooperative sold them for 1 yuan and 20 cents, though sometimes they lacked sizes. In contrast, the black market offered them for 1 yuan a pair, and Zhang Jianguo bought a pair for both his parents and himself. Aside from the liberation shoes, their household required numerous items, such as lard, meat, chicken, eggs, sugar, and cloth. A thorough assessment revealed they were lacking in many essentials. Zhang Jianguo arrived early enough to secure a piece of premium lard weighing 5 pounds, its ample fat appearing thick and snowy white. Priced higher than pork at 6 mao per pound, costing him 3 yuan in total. Salt was another indispensable item, especially as they had recently been pickling fish, which consumed a considerable amount of salt. Zhang Jianguo purchased 5 pounds in one go, astonishing the salt vendor, as such a generous purchase was rare in these times, where most customers typically bought only a couple of liang. After acquiring the salt, Zhang Jianguo wandered around, his attention suddenly captured by an intriguing item. Chapter 12, A Small Twist. Zhang Jianguo observed a multitude of fluffy chicks, all wrapped in thick straw, huddled together in a bamboo basket, chirping softly. In truth, he intended to purchase hens. However, the sellers of hens were scarce. After a thorough search, he found only these chicks. The weather had not yet turned cold enough for snow and ice to form, and if he had a hen at home, these chicks could easily be nurtured with a bit of millet. Those little roosters would make for a delectable stir-fried dish come New Year. The hens would begin laying eggs by the following spring, but raising chickens required a fair amount of grain. Many families struggled to make ends meet and deemed chicken rearing too extravagant. How much were these chicks? If the price were right, I would buy them all. Zhang Jianguo crouched down and noticed that the seller was an elderly woman. Initially, he considered haggling, but upon seeing the elderly hands, which were gnarled and cracked, he refrained from saying anything. He acquired 25 chicks for 7 yuan and 50 cents, which amounted to 30 cents each. With these chicks in tow, Zhang Jianguo also purchased 50 kilograms of rice and 50 kilograms of flour, primarily because he had a donkey today that could carry a larger load. He nearly filled half a cart with goods, spending over 100 yuan, which left Zhao Yuancheng feeling quite distressed. Along the way, he grumbled about Zhang Jianguo's reckless spending, particularly after he spent 8 yuan on an enamel jar intended for storing lard. It looked quite splendid and sizable, yet 8 yuan. Such extravagance. Zhang Jianguo remained silent. In reality, he and his father had earned over 1,000 yuan from selling silver carp in recent days, their pockets bulging. As long as they remained undetected, they could continue to fish and sell discreetly, improving their circumstances in no time. Yet, oftentimes, they had to live quietly, for those who stand out tend to suffer first. In this era, there were still movements, and with college entrance examinations yet to resume, it was prudent to exercise caution. The donkey moved swiftly, and before dawn, they arrived home. While unloading the goods, Zhang Jianguo seemed to hear a noise. Someone coughed, startling Zhang Yuancheng, who dared not light a lamp. As they stealthily entered the house in the dark, fortunately, there was a bit of moonlight, allowing them to close the front door quietly. Entering the yard before placing the cart, they glanced around, noting that no one had lit an oil lamp or flashlight. And only then did they gingerly move the purchased items inside. He Yufeng finally lit a lamp and immediately spotted the enamel jar on the table. Her heart brimming with joy, she touched it repeatedly, marveling at its smoothness and beauty, perfect for storing lard. Mother, these liberation shoes, 1 pair for each of us. Later, you can make a couple of garments for the younger sisters. I have brought some cotton fabric. During these times, clothing was seldom purchased. Most were sewn either by hand or with a sewing machine, which was both quick and efficient. Only a handful of families in the village owned sewing machines. You bought chicks. Excellent. Let's take advantage of the darkness to place them in the hen house and see if the hen will accept them. If the hen refuses to care for them, these chicks will suffer, He Yufeng remarked, her eyes sparkling with delight at the sight of the chicks her son had brought home. In rural areas, it is rare to find anyone who does not enjoy raising chickens, as the meager income they provide can be supplemented by selling eggs, which can then be exchanged for salt or other necessities. Some jestingly refer to them as the chicken butt bank, suggesting that as long as one has chickens, there seems to be an abundance of everything. Today, having returned home early, He Yufeng prepared boiled eggs for them. Seizing the moment while many were still asleep, she ventured into the cave to render the lard purchased by Zhang Jianguo into pristine white pig fat, along with a large platter of fried treats. Concerned for the hardships faced by the men and children, He Yufeng resolutely sprinkled some brown sugar over the fried delicacies, allowing them to cool slightly before serving. You all should eat well. Staying up all night is arduous, and we cannot afford to let your health suffer, she encouraged. He Yufeng crafted hand-rolled noodles, adding a generous spoonful of pig fat and a sprinkling of scallions, transforming the dish into an enticing feast. The lard rendered the entire bowl of noodles exquisitely smooth, each bite delivering profound satisfaction. The fried treats, sweetened with brown sugar, were crispy and delectable. Observing Maisie, who had just awakened with wide eyes almost drooling, Zhang Jianguo hurriedly offered her a bowl of the fried goodies. Here, try some quickly, they are sweet. In an era marked by scarcity of both oil and sugar, these fried delights, rich in both, represented a rare culinary treasure. Zhang Hongyue's face radiated happiness as she indulged in the deliciousness. This is truly delightful. Let us have another egg, for I've heard that city folk consume eggs and milk daily to grow tall. We lack milk, so we must not skimp on the eggs, otherwise we won't grow tall. So please don't be stingy, Mom. Zhang Jianguo's words elicited a playful glare from He Yufang. In these times, many families exhibit a preference for sons over daughters, with some even discarding female infants, often claiming they have perished. This disdain is purely due to the gender of the child. However, Zhang Yuancheng and He Yufang do not share such sentiments. On the contrary, they cherish their two daughters dearly. Their family's dire circumstances make it challenging to improve their children's lives. With eggs now available, they naturally prioritize their daughters. Do you really need me to remind you? Eat up and rest for a bit. We have to work again today, He Yufang advised before attending to the hens and chicks. On his way to work, Zhang Jianguo encountered Yang Xiong, who from a distance offered him a cigarette. Once assured that no one was around, he recounted how Zhao Yuancheng had summoned the couple yesterday, expressing gratitude to Zhang Jianguo, stating that without his help, Lu Hohat would certainly have had no hope of becoming the scorekeeper. Your sister-in-law possesses some education, and once she becomes the scorekeeper, your family's fortunes will surely improve. He added. Zhang Jianguo chuckled in response. When they arrived at the team to work, indeed, Zhao Yuancheng appointed Lu Hohat as the scorekeeper. Initially, some villagers harbored ulterior motives, but upon realizing it was Lu Hohat, they remained silent. Known for her good temperament, filial piety, and kindness towards her husband, Lu Hohat had never had a quarrel since marrying into the village. Thus, her appointment as scorekeeper faced little opposition. Having had a restless night, Zhang Jianguo felt fatigued today, considering the need to make adobe bricks for the courtyard wall. He realized that relying solely on himself and his son was insufficient and contemplated calling upon a few villagers for assistance. In the evening, a meal was prepared for the overseer, or perhaps a gift was offered, with the hope that the courtyard wall would be completed sooner. Thus, he conferred with several villagers with whom he shared a cordial rapport, suggesting that they assist him at his home after work tomorrow, with the promise of a meal in return. Such assistance typically did not involve monetary compensation. However, it was imperative to provide meat dishes accompanied by steamed rice, lest one face ridicule from others. Today, Lu Hohat took on the role of scorekeeper, and predictably, Zhang Jianguo's work points were adjusted to 10. He returned home early, led the donkey out to graze, and subsequently returned it to Huang San, having also gathered several eggs from his home. The donkey's work in transporting fish had made their tasks significantly easier, and it was likely that they would need to borrow the donkey again in the future. Observing this, Huang San decided to share some news with Zhang Jianguo. Chapter 13. News. Well, it seems that Zhao Yuancheng will soon be released, Huang San remarked, gazing at Zhang Jianguo with a sigh. Although the villagers regarded Zhang Jianguo as a troublemaker, Huang San perceived him as principled. Notably, in borrowing the donkey, he had not only paid the previously agreed sum, but the donkey also appeared well fed, and he had even brought a few eggs. Such a person naturally garnered Huang San's goodwill. Ah, brother Huang San, have you caught wind of something? Zhang Jianguo inquired eagerly, and he learned that Zhao Yuancheng, despite having initiated the altercation, seemed to have shown a good attitude, and since Zhang Jianguo's injuries did not appear severe, Zhao Yuancheng had made several trips to the commune on his behalf. Noticing Zhao Yuancheng's buoyant demeanor today, it seemed the issue concerning Zhao Yuancheng was not grave, and he would soon return. Huang San had not initially intended to disclose this information, but he felt compelled to speak, given Zhang Jianguo's commendable character. Thank you for the heads up, brother San. After grasping the situation, Zhang Jianguo swiftly departed from Huang San's home, feeling a sense of gratitude towards him. Upon returning home, he relayed the news to his parents, causing Zhang Yuancheng to nearly leap from his seat, cursing vehemently that Zhao Yuancheng, being familiar with the commune, must have intervened to secure Zhao Yuancheng's release. He was adamant that Zhao Yuancheng should not escape punishment for his actions, otherwise he would be unable to swallow his indignation, and if Zhao Yuancheng were released, he would seek him out for an explanation. Hearing his father's words, Zhang Jianguo sensed impending trouble. In his previous life, his father had sought to avenge him by confronting Zhao Yuancheng, ultimately leading to his demise and drastically altering their family's fate. Both of his younger sisters and he had become fatherless children, and their home was lost. Father, please listen to me. We must proceed cautiously, Zhang Jianguo implored, aware of his father's protective instincts. However, he understood that they were no match for the Zhao family, whose brothers and the village head were all related. They were merely impoverished peasants struggling for survival, lacking power or influence. The crux of the matter was that his father possessed courage but not cunning, making him susceptible to manipulation. Thus Zhang Jianguo felt compelled to remain vigilant. By around 9 o'clock that evening, an uproar erupted in the village, accompanied by the flurry of chickens and dogs, prompting many households to relight their kerosene lamps. Eventually, it was revealed that old lady Yang had dramatically recounted that Zhang Jianguo seemed to be suffering from a severe headache, writhing in pain at home, while his parents frantically searched for a vehicle, fearing for their son's well-being. Lu Er, who drives the cart in the village, took them to the township and then rented a tractor for a fee to transport them to the county hospital for treatment. Zhang Yuancheng was indeed willing to spend. A single trip to the county required a full tank of fuel and 10 yuan. However, this was a matter of life and death. Zhang Jianguo was in such excruciating pain that he nearly lost consciousness. A head injury is no trivial matter. Although he usually appeared well, such an incident could prove fatal. The following day at work, Lu Er recounted the events of the previous night with lingering trepidation, stating that he and Zhang Yuancheng had lifted Zhang Jianguo onto the tractor together. Almost everyone in the village became aware of the incident. Zhang Jianguo had been struck on the head with a brick by Zhao Yuancheng, raising concerns about potential long-term complications. An elder lamented, expressing that one's head should not be casually struck. Zhang Jianguo, being young and reckless, continued to labor daily without taking the necessary time to recuperate. If left untreated, he could face lifelong consequences. A serious injury could indeed be fatal. It was no surprise that Zhang Yuancheng spared no effort to arrange for the tractor to take his only son to the county hospital. Zhang Jianguo's injury appeared to be quite severe. There had been instances where individuals en route to the county hospital had succumbed before arrival. As the villagers worked, they quietly discussed Zhang Jianguo's plight, collectively noting that if anyone were to suffer a head injury, they must not be complacent, as such injuries could worsen and become extremely serious. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianguo and his parents had already entered the hospital after being transported by tractor. He Yufeng, while paying the tractor fare, felt immense sorrow and concern for her son. Her worry was not solely for his injury, but rather that the examination at the hospital might reveal the truth. After all, they knew his injuries were not as grave as they appeared, and a trained physician would certainly discern this. Zhang Jianguo, however, displayed no anxiety. He consistently complained of a headache and recounted how he had been struck on the head with a brick a few days prior. Though he had experienced intermittent pain in the days since, he insisted it was not severe until now, when the agony had become unbearable. It was this unbearable pain that compelled them to seek medical attention, despite their initial desire to save money. The doctor, having encountered numerous cases where minor issues escalated into serious conditions due to financial constraints, examined Zhang Jianguo, noting his distressing expression and emphasizing the importance of immediate medical attention for head injuries, which could indeed be life-threatening. Thus, the hospital arranged for a thorough examination and treatment for Zhang Jianguo, providing a comprehensive assessment of his injuries. Given the scarcity of medical equipment in that era, coupled with the simplicity of people's minds, the doctor could only speculate that the severity of his reaction indicated a possible concussion. Zhang Yuancheng, having been cautioned by his son, carefully kept the doctor's diagnosis tucked away, fearing to lose it. Zhang Jianguo had mentioned that this would serve as evidence, with a doctor's note. They could confront the township commune and demand compensation from the Zhao family for the medical expenses incurred. The more they spent, the better. Last time, their family earned nearly 1,000 yuan from selling fish. This time, they decided to invest a bit more, to allocate their funds wisely. Embracing this mindset, Zhang Jianguo settled into the hospital, while Zhang Yuancheng relentlessly urged the doctors to administer any effective or costly medications to his son, determined to ensure his recovery. As his son had yet to marry, the hospital remained oblivious to their intentions. When confronted with such situations and a patient complaining of headaches, they naturally took it seriously. Within just 2 days of hospitalization, they spent over 200 yuan, receiving a plethora of prescriptions, among which Zhang Yuancheng recognized only the gastrodia and ginseng, while the others were unfamiliar to him. They kept the receipts for these medications and the hospital charges. When the ward was empty, Zhang Jianguo instructed his parents on the next steps. Although his family was impoverished, he discovered that his parents were quite obedient and united in times of trouble, making things considerably easier for him. Otherwise, he could not have lain idle while they took charge. Consequently, Upon hearing Zhang Jianguo's words, Zhang Yuancheng and He Yufang went to the local commune and immediately sought out the detention center where Zhao Yuancheng was held. Without further ado, they stated that Zhao Yuancheng had killed a man and that their son's injuries had worsened after being assaulted. He was now in critical condition at the county hospital, with expenses exceeding 200 yuan over 2 days. They proclaimed that Zhao Yuancheng was a murderer and should pay with his life. Chapter 14, Retaliation. Murderer. Life for a life, 200 yuan for 2 days. These words, uttered from the lips of an old farmer, astonished the commune staff. Initially, the commune intended to release Zhao Yuancheng, as he had shown good behavior and a remorseful attitude, while Zhang Jianguo seemed to be managing well and had already returned to work. However, the sudden news of Zhang Jianguo's life-threatening situation caused alarm, for it was unlikely they would transfer him to the county hospital unless his injuries were severe, and certainly not for a daily expenditure of 200 yuan. In those times, 200 yuan was a significant sum. Many families would struggle for a decade to save that amount. Numerous workers, after a year of labor, might not even earn 200 yuan. The price of pork alone was exorbitant, rendering 200 yuan a staggering figure. No one doubted that Zhang Jianguo was feigning illness, especially with receipts from the county hospital and a doctor's diagnosis in hand. Zhang Yuancheng was a simple, honest farmer, while He Yufang wept continuously, clinging to the very police officers who had initially taken Zhao Yuancheng away. The staff, with good intentions, attempted to reassure them, stating that they would follow due process and ensure justice. Yet, Zhang Yuancheng expressed the burden of their debts, having borrowed extensively from their neighbors. It was unjust for them to bear the costs of their son's assault without compensation. He Yufang, amidst her tears, lamented that had Zhao Yuancheng not attacked their son, he would not be suffering in the hospital. None of them had worked that day, and collectively, the 3 of them would earn no wages, risking starvation for their entire family. Zhao Yuancheng, in essence, had jeopardized the lives of all 5 members of their family, a true murderer. If Zhao Yuancheng were not severely punished, their family would face inevitable ruin. They could not continue living under such dire circumstances. When Zhao Xian was summoned to the commune, his expression darkened. There were disturbances in his village, and the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him. He could only offer reassurances, especially since the secretary of the commune was already aware of the matter. The uproar had escalated to such an extent that a thorough investigation was inevitable, and the initial decision to release Zhao Yuancheng was, of course, rendered moot. Zhao Xian felt a sense of urgency. He had not anticipated the severity of Zhang Jianguo's condition. A visit to the hospital had cost him around 200 yuan. Though initially skeptical, he was silenced by the stark evidence of the receipt and the doctor's diagnosis. He could only promise to resolve the matter effectively. That evening, a gathering of Zhao family members convened at Zhao Xian's home. He stated that the commune did not wish for the situation to escalate further. It appeared that Zhao Yuancheng was likely to face imprisonment. Whether the sentence would be for 1 year or 10 depended on whether the Zhao family could raise sufficient funds to persuade the Zhang family to retract their statements. It was imperative to approach this matter diplomatically before resorting to more aggressive tactics. Otherwise, Zhao Yuancheng would likely face incarceration, and that was something they could not allow. Zhao Xian's elder brother, Zhao Cheng, held significant esteem in the village as the patriarch of the Zhao family, which was notably blessed with numerous sons, a source of envy among the villagers. Having received an education in a private school, Zhao Cheng possessed a foresight that surpassed that of the average villager, thus commanding absolute authority within the Zhao family. Rumor had it that Zhang Jianguo had been hospitalized for 2 days, incurring expenses of 200 yuan, and Zhao Xian lamented the exorbitant costs, though he quickly silenced himself under Zhao Cheng's admonishing gaze. Despite being the village head, Zhao Xian owed his position to his brother's support and consequently held him in high regard. After much deliberation among the Zhao family, it became evident that the only viable solution was to gather funds, with a minimum of 200 yuan required. Even as the village head, the prospect of parting with such an amount caused Zhao Xian a pang of discomfort. Fortunately, he would not be the one to bear the cost. He might only lend a small sum to his brother. Zhao Cheng's family had some savings intended for his eldest son's wedding, but should that money be diverted, it would jeopardize the wedding plans, potentially necessitating further borrowing. Let us first focus on securing Zhao Yuancheng's release. Having him back will enable us to generate income, suggested Zhao Cheng, confident in the intelligence and strength of his sons. Thus, he was not overly concerned about the prospect of repaying borrowed money. Zhao Yuancheng sighed, realizing that a more prudent strategy was needed to prevent the situation from escalating. Zhang Jianguo remained in the hospital for an additional 2 days, during which no clear ailment was diagnosed, leading to his eventual discharge. By this point, medical expenses had ballooned to 300 yuan. Fortunately, the Zhang family had managed to save some money. Otherwise, they would have struggled to cover the 300 yuan. However, upon hearing the news of the 300 yuan medical bill, Zhao Yuancheng's mother became distraught, nearly fainting. In just a few days, 300 yuan, a significant sum in the year 1975, had become a considerable burden. Is there even a reason to live? Zhao Yuancheng's mother was nearly beside herself, exclaiming that Zhang Jianguo's family was extorting others. Yet, they possessed receipts from a reputable hospital and a diagnosis from a physician, which, for the common folk, bore immense authority. Although the sum was considerable, the word had spread, and many believed that the Zhang family had the moral high ground. After all, the matter at hand was a matter of life and death. They were attempting to save their son, having already spent 300 yuan, making it unreasonable for the Zhao family to withhold their contribution. Of course, if they could not afford it, imprisonment was still an option. The affair had escalated to the commune secretary, involving retired veterans, thus necessitating a fair resolution. Zhao Yuancheng, despite his frantic efforts, found himself powerless in certain aspects. He could only summon Yang Xiong and his spouse to persuade Zhang Jianguo and the Zhao family to reach an amicable settlement. Upon returning to the village, Zhang Jianguo was momentarily relieved from labor, and wherever he roamed, villagers inquired about his well-being, noting his improved appearance and asking if his injuries had healed. The doctor had mentioned the possibility of a concussion, requiring rest and extensive medication, and the ailment was unpredictable, hence the expenses had already surpassed 300 yuan. In truth, Zhang Jianguo was perfectly fine, with no ailments whatsoever. He simply could not allow the Zhao family to thrive, so he exaggerated his condition. The villagers, upon hearing of the 300 yuan expenditure, regarded Zhang Jianguo with astonished eyes, exclaiming how only the Zhang family could afford such a luxury. If it were another family, they would have been financially devastated. Even if they were willing to spend 300 yuan on medical expenses, they would need substantial wealth to do so. Surprisingly, it seemed the Zhang family was indeed well off. Some even remarked with envy that perhaps Zhang Yuancheng had depleted his savings meant for his son's marriage. Meanwhile, after a stroll around the village, Zhang Jianguo returned home with a 3-gene catfish, carefully packed in a snakeskin bag, intending to attend to some matters. As he walked, he pondered how he would explain the source of the fish if anyone inquired. Chapter 15. Do you dare? Huang San was taken aback by the catfish presented by Zhang Jianguo, unable to believe his eyes, repeatedly insisting that it was too extravagant and that he felt undeserving. Brother San, why such formality? On our last trip to the county, I noticed live catfish being sold. They weren't too expensive without tickets. So I brought a few back to raise, just for you to taste, Zhang Jianguo replied nonchalantly. However, Huang San understood that this sizable catfish, likely weighing 3 gene, was far more difficult to procure than pork, especially given the severe drought this year, which left the waters barren. Their family had not savored fish in quite some time. One could not help but praise the county, where such rare fish could be found. Since you have brought it, do stay for the evening. I shall call my uncle over, and the 3 of us can enjoy a drink together. Huang San was delighted. Such a large catfish was indeed a rare delicacy, perfect for sharing with his uncle over drinks. Zhang Jianguo, with his own motives, found the timing of a meal and drink fortuitous. Huang San, a militia leader in the village, owned a donkey cart that he sometimes rented out to villagers for extra income. Thus his family's circumstances were relatively favorable in the village. During mealtime, the venerable Mr. Huang also arrived, visibly delighted to see Zhang Jianguo. He inquired about his injuries, earnestly advising him to take care and not to overexert himself. On the table lay a mound of white rice, a large pot of catfish, accompanied by pristine tofu and a handful of vibrant green scallions, all of which appeared utterly appetizing. The flesh of the catfish was exceptionally tender, devoid of bones, and when cooked, the delightful aroma permeated the entire house. Before they had even begun their meal, curious heads peeked in from outside, inquisitively asking what delectable dish was being prepared. Guests have come, bringing a fish from the county town. We are indeed fortunate, Mrs. Huang replied somewhat ambiguously. Such is the drawback of rural life, where homes are closely situated. When one family cooks something delicious, the entire village is soon aware, and some take pleasure in nosiness. Guests are here, and there is fish to eat? How enviable. Many harbored private envy, acknowledging that Huang San's life was truly bountiful. Speculations arose that Huang San's relatives in the county must be quite distinguished to procure a fish, especially during this dry season when many in the village had not tasted fish for months. The adults were somewhat better off, but numerous children, drawn by the enticing aroma, gathered outside Huang San's courtyard, peering in. However, they were soon called back by their respective guardians, fearful of being ridiculed by the townsfolk. Zhang Jianguo observed that only the 3 men were seated at the table to eat and drink, while Huang San's wife and their 2 children remained in the kitchen, not permitted to join. This was a common custom in rural areas, where women busied themselves with cooking, and once the meal was ready, they stayed by the stove attending to the children. She mentioned that there was fish set aside in the kitchen, yet Zhang Jianguo, with keen eyes, had already noticed that the fish had all been served at the table, leaving merely a few small pieces of tofu and some fish broth. In these times of scarcity, the best dishes were reserved for guests. Sister-in-law, here is a bowl of food for you and the children. Your culinary skills are exceptional. The fish is particularly fresh. Do indulge, Zhang Jianguo said, using his own large bowl to scoop out the boneless flesh of the catfish, adding some tofu, and carried a generous bowl into the kitchen. This left Huang San's wife somewhat astonished and subsequently embarrassed as she persistently declined. Jianguo is not a stranger. If you refuse to join us at the table, at least partake in this, insisted Zhang Jianguo. Huang San understood that his wife was concerned there might not be enough food, a habit formed over time that kept her from the table. He glanced at his wife and children, feeling a twinge of sympathy. This fish is so large, it would be impossible to finish. Sister-in-law, please, you and the children should eat more. I, this old man, am merely sharing in the good fortune, Mr. Huang chuckled approvingly at Zhang Jianguo, who some regarded as a troublemaker, yet Mr. Huang recognized his inherent goodness. Eat, eat. Jianguo indeed has an eye for quality. Such a sizable fish has fallen into your hands. The county has all manner of rare delights, Huang San encouraged, urging them to eat and drink, while casually inquiring about the matter concerning Zhao Yuancheng, mentioning that Zhao Yuancheng had visited the village a few times and suggesting that Zhang Jianguo should prepare himself psychologically. It was highly probable that the Zhao family would seek a way to reconcile with him. After all, the villagers were well aware of Zhang Jianguo's expenditure of several hundred yuan on medical expenses. Thus Huang San still believed that it would be best to settle the matter with a sum of money. Third brother, if he is unwilling to negotiate, what can be done to ensure Zhao Yuancheng is imprisoned? Generally, individuals would weigh the pros and cons over a few hundred yuan, preferring monetary compensation over seeking imprisonment for Zhao Yuancheng. After all, even if he were incarcerated, it wouldn't be for long, but if the situation escalated, the Zhao and Zhang families would become bitter enemies. This village was known as Zhao Family Village, with both the village head and the secretary bearing the Zhao surname. If Zhang Jianguo became a sworn enemy of the Zhao family, would the villagers not conspire against him? As Huang San analyzed the situation, Zhang Jianguo reflected, stating that the enmity began the moment Zhao Yuancheng assaulted him, leaving no room for reconciliation. Even if he accepted a settlement, the loss of a few hundred yuan would still lead the Zhao family to regard him as a mortal foe. It would be a matter of open hatred versus concealed disdain. Undoubtedly, he would face some form of retribution, but that was inconsequential. No matter how ruthless the Zhao family might be, they wouldn't dare engage in illegal activities such as murder or arson. He simply needed to exercise caution. If one were to adamantly refuse compensation and solely seek Zhao Yuancheng's imprisonment, it might be feasible, yet with Zhao Yuancheng involved, it was unlikely Zhao Yuancheng would serve a lengthy sentence. This seemed unwise, especially considering the medical treatment had already cost several hundred yuan. Huang San lamented, 300 yuan. Which family can afford to dismiss such an amount? I cannot swallow my pride. The Zhao family is excessively tyrannical. Third brother, do you think Zhao Yuancheng could be imprisoned for a year or so? Zhang Jianguo was aware that in his previous life, Zhao Yuancheng was formidable, having committed murder without facing dire consequences. He had only spent a few years in prison before venturing elsewhere to flourish. Crucially, Zhao Yuancheng never returned home, and it was only years later that Zhang Jianguo discovered that he had not truly served time. He was swiftly released on medical parole, having exploited legal loopholes. Zhao Yuancheng's influence and the favor of a benefactor were evident in this situation. A year or so of imprisonment seemed plausible, Especially given the severity of the assault that resulted in a concussion, 3 years was certainly within the realm of possibility. Yet, was it truly worth it? Huang Sen hesitated, feeling compelled to advise Zhang Jianguo against acting impulsively. By the way, third brother, I have a significant matter to discuss with you. It depends on whether you dare to proceed. Zhang Jianguo recalled the purpose of his visit, glancing towards the western corner of the room to ensure there were no outsiders present. Only he and Old Master Huang remained. It was best for Old Master Huang to be informed of the undertaking. Chapter 16. The agreement. As Huang Sen exited the Huang residence, night had already fallen. He accompanied Zhang Jianguo to the door, seeing him off until he was out of sight before returning home, his heart racing. He noticed his uncle still at home. Appearing contemplative, unable to suppress the urge, he wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow and nervously glanced at his uncle. Look at your potential. Zhang Jianguo dares to speak boldly. Why do you not dare act? I believe his idea is excellent. You might as well take a chance. After all, whether you succeed or fail, it won't cost you anything, would it? Old Master Huang's words resonated with Huang San, who nodded fervently, his initial anxiety giving way to a newfound resolve. Indeed, Zhang Jianguo was bold enough to dream and speak. Why should he be afraid? A man should not be overly timid. At times, when opportunity presents itself, one must find a way to seize it. Why not give it a try? After coming to this realization, Huang San returned Huang Deyi home, pondering deeply on the matters discussed by Zhang Jianguo during the journey. He felt that the strategies he mentioned were indeed quite feasible. The mere thought of this potential success thrilled Huang San so much that he could hardly sleep that night, as Zhang Jianguo's words echoed in his mind. Upon returning home, Zhang Jianguo found his parents in a state of anger. Inquiring into the matter, he learned that Zhang Yuancheng had confronted the Zhao family to demand medical expenses, only to be met with hostility from Zhao Yuancheng's brother, Zhao Yuancheng. The confrontation nearly escalated into a physical altercation. Had it not been for the presence of several villagers who intervened, Zhang Yuancheng might have suffered greatly. The Zhao family, emboldened by their numbers, had become increasingly brazen, even threatening violence. Zhang Yuancheng, undeterred, declared that if they sought to harm him, they would pay the price for it. He felt he had lived sufficiently, with sons and daughters, to carry on his legacy. Hearing his father's words sent a shiver down Zhang Jianguo's spine. Such a mindset was perilous. The Zhao family had many brothers, including Zhao Yuancheng, Zhao Yuanjun, and others. As for the notion of taking lives for retribution, that was contingent upon worthiness. Father, you must not speak so recklessly. Our family is connected to the hidden river. Prosperity and a good life are within our grasp. Your life is too precious to risk in futile confrontations. The Zhao family is insignificant. Collectively, their lives do not equate to yours. We cannot afford such reckless talk, nor should you confront them alone. Zhang Jianguo sternly admonished his father, asserting that he had his own plans for this situation. Whether or not to pursue the money was inconsequential. What mattered was having evidence to support their claims, and he intended to make a scene in the village the following day. Furthermore, he would seek allies. Relying solely on brute force was insufficient. Common folk must devise clever strategies or seek support to achieve their goals. Given his father's temperament, Zhang Jianguo believed keeping him in their hometown was not the wisest choice. He resembled a powder keg, and Zhang Jianguo feared an explosion akin to his previous life, where he met a tragic end. If that were to happen, regret would come too late. Zhang Yuancheng felt a tinge of displeasure, but after receiving a stern glance from his wife, He Yufeng, he could only sulk in silence. His son was resourceful, and it was prudent to heed his advice, especially since the hidden river was his discovery. That evening, Zhang Yuancheng lamented the considerable expenses incurred by the family and suggested selling some fish. However, Zhang Jianguo deemed it unwise at that moment, as more pressing matters awaited their attention. Additionally, they needed to expedite repairs on the front and back walls, which was also of great importance. Zhang Jianguo had his own plans. During this critical juncture, attention would surely be drawn to them, particularly from the Zhao family. He advised caution that night. With money temporarily at his disposal, he decided to prioritize resolving the issue with Zhao Yuancheng before exploring more reliable avenues in the black market. There was no haste in this matter. The following day, as Zhang Jianguo prepared to head to the village, Zhao Xian felt a sense of displeasure. If more individuals like Zhang Jianguo emerged in the village, his work would become increasingly difficult. Consequently, Zhao Xian instructed Lu Hohat to record Zhang Jianguo as absent from work. In this era, sustenance is still reliant on labor points. Without them, one cannot even secure enough grain during the new year. As Lu Hohat recorded the labor points for Zhang Jianguo, she felt a pang of concern for him. Without labor points, what would his family eat? The grain is already insufficient. Shortly after Zhang Jianguo left the village, he encountered Huang San, who was waiting for him while guiding a donkey cart. Along the way, Huang San posed a question to Zhang Jianguo. Do you have confidence? How certain are you? Zhang Jianguo replied resolutely, I am over 70% sure. If you cooperate, we can achieve 80% certainty. This declaration ignited a fervor within Huang San, although he still harbored some doubts about Zhang Jianguo's earlier claims, which seemed somewhat implausible. How about we try it out first? Huang San suggested. Agreed. Just follow my lead. You have nothing to lose. Zhang Jianguo chuckled, and they quickly reached a consensus on the matter. Interestingly, Huang San happened to be in the township today, which signified his trust in Zhang Jianguo, suggesting the venture might be successful. If this endeavor bore fruit, it could gradually alleviate his father's crisis. Perhaps he would not have to endure the same fate as in his previous life, where he was brutally beaten without recourse. During their journey, Huang San and Zhang Jianguo discussed various topics, some of which Zhang Jianguo had not considered, yet he mentally cataloged them, nearly reaching for a notebook to jot them down. Huang San, familiar with the township government, frequently assisted in sending individuals there. He inquired about Zhao Yuancheng's case and introduced Zhang Jianguo to the relevant personnel. Zhang Jianguo recounted the altercation between Zhao Yuancheng's family and his father that had occurred the previous day, expressing his desire for severe punishment without reconciliation for Zhao Yuancheng. The case was quite serious. If it resulted in sentencing or imprisonment, it would have to be escalated to the county level. The township staff, well acquainted with Huang San, quickly provided them with answers. Huang San reassured Zhang Jianguo that he was familiar with the process and would handle it, advising him to await news without concern. Indeed, a day after Zhang Jianguo returned to the village, news spread that Zhao Yuancheng had been sent to the county for sentencing. Upon hearing this, Zhao's family was thrown into a state of panic. Yang Xiong, who had been sent by Zhao Xian to relay the message, ultimately gave up, claiming he was too inept to communicate effectively and suggesting that Zhao's family devise their own solutions, especially after inflicting such severe harm and incurring substantial expenses. Thus, while Zhang Jianguo was observing his father and several villagers repairing the courtyard wall, Zhao Xian arrived, accompanied by Zhao Cheng, who was carrying a bamboo basket containing a packet of candy, a piece of meat, and 2 jars of canned fruit. This gift could be considered quite valuable. However, Zhang Jianguo paid no heed to the offerings, firmly stating that his family was busy and unable to host visitors, even refusing entry at the door. Chapter 17. The Audacity of Disrespect. Zhao Xian's expression darkened immediately, and he inwardly cursed Zhang Jianguo and his family for their blatant disregard. When it came time for the year-end grain distribution, they could forget about receiving their rations like everyone else. In due time, they would ensure that the year would be unbearable for those who dared to disregard his dignity. Jian Shou no longer wished to linger in the village. Zhao Xian possessed a myriad of methods to make Zhang Jianguo's family regret their actions. My cousin Yuancheng, though youthful and impetuous, was fundamentally well-intentioned. However, a misunderstanding with Jianguo led to conflict. I believe that as fellow villagers, we ought to communicate openly about our grievances. Your family has incurred substantial expenses, and it weighs heavily on our conscience as well. Let us, as adults, deliberate this matter together. Regarding the compensation you mentioned, it is indeed warranted. What do you think? Accompanying Zhao Xian was Zhao Cheng, whose eloquent speech exuded courtesy and comfort. Educated and the patriarch of the Zhao family, he was among the few enlightened individuals in the village. Whenever disputes arose among families, they often sought his mediation, for his words effortlessly garnered consensus. Thus, upon hearing Zhao Cheng's address, Zhang Yuancheng felt his anger dissipate by half. Ultimately, he could not let pride stand in the way. After all, they were neighbors, bound to encounter each other frequently. Though reluctant, he invited Zhao Xian and Zhao Cheng into his home. Zhao Cheng's gaze swiftly surveyed the interior, landing on a new thermos and several pristine porcelain cups, leaving him somewhat astonished, though he refrained from commenting, merely contemplating as he observed the room. Zhao Xian, fuming, sat in a chair, while He Yufeng respectfully served him a cup of sweetened water. Upon tasting the sugary beverage, his expression softened slightly. After all, sugar was a precious commodity in these times. A a rare treat reserved for esteemed guests. Zhaocheng also received a bowl of sweet water. Noticing that not only were they served, but little Zhang Hongyue, playing in the yard, was also brought a bowl. However, upon sipping her sweet water, she did not exhibit the exuberance typical of children. Instead, she squatted on the ground, playing with small stones, her bowl of sweet water left by her side, only to be picked up when she remembered. Witnessing this scene, Zhaocheng felt a heaviness in his heart, foreseeing that discussions regarding compensation with the Zhang family would not proceed smoothly. He had not previously noted the Zhang family's greater wealth than anticipated. Zhang Yuancheng, appearing simple-minded, concealed a depth of cunning. Where did their wealth originate? Indeed, when Zhao Xian proposed that the Zhao family would compensate the Zhang family with 200 yuan, hoping to transform a major issue into a minor one, suggesting they share a meal to resolve the conflict amicably, Zhang Yuancheng coughed heavily, his expression darkening. What do you mean? My child has suffered immensely, possibly even a concussion. After spending 300, you offer a mere 200? What audacity! Zhang Yuancheng's anger surged. It was truly an egregious affront. Were they attempting to take advantage of the situation, or were they genuinely seeking resolution? 200 yuan. What a grand gesture. What lofty pretensions. Did the Zhao family think them foolish, or that they had reached a point of desperation where 200 could suffice? Zhang urged, my family has taken in a child, and we are facing considerable hardship. Although I wish to contribute more, we can currently only scrape together 200 yuan. Perhaps you could accept this for now. And once Yuancheng returns, we shall gather more to deliver to you. Let us consider this matter settled. I am a few years your senior, so let it be as if I, as your elder brother, implore you. Zhaocheng's eloquent words momentarily left Zhang Yuancheng in a state of hesitation, a reaction that did not escape Zhang Jianguo's notice, prompting him to emit a derisive snort. Uncle Zhao, if your family truly held sincerity, your child would not have nearly resorted to violence against my father just days ago. If apologies could suffice, what need would there be for the law? My life has been preserved only due to my resilience and my father's willingness to spend. Thus this issue cannot be resolved with mere monetary compensation. Zhang Jianguo was resolute. Zhao Yuancheng must face imprisonment and remain away from the village. Otherwise, considering his father's volatile temperament, a confrontation might occur, potentially leading to a tragic outcome akin to a previous life. Moreover, it would be prudent for his father to vacate the village for a safer location. Zhang Jianguo harbored a constant fear of calamity. Given this second chance at life, he was determined to alter his destiny, with the greatest wish being to ensure the survival of his unjustly deceased father. Zhang Jianguo, why are you interjecting while we converse? Remain silent. Zhao Xian, seated at the head of the table, could no longer contain himself. His reprimand of Zhang Jianguo was, in truth, a means to exert pressure upon the Zhang family. He had yet to voice the underlying threat. If they dared to provoke him, he had ample means to make things difficult for them. While Zhang Yuancheng was relatively easy to manage, Zhang Jianguo appeared to be a rebellious spirit resistant to control. It would be simpler to deal with just Zhang Yuancheng and He Yufang. The village chief comes to my home, wielding immense authority. Do you presume this position is hereditary? That it belongs to your family for generations? Can you truly hold this title for a lifetime? Zhao Jianguo's ire was ignited upon observing Zhao Xian's condescending demeanor, treating him as a mere impetuous child. The Zhao family's arrogance stemmed largely from the fact that Zhao Yuancheng had once brutally attacked his father without facing any repercussions, a situation perpetuated by Zhao Xian's lack of integrity as village chief, favoring his kin and ensuring that those in power shared the same surname. What nonsense is this? You are still wet behind the ears, Zhang Yuancheng. Your son is full of rebellion, and as his father, you are incapable of managing him. Perhaps the village should take charge of the situation. Zhao Xian continued with his authoritative tone, already plotting how to undermine Zhang Jianguo. Within Zhao family village, only a headstrong youth like Zhang Jianguo would dare speak so boldly. How long do you think you can maintain your position as village chief? Do you believe this village is your personal domain? Upon uttering these words, Zhang Jianguo noticed an immediate shift in Zhao Xian's expression, which turned to one of fury. Zhang Yuancheng was equally taken aback, never anticipating his son would display such audacity. After all, Zhao Xian was the village chief, and in this small mountain village, the chief was akin to a deity. Was Zhang Jianguo truly willing to challenge that authority? He forcefully tugged at Zhang Jianguo, preventing him from continuing to speak harshly to Zhao Xian. Meanwhile, Zhaocheng, noticing the awkward atmosphere, quickly suggested that they take some time to consider the matter, stating that money could be negotiated and they could reconvene at a later date. As they were leaving, Zhang Jianguo pulled out the items he had brought and handed them to Zhaocheng. When Zhaocheng attempted to refuse, a bag of candy fell to the ground, nearly spilling its contents. His expression soured, and he ultimately decided to accept the items before departing. "Don't push your luck. You may regret it later," Zhao Yuancheng's voice boomed, audible to almost everyone assisting the Zhang family outside. Chapter 18. Better Days Ahead. The villagers who had come to assist the Zhang family were well aware of the long-standing grievances between the Zhangs and the Zhaos. Once Zhao Yuancheng and his companions had departed, they began exchanging advice with the Zhang family. "We are all from the same village. If they are willing to apologize and offer compensation, let it go. A few hundred yuan is a considerable sum for us poor folks, and your son is growing up. He will need to spend a fortune on his wedding," they advised. "This is Zhao family village. Everyone bears the Zhao surname. Don't let your emotions lead you into conflict with the village chief. Crossing him won't end well for you." Such sentiments echoed in Zhang Jianguo's ears, causing both Zhang Yuancheng and He Yufang to feel anxious about potentially offending Zhao Yuancheng and facing his wrath. "Mother, do not worry. Just prepare a hearty dinner and brew plenty of tea. We mustn't give the villagers anything to gossip about," he reassured her. The laborers were not paid. They were merely provided with meals and tea. In return, if needed, they would help out at the laborers' homes. Although no wages were offered, the meals had to meet certain standards. Only white rice was acceptable, with no mingling of grains, and the dishes had to be generous, ideally featuring at least 5 dishes, including 1 or 2 meat options. Otherwise, they risked damaging their reputation, making it unlikely for anyone to help in the future. Recently, the Zhang family had come into some money and had been generous, preparing tea for everyone and even offering a bowl of sweetened water as a treat. Furthermore, He Yufang had prepared 6 dishes: spicy scrambled eggs with chili, stewed pork with radish, a tofu and catfish stew, along with pig's head meat and 2 side dishes. When the food was served, the villagers assisting with the work couldn't help but salivate at the sight of such a lavish spread. "You are truly generous. How is it that there is fish in this season?" Yang Xiong, who worked quickly and lived next door, expressed his gratitude for the advice Zhang Jianguo had given him previously. He was the first to volunteer when the Zhang family was repairing their courtyard wall. Now, seeing a large pot of catfish and tofu soup, he was astonished. "The fish pond is dry. Where did these fish come from?" "During my last trip to the county, I bought a few catfish, reluctant to eat them. I brought them back in a bucket to keep, thinking they could help supplement Jianguo's diet. Fortunately, catfish are resilient. If it were any other type of fish, they wouldn't have survived this long," He Yufang said, somewhat nervously, as she prepared to present the carefully crafted explanation they had agreed upon. "It is no wonder that only in the county town can one encounter such splendid fish. I heard someone mention that this year, fish are rarer than meat. It is only in the larger county town that such exquisite fish can be found. Here, we can only hope for a bountiful year, blessed with ample rainfall, to yield such magnificent fish." Yang Xiong and the others were expressions of enlightenment. Some praised He Yufang for her skills as a housekeeper, expressing regret that they were unaware of such fine fish. Had they known, they surely would have purchased a couple for their homes, for it surpasses meat in quality. At that moment, the atmosphere was still quite innocent, and no one doubted the origins of the fish as He Yufang spoke. During the meal, someone took a bite of the fish and was so taken by its freshness that they nearly swallowed their tongue. Many extended their thumbs toward He Yufang, complimenting her culinary prowess. Now you see why, during festive occasions in the village, everyone prefers to invite Aunt He to cook. Her dishes are simply delightful. Sometimes, her vegetarian fare can rival the taste of meat. During the feast, someone extolled He Yufang's talents. Others conferred with her, mentioning a joyful event at home in the coming days and inquiring whether she might be available to assist with the meal. "Is your partner coming to visit? I heard from your mother that I would come early to lend a hand," He Yufang responded with a smile. The speaker was Lu Chong, the son of Lu Er, a man with whom her family enjoyed a good rapport. Lu Chong was a couple of years older than Zhang Jianguo. Lu Er owned a horse-drawn carriage, and he was known for his hard work and amiable nature, allowing his business to thrive across several nearby villages, thus affording a better life than most. Consequently, a girl from the neighboring village was set to visit in a few days. This is a customary practice in Zhao Village. After a mutual introduction between the young couple, the male side presents a gift to the female's family, and if all proceeds smoothly, The female side will choose a date to bring several elders or relatives to the male's home for a midday meal. This meal is of great significance. If all goes well, it can solidify the bond between the two families. However, if the meal concludes on a sour note, the relationship may falter. Thus, Lu Er's family took this matter quite seriously, fearing they might slight the relatives of the female side. They had previously discussed with Lu Chang and his wife that, on the day of the visit, they would invite the village's best cook, He Yufeng, to prepare the meal, hoping for a smooth progression in their children's union. Lu Er's wife had made this arrangement with He Yufeng, who had readily agreed. Now, with Lu Er preoccupied with the renovation of their courtyard, he sent his son to assist. Such is rural life. You help my family, and I will help yours, and so life unfolds gradually. After several busy days, the courtyard wall of Zhang Jianguo's home was completed. His wall stood half a meter taller than those of his neighbors, reaching nearly 2 meters in height. Initially, he considered placing shards of glass atop the wall to deter intruders, but finding broken glass bottles had proven difficult. Instead, Zhang Yuancheng procured a multitude of cacti from Old Man Huang and planted them atop the wall. With the presence of cacti, few would dare to scale the wall, for the sharp spines can inflict excruciating pain. In Zhaojia Village, many opted to cultivate cacti atop their courtyard walls, as they are low cost and easy to maintain. Upon the completion of the towering courtyard walls, Zhang Jianguo was immediately enveloped in a profound sense of security. No matter their activities within the yard, the outside world remained oblivious, particularly in the rear garden. Once the back door was secured, no one could intrude, allowing them to engage in their endeavors unnoticed. At that moment, He Yufeng was diligently cultivating a variety of vegetables in the backyard, including cabbage, radishes, spinach, and cilantro. These hardy greens were resilient against the cold, and even during snowy winters, they provided a modest supply of leafy vegetables. The enclosure of the courtyard shielded them from fierce winds and heavy snow, mitigating the chill and ensuring the crops would not perish from frost. Moreover, the Zhang family could openly access the subterranean spring water to irrigate their vegetable patch without fear of prying eyes. Their prospects appeared increasingly promising. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuancheng was growing increasingly discontented. He had not forgotten the confrontation with Zhang Jianguo from before and was now scheming to impose hardships upon him. He sought to assign Zhang Jianguo the most perilous task imaginable, using explosives to blast rocks. This endeavor was fraught with danger. Any misstep could result in grievous injury or even death. Since the last incident in which a villager had been killed by an explosion, finding willing participants had been difficult. This time, however, Zhao Yuancheng had set his sights on Zhang Jianguo. Chapter 19. Coercion. On this day, the sky was devoid of rain, and the only well in Zhao Village was rapidly running dry. It was then discovered that a mountain stream, located over 10 miles upstream, still harbored some water, albeit obstructed by boulders that prevented its flow. The route to fetch water was treacherous, leading to two potential solutions: blasting the massive stones in the stream or constructing a path alongside it to allow passage. Both options necessitated the use of explosives. The task of detonating the rocks was assigned to none other than Zhang Jianguo. Naturally, he was reluctant to comply. In response, Zhao Yuancheng issued a stern ultimatum. Should Zhang Jianguo refuse to heed the village's directives, he would forfeit his family's grain rations for the year. After all, Zhang Jianguo had previously feigned illness to avoid work. However, if he agreed to undertake the task, the time he had missed would be compensated with work points to offset his grain needs. For other villagers, resisting such orders would have been unthinkable. The threat of losing work points and grain meant that they could face starvation before the new year, potentially leading to a situation where they would have to incur debt that could take years to repay. For rural folk, the specter of hunger and famine was the gravest concern, compelling many to brave dangers they would ordinarily avoid. Yet this time, Zhang Jianguo stood firm and voiced his objections during the assembly. He argued that traveling to fetch water from the distant mountain stream was impractical. The journey was arduous and time-consuming. Given that there was water available during this year of drought, it was apparent that the underground water sources of Zhao Village remained robust. Rather than risking life and limb to blast rocks for a distant water supply, it would be far wiser to consider re-excavating wells within the village or seeking out the old ones. Perhaps it is more convenient and feasible than fetching water from the mountain stream. Zhang Jianguo's assertion resonates with many villagers, for even if there is water in the stream, the round trip spans nearly 30 miles, compounded by the rugged and treacherous mountain paths, making the task of acquiring water exceedingly arduous. If a well could be excavated in the village, and provided it yields water, it would alleviate the villagers' struggles with water scarcity. We could consider sending Zhang Jianguo to seek water, while others could work on road construction or blasting rocks. Whichever party manages to provide water to the village first would have their approach adopted. At this juncture, Huang Xin stepped forward, wholeheartedly supporting Zhang Jianguo's proposal, acknowledging the undeniable reality of the village's water shortage. The ability to secure water for the village is a commendable skill. It does not necessarily require someone to resort to explosives. This marked Huang San's first public dissent against Zhao Yuancheng, as he offered his perspective. Lu Hohat, the scorekeeper, hesitated momentarily but ultimately agreed to let Zhang Jianguo attempt to find water, suggesting that an additional well would significantly ease the villagers' burden, sparing them from the necessity of spending excessive time searching for water. Zhao Yuancheng cast a disapproving glare at Lu Hohat, who had only recently been appointed as scorekeeper and was already daring to oppose him, siding with Zhang Jianguo. Did she not wish to continue in her role? If Comrade Zhang Jianguo is capable of locating a water source or possesses a reasonable assurance of doing so, I believe it prudent to allow him the opportunity. If unsuccessful, we can then consider blasting the mountain. After all, we must explore more effective solutions. The speaker was Zhaojia, the village secretary, the most educated individual in Zhao family village, a former high school student with considerable respect in the community. His words resonated with many. Ultimately, despite Zhao Yuancheng's reluctance, he acquiesced to the majority, assigning Zhang Jianguo and Huang San the responsibility of seeking water in the village, granting them 1 week to achieve this task. Should they fail to locate a water source within that week, Zhang Jianguo would be directed to blast the mountain, ensuring easier access for villagers to the stream. 1 week seemed insufficient. At least a month would be necessary. If locating a water source were straightforward, the village chief would have already led the search. Zhang Jianguo feigned a sense of urgency, repeatedly insisting that time was short. In truth, he had meticulously considered the matter when he discovered the underground river, reflecting on the village's previous wells and pondering which might connect to the subterranean flow. Only by identifying the well that leads to the hidden river could the village's water crisis be definitively resolved. That is unacceptable. The villagers cannot afford to wait such an extended period. At most, they could allow half a month. If you lack the confidence to accomplish it, it would be better to resort to blasting rocks for road repair. Zhao Yuancheng's expression hardened. He had intended for Zhang Jianguo to undertake a perilous task. And now with Huang San proposing this alternative, even granting half a month's time felt begrudging. Thus, it was settled. We shall reconvene with Huang San to search for the water source. Observing Zhao Yuancheng's growing irritation, Zhang Jianguo contemplated briefly before readily agreeing. He glanced at Huang San, offering a reassuring smile, signaling him to remain calm, for he was well aware of what needed to be done. With the task of finding a water source at hand, Zhang Jianguo and Huang San diligently set about visiting the locations of the village's existing wells without any inclination towards idleness. Zhao family village is quite expansive and spacious. Originally, there was a grand river bordering the village. However, during the severe drought, the river has run dry, leaving only bare stones at the riverbed. Huang San suggested that they might attempt to dig wells at the riverbed, as the likelihood of encountering water there could be greater than in other locations. The village still possesses a well known as the West Well, situated in the western corner of the village. Under normal circumstances, it yields clear and plentiful water, but during this drought, it too has run dry. The villagers have previously attempted to excavate deeper into the well, but to no avail, leading them to abandon the effort. This time, however, Zhang Jianguo resolved to examine each well, for he was aware of the existence of subterranean rivers, suggesting that Zhao family village should be rich in groundwater. Under such circumstances, the lack of water could only mean that they had not found the right spot or that the wells were not deep enough. Otherwise, how could water be absent? Zhang Jianguo even speculated that the water found in the mountain gully, more than 10 miles away, might be due to the connectivity with the underground river. Otherwise, how could there be water during such a dry season? Huang San, please let my father hold the rope at the well while I go down to investigate. It would be best to bring some tools, Zhang Jianguo proposed, intending to descend into the well. However, he insisted that his father, Zhang Yuancheng, must supervise from above. It was not a matter of distrust towards others. Rather, Zhang Jianguo deemed his safety paramount. Having incurred the ire of Zhao Yuancheng, he felt vulnerable. Should a stone or any object fall from above while he was below, it could spell disaster. He was unwilling to place his life in the hands of others, so if he had to descend, it must be under the watchful eye of his father. Chapter 20. Turning Point. Huang San was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Jianguo's request, but soon understood. For both knew that if someone harbored ill intentions, it would be all too easy to cause harm in the well. Very well. As long as you can locate the water source, I shall support you. I will speak to Zhao Yuancheng. Huang San readily acquiesced. In the village, everyone bore the surname Zhao, except for the militia captain, Huang San, who held considerable respect and credibility in the community. His marksmanship was renowned in the army, and he was notably competent in combat, but more importantly, he was known for his fairness in dealings. Thus, he decided to summon Zhang Yuancheng to assist Zhang Jianguo in searching for the water source. Although Zhao Yuancheng was reluctant, he ultimately could not oppose Huang San's authority and consented to the request. Zhang Jianguo first approached the largest well in the village, located centrally, which typically produced a significant amount of water, but was now dry. He descended to the bottom of the well using a rope, wielding a pickaxe to dig downward. The base of the well was strewn with stones, making the task laborious. After digging down 1 or 2 meters without discovering any water source, his hands began to blister. Fatigue setting in. It appeared that this location was unlikely to yield water, or perhaps it was not near the underground river. He could only examine other wells for potential water sources. Zhang Jianguo scrutinized several more locations, contemplating the flow of the underground river, and ultimately selected a well not far from his home. He continued to dig, but after 1 or 2 days of effort, he still encountered only stones, which left him feeling disheartened. Where does this underground river lead? As long as the direction of the underground river is accurately pinpointed, water should be found. When Zhang Jianguo emerged from the well, he noticed that both Zhang Yuancheng and Huang San displayed expressions of discontent. They had already spent several days searching for a water source, having dug 2 wells without any success. It appeared that finding a water source within half a month would be exceedingly challenging. Was there truly no water beneath the well? The heavens above? Why does it never rain? What are we to do? A bystander from the village could not help but curse and sigh, while others mocked them, believing that their endeavor to find water was nothing but a pipe dream. Particularly Zhang Jianguo, a rogue and a troublemaker. How could his words be taken seriously? Fortunately, Huang San and the others were decent enough, but how could they be swayed by someone like Zhang Jianguo? Hearing the whispers of certain individuals, Zhang Jianguo recognized that such people, when faced with difficulties, do not seek solutions. Instead, they prefer to criticize those who strive to resolve the issues. Yet, once the problems are resolved, these individuals emerge to reap the benefits. Such people are truly detestable. Let me take a break before going down again. I can't shake the feeling that we haven't dug deep enough. Zhang Jianguo glanced back at the well, convinced that its position aligned with the course of the underground river. And logically, there should be water. Was it merely a matter of insufficient depth? This time, I shall go down to dig. You rest. I have experience, he declared. Zhang Yuancheng, concerned for his son, insisted on descending into the well. He recalled the considerable effort they had expended when digging the cellar, which ultimately led them to the underground cave and river. Perhaps if they persisted a little longer, they would uncover unexpected rewards. Ultimately, Zhang Yuancheng descended into the well while Zhang Jianguo rested above, planning to switch places with his father shortly. At that moment, a group of people gathered around Zhao Yuancheng, who approached with an air of arrogance, clearly ready to confront them. I thought you had some brilliant strategy to locate the water source. The method of digging wells has long been employed in the village. We have already excavated these wells to no avail. The drought is severe. Without water, there is simply none. Zhao Yuancheng's words prompted his followers to echo his sentiments, accusing Zhang Jianguo and Zhang Yuancheng of deliberately stalling. They suggested that it would be better to dig a path toward the mountain stream, where a water source was readily available, albeit with no access. If they could blast a route with explosives, it would facilitate water retrieval for everyone. Zhang Jianguo paid no heed to their remarks, focusing intently on discarding the stones he had excavated from the well. He was meticulous in his actions, even using a stick to probe among the stones. Observers, witnessing Zhang Jianguo's peculiar behavior, could not comprehend it and deemed him mad. Is there a water source? One can see that from the well. Why bother with the stones? Do you hope to find gold among them? Father, keep digging. I found red stones. I've discovered red stones. Zhang Jianguo exclaimed, having unearthed red stones reminiscent of those found beneath his own cellar. Astonishingly, there were red stones at the bottom of this well as well. This revelation invigorated Zhang Jianguo's spirit, affirming that his suspicions were indeed correct. The well and the subterranean river were likely interconnected, merely requiring a deeper excavation. As anticipated, upon hearing his son's words, Zhang Yuancheng immediately felt a surge of excitement. He too had discovered those red stones beneath the well, which brought him immense joy. For they held the promise of water beneath them, a secret known only to them. Once they confirmed this matter, their thoughts were singularly focused on digging, taking turns to burrow deeper. After a day of relentless effort, the crowd of villagers observing grew increasingly numerous. Initially, some were quick to voice their skepticism. But soon they heard Zhang Yuancheng exclaim in delight, "There is water! Water is coming!" This proclamation ignited a fervor among the previously hesitant villagers, who rushed to the well, some demanding to see for themselves. When stones laden with mud were unearthed, excitement swept through the crowd. Many offered to assist in the digging, and those who had merely spectated from above now eagerly joined in. Numerous individuals shed their outer garments, clamoring to descend into the well and lend their aid, while Zhang Yuancheng was treated like a hero, hoisted up by others in celebration. The prolonged drought had made access to water a dire challenge for Zhao Village, and if this well yielded water, it would resolve the villagers' struggles entirely, an extraordinary blessing indeed. Zhang Yuancheng was presented with a large bowl of sweetened water, while others brought him a basin for washing. Some dug in his stead, others fetched stools, and yet more fanned him, inquiring about the water's emergence from the well. "Water is seeping out, though not in abundance. I reckon if we dig another meter or two, it might suffice for the villagers," he mused. Never before had Zhang Yuancheng experienced such adulation, surrounded by a throng of supporters. Even Huang Sen could not squeeze in beside him. Observing this scene, Zhang Jianguo felt a profound joy swell within him, realizing his father had never known such a moment of glory. He resolved to live fully, embodying the light that shone within his heart. Chapter 21. I shall bring Zhao Xian down. The discovery of a new water source by Zhang Jianguo and his father, alongside Huang San, became the most sensational news in Zhao Village. The entire village gathered, captivated by the unfolding drama, remaining even as darkness fell, torches aloft, unwilling to depart. The water output of this well was crucial for the entire community's sustenance, especially in the year of severe drought. The news had even reached the town, prompting officials to send representatives to oversee the well-digging efforts. Under Huang San's coordination, villagers had formed shifts, with pairs descending into the well to extract buckets of mud, one holding a torch while the other excavated. The water had already pooled to a depth of half a meter. Based on past experience, they could almost cease digging and simply await the water flow. Yet, the villagers, having lived in fear of water scarcity, persevered, hoping for a more abundant yield from the well to suffice for their needs. As the night deepened, the last group of people climbed up, drenched from head to toe, reporting that the water in the well had already reached a depth of 1 meter. It was then that Huang San ordered the others not to descend any further. He decided to send a few militia members to stand guard by the well throughout the night. They would test the well's depth come dawn. The villagers were elated, gathering around the well, reluctant to leave. Huang San, in high spirits, insisted on treating Zhang Jianguo and his son to a drink, claiming they had rendered an invaluable service and he must express his gratitude. This time, Huang San also invited old Huang to join them. Zhang Jianguo arrived home with a basket of eggs and 2 bottles of liquor. Huang San had good intentions, yet he understood the nuances of social etiquette. In these times, no household was particularly affluent, and Huang San had already treated Zhang Jianguo to 2 meals, so it was only proper that he did not arrive empty-handed. Spotting Zhang Jianguo and his son from a distance, Huang San hurried over, continually insisting that they were merely there for a meal, and that gifts were unnecessary. Anything they brought should be taken back with them. Zhang Jianguo chuckled and offered half a basket of eggs, which prompted Huang San's wife to decline repeatedly, insisting that such a gift was far too extravagant and that they could not keep allowing Zhang Jianguo to bear the expense. Initially, she simply wished to show her appreciation by inviting him for a meal, but the situation had become rather embarrassing. Zhang Jianguo recognized this as Huang San's family's gesture of goodwill and said nothing, merely smiling. Once they settled at the table, Huang San surprised them with a jar of cured meat and a freshly slaughtered native chicken, though this chicken was a rooster from that year, accompanied by a spicy stir-fry. The dishes were exceptionally lavish. "This is quite extravagant. You have even served chicken, and it's not even the new year yet," In rural households, the most precious item was indeed the chicken. Hens were kept for laying eggs to exchange for money, while roosters, except for a select few retained for breeding, were typically castrated to ensure they grew larger and quicker for entertaining esteemed guests during the festive season. Only families like Huang San's, with relatively better circumstances, would engage in such practices. Most others would sell their castrated roosters for cash. A generous plate of stir-fried rooster with potatoes, tender and flavorful, alongside the glistening jar of cured meat, was truly mouth-watering. Sipping on a bit of liquor while savoring the meat was a moment of pure happiness. Huang San beamed with joy, repeatedly rising to pour drinks for Zhang Jianguo and Zhang Yuancheng, praising Zhang Jianguo for his remarkable ability to locate the water source. During their previous meal together, he had been skeptical of Zhang Jianguo's assertions, yet here they were, proven true. Thus, he felt compelled to inquire about the next steps he should take. Previously, Zhang Jianguo had mentioned to him that a militia commander could also become the village chief. This notion left Huang San somewhat skeptical. He harbored doubts about its feasibility, feeling he lacked any significant standing in the village, did not share the Zhao surname, and had no relatives to speak of in the community, rendering any comparison to Zhao Yuancheng implausible. Zhang Jianguo encouraged him to join him in the quest for water. In due time, his reputation would naturally grow. Once he has established his reputation, it will be particularly easy for him to supplant Zhao Yuancheng. Brother Huang, this is nothing. Heed my words, you're just a hair's breadth away from becoming the village chief. In high spirits from the wine, Zhang Jianguo smiled at Huang San and remarked, while Zhang Yuancheng, who was dining alongside, expressed surprise at his son's audacity. Zhao Yuancheng has held the position of village chief for many years. Is it truly so simple to replace him? Having indulged too much in alcohol, Zhang Yuancheng found it hard to believe. Come, let us drink together. And pay no mind to those two youngsters, urged old man Huang, warmly inviting Zhang Yuancheng. He spoke of how life would improve with a well. The well located conveniently close to his home would allow him to draw water effortlessly, sparing him from unnecessary troubles. Zhang Yuancheng reassured him not to worry, offering to help carry a barrel of water when he had the chance, enough to last him several days. He had heard that in the city, there are homes with self-supplying water, where every household has access to both water and electricity, and he wondered if he would ever witness such a day. As the merriment continued, old man Huang sighed wistfully, and Zhang Yuancheng mentioned how delightful it would be to visit the county town, where everything is available for purchase. Some items he had never even seen before. Deep down, he harbored the desire to go to the county town to sell fish for profit. Their revelry lasted until past 7. And when Zhang Yuancheng and his son departed, Huang San saw them off for quite a distance. They whispered together for so long that Zhang Yuancheng returned home still pondering what they had discussed. What were you and Huang San talking about? He inquired of his son. We were deliberating on how to topple Zhao Yuancheng. He is unscrupulous, and his tenure as village chief could lead to dire consequences, Zhang Jianguo replied coldly. In a past life, Zhao Yuancheng had caused considerable suffering to their family, with his father's death and their hardships linked to this village chief. Therefore, to improve their lives, Zhao Yuancheng must be removed, ideally replaced by Huang San. Shoo, do not speak of this openly. It could be disastrous if overheard. Besides, do you think you are capable? Zhang Yuancheng questioned. Capable or not, father, just wait and see. Zhang Jianguo laughed off his father's skepticism, feeling secure now that the courtyard walls were built, allowing them to converse and act freely without attracting attention. By this time, it was 8 o'clock, and Zhao Yuancheng's household had yet to extinguish their lights. As Zhao Cheng was also present, and the brothers were partaking in drinks. A plate of salted duck eggs and peanuts adorned their table, and the atmosphere was not particularly jovial. Let us increase the monetary contribution. Money can be earned again, but if a person is imprisoned, that cannot be undone. There are many matters that need Yuancheng's influence, and once incarcerated, it would severely impact his future work. He must not be tainted with a blemish. The Zhao family will still rely on Yuancheng. Zhao Cheng reflected with regret. His son had many admirable qualities, yet he was excessively impulsive. Even if he wished to pursue certain actions, he must avoid giving others leverage against him. Chapter 22. How did we meet again? Is there truly no other way? I must apply some pressure on Huang San, who is betraying us by aiding Zhang Jianguo's family. In the village, such trivial matters lead to imprisonment. And must we really seek the victim's forgiveness? Perhaps we should send the money up there, or seek the favor of that influential individual. Perhaps Yuancheng could be salvaged. Zhao Yuancheng asked his elder brother with a hint of reluctance, for he was loath to bow to the Zhang family and did not wish to indulge these troublesome folk. It would be foolish to squander such a rare opportunity after finally establishing a connection with someone of importance. We must wait. Perhaps this influential person can offer us even more. Zhao Cheng disagreed. He insisted that Zhao Yuancheng must secure the cooperation of the Zhang Jianguo family, whether through monetary means, power, or other incentives. As long as the Zhang family agreed to cease their entanglements and were willing to explain in the village that it was a misunderstanding, thus retracting their complaints against Zhao Yuancheng, he could return. Once he was back, overcoming the Zhang family would be as easy as pie. Opportunities would abound. Though Zhao Yuancheng was reluctant, he could not oppose Zhao Cheng, who was not only his elder brother, but also the patriarch of the Zhao clan. Zhao Cheng suggested that if Zhao Yuancheng found it difficult to intervene directly, they could enlist others to mediate, offering better terms and more money to stabilize the Zhang family. Retrieving Zhao Yuancheng first. Meanwhile, the Zhang family struggled to sleep that night. They had borrowed Huang San's donkey, which rested in their backyard. Taking advantage of the attention drawn to the well, they planned to visit the black market to sell some catfish and loaches while purchasing grains in return. In recent days, they had been able to enjoy white rice, which had noticeably improved the complexion of Zhang Jianguo's two sisters. He aimed to stockpile food before the weather turned, ensuring that they would not worry about provisions should snow arrive. On this occasion, they prepared to transport 100 to 200 pounds of loaches and 500 pounds of catfish. Previously, they had overpacked, causing the donkey cart to struggle under the weight. Thus, this time, they opted for a lighter load to save time on the journey. Indeed, they arrived early, wrapping themselves securely before setting up their stall. Zhang Jianguo, adhering to his old habits, took a stroll around the black market and soon spotted some eye-catching items, several evidently old porcelain pieces and assorted jars displayed for sale. Antiques? Zhang Jianguo paused, squatting down to examine them closely, running his hand over the surfaces and scrutinizing them further. Take your pick for $100 each. Or trade something of yours, called out the vendor, a man who, like Zhang Jianguo, was bundled up tightly, revealing only his strikingly peculiar eyes, more whites than pupils. A rarity that Zhang Jianguo noted immediately. Too expensive, of no use, I'll pass. Zhang Jianguo exclaimed as he picked up the items, an understanding dawning within him. He said little more and continued onward. The vendor, visibly disappointed, shouted after him, "If you're interested, the price is negotiable." In these times, $100 was indeed exorbitant. It felt almost unreasonable, especially for something that was, in fact, counterfeit. Yes, these so-called antiques were mere replicas, skillfully aged to appear authentic. The black market truly was a den of chaos, replete with all manner of characters and goods, both genuine and false, requiring a discerning eye to navigate. Today, it seems that fish are also being sold in the black market, specifically carp and white mullet weighing about 3 to 6 jin. Upon inquiring about the prices, they were similar to his own, around 5 to 6 jiao, but the quantity was limited, approximately over 100 jin. Zhang Jianguo was well aware of the situation. On his way back, he decided to set the price of loach at 6 jiao per jin and catfish at 5 jiao, which he considered quite reasonable. In this black market, they had gained a bit of notoriety, with several customers who had previously purchased catfish from him returning for more, praising the quality of his fish for their delightful taste and lack of muddy odor. However, the loach sold at 6 jiao per jin was not particularly popular, as the locals did not have much enthusiasm for it, often perceiving it as an inferior fish. If it weren't for the scarcity of fish in the black market, they might have struggled to sell the loach at that price. Zhang Yuancheng sighed in frustration, expressing that he would not bring loach next time and would instead focus on larger catfish, which sold much faster. Large catfish, I want the biggest one. A familiar voice echoed, and Zhang Jianguo spotted the girl with the large eyes. She always insisted on purchasing the largest fish available. All right, today we have a fish weighing 8 jin. I'll throw in a little loach for you. It's perfect for frying and dry frying with some chili. Considering the difficulty in selling loach, he decided to gift her a jin. Then I shall buy 2 or 3 jins of loach. When will you come next? Do you have any particularly large catfish? If so, please reserve one for me. The girl, perhaps encouraged by the gift of loach, hesitated but eventually placed an advance order for a fish. After a moment of thought, she provided Zhang Jianguo with an address, mentioning that if she were not seen at the black market next time, he could deliver the fish there, as someone would ensure payment for a large catfish. Wonderful. Could this be the beginning of a loyal customer? Zhang Jianguo felt a surge of happiness, although the catfish sold out quickly, while the loach remained unsold. After Zhang Yuancheng passed on some reserved catfish to Zhang Wu, he continued selling fish. Zhang Jianguo then ventured to purchase grains and various supplies. Life was challenging, and their household was lacking in essentials. With the weather about to turn and the grain reserves running low, he felt the need to prepare adequately, for the impending cold and snow would pose challenges for sustenance. Thus, he first bought 100 jin of rice, attracting the attention of many, as most people were only purchasing 3 to 5 jin, with a maximum of 10. His bulk purchase of over 100 jin was indeed remarkable. Next, Zhang Jianguo sought pork, only to discover that prices had risen sharply. The last time he bought it was at 5 jiao, but now it had escalated to 6. The swift increase in prices prompted widespread grumbling and indecision among the customers. The pork vendor, anxious, explained that the price hike was beyond his control, citing the rising costs from food companies and the necessity of tickets for purchasing meat. He assured them that his price of 6 jiao without a ticket was still a bargain, cautioning that it might rise to 650 in a few days. How much for the bones? And what about the pig intestines? Bones are 3 jiao, and a set of pig intestines costs 150. Seeing that the tubular bones were only 3 jiao and a set of pig intestines weighing 6 to 7 jin was just 150. Zhang Jianguo promptly purchased them without hesitation. Spotting pig liver as well, he quickly bought a jin to prepare a nourishing pig liver soup. He spent 2 or 3 yuan, but did not acquire any meat. Nearby, elderly individuals shook their heads, deeming him somewhat foolish for spending such a sum on pig offal. Zhang Jianguo paid no heed to their judgments and continued on his way, only to be unexpectedly jostled in the waist. Chapter 23. Is there truly such a thing? At that moment, Zhang Jianguo was burdened with bundles of pig intestines tied with straw, the pungent aroma wafting around him. Concerned that these items might inadvertently swing onto someone else, he quickly sidestepped, only to sense something amiss. It felt as though a hand was groping him. Realizing what was happening, Zhang Jianguo retaliated by flinging the pig intestines towards the man while simultaneously pinching his arm tightly, immobilizing one of the thief's hands. How audacious! Attempting to pilfer from me. I shall teach you a lesson. The thief clutched his face, but Zhang Jianguo recognized him as a petty thief and swiftly delivered a kick, shouting for assistance to apprehend the thief. Immediately, others rushed to help, causing the thief, terrified even after receiving a kick, to tumble away and flee without daring to look back. In these times, many were willing to lend a hand when witnessing theft, often delivering a thorough beating, with some even leaving the thief half dead. Did I lose any money? Thankfully not. My quick reflexes saved me. Thank you all. Here, have a cigarette. Zhang Jianguo placed his burdens down and quickly retrieved cigarettes from his pocket, distributing them to those who had come to his aid. Some recognized him as the fishmonger, expressing their gratitude while discreetly inquiring when he would next have fish for sale and if he could deliver some to their location. This pleased Zhang Jianguo immensely, and he promptly noted down the address, assuring them he would make a delivery next time he had the opportunity. This way, even if he came to the city during the day, he could surreptitiously bring some catfish and deliver them directly to their homes, allowing him to collect payment, far better than selling fish on the black market, thus creating an additional sales avenue. It indicated that many citizens still desired quality goods. The commotion caused by the thief had wasted considerable time, prompting Zhang Jianguo to hasten to deliver the items to his father. He then purchased some candy, along with a few eggs, a hen, and a rooster. The remaining stock comprised about 20 pounds of loach, which he had to sell at a discount. Although he brought fewer fish this time, and the loach fetched a modest price, the sheer weight of several hundred pounds allowed him to earn over 300 yuan. After purchasing some grains and other necessities, he was left with over 200 yuan in cash. In this era, the largest denomination was merely 10 yuan. So having more than 200 yuan in both change and bills formed a thick stack, which Zhang Yuancheng tied to his waistband. He sighed with relief, finally feeling a sense of stability. With money in hand, his heart was finally at ease. Dad, wait for me a moment. I need to use the restroom and will return shortly. Zhang Jianguo glanced at the time. It was still early. He stowed the items he had just purchased into the donkey cart, intending to find a restroom to relieve himself. The restroom was somewhat obscured, seemingly located in a narrow alley. By now, it was well past midnight, and the alley was devoid of illumination, shrouded in darkness, making it difficult to see clearly. A shadowy figure flickered into view. As Zhang Jianguo released his stream of water, he felt an abrupt rush of darkness erupt beside him, moving with astonishing speed. Catching him off guard, almost colliding with it, he couldn't help but curse aloud. Who is that? Why are they running so fast? As his words fell, aided by the faint light ahead, he discerned that it was a large black dog, seemingly carrying something in its mouth. Despite the distance, Zhang Jianguo's immediate instinct was that it was a child, likely a small one. A cold sweat broke out. Panic surged within him. Whose child had been seized by the dog? He shouted, chasing after the creature, intent on finding a sturdy stick or a stone to compel the dog to drop the child. As he pursued, urgency mounting, he spotted a beam of light from a flashlight ahead, followed by a woman's voice calling out, "Stop that dog. It has a child." Zhang Jianguo, drenched in sweat and gripped by dread, was haunted by the thought of the child's fate, uncertain whether the little one was alive or dead. And how could such a thing happen? Bark! Bark! When Zhang Jianguo finally caught up, the dog had already abandoned the child and fled. The woman who had been attempting to restrain the dog was trembling, gripping a flashlight. On the ground lay a newborn infant, slick and seemingly pulled from water. Vulnerable in the chilling air, entirely unclothed, bloodied, and visibly bruised, leaving one to wonder about the child's state. I must check for breath, Zhang Jianguo thought, disregarding conversation with the woman as he quickly knelt and lifted the child, feeling for a heartbeat. To his relief, he discerned the infant was still alive, a girl. His heart raced. Without hesitation, he removed his coat to wrap her warmly, just as a soft red scarf was offered to him. "Please help me take this child to the hospital," a familiar voice implored, prompting Zhang Jianguo to look up. It was the young woman he recognized, the one who frequented his home to purchase large catfish, always bundled in her red scarf. Without a second thought, she had removed it to swaddle the infant. "All right. The child's condition is dire. Please wait a moment while I inform my family," Zhang Jianguo replied, wrapping the child securely in the scarf and then again in his coat. Observing the stillness of the child, he contemplated the hospital expenses he would incur and resolved to collect some money from his father, deciding he would not return home tonight. Saving the child was paramount. "I will accompany you." The young woman, now recognizing Zhang Jianguo, stood on tiptoe, eager to see the child and examine the wounds. He allowed her to hold the child momentarily, assuring her he would return shortly. The young woman cradled the child in her arms, feeling the frail weight of the little one pressing heavily against her. Concerned that the child might be cold, she instinctively drew the infant closer to her chest, gently checking for signs of life. Although the child remained still, the hands and feet seemed to warm slightly. Where could he be? The child could not afford to wait much longer. If matters grew dire, she would have to take the child to the hospital for urgent care. Anxiety gnawed at her as she glanced toward the direction where Zhang Jianguo should have arrived, fearing he might not return. After all, it was evident that this endeavor would be a thankless task. Should the child require hospitalization, countless complications would ensue, with the foremost being the exorbitant medical expenses. In these times of scarcity, everyone struggled to make ends meet. Thus, after some contemplation, she concluded that Zhang Jianguo's prolonged absence suggested he might not come. And fearing further delays, she promptly turned to leave, determined to take the child to the hospital. Chapter 24, Saving a Life. Hey, don't go. Young lady with the child." Suddenly, Zhang Jianguo's voice rang out, startling the young woman who had been hastily departing. Realizing he was calling her, she turned around to find him seated in a donkey cart, which, despite its unpleasant odor, prompted her to hurry and place the child beside her. Beside him, Zhao Yuancheng was driving the cart, grumbling about the misfortune of someone losing their child, lamenting how flesh and blood could be taken away by a dog, and speculating whether there was something wrong with the body. Though Zhang Yuancheng's words were disjointed, he drove the cart swiftly, and in no time, they reached the hospital entrance, where he pressed over 200 yuan, the day's earnings from selling fish, into Zhang Jianguo's hands. "Take this for now. I must return before dawn. When the time comes, tell them you're unwell and need to see a doctor, and I shall excuse you from work. Ensure you handle the child's affairs properly," he instructed. "Understood, father. Rest assured. By the way, do not engage in any disputes with the Zhao family, and absolutely avoid any arguments or fights until I return," Zhang Jianguo cautioned. Deeply concerned that his father's temper might ignite conflict with the Zhao family, potentially leading to a repeat of past misfortunes that he would regret. "I know. Times are better now, and I value my life," Zhang Yuancheng replied, noticing his son's persistent worry about altercations with the Zhao family. a theme he had grown accustomed to hearing. With his father's reassurances, Zhang Jianguo said nothing further and hurried into the hospital with the child. Along the way, he had learned that the girl with the large eyes was named Zhao. She had sent her belongings back with someone else, initially waiting for someone. But fate had led her to this urgent situation. Saving a life took precedence. However, upon their arrival at the hospital, they encountered obstacles. The staff required the child's name, as well as parental details and a referral letter, yet neither Zhang Jianguo nor Zhao Yuancheng possessed any of these documents. It was merely a statement that, upon witnessing a dog carrying a child in its mouth, they rushed the child to the hospital, uncertain of the child's condition or whether there were any injuries or congenital ailments. Fortunately, the hospital expedited the process, as they had encountered similar situations before. The attending physician indicated that the child had been submerged in water and had suffered from exposure, yet the child's physical development appeared intact, with no significant issues. However, the physician cautioned that the child's physiological functions were severely compromised, which could lead to imminent death, urging them to prepare psychologically. Following this, the matter of payment arose. Zhao Yuancheng produced all the money she had, totaling over 50 yuan, and handed it to Zhang Jianguo, imploring him to use it to save the child. Zhang Jianguo, after a moment of contemplation, declined, asserting that he had sufficient funds, which astonished Zhao Yuancheng. After all, this fishmonger was not known for his integrity. Who would have thought he would willingly contribute to saving a life? It was indeed a surprising revelation. At that moment, both waited anxiously outside the emergency room. As Zhang Jianguo sat down, he realized how cold he felt and involuntarily shivered, hastily donning the clothes he had used to wrap the child. Zhao Yuancheng's scarf had already become soiled, stained with blood, and they sat in silence, unsure of what to say. Suddenly, Zhao Yuancheng remarked, "This child must be a girl, abandoned and thrown into the river. I know there is a river nearby. What cruel parents to do this on such a cold day." "Indeed," Zhang Jianguo replied. "We cannot know if she will survive. By the way, I'm from Zhao family village, which is somewhat distant. I have 2 younger sisters, and my parents are quite good. If this child survives, I could take her home. It wouldn't be a burden to provide for her." Zhang Jianguo pondered, realizing that given the circumstances, he did not wish to abandon the child but rather nurture her. After all, it was a life. They continued their conversation, and Zhang Jianguo learned that Zhao Yuancheng was at work, covering for her mother at an unspecified location. Though they were not well acquainted, he was taken aback when Zhao Yuancheng mentioned her mother's retirement, indicating a more comfortable home environment, suggesting that they could indeed care for the child well. As they anxiously awaited news, the doctor finally emerged from the emergency room. The child had been saved, but required further observation due to some external injuries. Hospitalization was advisable for a while. The doctor's swift delivery of good news brought a wave of relief to both, their hearts swelling with gratitude for the child, who had seemed on the brink of death, had shown remarkable resilience. Thus, they began to deliberate on how to arrange for the child's future. Ultimately, at Zhang Jianguo's insistence, it was decided that the child would be hospitalized initially, and if her condition improved, she would temporarily stay with Zhao Yuancheng. Should she be unable to care for the child adequately, Zhang Jianguo would also be willing to take her home. "I know your home," he said. "Next time, I shall bring you some fish. This child is so young. She will need milk powder and other essentials, or else her health may decline further." In this moment, Zhang Jianguo was not only focused on the child's recovery, but also took the opportunity to observe Zhao Yuancheng closely. When Zhang Jianguo first encountered her, she was always adorned with a scarf, revealing only her large, captivating eyes. At that moment, he realized how strikingly beautiful she truly was. Her fair skin and large eyes made her resemble a figure from a painting. She left a lasting impression that was impossible to forget. Moreover, Zhao Yuancheng was quite tall, with long legs, standing beside Zhang Jianguo, almost matching his height. "All right, let's get the biggest catfish," Zhao Yuancheng said cheerfully, her mood noticeably elevated. By this time, dawn had already broken, and she hurried back, mentioning that she had to return to work, while Zhang Jianguo expressed his willingness to wait a bit longer. The child had already been taken out of the emergency room when Zhang Jianguo went to check. The infant had fallen asleep after having some formula. He gently touched the child's soles and the back of their hands, noting that they were warm, and the child had been dressed in new clothes. The injuries appeared to be minor, consisting of superficial abrasions, not particularly severe. This realization stirred Zhang Jianguo's emotions. It seemed that the dog had indeed saved the child's life. as it could have been far worse had they not reached the hospital in time. It also suggested that the child was fortunate. He pondered over what name to give the child and considered inquiring about any families in distress over a missing child. If the child's parents were indeed searching frantically, how anxious they must be. As for Zhou Zhilan's earlier comments, there was some merit to her words. Zhang Jianguo silently wished for the child's future happiness after being rescued. At that moment, Zhou Zhilan had already informed her family, only to find that it had caused quite a stir. Chapter 25. You still don't have a partner. The first to voice opposition was Zhou Zhilan's father, Zhou Deming. You, an unmarried young woman, picking up a child, what does that mean? What will others say? How will you find a partner later? Our factory director has praised you several times in front of me. I was even thinking of introducing you to his son. Upon hearing her father's words, Zhou Zhilan frowned, clearly displeased. Dad, I've told you countless times that I will find my own partner. You need not worry about that. If one stands upright, they need not fear shadows. The child was found. If we don't take care of them, they could lose their life. Our family can afford to raise this child. My salary is substantial. Zhou Zhilan had a well-paying job, while her mother, due to health issues, had retired early. It's quite pitiful. If we keep the child, I can help take care of them while I'm at home. We'll just have one more daughter. Zhou Zhilan's mother, Lan Ling, a frail woman often plagued by illness and lack of energy, had allowed her eldest daughter to take charge while she focused on her health at home. They also had a son who was working. In regard to Zhou Zhilan's decision, she was quite supportive. You shouldn't interfere with this. You all are inexperienced and worry too much. This child absolutely cannot be kept. What if Zhilan marries later? What would a second child mean? Zhou Deming, with a stern expression, chastised both his daughter and his wife. Expressing his disdain for their reckless behavior, he questioned whether they were treating the act of adopting a child as a mere jest, failing to recognize that their children were already grown, on the verge of forming their own families. The sudden addition of another child could lead to unfounded gossip, which was utterly unacceptable. He argued that leaving the child at the hospital sufficed. After all, the institution would ensure the child's survival. Thus they had done their utmost in this matter. Zhou Zhilan, observing her father's fury, fell silent, patiently waiting for him to rush off to work. Meanwhile, she leaned in to whisper to her mother, "Together, our salaries exceed 100 yuan monthly. Caring for a child would be manageable. After all, we cannot simply disregard a life." As Zhou Zhilan conversed with her mother, she suddenly heard her name being called from outside. Rushing out, she found her cousin, Zhao Yuancheng, who was expressing his frustration at her for not waiting for him after they had agreed to return together. He inquired about her whereabouts the previous night. "I found a baby and took it to the hospital. Would you like to come and see?" Zhou Zhilan often accompanied her cousin to the black market, their visits conducted in secrecy unbeknownst to others. "Is that so? Let's go see." "Mother, come along." Zhou Yuancheng, who was quite tall, was visibly excited at the prospect of seeing the child and urged Lan Ling to join them. Thus, when Zhang Jianguo was attempting to feed the infant formula, he was taken aback to see Zhou Zhilan and a small entourage suddenly appear before him, leaving them all momentarily speechless. Zhou Zhilan quickly introduced them as the ones who had rescued the baby. She recounted how they had witnessed a dog carrying the infant, and after chasing the dog away, they had saved the child. Zhou Yuancheng, wide-eyed with disbelief, examined the faint bite marks on the baby's body, which eased his concerns. "I can't help but feel that the dog was protecting the child. If those bite marks were truly from a dog, they wouldn't be so shallow. I never even dared to dream of such a scenario. This child, having survived such peril, surely has a bright future ahead." "What is her name?" Zhou Yuancheng asked. His interest peaked as he attempted to feed the baby formula, albeit clumsily, failing even to match Zhang Jianguo's skill. Ultimately, it was Lan Ling who took over the task. At that moment, the baby seemed to open her eyes and smiled at Lan Ling, a smile that melted her heart, prompting her to gently cradle the child. "She is truly beautiful and even smiles. Let's name her Xiao Xiao." Lan Ling's suggestion elicited laughter from everyone. The name was delightful, indeed, Xiao Xiao. Zhou Yuancheng scrutinized Zhang Jianguo, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, yet upon deeper reflection, he dismissed the thought, assuming it was merely a trick of the light. Zhang Jianguo, noticing Zhou Zhilan's family had arrived, recognized that her constant companion, Zhou Yuancheng, was her cousin. A small group of individuals was deliberating the placement of a child named Xiao Xiao. Zhang Jianguo expressed his willingness to take the child home, asserting that although his family lived in the countryside, They enjoyed a harmonious household with kind-hearted parents who would treat Xiao as one of their own. He noted that their living conditions were not particularly poor, and they could certainly provide for the child's basic needs. Zhang Jianguo's readiness to assume the responsibility of raising Xiao took Lan Ling and Zhao Yuancheng by surprise, as it is rare to find someone willing to nurture a child who is not their own. They were impressed by Zhang Jianguo's sense of duty, though Zhao Zilan and Lan Ling felt a pang of reluctance. Lan Ling pulled her daughter aside and remarked that Zhang Jianguo seemed to possess a good heart and would likely care well for the child. She suggested they take down his address, promising to visit when they had the opportunity, and if the child was not being well cared for, they could bring her back. Alternatively, if Zhang Jianguo's family was unwilling, they could also take Xiao in. Ultimately, they resolved to ensure that Xiao would not be mistreated, for she was a pitiable child whom they had rescued and must treat with kindness. Understanding her mother's compassionate nature, Zhao Zilan agreed to the plan, albeit with a heavy heart. However, Xiao would need to remain in the hospital for a few more days, prompting Zhao Zilan and her mother to prepare clothing for the child, as the weather was turning cold and Xiao had no garments to wear. Even if Zhang Jianguo intended to care for the child, as a man, he would likely struggle with such tasks. Thus, Zhao Zilan and her mother hurriedly procured cotton fabric and borrowed a sewing machine from a neighbor, working together to sew a small cotton jacket and pants for Xiao. While Zhao Yuancheng was at the hospital tending to the child, Zhang Jianguo arranged to pick her up in 3 days. He then rushed home to discuss the matter with his family. Upon his return, he was greeted with jubilation, as the village was celebrating as if it were the new year. Many villagers warmly greeted him, inquiring about his health. Zhang Jianguo quickly assured them that he had visited the hospital and obtained some medication, and was in good spirits. It was at this moment he learned that the village well had sprung forth with an abundant water supply, resolving the villagers' water issues, which explained their festive mood. His father, Zhang Yuancheng, and Huang San were regarded as heroes for their assistance, and the community was even contemplating holding a commendation ceremony in their honor, encouraging nearby villages to follow their example. Amidst the cheerful atmosphere, Zhang Jianguo shared the news about Xiao. How unfortunate for the child. Surviving such adversity must bring her future blessings. It seems fate has intertwined our lives, he said. Why not bring her home? She's so young. We must find some formula for her nourishment, or her health may suffer as she grows. He Yufeng lamented the child's plight while eagerly strategizing about where to procure milk powder, never once considering abandoning the child. Indeed, this child is meant to be with the Zhang family. I have gained another daughter, Zhang Yuancheng said with delight. She is fortunate. Right after she was found, the village well started flowing. Such fortuitous signs bode well for us. Zhang Jianguo understood that his parents would not have the heart to refuse, and he felt a sense of relief as they readily agreed, expressing their delight. He casually informed his 2 younger sisters, and surprisingly, it was Zhang Hongyue, the youngest who had yet to start school, who was the most thrilled. Upon hearing that she would soon have a little sister, she initially feared losing her playmate but then realized she could enjoy time with her sister instead. Only Zhang Hongmei appeared somewhat glum. Zhang Jianguo rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a handful of white rabbit milk candies, distributing them among his sisters. This gesture brought an immediate smile to Zhang Hongmei's face. The allure of sweets was irresistible. With her craving satisfied, the thought of having a sister faded from her concerns. In the following 2 to 3 days, both Zhang Yuancheng and Huang San were exceedingly busy, tirelessly leading the villagers to clean and secure the well, while also rushing to the township to report on their work and attend meetings. This newfound prominence earned Zhang Yuancheng a level of respect he had never experienced before. He was greeted with smiles and friendly hellos wherever he went. On the other hand, Zhaocheng had sent messages through intermediaries, offering a compensation of 350 yuan along with some gifts. Hoping for the Zhang family to assist in retracting the accusations against Zhao Yuancheng in the county, Zhang Jianguo neither accepted nor declined the offer this time, fearing that the Zhao family, cornered, might act against their interests. More importantly, he and Huang San were strategizing on a matter that required Zhao Xian to let down his guard. Thus, they were not in a hurry regarding Zhao Yuancheng's situation, as he remained detained, while it was Zhaocheng and his family who were anxious. On the 3rd day, the day Zhang Jianguo had arranged to meet Zhao Yuancheng, he hurried into the city. He thoughtfully brought along a few fish, intending to gift one to Zhao Zilan and sell the rest to a previously agreed-upon buyer. The money he hoped to earn would be used to purchase milk powder for Xiao, who was still very young and had suffered greatly. The doctor advised that she should have milk powder to reduce the risk of any serious health issues. When Zhang Jianguo delivered the fish to Zhou Zilan's home, he did not ask for payment, as he noticed that she and Lan Ling had made several new outfits for Xiao Xiao, particularly a cotton coat that looked cheerful and beautiful. The thick cotton stuffing indicated it was made from new, warm materials. Such clothing was certainly not less valuable than his fish, and the prompt creation of these garments alleviated a significant worry of his. Originally, Zhang Jianguo had intended to ask his mother to find some old clothes for Xiao Xiao, but this issue had been perfectly resolved, greatly enhancing his impression of Zhou Zilan and her daughter. Carrying the clothes for Xiao Xiao, they planned to go together to pick her up from the hospital and buy some milk powder. Zhou Zilan resided near the county wind turbine factory, the most renowned state-owned enterprise in the area. The factory offered excellent benefits and housing, and they lived in the family courtyard, occupying 2 rooms that included a small yard. As they walked out with Xiao Xiao's clothes, they encountered someone greeting Zhou Zilan, who cheerfully inquired if Zhang Jianguo was her partner, remarking on his good looks. This made Zhou Zilan blush, and she hurriedly denied it, explaining that he was merely a relative coming to pick up some things, and that they would be leaving shortly. Zhou Zilan, upon leaving the family compound, continued to explain to Zhang Jianguo that the only downside of the compound was the familiarity of everyone. If she did not clarify matters, even trivial incidents could become the subject of rampant gossip. She urged him not to take offense, assuring him that it was no different in the countryside, eliciting a chuckle from him. Zhang Jianguo thought little of it, observing that the family compound was akin to rural life, one in the city and the other in the village, yet the penchant for gossip remained unchanged. As they headed to the hospital, Zhou Zilan deliberately maintained a distance from Zhang Jianguo, mindful that their closeness could lead to misunderstandings in the urban setting. Fortunately, they encountered no acquaintances at the hospital. In a moment of affection, Zhou Zilan could not resist giving a kiss to the little girl, Xiao Xiao, and promptly changed her into a fresh outfit. She handed Zhang Jianguo a can of milk powder, insisting he feed it to Xiao Xiao, expressing her desire that the child should never suffer. Moreover, Zhou Zilan discreetly slipped Zhang Jianguo 100 yuan, intending it for Xiao Xiao's meals, encouraging him to inform her if anything else was needed, as she was willing to procure more milk powder for the child. This gesture moved Zhang Jianguo. "I never would have guessed you could be so kind to Xiao Xiao," he remarked. "Of course, she is the child I rescued, and I cherish her. Once she grows up, our days will be filled with laughter and joy." Zhou Zilan gazed at Xiao Xiao with a tender expression, repeatedly urging Zhang Jianguo to care for her attentively, to treat her kindly. Should he face difficulties in raising her, he could ask for assistance from her mother, who would be willing to help, or he could even consider adopting her himself. "It's all right, my parents are fully supportive. Xiao Xiao will take on the Zhang surname. Becoming Zhang Xiao Xiao, she will be my little sister," Zhang Jianguo said, his heart softening as he looked at the child's small mouth and eyes. In his past life, he had no children of his own, and now he had unexpectedly found a little baby in such circumstances. It felt surreal, as if heaven had bestowed upon him a family member to nurture. They would certainly provide well for Xiao Xiao. "My home is in Zhao Family Village. If you ever have the time, do visit. After all, had it not been for your voice back then, perhaps I would never have found this child. You have saved her life," Zhang Jianguo said softly, noticing how Zhou Zilan held Xiao Xiao with reluctance. "All right, I remember your home in Zhao Family Village, and I should be able to find it. If you do not treat Xiao Xiao well, I will take her back. By the way, I hope she can find a family in the city when she grows older. It's not that I look down on you, but I believe that since she was found by the river, her parents may not be far away." Zhou Zilan pondered for a moment, her hand instinctively brushing against the small black birthmark on Xiao Xiao's lower back. The mark resembled a palm print, and the elders often said that children bearing such marks were celestial beings who had been reluctant to descend to the mortal realm, having been sent down with a gentle slap. Whether there was truth to this, she could not say. Chapter 27. Disrespecting the Elders. After Zhang Jianguo brought Xiao Xiao home, the news spread swiftly throughout the village, and many villagers flocked to his home to witness the commotion. Zhang Jianguo did not conceal the matter. He initially stated that he found a newborn girl in the mouth of a large black dog. She appeared to have recently been born, and her parents remained unknown. However, should anyone possess such knowledge, he would be exceedingly grateful for the information. It seemed likely that this little girl had been abandoned by a family desperate for a son, or perhaps by parents of dubious background who could not bear the sight of her. Although his family cherished children, he warned against adopting one that might bring misfortune. Old Lady Yang, who expressed this sentiment, looked at the young girl with a disdainful smile, dismissing her as a burden. In rural areas, girls do not contribute labor as children. Once they reach a certain age, they are typically married off to bear children for their husbands. If they live nearby, they might return occasionally to care for their parents, but if they are wed far away, it often feels as though they were never nurtured at all. Rarely seen throughout the year, they cannot assist their parents or support their brothers. What could be more burdensome than that? The term burden is often reserved for women. Why is it that kind words cannot be spoken? Without these so-called burdens, where would your descendants come from? He Yufeng, who was playfully engaging with the young girl, felt her mood darken upon hearing Old Lady Yang's remarks. Glancing at her two daughters, she could no longer contain her frustration and retorted. Typically, she maintained a good temperament, but she could not tolerate the blatant preference for sons. I have not spoken falsely, she asserted. Look at your family. Your son is a ne'er-do-well, a sickly creature who can barely support himself. How can you afford to raise more children? Only to have them be burdens as well. And you expect not to be criticized? Where's the sense in that? Old Lady Yang, incensed, had been enjoying a period of relative peace at home, as her daughter-in-law had taken charge of the children. But with He Yufeng's confrontation, she had found a new target for her ire. However, the Zhang family did not tolerate her provocations. We can manage just fine without your interference, Zhang Jianguo interjected. Respecting the elderly must be contingent upon their worthiness. Individuals like Old Lady Yang, who show no respect for others, hardly deserve any themselves. Had she not sought out trouble, I would not have resorted to such words. Upon witnessing his mother embroiled in another quarrel with the Zhang family, Yang Xiong hurried over to pull her away. Lu Hohat quickly approached the Zhang family to apologize, explaining that her mother-in-law was simply that way, urging them not to take it to heart. She even offered to help care for the girl, stating that she still had some milk to spare, should they ever need assistance. Lu Hohat was indeed a commendable daughter-in-law. Yet her situation with such a troublesome mother-in-law was challenging. Thank you, Hohat. Do take a moment to counsel your husband. Your mother-in-law has a penchant for causing strife. You two must work together, or your harmonious home may be torn apart by her antics. As He Yufeng and Lu Hohat attended to the children, they exchanged pleasantries, recognizing that He Yufeng had a keen eye for relationships. In a previous life, Lu Hohat and Yang Xiong had been driven to ruin by her mother-in-law's meddling. Lu Hohat had ultimately met a tragic end, while Yang Xiong had never found solace. Now, as Old Lady Yang aged and relinquished her responsibilities, she remained oblivious to the repercussions of her past actions. She believed only that Lu Guifeng was a harbinger of misfortune who had led her son astray. Aunt, I understand your intentions for my well-being. I also desire to establish a separate household, yet Yang Xiong remains reluctant. He argues that our younger brother has yet to marry and wishes to toil for a few more years, intending to secure a bride for him before we divide the family. His mother and brother enjoy a comfortable life, yet Lu Hohat sighed, recognizing that her husband possesses considerable strength and does not shy away from hard work. However, he consistently prioritizes the needs of the extended family over their own small household. Looking at the little girl from the Zhang family, adorned in new clothes, she couldn't help but notice that her own daughter was still wearing her sister's hand-me-downs, patched together with countless stitches. All the money had been handed over to Yang Laotai, purportedly for the purpose of securing a bride for the younger son. Yang Xiong is indeed a good son. There's nothing wrong with a couple discussing matters in the warmth of their bed, He Yufeng suggested to Lu Hohat, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, yet she silently etched the advice into her memory. After bidding farewell to Lu Hohat, He Yufeng observed sisters Zhang Hongyue and Zhang Hongmei, who were peering into the cradle at the sleeping Xiao. Hongyue reached out to gently touch Xiao's cheek, prompting He Yufeng to call out, concerned that Hongyue might inadvertently harm the child. Hongmei, take Hongyue to play elsewhere. Xiao is sleeping, and I shall make new shoes for you, He Yufeng instructed. With one leg propped beside the cradle, she rhythmically rocked it, and soon Xiao's eyelids fluttered shut. At this tender age, the child seemed to know nothing but eating and sleeping, remaining placid as long as she was well fed. As He Yufeng watched the child slumber, she hastily gathered scraps of fabric she had been saving. Applying paste to the wooden board, she layered it with fabric, knowing that only after multiple coats could she sew them tightly together to form a thick shoe sole. The process of crafting a pair of shoes, seemingly simple, demanded much time and numerous steps. Concerned about her children's feet growing cold in winter, she took care to fill the shoe uppers with cotton, ensuring they would have warm footwear during the chilly months. She initially intended to create 2 pairs of winter shoes for her children, but now also needed to make 2 pairs of thick socks and soft-soled winter shoes for Xiao. This endeavor was quite time-consuming, but fortunately, Zhang Jianguo had procured a substantial amount of kerosene from the black market, allowing her to work late into the night without becoming flustered. As for adult shoes, her son mentioned that cotton shoes were available in the black market, which would save her considerable effort. After nightfall, Zhang Jianguo sought out Huang San, and the two engaged in lengthy discussion within a room. Zhang Jianguo scribbled a name on paper and handed it to Huang San. What does this mean? Why her? Is this even useful? Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Huang San exclaimed, astonished at the name before him, struggling to believe his eyes. After verifying multiple times, he inquired of Zhang Jianguo whether there had been an error. There is no mistake. You will need to work hard in the coming days. If we manage to execute this plan, it will surely bring you the success you seek. Zhang Jianguo asserted. This feels rather precarious. What if someone discovers it? Wouldn't that spell trouble for me? Huang San hesitated, sensing the dubious nature of the proposition. Zhang Jianguo scoffed disdainfully and informed Huang San that flies do not land on an egg without seams. It was not their fault. They were merely playing their part at the opportune moment, and there was no need for guilt. A man engaged in grand endeavors must not be bogged down by trivialities. All right, I shall heed your counsel. What do you say we take turns? Huang San gritted his teeth and ultimately agreed with Zhang Jianguo to tackle the matter together. Chapter 28 truly held a certain mystique. Zhaocheng and Zhao Yuancheng had been feeling quite restless these past few days. They had initiated discussions with the Zhang family on 2 separate occasions. The amount of compensation continued to escalate, now nearing 300. 300 could sometimes be the price of a life. Zhao Yuancheng disapproved, yet Zhaocheng's singular focus on rescuing his son prevailed. He insisted that they could swiftly earn back a few hundred, asserting that as long as their child returned, he would devise a means to recover the subsequent funds. The Zhang family would ultimately be compelled to return both principal and interest. If gentler tactics proved ineffective, they could resort to more forceful measures. With so many children in the Zhang family, it would be simple to abduct one, thereby coercing Zhang Yuancheng into playing the role of the benevolent actor to resolve the situation without incurring much expense. Zhao Yuancheng had long harbored disdain for Zhang Jianguo and intended to deal him a severe blow, were it not for Zhao Yuancheng. Both Zhang Yuancheng and Zhang Jianguo could have faced dire consequences. To exaggerate, as winter approached and the snow began to fall, the arrival of wild beasts could create a gruesome scene. A life lost could be dismissed with a mere word. The Zhao family was not to be trifled with. Recently, the Zhang family had uncovered a water source, drawing the attention of the village. Caution was imperative. Furthermore, their proximity to Huang San, a militia leader with reconnaissance skills, demanded that they refrain from rash actions. Engaging in reckless behavior could yield unfavorable results. It was wiser to show humility, soften their stance, and offer compensation. Zhaocheng urged Zhao Yuancheng to act prudently, suggesting that he would personally approach the Zhang family the following day to gauge their opinions, aiming to devise a precise strategy to resolve the matter swiftly. With Zhao Yuancheng still detained, any delay would be detrimental to their cause. Should circumstances turn dire, Zhaocheng had a trump card yet to be played, though it was a rare opportunity, and he feared that using it to save his son might lead to future regret. After all, the benefactor had promised to assist him once, just once, after which the chance would vanish. Zhao Yuancheng left his elder brother's home in discontent, feeling a profound discomfort. His brother had not always been this way. Why now did he seem so fearful of both wolves and tigers? The Zhang family, particularly Zhang Yuancheng, had long been targets for elimination, but this time Zhao Yuancheng had been careless, failing to anticipate the potential pitfalls. At that moment, a tempest of frustration brewed within Zhao Yuancheng. He glanced at the sky, now nearly midnight. The villagers had long since retired, and darkness enveloped the area, devoid of light or moon, rendering visibility nearly impossible. He initially intended to return home, but after a few steps, inexplicably turned down a different path. Zhao Village was expansive, with distances separating the eastern and western ends, and many houses were haphazardly constructed due to the terrain, some standing in remote locations. Much like the residents of Li Xiaohua in the village. Recently, the neighbors of her home are situated several dozen meters away, rendering them largely oblivious to any commotion. In the dead of night, a loud crash against her window shattered the silence, accompanied by the plaintive cries of a cat. Li Xiaohua was abruptly awakened. Yet instead of succumbing to panic, she calmly turned to ignite the kerosene lamp in her dwelling and hurled a few choice words toward the outside. Whose stray cat has escaped its confines to invade my territory? It's me. In the enveloping darkness, the expected cat calls vanished, replaced by the voice of Zhao Yuancheng, eliciting a mix of astonishment and delight in Li Xiaohua. A quick glance confirmed that her child was sound asleep. As for her husband, he had been away for some time, engaged in channel repairs and absent at night, inadvertently creating an opportunity for others. The door swung open, revealing Li Xiaohua, whose conspicuously ample bosom brought a smile to Zhao Yuancheng's face. Though she was no longer in her youth, being in her 30s with children, and not conventionally beautiful, she possessed a remarkable attribute. Having nurtured several children, her figure was notably generous. To what extent, one might jest, the villagers often referred to her as a dairy cow. Typically, Li Xiaohua appeared quite ordinary, maintaining a cordial relationship with her husband and managing the household with 2 children. However, her innate laziness and aversion to labor led her to seek comfort, gradually allowing Zhao Yuancheng to win her over with small favors. And they would rendezvous when no one was watching. Whenever Zhao Yuancheng intended to visit Li Xiaohua, he would conveniently assign her husband distant tasks, ideally at night when he would not return, facilitating the clandestine meetings. Zhao Yuancheng harbored no other interests but this, having a penchant for ample bosoms. Consequently, her husband was frequently dispatched on far-flung assignments, ensuring that he was often away, while the remoteness of Li Xiaohua's home, coupled with Zhao Yuancheng's seemingly serious demeanor, allowed their affair to remain largely undiscovered by the villagers. After all, in terms of familial hierarchy, Li Xiaohua was technically Zhao Yuancheng's niece-in-law. Once inside, the kerosene lamp extinguished. The room resonated with laughter and various inappropriate sounds, leaving Huang San, who lurked outside, utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that Zhang Jianguo was truly astute? When he initially suggested that Huang San keep an eye on Li Xiaohua's household, Huang San had thought him mad, considering Li Xiaohua's age and looks, as well as her connection to Zhao Yuancheng. Zhao Yuancheng, known for his seriousness and lack of frivolity with women, seemed an unlikely candidate for clandestine escapades in Li Xiaohua's chamber. It was striking that Li Xiaohua had actually allowed him entry. Clearly, their liaison had been ongoing for some time. No wonder, during the annual winter hunts, although Li Xiaohua's husband was not a militia member, Zhao Yuancheng would instruct Huang San to take him into the mountains, ostensibly to ensure he brought back more game for the family. Reflecting on it now, it was evident that this was not merely about caring for a nephew and helping him provide for his family. Instead, it was a ruse to distract the nephew and indulge with the niece-in-law. How despicable Zhao Yuancheng truly was. The concealment was indeed profound. How had he not perceived it before? Zhang Jianguo was truly remarkable. As Huang San pondered these matters, he noticed the door creaking open once more, revealing Zhao Yuancheng sneaking out, which prompted a twinge of disdain from Huang San. As Zhao Yuancheng departed, Li Xiaohua extinguished the light, and Huang San stealthily made his exit. He did not head home immediately. Instead, he contemplated visiting Zhang Jianguo. The night had grown somewhat chilly. With a gentle knock, Huang San roused Zhang Jianguo from his slumber. Believing a grave matter had arisen, Zhang Jianguo was startled to see Huang San's face alight with excitement as he recounted how he had tracked Zhao Yuancheng, who had indeed visited Li Xiaohua's residence, confirming the veracity of the claims made. What shall we do next? Huang San lamented, feeling a pang of regret for not being better prepared for such an abrupt turn of events. Otherwise, he could have trapped Zhao Yuancheng within the confines of the house. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became, oblivious to Zhang Jianguo's fervent headshaking, disapproving of his approach. Chapter 29, Arrangements. Capturing thieves and illicit lovers can be executed by anyone, but you must not be the one to confront Zhao Yuancheng directly. In this scenario, your involvement would be detrimental and would undermine our credibility. Zhang Jianguo's admonition caused Huang San to mentally chastise himself for allowing his excitement to cloud his judgment. He had vigilantly monitored Zhao Yuancheng precisely because the man was unworthy of his position as village head, intending to orchestrate his downfall. If the villagers discovered that it was his machinations that led to Zhao Yuancheng's ascent, it would surely be a cause for discontent among them. Zhang Jianguo's words rang true. What do you propose then? Zhao Yuancheng's comings and goings are swift. He is in and out in a mere 10 minutes. We must act quickly, or we shall grasp nothing. Huang San cursed under his breath, having witnessed Zhao Yuancheng's rapid movements firsthand. It was no wonder he had managed to carry on with Li Xiaohua for so long, while so few in the village were aware of their liaison. I have a plan. I will arrange things, and you can assist in maintaining control when the time comes. Zhang Jianguo contemplated, advising Huang San to first discern the patterns of Zhao Yuancheng's movements, after which they could strategize their next steps together. After bidding Huang San farewell, the clock had struck midnight. Zhang Jianguo promptly arose to change Xiao Xiao's diaper. Xiao Xiao was generally well-behaved. As long as she was fed and content, she rarely cried. To allow her parents a moment of respite, Zhang Jianguo would place Xiao Xiao in her cradle for a while, ensuring that the family did not tire any one member excessively. Meanwhile, in the city, Zhou Zhilan's family had introduced her to Zheng Tai, the son of a factory manager. Although they were not particularly acquainted, their families resided in different quarters of the same complex, and they had heard of each other through mutual connections. Zheng Tai was robust and portly, clearly someone who had not faced much hardship in life. He was quite taken with Zhou Zhilan, having harbored a crush on her for some time. Her beauty elicited compliments from all who beheld her. Zheng Tai had attempted to court her several times, but she had shown little interest. Ultimately, it was Zheng Tai's father who intervened, reaching out to Zhou Zhilan's father. Following discussions between the families, Zhou Zhilan and Zheng Tai were permitted to spend time together. However, Zhou Zhilan felt indifferent towards Zheng Tai, finding his persistent presence rather bothersome, akin to a fly buzzing incessantly before her. It is not a matter of boasting about one's abilities or the scarce resources one can procure at home. It is rather about how deeply he cherishes Zhou Zhilan. The emptiness she feels when a day passes without seeing him is palpable. Such sentiments irritate Zhou Zhilan, who wishes he would simply vanish for a day or two, or at the very least, for a few hours. She has never encountered anyone quite so clingy. If you truly possess such prowess, why not procure some infant formula for me? The finest kind for babies, of which I shall reimburse you in full. Should you refuse payment, I shall not accept it. In an effort to divert Zheng Tai, Zhou Zhilan thought to task him with acquiring some baby formula. This particular item is indeed in high demand and somewhat rare in the marketplace. Little Xiao Xiao is too young and requires formula for proper nourishment. Otherwise, it would be challenging to care for the child. The last time she managed to secure a can of formula, it took considerable effort. If Zheng Tai could genuinely procure some for her, it would not only keep him from lingering about her, but would also genuinely assist Xiao Xiao. Ah, baby formula, splendid. I shall fetch it for you immediately. Yet, may I inquire why you require infant formula? Should it not be for you or your brother? Zheng Tai, elated that Zhou Zhilan was willing to engage with him and even enlist his help, felt a surge of joy, albeit accompanied by a tinge of confusion. After all, she specifically requested baby formula, and he recalled no infants in her household. Perhaps you lack connections. If that is the case, it is understandable. I can indeed be of assistance, he declared. Of course, just a little formula is not beyond my capabilities. Zheng Tai was eager to prove himself, wishing to leave a favorable impression on Zhou Zhilan, who he sensed was not particularly fond of him. However, he believed that persistence would yield opportunities by remaining close. Their interactions would naturally flourish, and the presence of others would become inconsequential. Thus, he hurried off to procure the baby formula. Zhou Zhilan exhaled in relief, feeling a slight warmth in their interaction, yet a shadow of worry lingered in her heart. Zheng Tai is not a bad person, but their interactions often feel uncomfortable. Her father insists she cultivate a relationship with Zheng Tai, with the prospect of marriage in mind. Marrying Zheng Tai? The thought caused her a headache. While he is not entirely unappealing, his constant presence is tiresome, and she finds the dynamic between them rather stifling. The prospect of a married life with him does not ignite any excitement within her. Therefore, Zhou Zhilan resolved to clarify her feelings to Zheng Tai when the opportunity arose, believing they were not particularly suited for one another. Should he succeed in procuring the formula for Xiao Xiao, she would not only reimburse him, but also provide some additional compensation. She could not allow Zheng Tai to incur a loss. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianguo remained unaware of the situation between Zhao Yuancheng and Li Xiaohua, which Huang San had already discovered and was preparing to exploit. Originally, Zhao Yuancheng had asked Lu Hohat and Yang Xiong to persuade the Zhang family, but their visit yielded little more than a brief mention of the village chief's request for dialogue. Ultimately, the decision rested with the Zhang family. Though the couple was not particularly loquacious, they were astute enough to discern familial loyalties. Zhang's family has always been kind to Lu Hohat. At times, when she feels vexed by her mother-in-law and has nowhere to escape, She finds solace in visiting the Zhang household, lightening her mood and bringing her daughter along, making life a tad more bearable. Zhao Yuancheng and Zhao Cheng, realizing that persuasion was futile, found themselves in a state of urgency, prompting Zhao Cheng to pay another visit. Although he did not encounter Zhang Yuancheng, he did meet Zhang Jianguo. Upon seeing Zhao Cheng extend an olive branch, expressing a willingness to compensate for his losses and mend the rift between their families, he spoke many flattering words, admitting that the Zhao family also bore some culpability. He assured that when Zhao Yuancheng returned, he would discipline his son properly. While the sincerity of this promise was questionable, the gesture was undeniably humble. This display of humility even stirred something within He Yufeng, who discreetly pulled Zhang Jianguo aside to suggest letting bygones be bygones. After all, they were from the same village, and the Zhao family's willingness to make amends was commendable. With their lives improving and a desire to avoid further conflict, they might as well choose not to pursue the matter any further. In truth, had it been under normal circumstances, Zhang Jianguo would have likely accepted the olive branch. This was the mindset of ordinary folks who feared trouble. With the Zhao family's numbers and influence, securing any advantage was already a feat, and they dared not provoke them further. However, after his rebirth, Zhang Jianguo's perspective had shifted. In Chapter 30, a sense of righteousness prevails. Being lenient towards adversaries is akin to inviting misfortune upon oneself. If he did not seize the opportunity to deal with Zhao Yuancheng now and ensure he was imprisoned, would he merely wait for his return to face a fatal confrontation? In previous encounters, Zhang Jianguo had been biding his time, but now he felt it was prudent to confront Zhaocheng directly. Your son nearly committed murder and must face imprisonment. Spare me your monetary offers. We have no need for them. Even princes are subject to the law, let alone your family. Do not linger on this matter any longer. Zhang Jianguo fixed his gaze on Zhaocheng, who was astute and cunning. The Zhao family had risen in fortune, with each of his sons proving more capable than the last, a testament to Zhaocheng's sharp intellect. Zhaocheng had a son, did he not? Sending one to prison would surely instill a sense of compliance in the rest. Naturally, their greatest support was the village head, Zhao Yuancheng, who, despite holding a modest position, was akin to a local sovereign, and most villagers preferred to avoid antagonizing him, opting to endure rather than confront. Zhang Jianguo had already made a considerable concession, demonstrating genuine intent. He would not allow Zhaocheng to take advantage of his goodwill, believing that he had no recourse left. Repeated provocations had evidently infuriated Zhaocheng, who, suppressing his anger, finally revealed his true colors with a menacing remark. The threat in his voice was palpable, yet it bore no weight, as Zhang Jianguo remained unperturbed and indifferent to his intimidation. In the end, Zhaocheng departed in frustration, plotting in silence on how to bring the Zhang family to heel. However, before Zhaocheng and Zhao Yuancheng could devise a viable plan to deal with Zhang Jianguo, misfortune struck Zhao Yuancheng that very night. Zhang Jianguo and Huang San had anticipated that Zhao Yuancheng would visit Li Xiaohua's home, and thus had made arrangements well in advance. Once Zhao Yuancheng entered the door, they intentionally locked it and ignited a small pile of firewood outside Li Xiaohua's courtyard. As the flames flickered to life, Zhang Jianguo shouted loudly that a fire had broken out and urged everyone to help extinguish it. His voice echoed, prompting the villagers to leap from their slumber, rushing outside to discover what seemed to be a fire at Li Xiaohua's home. Panic ensued as they hurried to assist, calling upon other villagers for aid. With a crowd gathered, the flames were not overwhelming, and some hastened to inform Li Xiaohua's husband to return home promptly, for a fire was indeed a grave matter. In the midst of the chaos, Zhang Jianguo took advantage of the distraction to unlock the door that had been secured. Amidst the commotion, someone called out, Li Xiaohua, are you asleep? With such a large fire, how can you not see it? Li Xiaohua, though somewhat flustered, feigned calmness, attempting to conceal Zhao Yuancheng, who was hidden away. However, by sheer misfortune, Zhao Yuancheng's shoes were discovered. Not only were the shoes found, but Zhao Yuancheng himself was also dragged out from beneath the bed, much to the delight of the onlookers. The villagers, ever fond of gossip, were taken aback to learn that Li Xiaohua had an affair, and that her clandestine partner was none other than her cousin, Zhao Yuancheng. At that moment, Zhao Yuancheng was pulled from his hiding place, his trousers barely fastened, his clothes disheveled, and his face covered in dust, making the situation all too apparent. Laughter erupted among the crowd. In that era, engaging in illicit relationships was considered a grave offense, with severe consequences, including imprisonment or even execution. Thus, Zhao Yuancheng trembled in fear, bewildered by the unfathomable coincidence of Li Xiaohua's home catching fire that very day. Observing the unfolding chaos, Zhao Cheng realized the gravity of the situation and immediately called out to Zhao Yuancheng, instructing him to deliver some items to his grandnephew, questioning why he remained standing there. Zhao Yuancheng, upon hearing Zhao Cheng's words, quickly proclaimed that he had come to bring gifts for Li Xiaohua and her children. He emphasized their kinship, asserting that as the village chief, it was entirely normal for him to bring gifts to younger family members, urging the villagers not to misunderstand. Despite Zhao Yuancheng's fervent declarations, he was abruptly interrupted by Huang San. What man delivers gifts to a woman at such an hour, especially to her bed? Look at you. Your belt isn't even fastened properly. Who do you think you're fooling? Do you believe we are all fools? Huang San kicked Zhao Yuancheng, provoking a reaction from the villagers who, though initially hesitant due to Zhao Yuancheng's position as village chief, found their resolve strengthened by Huang San's boldness. Zhang Jianguo added to the mockery, laughing as he exclaimed, Zhao Yuancheng, how did you end up wearing Li Xiaohua's underwear? And still you deny it? This scandalous behavior must be reported to the township. Zhao Yuancheng, feeling guilty, instinctively covered his trousers. In the darkness, there had been no time to ascertain whether he had indeed worn the wrong undergarments. But Zhang Jianguo's accusation struck a chord, prompting him to shield himself. Not only did he cover himself, but Li Xiaohua also hurriedly checked her own exposed waistband. In that moment, there was no denying the truth. With so many eyes upon them, the evidence was undeniable, and numerous witnesses stood ready to attest to the unfolding scandal. Regardless of Zhao Cheng's attempts to defend Zhao Yuancheng, the matter remains irredeemable. While Huang San was escorting Zhao Yuancheng and Li Xiaohua to the village, Li Xiaohua's partner hurriedly returned. Upon discovering the truth, he was consumed by rage and delivered several slaps to Zhao Yuancheng, denouncing him as an unworthy elder who shamelessly monopolized his niece-in-law, likening him to a beast. Dear nephew, listen to me, this is a misunderstanding and injustice. Zhao Yuancheng protested vehemently, but Li Xiaohua's enraged partner struck with such ferocity that blood began to flow from Zhao Yuancheng's mouth and nose. Had it not been for Huang San's intervention, the situation could have escalated fatally. Ultimately, they were all taken to the village, and Huang San did not return that night. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianguo returned home for a restful sleep, taking the time before bed to prepare a pot of fish soup. He pan-fried catfish until both sides were golden brown, then simmered it in milk-white spring water, releasing an enticing aroma. Once the large pot of fish soup was ready, he served generous bowls to Hong Yuan and Hong Mei, ensuring that all the courtyard doors were closed to contain the fragrance, grateful for the high walls of his home that kept prying eyes at bay. Drink up. It will warm you. Zhang Jianguo affectionately tousled Hong Yue's hair, observing the rosy color returning to her face, reflecting on the importance of good nourishment. Realizing that a full stomach and warm clothes greatly improved one's complexion. You all should refrain from going out at night. The Zhao family has encountered a series of troubles. We must prevent them from acting out of desperation. I will see if there are any dogs to catch and keep at home, he cautioned his parents and sister while sipping the soup. Zhao Cheng would likely soon realize that Zhao Yuancheng had been deceived, and they would not rest until they sought vengeance. He harbored no fear for himself, but he was genuinely concerned for the safety of his parents and sister. Chapter 31, A Visit. The chilly autumn wind rustled through the trees, shedding their leaves. As the temperature dropped, Zhang Jianguo cradled Xiao Xiao in his arms, basking in the sunlight at the door, a smile gracing his face, for life had been particularly pleasant lately. Zhao Yuancheng had been sent to the village, and the charge of hooliganism was quite serious, rendering the village head's position untenable. Huang San temporarily assumed the roles of village head and militia captain, thus becoming the most influential figure in the village. In remote locales, the power of such minor officials is considerable, and Huang San's promotion also benefited Zhang Jianguo, who now assisted the village head with errands, earning him daily labor credits for merely reporting for duty, a stark contrast to the previous system where work was the sole means of earning credits and receiving rations. Zhang Jianguo often strolled back, embracing Xiao Xiao, who now occasionally woke from her slumber, her favorite pastime being to turn her little head in every direction. At the slightest sound, she would eagerly twist her neck to peek, and she delighted in sucking her thumb, which had become unusually pointed compared to her other fingers, prompting He Yufeng to lengthen her sleeves to dissuade her from this habit. It was amidst this backdrop that Zhao Zilan appeared before Zhang Jianguo, accompanied by her cousin Zhao Yuancheng. The two individuals, burdened with numerous packages, appeared before Zhang Jianguo, drenched in sweat, expressing their gratitude to the local villagers who guided them. Upon witnessing Zhang Jianguo cradling the child Xiangxiang, Zhao Zilan felt a surge of joy, realizing that despite her initial doubts about his reliability, he was indeed quite responsible, truly. One must not judge by appearances. Zhang Jianguo, too, was taken aback that they had actually arrived at Zhao family village. Given the inconvenient transportation in the area, it was likely they had not eaten, having spent an hour or two navigating their way to his home. He promptly asked someone to fetch his mother to prepare a meal for them, as they had missed mealtime and their stomachs were now grumbling. When He Yufeng returned, she found Zhao Zilan attentively caring for Xiangxiang, warmly welcoming her while retrieving eggs from their home. To ensure they had something to eat without delay, she decided to prepare a couple of bowls of fried eggs. These fried eggs were made by briefly boiling them until the whites coagulated, then serving them with a sprinkling of sugar and a spoonful of lard, an exquisite rural delicacy. Zhao Zilan and Zhao Yuancheng, both quite hungry, took a bite of the egg, delighting in the slightly runny yolk and the contrast of the white and golden hues, enhanced by the sweet broth and fragrant lard. How delicious! Your family must not be very affluent either. I have some ration coupons. I cannot carry much else, but you may keep these. Zhao Zilan observed as she glanced around Zhang Jianguo's home. Though it was tidy, the only dining table, an immortal table, had a broken leg, hastily repaired with nails. Other furnishings were nearly non-existent, save for a new thermos prominently displayed, suggesting that Zhang Jianguo's family was not particularly well off, reflecting the stark disparity between rural and urban living conditions. No need for that. We have no use for ration coupons here. This year has seen a severe drought, and life has been quite challenging. In truth, my family is faring well enough. Rest assured, I will not let Xiangxiang suffer, Zhang Jianguo replied, holding the child with a relaxed demeanor while engaging in casual conversation with Zhao Zilan in the backyard, where Hong Yue and Hong Mei were playing jump rope. Zhao Zilan began to unpack the milk powder she had brought, counting 2 or 3 cans, along with some brand new fabric, cotton, a pair of tiny shoes, and a set of new clothes. In an era of scarcity, these items were indeed substantial gifts. Where did you acquire this milk powder? It is quite difficult to obtain. I have observed the black market, and it is seldom available. I will keep the milk powder, and you can take the fabric back to make some clothes. My mother can sew new garments and shoes for Xiangxiang. In truth, Zhang Jianguo was financially stable. Even after spending some money on Xiangxiang's medical treatment, he still possessed nearly 1,000 yuan. In those times, this amount was significant, akin to a small fortune, and with minimal expenses, he could hardly spend it all. He believed that even though Zhao Zilan worked in the city, as a young woman earning a fixed salary, her income was likely modest. So he felt compelled to save for her. Perhaps the sun was shining brightly, or perhaps the atmosphere was delightful at that moment. Zhao Zilan felt quite relaxed and mentioned that her family had introduced her to a suitor named Zheng Tai, who seemed to have some connections. She was uncertain where he had procured a few cans of milk powder, which would be just right for supplementing Xiao Xiao. Once the milk powder was finished, she would find a way to manage thereafter. Oh, congratulations. Your suitor seems quite capable, Zhang Jianguo remarked. Zheng Tai. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Zhang Jianguo paused, suddenly feeling a bit parched. He handed Xiao Xiao to Zhao Zilan and went to fetch a scoop of water from the water tank, only to be chastised by Zhao Zilan, who insisted he should boil the water, claiming that untreated water was unclean and could lead to illness. Zhang Jianguo chuckled at her concern, but chose to ignore her advice. You might have met him. He works at the steel factory, and my father is in the same unit. Our families have known each other since childhood, and he seems decent enough. Zhao Zilan felt an inexplicable wave of melancholy wash over her. She was unsure why she was sharing such thoughts with Zhang Jianguo. Everyone believed she and Zheng Tai were a suitable match. Both families were well acquainted, her parents were fond of her, and they had actively sought to arrange the match. Zheng Tai also seemed earnest, and his family's circumstances appeared favorable, making everything seem perfect. Yet, deep down, Zhao Zilan felt a lingering sense of unease and discomfort, the reasons for which eluded her. Zhang Jianguo sensed that Zhao Zilan was somewhat disheartened. Despite his attempts to engage her in conversation, she appeared listless, lacking the usual vigor. Consequently, when they were leaving, He Yufeng insisted on providing them with a generous supply of dried loaches and even managed to catch a couple of chickens, which they adamantly refused. However, He Yufang pursued them for quite a distance, forcefully handing the chickens to Zhou Yongjun, creating a scene that drew the attention of the nosy old lady Yang from next door, who was eager to learn if Zhou Zhilan was Zhang Jianguo's fiancée. Commenting on her striking beauty, Zhang Jianguo, exasperated and wary of old lady Yang's propensity for gossip, clarified that Zhou Yongjun was merely a friend, and they were just passing through. I don't believe it. Such a beautiful girl, accompanied by so many gifts. And your mother so generous as to give away 2 hens. If she weren't your fiancée, she wouldn't be so willing to part with them. Old lady Yang insisted, resolutely asserting that Zhou Zhilan was indeed Zhang Jianguo's betrothed. Chapter 32, A Fortunate Acquisition. Soon, thanks to old lady Yang's incessant chatter, many villagers became aware that Zhang Jianguo had a city girl as a suitor, noted for her exceptionally large, bright, and beautiful eyes. The fact that this city girl made a point of visiting him with numerous gifts only intensified the envy among the villagers. Consequently, Huangxin caught wind of the news and inquired when Zhang Jianguo would be officially engaged and when he intended to renovate his home. This compelled Zhang Jianguo to clarify that there was no truth to the rumors, attributing them to old lady Yang's loose tongue. Frustrated, He Yufang scolded old lady Yang, declaring that if Zhang Jianguo remained single, she would hold her responsible for the ensuing chaos and falsehoods. Fortunately, this was merely a minor incident, which did not significantly impact Zhang Jianguo. The only peculiar aspect was the name Zheng Tai, which evoked a sense of familiarity in him, as though he had encountered it before. Yet, he could never quite recall where. Initially, Zhang Jianguo did not dwell on it, but after several days of contemplation, he resolved to visit the city at some point to meet this Zheng Tai, hoping that upon seeing him, he might discern whether they were acquainted. Thus, taking advantage of the relatively mild weather, Zhang Jianguo and Zhang Yuancheng hastily loaded a cart with catfish to sell on the black market. This time, they had packed several hundred pounds of fish onto the donkey cart. They were cautious about frequent visits to the black market, typically making these clandestine trips at intervals. Primarily out of fear of being discovered and reported, such matters required a certain level of discretion. On the way, Zhang Yuancheng recounted his encounter with Zhao Yuancheng's brother, describing his irritable demeanor and their recent quarrel that nearly escalated to violence, which sent shivers down Zhang Jianguo's spine. That rascal from the Zhao family had the audacity to accuse him of feigning being beaten, alleging that he was attempting to extort their family. I was truly incensed and nearly retaliated, Zhang Yuancheng lamented, but thankfully I remembered your admonitions about avoiding confrontation. Zhang Yuancheng felt somewhat guilty, as his son had repeatedly cautioned him against such altercations. Yet, in the heat of conversation, he had inadvertently divulged his frustrations. Father, how many times must I remind you? You must not engage in disputes or violence. It's acceptable for them to insult me, but not you. I cannot tolerate that. Zhang Yuancheng kept his head down as he drove the cart, for he was a man who could endure insults directed at himself. But any disparagement aimed at his children would provoke his ire. All right. Let's resolve to avoid such behavior in the future. It causes undue worry. Our family's circumstances have just begun to improve. Let us continue to sell fish quietly. And it won't be long before our lives take a turn for the better. At this critical juncture, you must not falter, Zhang Jianguo urged his father once more. He felt somewhat tedious in his insistence, yet his father consistently agreed while remaining steadfast in his ways, much like a ticking time bomb. This behavior left Zhang Jianguo deeply concerned, prompting him to devise a plan to eradicate the lingering threats stemming from his father's past encounters with the Zhao family. For he could not find peace in his sleep otherwise. Upon arriving at the black market, Zhang Jianguo first visited Zhang Wu to enjoy a bowl of noodles, agreeing to return later with 100 pounds of fish before proceeding with his father to sell their catch. By this time, autumn had fully set in, and the evening air at the black market was quite chilly, compelling people to bundle themselves tightly. The fish sold more swiftly than during previous visits. The market was low on stock, and as the weather turned colder, fish could easily be dried or salted for later consumption, making it an appealing option for many. Consequently, numerous customers opted to purchase larger quantities of fish, especially with the rising prices of pork rendering fish a more economical choice. Today, there were fewer ribbon fish available, and Zhang Yuancheng wondered why that young lady had yet to arrive to buy fish. Regretting that he had brought too few, he planned to return soon with another load. They had even set aside 2 catfish weighing about 15 pounds each to gift to Zhou Zhilan and his cousin. Last time, when the guests visited, They brought an abundance of gifts and refused to accept any payment. He Yufeng constantly felt a twinge of guilt for taking advantage of their generosity. No worries. I know where they live. I shall return the favor, he reassured his father. You keep an eye on the stall while I stroll around to see if there's anything worth purchasing. Zhang Jianguo always bought items when he visited the black market. After all, in these times of scarcity, procuring goods was not an easy endeavor. In the black market, as long as one had money, numerous necessities could be acquired. For instance, cloth, which typically required ration tickets at the supply and marketing cooperative, could be bought freely in the black market, albeit at a slightly inflated price. However, this was a trivial matter for Zhang Jianguo, who consistently earned a decent profit from selling fish. At home, he had sent 2 chickens to Zhao, and his mother kept insisting they should buy a few more hens. Zhang Jianguo was on the lookout and, as fortune would have it, soon spotted an elderly man selling chickens and geese. There were just the right number of hens and 2 large geese available at a reasonable price, which delighted him immensely. Initially, he had intended to acquire a dog for guarding the home, but since he had not yet found any for sale, the geese seemed like a splendid alternative. They would serve as vigilant guardians and require little sustenance, especially since there was an underground stream nearby. Their feeding would pose no burden. Moreover, in rural areas, families with infants often kept geese, as local folklore suggested that certain unclean creatures, like water monkeys, were particularly fond of touching babies' heads. These creatures were said to fear geese, which would alert the adults to any disturbances. Though Xiao was still young and the veracity of these tales remained uncertain, the mere presence of 2 geese brought a sense of security. Thus, Zhang Jianguo spent a few dozen yuan to purchase the hens and geese and brought them back. Oh, with these geese, you must be cautious tonight. Don't let them make a ruckus, or people will become suspicious, Zhao Yuancheng exclaimed, both surprised and elated. He had not anticipated such good fortune today, and the thought of stewing goose during the snowy season while sipping a little wine was a delightful prospect indeed. Noticing that the day was still young, Zhang Jianguo decided to procure a pair of pig intestines and some pork with the cold weather. The meat could be preserved and enjoyed at any time. On his way home, Zhang Jianguo intended to visit Zhao and present her with 2 fish. However, he felt it inconvenient to go to the Zhou residence at such a late hour. Additionally, he wanted to see Zheng Tai, so after careful consideration, he informed his father that he would stay in the city for the day while his father returned home. If anyone in the village inquired, he would say he had gone to the hospital. In the dead of night, Zhang Jianguo did not head to Zhao place. Instead, he sought out another person. Chapter 33. You cannot be in a relationship with him. Zhang Jianguo went to find Zhao Yuancheng. The last time Zhao Yuancheng had visited his home, he had provided detailed directions on how to reach his place and mentioned which house was his. Compared to the inconvenience of entering and exiting the workers' quarters where Zhao lived, Zhao Yuancheng's home was far easier to locate. His home was situated not far from Zhao, in a modest single-story house by the roadside, accompanied by a small courtyard. Although it was the dead of night, Zhang Jianguo's knock on the door roused Zhao Yuancheng from his slumber. The moment he joyfully recognized Zhang Jianguo, he hurriedly invited him inside. However, upon seeing the large catfish he had brought, Zhao Yuancheng appeared momentarily taken aback, unsure of the significance of such a gift at this late hour. I heard from Zhao that there were large catfish available in the black market, so I bought 2, intending to deliver them. I thought it might be inconvenient at this late hour, so I decided to come find you instead, Zhang Jianguo explained, deliberately omitting the fact that he was the one selling catfish in the black market. In this line of business, discretion was paramount. The fewer who knew, the better. Zhao Yuancheng had not recognized Zhang Jianguo at all. The catfish from the black market were truly delectable, and though I had visited several times recently without success, I knew my sister must be craving some. It was indeed fortuitous that I encountered them and purchased a few. I'm sincerely grateful for this. Here, brother, take this money as a token of appreciation. Zhao Yuancheng was a man of integrity and had no intention of taking advantage of anyone. He insisted on giving Zhang Jianguo money, but Zhang Jianguo politely declined, stating that this was a special gift meant for them, a gesture of brotherhood, and accepting money would be an affront. Seeing this, Zhao Yuancheng refrained from pressing further and instead offered Zhang Jianguo a place to sleep, insisting that he take the floor. Before long, he was snoring contentedly. As Zhang Jianguo gazed out at the night sky, it was the darkest hour before dawn, and he too was exhausted from the night's events, finding it just right to lie down and drift into slumber. When he awoke, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. Opening his eyes, he saw Zhao Yuancheng preparing noodles, topped with a fried egg. Upon noticing Zhang Jianguo awake, Zhao Yuancheng quickly called out, saying there was little else to eat but that he would finish cooking the noodles for him. Today is Sunday. Would you like to accompany me to visit Zhao? Sure, I'll deliver the fish, and I have a few matters to attend to as well. After freshening up, Zhang Jianguo pondered how to meet Zheng Tai. He felt an inexplicable sense of unease about the visit, as if something was amiss, and his eyelids twitched with an unsettling feeling. When Zhang Jianguo and Zhao Yuancheng arrived at Zhao Zhilan's residence, she was pleasantly surprised and overjoyed, quickly ushering them inside. She noted that her parents were out, and with their arrival, it was the perfect opportunity for them to share a meal. Zhao Zhilan's home was located within a residential complex, featuring a modest house with a small courtyard. The living room was unusually equipped with a sofa and a radio, rarities in that era, indicating that her family was relatively well off. Zhang Jianguo was not taken aback by this. Instead, he collaborated with Zhao Yuancheng to prepare the catfish. "Zhilan, are you home? Look what I've brought for you." Suddenly, a man's voice called from outside. While Zhang Jianguo was in the kitchen with Zhao Yuancheng, preparing the fish, he couldn't help but glance outside. However, that fleeting look nearly caused him to drop the knife he held. Zhao Zhilan turned to look at Zhang Jianguo, and then at the newcomer, Zheng Tai, hurriedly introducing them. Zheng Tai observed that Zhao Yuancheng remained quite courteous, yet upon seeing Zhang Jianguo, a fleeting look of displeasure crossed his eyes, though he ultimately refrained from any outburst. Zhao Zhilan, however, paid no heed to the tension. She greeted everyone with a smile, bustling about to prepare a lavish meal. As Zhang Jianguo watched Zhao Zhilan diligently working in the kitchen, he glanced at Zheng Tai, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him, and simply inquired about his father's occupation. "My father works at the same factory as Zhilan's father. He is the factory director. We have grown up together, and perhaps before long, we shall be wed." Zheng Tai harbored a subtle animosity towards Zhang Jianguo, for in his recollection, Zhao Zhilan had never invited outsiders to dine at her home, particularly not men of a similar age. Although Zhang Jianguo hailed from the countryside, he possessed a strikingly handsome demeanor that was reputed to charm young women. Hence, Zheng Tai felt compelled to assert his status, revealing that he was Zhao Zhilan's partner and that their marriage was imminent. "Ah, the son of the factory director? So, you are an only child, I presume." Zhang Jianguo's complexion drained of color, not due to Zheng Tai's familial status, but rather because a suppressed memory surged to the forefront of his mind after their encounter. Initially uncertain about certain matters, conversing with Zheng Tai had unearthed recollections he could no longer conceal. In a previous life, he had heard of a shocking and gruesome murder case involving the only son of a factory director surnamed Zheng, who had brutally slain his wife, dismembering her and disposing of her remains. Like many others, Zhang Jianguo had struggled to comprehend the incident. He recalled that the perpetrator, Zheng Tai, was an only child from a well-off family, with a father as the factory director and a wife of remarkable beauty. It was said that Zheng Tai adored his wife, yet his insecurities led him to suspect infidelity at the slightest provocation. Ultimately, these baseless doubts culminated in the tragic murder of his beloved. As for the wife, Zhang Jianguo had only heard whispers of her beauty, likening her to a figure from a painting, and it was said that she had grown up alongside Zheng Tai, making them childhood sweethearts. However, Zheng Tai's overwhelming jealousy ultimately wrought devastation. Zhang Jianguo had been deeply affected by the case, which had drawn a crowd during the execution of the death penalty, and he had seen Zheng Tai from a distance. Thus, when Zhao Zhilan first mentioned that her partner was named Zheng Tai, he felt a sense of unease. However, upon meeting Zheng Tai in person, he became certain of one harrowing truth. The man Zhao Zhilan was destined to marry would, in due course, take her life. Zhao Zhilan was fated to die. This revelation chilled Zhang Jianguo to the bone, and as he observed Zhao Zhilan busily working in the kitchen, he felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. The young lady is truly remarkable. Aside from the initial misunderstandings between the two, she treats Xiao with genuine kindness, displaying great generosity and an open heart. Unlike some young women who can be petty and calculating, from any perspective, she is undoubtedly a wonderful friend. How could someone like her meet such a tragic fate? Chapter 34. Good news arrives. During a meal at the Zhou residence, Zhang Jianguo, lost in thought, repeatedly dropped his chopsticks due to the sight of Zheng Tai treating Zhao Zhilan with such warmth. He continuously served her food and poured her tea. His demeanor clearly intended to convey to Zhang Jianguo and Zhao Yuancheng that Zhou Zhilan would find happiness in marrying him, that he would treat her exceedingly well. This caused Zhao Yuancheng to laugh heartily, while Zhou Zhilan felt a blush of discomfort. Zhang Jianguo remained silent. After consuming a modest amount of food, he stood to declare he was full and intended to leave that afternoon, but he had some words to share with Zhou Zhilan before departing. She accompanied him to the courtyard's edge. You and Zheng Tai are ill-suited for one another. You must not marry him. If you wish to live a good life for the remainder of your days, you must separate from him. Absolutely separate. Trust me. Why? This time, it was Zhou Zhilan's turn to be taken aback. In her recollection, Zhang Jianguo was not one to overstep boundaries or dictate to others. Why was he behaving this way today? Could it be? Zhang Jianguo's gaze shifted to the house, where Zhou Yuancheng was conversing with Zheng Tai, who appeared visibly displeased, seemingly eager to overhear their discussion. However, Zhou Yuancheng pulled him aside, allowing Zhang Jianguo to discern the dark cloud hovering over Zheng Tai's expression, a reminder of his narrow-mindedness and deep-seated jealousy. Zhang Jianguo felt a twinge of frustration. He could not articulate clearly to Zhou Zhilan why she should distance herself from Zheng Tai for the consequences of their marriage, including the potential tragedy of Zheng Tai's violent nature, were events that lay a year or two in the future. To mention such things now would only seem mad to Zhou Zhilan. Moreover, the atmosphere was not conducive to such discussions, so he could only suggest that they meet again soon, perhaps at his home, or arrange a private encounter in 3 days, ideally near the black market, where he had matters of significance to discuss with her. All right, you seem rather strange today, speaking in such a disjointed manner. Please take good care of Xiao Xiao. If she needs anything, do let me know. Zhou Zhilan nodded, perplexed by Zhang Jianguo's behavior, sensing a rift between him and Zheng Tai. Originally, she had intended to invite Zhang Jianguo to stay for dinner, but Zheng Tai's refusal to leave had complicated matters, making conversation difficult with so many people present. Thus, Zhou Zhilan ultimately decided not to insist he stay. After bidding farewell to Zhang Jianguo, Zhou Yuancheng also departed, calling for Zheng Tai to leave as well. Though he was reluctant to go, he made a point of entering the house to converse with Zhou Zhilan, inquiring about Zhang Jianguo and what he had said to her in the courtyard, questioning whether he was aware that she was soon to be married to him, and expressing disbelief at Zhang Jianguo's audacity. What could he possibly have to say that warranted secrecy? I am weary. You and my brother may return first. Zhou Zhilan's expression darkened suddenly. Zhang Jianguo is her friend, and she is not yet wed to Zheng Tai. They are merely courting. Zheng Tai's excessive interference reveals his lack of faith in her character. This incensed Zhou Zhilan, and observing her discontent, Zheng Tai, feeling irritated, departed in a huff. Yet he kept Zhang Jianguo in the recesses of his mind. On the way, he inquired with Zhou Yuancheng about various matters concerning Zhang Jianguo, sensing that there was something unusual in the relationship between Zhou Zhilan and him. He resolved to solidify their marriage arrangements promptly, ideally aiming for a wedding within the year. Zhang Jianguo took a bus back to the village and then rode a donkey cart, enduring the journey until he finally arrived home in the late afternoon. Throughout the trip, his thoughts were consumed by the dynamics between Zhou Zhilan and Zheng Tai. Although he shared a good rapport with Zhou Zhilan, he understood that matters of marriage would not solely hinge upon her listening to him. What should he do? The next time he encountered her, how could he persuade her to abandon her relationship with Zheng Tai? Upon his arrival, he learned from Yang Xiong that Huang San was seeking him, as someone from the village had urgent matters to discuss. When Zhang Jianguo reached the village office, he discovered that the situation regarding Zhao Yuancheng had been resolved. Due to the lack of understanding on his part and the provision of medical documentation indicating Zhao Yuancheng's severe culpability in the crime of intentional injury, Huang San was actively cooperating in this matter. Given the harsh sentencing standards of that era, Zhao Yuancheng was sentenced to 10 years in prison after admitting guilt. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Jianguo was momentarily stunned, but soon the realization struck him. A wave of joy washed over him, and he felt a profound sense of relief. At last, Zhao Yuancheng was to be incarcerated for a decade. Truly, evil begets evil. Originally, Zhao Xian had been fervently working to secure Zhao Yuancheng's release, seeking evidence for his exoneration. However, with Zhao Xian's own troubles arising, Zhao Yuancheng's fate was firmly sealed, allowing Zhang Jianguo to rest easy. Huang San was equally pleased. Although he was acting as village head, his long-standing efforts to resolve the drought issue in Zhaojia had garnered him local support. As long as no major issues arose, the village head position would eventually be his, and thus he was genuinely supportive of Zhang Jianguo's endeavors. sharing in his joy. By the way, where has Zhaojcheng been these days? Is he being dealt with as I instructed? Zhang Jianguo, aware that Zhao Yuancheng and Zhao Yuancheng's arrests would prompt Zhaojcheng to take action, had previously advised Huang San to send Zhaojcheng to the mountains to repair the irrigation channels, ensuring he remained under surveillance by several local militia members to prevent any mischief. Indeed, twice along the way, Zhaojcheng attempted to escape but was apprehended by my men. I plan to hold a criticism meeting to address this matter as a cautionary tale, so Zhaojcheng is being closely monitored and cannot leave the channel area. I have taken note of everything you mentioned. Huang San held Zhang Jianguo in high regard. Thus he took the instructions to heart. His diligence prevented Zhaojcheng from having the opportunity to operate in the county, leaving him unaware that Zhao Yuancheng's case had already been resolved. There is still a matter of great importance that requires your attention, and it must be handled with utmost care. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences. Zhang Jianguo found himself consumed by a troubling thought. Zhaojcheng has 3 sons, and coupled with his father's explosive temper, the enmity between the Zhang and Zhao families had already been established. He feared that his father's fate might mirror that of their past lives. Although Zhao Yuancheng had been imprisoned, what if other brothers from the Zhao family sought vengeance and harmed his father? Therefore, it was imperative to address this issue at its root, and this time, he would need to enlist Huang San's assistance. Zhang Jianguo contemplated how to separate his father from the Zhao brothers, at least ensuring they did not work in the same village. However, executing such a plan proved to be somewhat complex. Upon hearing Zhang Jianguo's request, Huang San wore an expression of helplessness, repeatedly stating that since everyone resided in the village, they would inevitably return home at night after working apart during the day. Thus, this request appeared nearly impossible to fulfill. Chapter 35. Wishes come true. Dividing Zhang Yuancheng from the Zhao brothers seemed genuinely challenging. After all, there appeared to be no suitable work available. Fortunately, Huang San did not dwell on the issue for long, as an opportunity soon arose. The Zhao village had struck water with a newly dug well, temporarily resolving their water supply problem. However, the entire county was undergoing significant water conservancy repairs, and the township had mandated that each village contribute some labor force to assist in the repairs, which would last approximately a year and a half. Zhao village was allocated 5 slots for this purpose. Given the lengthy duration and the recent incident involving Li Shaohua, the married men in the village were reluctant to go and suggested sending some unmarried young men instead. After all, those without families would not face the predicament of leaving wives and children behind. Following a meeting among the village committee, it was decided to send 5 young men from the village to assist in the township. Coincidentally, Zhao Yuancheng's 3 brothers met the criteria. They, alongside 2 other unmarried young men, were to be dispatched. Initially, Zhao Yuancheng and the others were opposed, but they could not resist the persuasion of Zhaojia, the village secretary, dispatched by Huang San to advocate for them. Zhaojia, also a member of the Zhao family, had become the most respected figure in Zhao village since Zhao Yuancheng's detention. In light of Zhao Yuancheng's sentencing and Zhao Yuancheng's imprisonment, the Zhao family had rallied around Zhaojia, making him the ideal person to convince the 3 Zhao brothers. With Yuancheng sentenced, and considering your ages, remaining in the village will label you as the brothers of a convict, which is unjust. Even if some ladies do not mind, the quality of potential partners would undoubtedly suffer. I see each of you as promising young men. Going out will provide you with greater opportunities, Zhaojia articulated, striking a chord with the Zhao brothers. This was particularly poignant for the eldest, Zhao Yuancheng, who had a girlfriend. However, after Zhao Yuancheng's sentencing, her family had already sent word to return some belongings, signaling the end of their relationship, and both were free to pursue other marriages without interference. Zhao Yuancheng was understandably upset, but upon reflecting on their father's deployment for the channel repairs, which would keep him away for 10 days to 2 weeks at a time, he resolved not to burden him with further worries. Now, Zhaojia's words resonated with Zhao Yuancheng, who found a semblance of reason in them. After a discussion among the brothers, they acknowledged that there were 5 unmarried young men in their village, all capable workers. Perhaps, if they were to be assigned to the countryside, there might emerge a glimmer of opportunity. The Zhao brothers finally nodded in agreement, cheerfully vowing not to tarnish the village's reputation and to labor diligently in the countryside. Zhaojia executed this matter commendably, and Huang San took note of it in his heart. At that moment, all the able-bodied men of the Zhao family were absent from the village, allowing Zhang Jianguo to finally release the tension that had been building within him. That night, His family prepared a sumptuous meal with the pig intestines they had purchased from the black market, cleaning and stewing them to perfection, sautéed with green chili peppers in a large dish. They also steamed some eggs and stir-fried greens. After enjoying a few glasses of wine with his grandfather, Zhang Yuancheng, they retired early for the night. They slept soundly until dawn, leaving Zhang Jianguo feeling utterly refreshed. With nothing pressing to occupy his time at home, he decided to visit the village to see if anyone needed assistance. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by many familiar faces, with some playfully inquiring about the delightful feast he had enjoyed the previous night, as the aroma of meat had wafted through half the bay. He explained that he had gone to the hospital for a checkup, and since he could not afford pork due to the lack of tickets, he had brought back some intestines to cook. If they fancied it, he suggested they rise earlier next time to buy some from the countryside, as it was far cheaper than meat. Zhang Jianguo had grown less cautious than before, as Zhao Yuancheng's tenure as village head had often left him feeling wary of potential grievances. Now, with Huang San as the leader, the atmosphere had lightened considerably. Oh, cleaning those pig intestines is a chore. If not done properly, they can carry quite an odor. This year seems particularly dry. Pork that once sold for 55 cents has shockingly risen to 65 cents. At this rate, we won't even be able to afford a meal of dumplings for the new year, lamented a villager. As the villagers expressed their discontent, they were just beginning to feel hunger's pangs, yearning for hearty meals, yet they could only indulge in such luxuries during the festive seasons. Indeed, pork prices have surged. Even without the increase, it remains out of reach. I'm not in the best of health, so I'm merely trying to enjoy a bit of meat. Zhang Jianguo's explanation garnered nods of understanding and envy from many. Some even remarked on how his family seemed to have saved some money, acknowledging that with their collective efforts, they managed to treat Zhang Jianguo's ailment and occasionally splurge on meat for a special occasion, even if it was just pig intestines, which were considered a delicacy. Zhang Jianguo noticed that with Huang San as the new village head, and after assisting in the excavation of a well, the majority of the villagers treated him with kindness and were eager to engage in casual conversation. Lu Hohat remained the scorekeeper, her amiable nature and gentle demeanor making her well-liked. The role of scorekeeper was relatively easy, protected from the elements while also allowing her to care for her child. With her infant strapped to her back, she would often play with the baby, finding joy in the child's smiles. Her position as scorekeeper was largely thanks to Zhang Jianguo, which made Lu Hohat particularly courteous towards him, even offering to watch over his child, Xiao, should he ever be too busy. It is of no concern. My mother-in-law has not been caring for the child these days, so she has refrained from reprimanding me and has not caused any disturbances at home. I must express my gratitude to you. My little one has a belly band that has become too small. I will have Yang Xiong take it to your family for Xiao to wear, as we must ensure the child does not catch a chill. Please do not mind that it is used. Lu Hohat's voice is gentle and soft, always accompanied by a smile, which suddenly reminds Zhang Jianguo of her tragic demise in a previous life. She was left hanging beneath a great tree, swaying in the fierce wind, accompanied by Yang Xiong's heart-wrenching cries and the two children calling out for their mother. That scene was truly harrowing. Who would have thought that the seemingly frail Lu Hohat would ultimately tread a path of despair? Then, I must thank you, sister-in-law. Do bring the child over to play at my home sometime. Zhang Jianguo responded affirmatively. Although Lu Hohat's family is not affluent, her willingness to offer something warms his heart, as it reflects kindness. Indeed, shortly after Zhang Jianguo returned home, he saw Yang Xiong approaching with a gift. It was a belly band for Xiao, and upon inspection, Zhang found it to be nearly new, crafted from patchwork fabric into a lovely double-layered lotus design, exquisite and almost akin to a piece of art. He Yufang could not help but praise Lu Hohat's skill, exclaiming how beautiful the pattern was. Yang Xiong chuckled, pleased by the compliments directed at his wife. Yet he had other matters to attend to and quickly pulled Zhang Jianguo aside. Chapter 36. The Black Market Dragon Master. Brother Zhang, you have been frequently visiting the city of late. I wonder if you could assist me in procuring some items. My mother often laments that there is no oil in our cooking. I have heard that in the city, lard can sometimes be acquired without a ticket, and I was hoping you might help me buy a small quantity. In Zhao Family Village, acquiring lard necessitates a trip to the township's food company, and one must arrive early, often returning empty-handed. The city boasts a more abundant supply, and having heard that Zhang Jianguo recently returned with pork intestines, many have expressed envy. Yang Xiong pondered whether he could persuade him to bring back some lard as well. Zhang Jianguo had spotted several vendors selling lard in the black market, and procuring such goods was not difficult. He readily agreed and casually inquired if Yang Xiong needed anything else. I will give you 50 cents more. Just buy whatever you can find. I do not have much money, so if you cannot find suitable items, then just purchase lard. Having never visited the county's black market, Yang Xiong was uncertain about what could be found there and decided to leave the shopping in Zhang Jianguo's capable hands. That evening, Zhang Jianguo and Zhang Yuancheng went to catch catfish. Whenever they had spare time, they would catch some catfish and keep them in a small pond until they were ready for the black market, ensuring the fish remained alive and enabling them to gather several hundred pounds in a short time. The two had become quite adept at this, moving swiftly as they loaded the fish into the vehicle. By 8 o'clock that night, the entire mountain village had succumbed to slumber, with many residents drifting into dreams. They then set off, with Zhang Jianguo at the reins while Zhang Yuancheng seized the opportunity to rest for a moment. Upon arriving at the black market, the two men, as in times past, clad themselves in layers for warmth before proceeding to their designated fish stall. Though their original spot was not particularly advantageous, the prosperity of their business transformed it into a coveted location. However, upon their arrival today, they discovered their area occupied by two men, adorned with hats and scarves, obscuring their features yet appearing to be in the prime of life. Before them lay a wild boar, its bristles not fully sheared, weighing approximately 1 to 200 pounds, divided into sizable portions. Brothers, could you possibly shift a little? We fear our regular customers may struggle to find us. Zhang Jianguo approached the two men, hoping to relocate their fish stall to a nearby space. Yet, the men were reluctant, muttering curses under their breath. That area is vacant. Why not place your fish over there? This is not your territory. There is no nameplate indicating ownership. Why should we yield to you? The wild boar vendors appeared rather surly, clearly uncooperative and unreasonable. Seeing the obstinacy of the men, Zhang Jianguo refrained from further discussion, simply placing his fish beside them and asserting that this was indeed their selling space. Although there was no name affixed, the neighboring vendors were well aware of their long-standing presence. As he spoke, the basket of fish was positioned adjacent to the wild boar meat, carving out a small space. The vendor of the wild boar erupted in anger, claiming that Zhang Jianguo's fish would taint his pork. However, Zhang Jianguo dismissed him with a cold retort. Did you not just assert that area is empty? If you fear my fish will dirty your pork, you could easily move over there. Why must you encroach upon my designated space? You are unwilling to grant me passage, so why should I concede to you? Had the wild boar vendor engaged in reasonable discourse, the area was indeed ample enough for both parties to set up their stalls, or even negotiate with the nearby vendors for a bit of shared space. Yet, the wild boar seller's abrasive remarks prompted Zhang Jianguo to mirror his tone, inciting the vendor to the brink of rage, nearly prompting a physical altercation. This uproar attracted the attention of several bystanders, who intervened to quell the disturbance, with shouts of Dragon Master echoing through the market. Originally, the black market served as a venue for townsfolk to exchange surplus goods. However, as the chaos of trading ensued, a figure known as Dragon Master, accompanied by a few associates, was appointed to maintain order and fairness. When Zhang Jianguo first began selling fish, he was not charged initially. But on the third occasion, a fee was introduced for those wishing to conduct business regularly, intended to uphold the security and order of the market. Inquiring among the seasoned vendors, Zhang Jianguo learned that they all paid this nominal fee. It was but a mere 10 cents, a sum he deemed both reasonable and inexpensive, willingly paying it, considering it a small price for the assurance of a hassle-free experience, particularly when juxtaposed against the value of the fish he sold. The figure of Long Yi is diminutive, a slender old gentleman adorned with a goatee. Upon his arrival, he quickly grasped the situation and cast a few discerning glances at the vendors selling wild boar meat. You newcomers are evidently unaware of the rules. In this black market, we do not permit you to set up shop and profit without payment. Regular patrons are expected to contribute a fee. You have encroached upon someone else's space and still dare to create a fuss. Relocate your stall to the opposite side, or be prepared to vacate this market, for you are not welcome here. Long Ye's words carried a commanding presence, yet the meat vendor, upon assessing the old man's stature, found himself weighing the potential repercussions of defiance in this black market. As he pondered the risks, Long Yi effortlessly hoisted the hefty load of over 200 pounds of pork, leaving the vendor utterly astonished. The surrounding crowd erupted in applause, while Zhang Jianguo nearby was equally taken aback, realizing that Long Yi was indeed a man of considerable strength, contrary to appearances. It was remarkable that an ordinary young man might struggle to lift such a weight, yet Long Yi managed it with ease, suggesting he possessed some skill, which explained the reverence he commanded among those who made their living in the black market. My apologies, brother. We were indeed reckless, being newcomers ignorant of the customs. Please do not take offense, the vendor of wild boar meat now said, bowing and showing deference in a bid to placate Long Yi. They promptly followed him to a vacant area across the way to set up their stall, continually expressing their regrets. In a gesture of goodwill, they even offered Long Yi 3 pounds of pork, which he graciously declined, stating that he would not charge them for their initial 3 visits to the market. Afterward, should they return, a nominal fee of 5 or 10 cents would suffice. 10 cents? The meat vendor sighed in relief. Given that a pound of wild boar meat costs several dimes, they were more than willing to comply with such a minimal charge. Only Zhang Jianguo remained intrigued by the now-departed Long Yi, straining to catch whispers of tales surrounding him in the black market. Chapter 37. Mind Your Own Business. Rumor has it that Long Yi was raised by a Taoist priest and possesses some martial skills, even having the ability to heal others. This black market was his brainchild. Initially established out of necessity, as it was inconvenient for the townsfolk to procure food. He once managed to acquire a substantial amount of grain at prices significantly lower than the official grain station, attracting many who ventured out under the cover of night to purchase it discreetly. In time, he introduced cheaper cuts of pork and a variety of other goods, all without the need for tickets. The black market faced closure on a couple of occasions due to brawls that led to police intervention, resulting in Long Yi's temporary detainment. Though he was subsequently released, the market then relocated to this more spacious area, surpassing the size of its previous alleyway. Locals, aware of the market's existence, would often sneak in items from their homes to sell, typically without charge, while the secondary vendors entering the market would collect a small fee, usually ranging from 5 to 10 cents. As the number of sellers increased, so too did the influx of buyers, gradually revitalizing the black market's activity. In the market, everyone held great respect for Lord Long, who rarely wandered about, often accompanied by a few apprentices, occasionally helping to maintain order. Yet, much of his time seemed to be spent leisurely sipping tea in a room. As Zhang Jianguo arranged his fish, a throng of customers quickly gathered, prompting both him and his father to become quite busy. Occasionally, he cast a glance at the vendor across the way selling wild boar meat, whose business appeared rather lackluster. Perhaps the price of 6 mao per jean was deemed excessive, compounded by the recent altercation involving 2 men that had deterred potential buyers, making them hesitant to approach for fear of confrontation. The 2 men, observing the bustling activity at Zhang Jianguo's stall, felt a twinge of envy as they watched him sell fish and collect money. In their growing impatience, they lowered the price of their wild boar meat to 5 mao per jean, resulting in a modest increase in customers, while Zhang Jianguo's fish were nearly sold out. "I want the largest fish," called a familiar voice. Despite Zhou Zhilan being bundled up snugly, Zhang Jianguo recognized her instantly. "All right, the largest fish it is." He retrieved a sizable fish, weighing over 10 jean, from behind the counter, only to have her request it be weighed, and she handed over the exact amount without hesitation. "Dad, you buy the remaining fish. I'll go for a stroll." Zhang Jianguo understood her signal as she headed off with the fish. He recalled their earlier conversation about an important matter he needed to discuss with her in 3 days at the black market, specifically concerning Zhengtai. They chose a narrow alley, somewhat shielded from the bustling crowd, where a faint light filtered through, and paused at the entrance. "Zhengtai has already proposed to my family. He wishes to marry on New Year's Day, and my parents have agreed. He seemed quite pleased, but I mentioned I needed to think it over. I'm curious as to why you spoke so harshly about Zhengtai that day. Could you enlighten me?" Zhou Zhilan, possessing a dignified demeanor, was not one to be overly coy. Over the past few days, she had pondered Zhang Jianguo's words, yet she could not fathom why he was so vehemently opposed to her marriage with Zhengtai, even suggesting remarks that seemed out of place. "Zhou Zhilan, please tell me, based on your observations, what is Zhengtai's character like? He seems rather impulsive and extreme, the type who might resort to drastic actions. For instance, if you were to marry him and he suspected you of betrayal or misheard something, do you think he might harm you?" Zhang Jianguo wrestled with the thought that he could not reveal to her the knowledge he possessed from his previous life, that Zhengtai would indeed pose a lethal threat to her after their marriage. "That is impossible. How could you entertain such a bizarre notion? Zhengtai may be somewhat impulsive, but he would never resort to murder. Besides, if I marry, I would never betray my husband. I find your words quite perplexing." Did you summon me just to convey this? At that moment, Zhou Zhilan's disappointment was palpable. Deep down, she harbored a flicker of hope that Zhang Jianguo's opposition to her marrying Zheng Tai stemmed from a fondness for her, prompting his impassioned disapproval. Due to this reason, Zhou Zhilan felt a sense of unease in her heart, unsure of how to confront the situation. However, upon hearing Zhang Jianguo's words, she found herself unwilling to listen further. I see you possess a kind heart, and I do not wish for you to encounter misfortune in the future, which is why I express these concerns. Yet, I am not meddling. You must heed my warning. Do not marry Zheng Tai, for you will surely regret it. His temperament is truly alarming. In a fit of rage, he could become lethal. You must deliberate carefully. If something were to happen to you, what would become of your family? Zhang Jianguo repeatedly emphasized Zheng Tai's character, yet Zhou Zhilan's mind was in turmoil. She did not wish to hear any more and turned to leave, resulting in an unfortunate end to their meeting. Zhang Jianguo found himself in a predicament, rubbing his forehead in frustration. Zhou Zhilan was quite obstinate and refused to heed his advice. Did he have to stand by and witness her marry Zheng Tai only to face dire consequences? Had it not been for the incident with the lost child, their paths might not have crossed so significantly. After a couple of attempts to dissuade her, he might have respected her choice without further insistence. Yet, Zhou Zhilan was genuinely a good person. He was fully aware of the potential outcome, yet felt compelled to allow her to marry the murderous Zheng Tai, which weighed heavily on his conscience. If that were to occur, living another life would seem devoid of meaning. Young man, it is rather chilly outside. Why not step in for some warmth and tea? From a short distance, a door swung open, revealing Long Yi, who beckoned Zhang Jianguo over. Indeed, in the dead of night, the outside air was quite brisk, prompting Zhang Jianguo to enter Long Yi's modest abode. Inside, he noticed a deep pit dug by the window, surrounded by stones, with a fire burning within it. Above the flames sat a darkened kettle, while numerous roasted sweet potatoes lay nearby, filling the room with their delectable aroma. Upon entering, Zhang Jianguo felt a wave of comfort wash over him, as the room was illuminated by a bright bulb, radiating warmth. Long Yi was busily preparing tea for him. There are no fine tea leaves. I simply brewed some large leaves from my own garden. Do try it. And please enjoy a sweet potato. Long Yi was exceedingly hospitable, making Zhang Jianguo feel somewhat bashful as he expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Long Yi waved his hand dismissively, urging him to sit, and added, if the winter proves too cold while selling fish, feel free to come here for warmth, and if hunger strikes, you can have a sweet potato. The quality of your fish is remarkable. In such a dry year, to procure such fine specimens is no small feat. That other individual must be your father, correct? I noticed your fish are quite large and entirely catfish. It takes true skill to keep them alive. Long Yi's words caused Zhang Jianguo's heart to leap to his throat. This man must have observed him closely for quite some time. Chapter 38. A gift. That is not a matter of great skill, merely a little technique. In life, if one wishes to thrive and earn, one must employ some ingenuity. Zhang Jianguo chuckled, seemingly addressing Long Yi's comment, though perhaps not entirely clarifying his point. If you have any channels, would it be possible for you to come here every other day? The market is in dire need of fish. In such a drought year, your ability to procure fish is indeed impressive. Lord Long seemed to place great importance on the fish sold by Zhang Jianguo, expressing a desire for them to visit frequently and assuring him that the market was quite safe. Zhang Jianguo felt a touch of thirst and lifted the cup of large-leaf tea, savoring its mildly sweet flavor, which he found delightful. He refrained from eating the sweet potatoes, intending to have a meal upon returning to Zhang Wu's place. As for Lord Long's suggestion, Zhang Jianguo neither agreed nor declined. He merely indicated that the availability of those fish was uncertain and depended on supply and luck, all to avoid revealing the hidden river beneath his home. After all, no one would suspect that beneath his house lay a cavernous chamber, complete with a concealed river. Upon departing from Lord Long's establishment, Zhang Jianguo strolled through the market, purchasing 10 pounds of flour, 2 pounds of pork, and 2 or 3 pounds of steaming hot tofu and bean curd sticks, the latter being particularly fragrant and nutritious. Often referred to as bean oil, he planned to return home and have his mother prepare a meal for his 2 younger sisters, who appeared somewhat frail and in need of nourishment. While milk powder was difficult to procure, soy milk, transformed into bean oil and tofu, was more readily available. Zhang Jianguo also bought a bit of lard for Yang Xiong, weighing a little over 2 pounds. With just 50 cents remaining in his pocket, He scanned the market and reflected on Yang Xiong's usual reticence and their mother's strictness towards his wife, Lu Hohat, who had been enduring considerable hardship with their two children. In a moment of contemplation, Zhang Jianguo decided to utilize the 50 cents given by Yang Xiong to pause at a stall selling hair ornaments. He spotted exquisite headpieces fashioned from red velvet flowers, which, when tied in one's hair, appeared particularly stunning. Other colorful and uniquely designed ornaments were also available, and upon inquiring about the price, he learned they were 50 cents a pair, prompting him to purchase a pair. One pair was intended for Yang Xiong's wife, while the remainder was for his mother and two sisters. On his return journey, Zhao Yuancheng was managing the donkey cart, and Zhang Jianguo took the opportunity to rest his eyes for a moment. They had all enjoyed a bowl of noodles before departing, so he was not hungry and fell into a deep slumber amid the swaying of the cart. Upon arriving home, the sky was still dark, and a white figure suddenly dashed out, startling the groggy Zhang Jianguo. It was only upon hearing the honking of geese that he remembered his family had two large geese guarding their home. These two white geese, purchased during his last outing, had initially been kept confined in the backyard to acclimate, but had recently been released. They had since become quite lively, rushing over at any sign of activity. Fortunately, they recognized Zhang Jianguo and did not approach aggressively. Instead, they honked a couple of times before falling silent at the sight of the handful of wilted vegetable leaves he tossed their way. With food at hand, they naturally focused on eating. He Yufeng also came over, and the family hurriedly tended to the donkey, putting away the items they had bought. Upon seeing the glistening white tofu, He Yufeng expressed her delight, suggesting they rest first, and, once awake, she would prepare meat sauce noodles for them, while the bean curd sticks would be stewed to nourish Hongmei and Hongyue. Recently, the culinary delights in Zhang's household have significantly improved. The most notable transformation is observed in Zhang Hongyue and Zhang Hongmei, whose faces now exhibit a rosy hue, and their bodies have begun to fill out. After a long night of exertion, Zhang Jianguo attempted to catch up on sleep in the car upon returning home, but this time, slumber eluded him. With his eyes shut, he was haunted by visions of his past life, scenes of Zheng Tai's execution, or the nuptials of Zhou Zhilan and Zheng Tai, or dreams of selling fish in the black market only to be robbed. In short, his sleep was profoundly restless. By dawn, Zhang Jianguo felt even more fatigued. The aroma of pork wafted through the air. He Yufeng had prepared a dish of pork with scallions, along with a large pot of noodles. Additionally, the house was filled with the fragrance of simmered bean curd, sweetened slightly for the children's enjoyment, its milky white appearance emanating a delightful scent of beans. The warmth of home comforts the weary soul, and upon catching a whiff of his mother's enticing noodle dish, Zhang Jianguo could not resist serving himself a generous bowl. Recently, the household had been thriving, with dishes enriched by lard, causing his appetite to diminish, rendering him less easily susceptible to hunger than before. During the meal, two geese waddled about his feet, stretching their necks in anticipation. Whenever a morsel fell from someone's bowl, they would scurry over with wings flapping, eagerly snatching the fallen food. The playful competition for scraps brought a lively atmosphere to the home. Zhang Jianguo noticed that his little one, Xiao Xiao, though still unable to turn over in her cradle, was fixated on the geese, babbling excitedly, her dark, grape-like eyes sparkling with delight. After satisfying his hunger, Zhang Jianguo cradled Xiao Xiao and ventured out to find Yang Xiong. He brought along some lard and a pair of hair ornaments. Remarking that he had not discovered anything particularly interesting to purchase for his mother and sister, so he thought to bring Yang Xiong a pair for his wife as well. Yang Xiong was taken aback upon receiving the ornaments, clearly not expecting such a gift from Zhang Jianguo. However, considering he had already bought them, and they were quite lovely, he was appreciative, especially since his wife's birthday was approaching. Since their marriage, he had not gifted her anything, making the hair ornaments a perfect choice. And he expressed his gratitude profusely. "Thank you. I owe you my gratitude for the belly band you gifted to Xiao Xiao. It fits her perfectly, and my mother has praised it endlessly." With Yang Xiong's understanding, Zhang Jianguo felt a wave of relief. He hoped for harmony in their marriage, for the sake of their two children, who would suffer greatly without their mother at such a tender age. Cradling Xiao Xiao, Zhang Jianguo intended to stroll through the village and check if there were any tasks available with Huangsan. He felt an obligation to visit, as he had been somewhat disengaged from collective labor, often indulging in idleness. However, as he made his way towards the village, he spotted a familiar silhouette in the distance, reminiscent of Zhaocheng. But at this early hour, Zhaocheng should have been at the channel, shouldn't he? How did he appear in the village? Has he returned? Zhaocheng is certainly more astute than Zhao Xian, and his return can only spell trouble. Chapter 39. Preparing for the worst. Upon catching a glimpse of Zhaocheng, Zhang Jianguo decided to follow him, curious about his intentions. Soon, he observed Zhaocheng visiting the village secretary, Zhaojia, and remained there for over 10 minutes. The specifics of their conversation eluded him. After leaving Zhaojia's residence, Zhaocheng hurried away, accompanied by 2 fellow villagers, heading towards the area where the village was constructing a canal. Zhang Jianguo pondered this and sought out Huang San. Learning that Zhaocheng had insisted on returning upon hearing that his 3 sons were to be assigned work in the township, he felt restless about leaving his wife and parents at home without the men around. The village granted him leave, and thus Zhaocheng returned yesterday afternoon and departed this morning. I recall your words. As long as someone is with him, there should be no cause for concern. Zhao Xian's predicament has also been addressed. He has been imprisoned for several years. Huang San glanced around and lowered his voice, confiding to Zhang Jianguo that he had visited Zhao Xian, who claimed he was wrongfully accused, and urged him to inform Zhaocheng to seek a way to rescue him. Yesterday, Zhaocheng had indeed come to see him and seemed to have gone to the township to meet Zhao Xian in the afternoon. Upon returning in the evening, he sought out Huang San to inquire about the situation and even expressed his gratitude, offering some gifts, which Huang San modestly declined. You ask whether I should take any action at this critical juncture? As the village head, or rather the acting head, I feel a twinge of anxiety. Zhaojia's qualifications are no less than mine, and he is part of the Zhao family. Is it possible that the village leadership might eventually fall to Zhaojia? At this moment, Huang San was entirely deferential to Zhang Jianguo, consulting him on any significant decisions. His greatest concern was whether he could eventually secure the title of village head. Just focus on your responsibilities, Zhang Jianguo advised. Like any other village, we need to repair the canal, excavate the riverbed, and mobilize the villagers to refurbish the roofs of some aging houses, especially for the several elderly and lonely villagers, as well as those lacking labor at home. If this winter proves harsh with heavy snowfall, it could lead to a snow disaster. Zhang Jianguo recalled that during last winter's heavy snowfall, many roofs of elderly villagers collapsed under the weight of the snow, resulting in several fatalities. The issues surrounding Zhao Xian and Li Xiaohua had yet to surface, and it was due to the snow disaster that the township removed the village head from his position. Meanwhile, Huang San had taken a group of villagers into the mountains to hunt, procuring a considerable amount of wild boar and sheep, which allowed them to sell for money to purchase grain, thereby making the winter more bearable. Ultimately, the villagers elected Huang San as the village head. Though he had his own ambitions, he still managed to steer the village in a commendable direction. Organizing the repair of roofs? This is indeed feasible, especially since we have some leisure time now. With the arrival of the cold weather, I intend to lead a group of militiamen into the mountains this year. The harvest has been poor, and without some game, we shall face a food shortage come spring. Huang San, being a farmer himself, is acutely aware that the grain allocated from the village this year is insufficient. It simply will not suffice. Currently, no one is starving, but as we approach the spring famine, not only will vegetables be scarce, but grain will be too. The most prudent course of action is to procure food from the mountains by organizing a contingent of armed militiamen from the village. The Zhao family village is surrounded by vast mountains, home to numerous wild boars and wolves. These beasts, faced with hunger in winter, descend upon the village, sometimes even snatching away children during the most dire times. Such incidents are common across villages, as the famished wolves are known to prey upon humans. If we do not venture into the mountains this winter to hunt, the wolf population will only increase by next year, and in severe cases, the farmers living near the mountains may find themselves unable to remain, as the wolves would ravage their homes. Furthermore, the corn and sweet potatoes cultivated in the mountains cannot be harvested without encountering wolves. These predators are bold and charge at anyone they see. The reason the village organizes armed militiamen is primarily due to the presence of wolves and leopards in the mountainous region. Without firearms, the villagers would be at a disadvantage, merely waiting to be preyed upon. Zhang Jianguo's words resonated with Huang San, who genuinely intended to convene a meeting that afternoon to rally some labor from the village to repair the homes of elderly residents. However, to their surprise, there was considerable opposition. Many felt that this was unnecessary, given the drought this year, and with winter still a month or two away. They were exhausted from digging ponds and wished to take a break. Additionally, some believed that if they were to repair the roofs of the elderly, then their own homes required attention as well. After all, it is considered unjust to not take advantage of an opportunity for oneself. Ultimately, the matter reached an impasse, and Huang Xin hesitated, for he too was weary and desired a respite. If one were to adhere to another perspective, repairing all the roofs in the village would be an enormous undertaking, and the village lacked both the funds and labor to accomplish it. Perhaps it would be better to inspect each house, addressing any issues found, while merely replacing tiles or adding thatch where there were none. As for rest, once the cold snow arrives, there will be no work to be done, and everyone will be confined to their homes, sleeping the days away. Zhang Jianguo's proposal garnered considerable support, as it was indeed a beneficial endeavor to inspect every home. Everyone would gain from this. Regarding rest, it is true that once it snows, there will be little to do, and most will have to remain indoors. Huang Xin found it difficult to comprehend Zhang Jianguo's insistence on repairing the houses, yet he harbored his own intentions. Seizing this opportunity to gather timber for the repairs, he planned to ensure that the best wood was reserved for the houses, while the branches could be used as firewood. As winter's chill descends, there is no longer a need to gather firewood. For several years past, there have been unfortunate souls who, amidst heavy snow, ventured out for this purpose only to be seized by wolves or succumb to the bitter cold, a truly tragic fate. Given the decision to renovate the entire village and inspect the rooftops, a considerable undertaking, Huang Xin hesitated over whether to personally lead the inspection, fearing he might offend someone and end up with discontent from all sides. To his surprise, Zhang Jianguo, who typically shunned responsibility, stepped forward, declaring that since it was his proposal, he would take charge of the task. This declaration alleviated Huang Xin's considerable dilemma, filling him with joy, and he promptly agreed. Zhang Jianguo genuinely took the matter to heart, determined to thoroughly inspect the houses in the village, as he recalled the devastating winter of his previous life, when the snow disaster claimed numerous lives. Little did he know that the first inspection would almost lead to calamity. Chapter 40. Truly frightening. Zhang Jianguo visited the home of Elder Zhao, an elderly man living alone in a dilapidated courtyard. Lacking children, he had only a nephew who occasionally visited, and some distant relatives in the village who provided him with grain, allowing him to scrape by. However, during the first heavy snowfall of that fateful winter in his past life, the roof of Elder Zhao's home collapsed. He was knocked unconscious, and by the time anyone discovered him the following day, he had already frozen to death. It was only with the assistance of Zhang Jianguo and a few young men from the village that they were able to perform the rites for the old man before finally laying him to rest in the mountains. During the vigil, Zhang Jianguo pondered that had the roof not caved in, Zhao would not have perished from the cold. With his robust constitution, he could have easily lived another decade or more. Alas, a life extinguished. This motivated Zhang Jianguo to repair the homes of the village's elderly, starting with Elder Zhao's abode. Zhang Jianguo planned to first set up a ladder and inspect the roof, suspecting that the wood was likely rotting. He intended to document the necessary repairs so that when the timber was available, it could be replaced, thereby preventing the roof from collapsing under heavy snow, which would avert further tragedies. However, as he lifted a tile from the roof, his hand trembled and he nearly lost his balance. To his astonishment, he spotted a snake over a meter-long coiled atop Elder Zhao's roof, languidly stirring at the sound, its triangular eyes glinting with a cold light. "Elder Zhao, there is a snake on your roof. Quite a large one," Zhang Jianguo exclaimed, scrambling down the ladder, his heart racing. The existence of such a sizable serpent in the home of an elderly man was alarming. He wondered if it were venomous, and the thought of a bite was unsettling. Where is it? Is it not hibernating? Has this winter been too warm? Upon hearing Zhang Jianguo's mention of the snake, Yang Xiong hurriedly searched the ground for a stick to hand to him, and the others who had accompanied them were equally startled. Snakes, regardless of whether they are venomous or not, can provoke fear, and a bite could have dire consequences. Time is of the essence when seeking medical attention, and one might not survive the journey to a clinic. Old Zhao has now realized the situation. Upon hearing that there was a snake on the beam of his house, he quickly shouted, "Do not harm it. Please do not kill the snake. It is our household guardian, keeping the mice at bay. My home is spotless, with not a single mouse in sight, thanks to this snake. Just carry it to the yard and let it leave on its own. Do not harm it. It would bring bad luck. I seldom have visitors, so having a snake for company is rather pleasant." Zhao's words left Yang Xiong dumbfounded, his mouth agape in disbelief. He wanted to curse, but, seeing Zhao's advanced age, refrained from doing so. Instead, he turned to Zhang Jianguo, inquiring about the next steps. Let us proceed as old Zhao suggests. I believe his roof requires repairs. The beam appears to be on the verge of breaking. Eventually, it was a bolder villager who took the initiative to carry the snake into the yard. Strangely enough, once in the yard, the snake did not bite anyone. After basking in the sun for a while, it slithered into a crack in the floor of the house. This left Zhang Jianguo worried, wondering from where the snake might emerge next. Observing the villagers in the yard, old Zhao was filled with joy, repeatedly exclaiming how wonderful the new China was. Appreciating the camaraderie among his fellow villagers, he mentioned a persistent leak in his home, but hesitated to climb onto the roof due to his age. Grateful for the help of the others. Old man, you should take strolls around the village. It is lively with so many people. With a snake in your house, others might hesitate to visit. Zhang Jianguo teased lightly, noting the areas of Zhao's house that needed repair. He meticulously recorded the details, planning to gather materials over the next few days for a swift repair. As they departed from old Zhao's home, he accompanied them for quite a distance, continuously praising Zhang Jianguo, saying, "This young man is quite admirable." Aside from old Zhao, Zhang Jianguo inspected the roofs of other villagers. Most roofs were in good condition, particularly the newly constructed ones, which remained largely intact. Only a few roofs exhibited minor leaks that could be easily fixed with minimal materials. This realization brought Zhang Jianguo a sense of relief. If managed well, the roofing project in the village would not be overly demanding. In all likelihood, the work could be completed within 10 days for the entire village. Soon, Zhang Jianguo and Yang Xiong had assessed the roofs of several hundred households, identifying a dozen homes that required urgent attention. Some walls were leaning and needed support with bricks or wood, though the results were not ideal. The most critical situation involved a home that was nearly uninhabitable. During heavy snowfall, it risked collapsing, posing a fatal danger. In the past, a similar winter snowfall had led to such a calamity. Constructing new homes was impractical due to financial constraints. Ultimately, Huang San proposed that the affected family temporarily relocate to the communal cattle shed, reminiscent of the dwelling Zhang Jianguo and his companions had occupied in a previous life. This time, Zhang Jianguo arranged for the repair of several large holes in the cattle shed ahead of time, ensuring it would be at least a bit warmer. Renovating houses is one aspect, yet the paramount task lies in gathering firewood. The villagers have rallied together, with strong laborers chopping large timber to repair the beams, while more women and children ascend the mountains to collect shorter logs and twigs for firewood. In winter, rural areas are most in need of firewood, as the biting cold and heavy snow make it exceedingly difficult to procure fuel for warmth. Seizing this opportunity, the villagers have managed to stockpile a significant amount of firewood, ensuring that every household has enough to burn. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianguo and his father, while transporting fish to the black market in the city, plan to purchase some winter necessities. Particularly, the three children lack new cotton jackets, and their home has no thick blankets. They fear for Xiao, worried that she might suffer from the cold this winter. Before they could head to the black market that evening, they encountered Huang San's wife, who greeted them warmly. She mentioned that she had heard from Lu Hohat that her family had brought back some lard, and she wondered if she could buy a couple of pieces. Additionally, she expressed a desire to acquire a hair ornament like Lu Hohat's, asking Zhang Jianguo if he could bring one back from the city next time. Traveling to the city from Zhaojia is quite inconvenient. Thus, Huang San's wife felt comfortable approaching Zhang Jianguo, given their familiarity. Zhang Jianguo readily agreed, finding it no trouble to bring back some lard alongside the fish. He contemplated whether this trip could allow him to procure additional supplies for the village, selling what was needed. After all, earning a profit was the primary goal. Chapter 41. She is to be betrothed. Zhang Jianguo and his father maintained their usual routine, but this time they loaded more fish, approximately 1,000 pounds. Fortunately, with the cold weather and early dusk, the village fell into silence before 7 o'clock, prompting Zhang Jianguo to set off early with the horse-drawn cart towards the black market. The addition of the donkey cart made their journey considerably easier, allowing them to arrive promptly at the market. Upon arrival, they first visited Zhang Wu to order 2 bowls of noodles and were pleasantly surprised to find beef noodles available. Zhang Wu cheerfully explained that he had purchased 20 pounds of beef from a cow that had died, using it to offer customers a change of flavor. As the black market has grown busier, Zhang Wu's business has thrived. His culinary skills are exceptional, and he takes great care in his preparation, occasionally introducing new variations. Whether it be meat or fish, and even using beef or lamb for toppings while generously adding oil to the noodles. Patrons who have dined there remember the flavors fondly, returning whenever circumstances permit. Zhang Jianguo praised Zhang Wu, giving him a thumbs up. Indeed, the beef noodles were delectable, spicy, fragrant, and richly flavored, with tender beef generously served. Zhang Wu beamed at the compliment, his smile wide enough to reveal nearly all his teeth. However, when it came time to settle the bill, Zhang Yuancheng found the price somewhat steep. 1 yuan for 2 bowls of noodles, nearly enough to buy a couple of pounds of pork. While undeniably delicious, such indulgence could strain any household's budget. Beef surpasses pork, especially in winter when one ought to indulge in beef and lamb. Father, do not fret. I shall peruse the market to see if I can procure some beef, so that mother and my sister may also savor its delightful flavor. While selling fish, Zhang Jianguo was persuading his father, who lamented the high price of beef noodles. Perhaps we should opt for pork instead. It is fatty and succulent, whereas beef tends to be lean and can be tough on the teeth. Moreover, it consumes more firewood, which is rather impractical. Zhang Yuancheng shook his head repeatedly, eliciting a chuckle from Zhang Jianguo. His father's perspective was, after all, reflective of the majority of common folk in this era. Beef is not as delectable as pork, lacking in fat and tenderness. Yet, the health benefits of beef are undeniable. The concerns regarding firewood and time are trivial when compared to the sheer delight of good food. Please, do catch me a catfish. I have heard your fish is exquisite and devoid of any muddy taste. The unexpected visitor was none other than Lord Long. Zhang Jianguo promptly stood up, ready to offer him a catfish, but Lord Long insisted on weighing the fish first. Zhang Jianguo selected a larger catfish, which weighed nearly 8 pounds. After a moment's thought, he declared that 3 yuan would suffice, effectively conceding a yuan in profit. This brought a smile to Lord Long's face as he swiftly handed over the money. This price may be your cost price. You might even be losing 2 dimes. I appreciate it. Come over later for some fish and warmth. Thank you. I'm charging you for the fish. I'm not avaricious. Zhang Jianguo laughed, finding Lord Long to be quite amiable and generous, never seeking to take advantage of others. In the market, he always pays for whatever he buys and never accepts anything for free. Such integrity has already outshone many others. As Zhang Jianguo continued selling fish, his gaze frequently wandered toward the market, pondering that Zhou Yuo should have arrived to buy fish by now. However, as he waited, the fish were nearly sold out when he finally heard a familiar voice. I would like the largest fish you have. A deep voice resonated, prompting Zhang Jianguo to respond eagerly, rushing to retrieve a particularly large catfish that had been kept hidden, weighing a hefty 15 pounds. He had hesitated to present it when Lord Long visited, but now with only smaller fish left on the stall, this colossal specimen drew envious glances from onlookers, with some clamoring for the big fish as well. It has already been sold. This fish was reserved by my brother. The newcomer was Zhao Yuancheng, not Zhou Zhilan. Yet he observed Zhang Jianguo with curiosity, pondering that he had not pre-ordered any fish. He had only purchased a few times and was aware that the proprietor liked to conceal the larger fish at the back. As long as one requested a big fish, he would produce one from behind. However, he was surprised to find the fish was so enormous this time. The catfish was substantial, with thick flesh, devoid of bones and muddy taste, making it exceptionally delicious. Indeed, I always purchase fish from this brother. His fish lacks any muddy flavor and is excellent in quality at a reasonable price. Zhao Yuancheng was pleased with the large fish Zhang Jianguo had selected for him. Presently, Zhang Jianguo was selling fish at 50 cents a pound, which offered remarkable value compared to the already inflated prices of pork. After all, the black market for meat has expanded, yet only Zhang Jianguo's stall offers such substantial fish. This is an unavoidable situation. The entire county is suffering from drought. In these times, it is not just the scarcity of water that poses a challenge, but also the difficulty in procuring such sizable fish. This scarcity is a principal reason why Zhang Jianguo manages to sell every fish he brings in. The rarity of such a commodity enhances its value, and coupled with the fact that his catfish are plump and devoid of any earthy taste, they are exceedingly popular. With Zhao Yuancheng's ardent endorsement, the remaining dozen or so small catfish that Zhang Jianguo had were swiftly sold out. Originally, Zhang Jianguo intended to gift one of the fish to Zhao Yuancheng, but upon seeing his demeanor, it was evident that he did not recognize him at all. Ultimately, Zhang Jianguo gave him a discount of 10 cents, which delighted Zhao Yuancheng immensely, prompting him to express his gratitude profusely. Feigning casual curiosity, Zhang Jianguo inquired, Why have you come alone today? I recall there were two others accompanying you. Oh, the other two are busy preparing for their betrothal. They have been preoccupied lately, Zhao Yuancheng replied without a second thought. He felt that the fish seller treated him like a friend, so he was candid, believing that the impending engagement of Zhao Jilan was nothing to be ashamed of. However, this revelation struck Zhang Jianguo like a thunderbolt. Was Zhao Jilan truly going to marry Jing Tai? In a previous life, she had met her demise at his hands. Though Jing Tai ultimately faced execution himself, yet Zhao Jilan was deceased. Death is irrevocable. The fact that she had not yet married offered a glimmer of hope for a change in fate. She still had a chance to survive. If he did not take action, he would surely be plagued by guilt throughout the remainder of his life. After all, Zhang Jianguo was not a heartless individual. Such matters were intolerable to him, yet Zhao Jilan was unwilling to heed his counsel. What could he do? Should he merely stand by and watch her march towards her demise? A sense of frustration overcame Zhang Jianguo as his father, Zhang Yuancheng, urged him to hurry. The fish had been sold, and it was time to procure supplies for their return. With the weather threatening to change, there was a fear of impending snow, which would not only inflate prices, but also hinder access to the market due to blocked roads. Chapter 42. Preemptive Arrangements. With thoughts of Huang San's wife needing lard, Zhang Jianguo hastened to make his purchases. Today, due to a rise in pork prices on the black market, many vendors were still selling pork. Lard remained slightly cheaper than pork, and after some haggling, he managed to buy 10 pounds at approximately 55 cents per pound, requesting the vendor to cut it into 2-pound portions. He also acquired a set of pig heart and lungs, weighing over 3 pounds for just 60 cents. Additionally, he purchased some soup bones, which were selling cheaply at 20 cents per pound. There was little meat on them, and most people were reluctant to buy, deeming it an unwise expense. Spending such a sum on bones devoid of meat or fat seemed a poor investment. However, Zhang Jianguo understood that these bones would yield a delicious broth, perfect for noodles. The pigs raised these days had been fed wild vegetables and a variety of natural foods for over a year, resulting in delectable meat and flavorful bones. Thus, he bought 5 pounds of soup bones for merely 1 yuan. He also procured a slab of pork belly, which, being rich in fat, was relatively pricey, fetching 60 cents per pound on the black market, and he bought 2 to 3 pounds. Having purchased a considerable number of items, the butcher greeted him with a cheerful smile, perhaps in hopes of enticing him to return to patronize his business. To this end, he kindly offered a generous piece of pig liver, weighing nearly half a pound, as a complimentary gift. This gesture brought a sense of joy to Zhang Jianguo, who, in a moment of indulgence, decided to buy a pig's trotter as well, which cost a mere few cents per pound, weighing around 5 pounds. This single trotter amounted to nearly 2 yuan. With his acquisitions secured, Zhang Jianguo ventured further into the market, where he purchased a pair of decorative headpieces, 2 packets of candy, and some treats favored by children, including malt candy and sesame candy, both regarded as luxurious delicacies in rural areas. Typically, such snacks would only be bought during the New Year celebrations, reserved for esteemed relatives, as families seldom indulged in them for their own enjoyment. Additionally, Zhang Jianguo procured 10 boxes of matches, priced at 3 cents for 2 boxes, a remarkable bargain considering that the supply cooperative charged 2 cents per box. The matchboxes boasted exquisite designs, with the most common featuring the yellow crane tower, along with various illustrations of people, landscapes, and zodiac animals. Children delighted in collecting these beautifully crafted matchbox covers due to their aesthetic appeal and charm. Beyond these items, Zhang Jianguo acquired 100 pounds of millet and another 100 pounds of wheat, understanding the necessity of early storage. With the winter snowfall arriving sooner than expected, it was imperative to stockpile food to avoid being trapped without provisions. He also gathered several dozen pounds of hardy vegetables such as pumpkins and cabbage, which were affordable at just a few cents per pound. Heeding He Yufeng's advice to stock up on cabbage, she expressed concern over the lack of time to prepare pickled vegetables this year, fearing they might find themselves without food. As Zhang Jianguo prepared to leave, he noticed a vendor selling geese, 6 or 7 of them, not particularly large, but certainly capable of sustaining them through the new year. He contemplated raising these geese near the cave, where they would have ample access to water and forage. He envisioned enclosing a small area for them, ensuring they would thrive. Come winter, when food supplies dwindled, they could be stewed in an iron pot. After meandering through the black market, Zhang Jianguo returned with an abundance of supplies. Having spent a fair amount of money, While he initially arrived with a cart full, he departed with an equally laden vehicle. In a thoughtful gesture, he even splurged on extra feed for his donkey, treating it to some sweet potatoes. With this sustenance, the donkey's pace quickened on the journey home, and they arrived just as night fell, greeted by the large white goose that rushed out to welcome them. Zhang Jianguo secured the mouths of the geese with rope, lest their cacophony disturb the villagers. "Oh my goodness! How on earth did you manage to buy so much? How much did all of this cost?" He Yufeng exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Zhang Jianguo return with a cart brimming with goods. The expenses incurred for such a trip, both to and fro, raised concerns about the challenges of earning money in these times. As winter approaches with the promise of snow, I seize the opportunity to stock up on supplies before prices rise significantly. With our large family, the demands for food and necessities are considerable. This year, we have earned some money, and it would be unthinkable to let my two younger sisters go hungry. Just look at how they hardly grew last year, frail and diminutive. Zhang Jianguo's comments dampened He Yufeng's spirits, and even Zhang Yuancheng chimed in, lamenting the hardships faced by the children at home. In the past, when we were impoverished, every morsel was rationed to ensure the children had enough. Now that we have a bit of financial relief, it is only natural that the children should eat well. After all, what is the purpose of our relentless toil if not to provide for our little ones? Both Zhang Yuancheng and He Yufeng are fiercely protective of their children. They are willing to explore any avenue that might benefit them. Thus, despite their concerns about spending, upon hearing Zhang Jianguo's words, they quickly found solace and assisted in moving the supplies into the cellar. Zhang Jianguo, apprehensive about storing rice, opted to purchase a substantial quantity of millet and wheat. When these grains were placed in the cellar, they conveniently joined the village's rations, which still amounted to over 200 jin. This stockpile must last until next year's harvest of wheat. Had it not been for Zhang Jianguo's purchases of additional hundreds of jin, the provisions would have clearly fallen short. With this food supply, even if we ate solely from it, we could make it until the new wheat harvest. Knowing there is food in the house brings an inner peace. At this moment, Zhang Yuancheng felt invigorated, beaming with joy at the sight of the stored grains. Feeling an extraordinary sense of security, He Yufeng also brought a few geese to the cave below, finding a well-lit spot to secure them, blocking the narrowest passage with stones. They even prepared a basin for the geese, intending to train them to return for food at the sound of a gentle knock. They constructed a nesting area for laying eggs, ensuring the geese would not wander off. Raising them in this cave is indeed a splendid idea. Perhaps we should also purchase some ducks, so we won't need to buy duck eggs. Observing the geese, He Yufeng appreciated her son's foresight. These geese require little supervision, yet provide eggs, a far better option. Once they settled everything, dawn broke. Zhang Yuancheng, after a brief rest, ventured to the village to find Huang San's wife, bringing her 2 jin of lard along with a hairpin. He didn't charge her much and even returned 50 cents. This left Huang San's wife singing praises of Zhang Jianguo, eagerly telling Huang San upon his return how much cheaper city goods were compared to those at the village supply store. The items were not only attractive and fresh, but also economical. Yet, seeing his wife so delighted, Huang San couldn't suppress his skepticism. "My dear, have you given this any thought? You asked Zhang Jianguo to buy lard in the city, but he has been in the village during the day and has frequently borrowed our donkey. I suspect he may have taken it to the city for some questionable dealings." As the village head, Huang San possessed a keen awareness, and the tension was palpable as Chapter 43 reached its climax. "You think you're clever? What have you really disowned? Someone bought some lard for me, and you are merely speculating in your heart. Consider Zhang Jianguo. Does he not deserve our family's trust? Even if he has not committed any unlawful acts, you both are inextricably linked, like grasshoppers on the same string. Have you ever pondered how you arrived at this point?" Huang San's wife chastised him vehemently, causing his face to flush as he desperately defended himself. "I merely wished for us as a couple to share some heartfelt words. In all honesty, Zhang Jianguo is quite commendable. My position as the acting village chief is largely due to his support. Although this role often feels unsatisfactory, he advised me to remain patient and to manage my duties diligently without resorting to unscrupulous actions. His intellect surpasses yours. His counsel surely holds merit. So heed his words. What is there to fear?" After her tirade, Huang San bore no resentment, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. That night, as he lay in bed, he contemplated that should Zhang Jianguo engage in any minor transgressions, he might simply turn a blind eye, especially in critical moments, perhaps even offering a veil of protection. After all, they were indeed intertwined like grasshoppers on the same string. Meanwhile, He Yufang was preparing a meal at home when Lu Hohat arrived seeking to borrow some fire. Upon noticing He Yufang producing a brand new box of matches, she quickly inquired if she might purchase a box. With 2 children at home, she lacked the time to venture into town for matches. If you have extra, please sell me a box. I will fetch some money from my mother-in-law. Is it 12 cents? Upon hearing this, He Yufang felt a pang of sympathy and discreetly asked, haven't you saved any money? You are married now, and your mother-in-law is quite frugal. You should discuss this with your husband. One cannot live in such a manner. Upon hearing He Yufang's words, Lu Hohat lowered her head, feeling immensely aggrieved as she explained that her mother-in-law insisted that all earnings from her husband should be handed over to her for management, and every purchase required her mother-in-law's approval. Lu Hohat had previously argued with Yang Xiong over this matter. Yet with everyone in her household sharing the surname Yang and her 2 young children, she felt trapped. The man always urged her to endure, claiming that her mother had no ill intentions and was merely trying to help them save money, assuring her that life would improve once her brother-in-law married. Such grievances only deepened after He Yufang mentioned them, leaving her feeling increasingly sorrowful. Sister-in-law, I still have a few boxes of matches at home. Take one, and perhaps later, Yang Xiong can assist me with some tasks. Zhang Jianguo witnessed this scene and quickly called out to Lu Hohat, urging her to take the matches away. Preoccupied with her cooking, Lu Hohat said little, assuring him she would pay. After Lu Hohat departed, He Yufang sighed, reflecting that Grandma Yang was indeed fortunate to have such a wonderful son and daughter-in-law, yet she failed to cherish them. At her age, why be so harsh on her daughter-in-law? After all, her own hardships in youth were not caused by the daughter-in-law. Zhang Jianguo felt compelled to counsel Yang Xiong. His own wife had tragically taken her life when pushed to desperation. While he couldn't yet extend his support to Zhaojia Village, he believed he could offer some assistance to Yang Xiong and Lu Hohat, given their proximity. Perhaps it could resolve the tragedies of a past life. That afternoon, Yang Xiong came bearing money, a mere 12 cents. Upon receiving the funds, Zhang Jianguo began to engage Yang Xiong in conversation. You, my friend, how is it that your wife is left without a penny? As a mother, she should be able to provide for her child. If the little one needs money one day and she has none to offer, how can you, as a man, hold your head high? Don't you have plenty of chickens at home? I recall you often sell eggs, and you occasionally gather herbs for sale. Surely that brings in some income. Why have you not given your wife a little something? My mother won't allow it, Yang Xiong replied. She says my younger brother still needs to marry. At this, Zhang Jianguo was taken aback, wanting to unleash his frustration. Who do you live with, your mother or your wife? Look at you. You are the father of 2 children and the head of your household. What do you think your wife married you for? To toil endlessly without any money? Reflect on it. Are you living up to your responsibilities? Zhang Jianguo's words struck a chord, leaving Yang Xiong momentarily speechless. He could not fault Zhang Jianguo. The man spoke out of concern, and his words rang true. It dawned on Yang Xiong that perhaps he had been neglectful towards his wife. Thus, that evening, he returned home to ask his mother for 10 yuan. Yang Laotai was taken aback and immediately inquired about the purpose of the money. Hohat doesn't he have a single cent? I need 10 yuan for her. If she has some money, she can spend it more freely. With the new year approaching, she can buy fabric to make new clothes for the child. Yang Xiong's words displeased Yang Laotai, who suspected Hohat was attempting to sow discord between mother and son. She erupted in anger, berating Hohat as a cunning vixen, stirring Yang Xiong to demand money. Hohat was utterly wronged, insisting she had done no such thing, while Yang Xiong grew increasingly frustrated, clarifying that the desire for money was entirely his own notion, not instigated by Hohat. Mother, what are you saying? Over the years, I have given you money, certainly not less than 1,000 yuan. What is wrong with asking for 10 yuan? Not long ago, I bought herbs and gave you 30 yuan. Hohat never mentioned any of this. It was my own thought to buy fabric for the child. Upon hearing this, Yang Laotai realized she had misjudged Hohat. Yet she would not admit her error. Instead, she accused Hohat of being a daughter without virtue, a burden who insisted on wearing new clothes. Coincidentally, Hohat wore a headpiece gifted by Yang Xiong, which Yang Laotai had long resented, and she seized this opportunity to berate. Yang Xiong, now exasperated, felt for the first time that his mother was being unreasonable. It was clear that he had acted with good intentions, yet she insisted on blaming his wife. Moreover, although his daughter was a girl, she was his flesh and blood. He couldn't help but notice how the family next door, the Zhangs, dressed their adopted daughter in new clothes and treated her with kindness. His own flesh and blood seemed to fare worse. Thus, he refused to yield to Yang Laotai, who continued to nag insistently, drawing the attention of neighbors and villagers who gathered to witness the commotion. Meanwhile, Hohat held their daughter protectively, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at her husband, Yang Xiong. Was this the heavens showing her compassion? This was the moment when Yang Xiong stood before his mother for the first time, engaging in a quarrel. Old Mrs. Yang, your family is truly something. Clearly, Yang Xiong earns more, yet when someone asks for 10 yuan to buy clothes for the child, you are so miserly as to refuse. Do you even consider Yang Xiong your son? Is this how a mother behaves? Zhang Jianguo, upon understanding the situation, could not restrain himself from speaking up for Yang Xiong. However, old Mrs. Yang suddenly lunged at Zhang Jianguo, attempting to grab his clothes while shouting that he must have ill intentions, meddling in her family affairs. This was an unwarranted disaster. Chapter 44. She must be dealt with accordingly. He Yufeng, protective of her own, could no longer stand by. Upon witnessing old Mrs. Yang's shamelessness and how she bullied her son, she charged forward, exclaiming, "How truly shameless! At your age, how can you still behave like this? Why drag my son into your family disputes? Do you think my family is easy to bully?" Though He Yufeng usually appeared mild-mannered, at this moment she resembled a hen fiercely guarding her chicks, standing defiantly before Zhang Jianguo to shield him from old Mrs. Yang. The slow-to-react Zhang Yuancheng finally grasped the situation, positioning himself behind his wife to lend support. Even Zhang Hongyue, who had been merely observing, joined in, shouting that they should not bully her brother. Witnessing his parents and sister defend him, Zhang Jianguo felt a wave of emotion wash over him, his nose tingling and tears nearly spilling forth. Was it truly this blissful to have family to protect him? Old Mrs. Yang was taken aback. She had not anticipated that her tactics of throwing a tantrum would be ineffective against Zhang Jianguo. Without him needing to intervene, his family had rallied around him. A considerable number of villagers had gathered to observe and began to voice their opinions. Old Mrs. Yang, this is utterly unreasonable. You mistreat your son and daughter-in-law and then blame others? When you couldn't produce anything of value, you blame the chair. Indeed, when Zhang Jianguo helped the village secure a water source, why didn't you protest about drinking from that well? When he aided in repairing houses for the village, why didn't you object, claiming your home needed no repairs? Truly shameless. Such matters should be addressed by the Women's Federation. Otherwise, the village's reputation will be tarnished. The chorus of criticism made old Mrs. Yang, who had been crying and unwilling, quiet down considerably. She kept glancing towards the west, searching for someone to support her. Normally, it would be Yang Xiong who would step up in such moments. But today he was furious at her excessive behavior and turned his face away from her. As for her youngest son, he had vanished, leaving her amidst a crowd of people, none of whom would speak a word in her favor. Meanwhile, He Yufeng was infuriated, berating her for her shamelessness and extortion, accusing her of placing the blame on her son. Feeling utterly unsupported, old Mrs. Yang sank to the ground, weeping and lamenting her misfortunes, declaring that raising a son was akin to nurturing a wolf in sheep's clothing, that a daughter-in-law was a vixen, and that her granddaughter was a financial burden. The villagers, well aware of her character, observed the spectacle without offering any words of comfort, merely whispering among themselves. Upon receiving news of the commotion, Huang San arrived with the Women's Federation director, who shouted at old Mrs. Yang, finally bringing the farce to an end. At last, Huang San unleashed a tirade upon old lady Yang. Have you not examined yourself? You have such an obedient son, a considerate daughter-in-law, and a granddaughter who is so charming. This is an immense blessing that you fail to appreciate. Do not squander your fortune, I warn you, old lady Yang. If you continue this ruckus, you may find yourself cooking for others down by the canal, wasting your energy without purpose. With just this remark, Huang San managed to silence her. The canal work was arduous, and in such frigid weather, sending her there to cook would surely exhaust her frail body. Old lady Yang, ever shrewd, quickly conceded. Ultimately, after Huang San's stern reprimand, she lowered her head, handing 10 yuan to her son, Yang Xiong. However, this time Yang Xiong was furious and outright refused the money. Village chief, you are all here today. I have previously entrusted my earnings to my mother, for she claims we young people spend frivolously. Today, I shall not accept this 10 yuan. From now on, I will keep my own earnings. Yang Xiong had finally resolved to seek a means of earning money independently. He was diligent, often venturing into the mountains to forage for herbs and hunt. On a fortunate day, the herbs could be quite lucrative. He intended to clarify his stance today, to keep his earnings to himself henceforth, thereby avoiding any further disputes over a mere 10 yuan that would lead to such uproar from his mother. Well, you have your own family and 2 children now. You certainly should manage your own earnings. Huangxing glanced at the astonished old lady Yang and nodded, signaling his understanding of Yang Xiong's decision. In that moment, old lady Yang felt utterly depleted. She wished to chastise her son, but upon realizing that he had distanced himself emotionally, she pondered how they would survive without his financial support. Thus, she contemplated shedding a few tears in front of Yang Xiong once the others departed, recounting the hardships of raising him and his brothers, hoping he might reconsider. She knew her eldest son was soft-hearted and easily swayed. Lu Hohat gazed at her husband, her eyes sparkling with admiration. At that moment, she found him truly handsome. Deep within, he held a profound regard for both her and their children. And with such an attitude, no matter how arduous their circumstances, hope would remain alive. If they endured a little longer, they could eventually separate and live well. That night, Lu Hohat nestled in her husband's embrace, feeling an overwhelming sense of warmth. Zhang Jianguo had already begun to kindle a fire at home, as the nighttime temperatures had plummeted, making it unbearable to sit still. This year, they had gathered a substantial amount of firewood, allowing them to light the fire early. Beside the fire, a pot simmered, preparing rice porridge, enriched with a few poached eggs. Zhang Hongmei and Zhang Hongyue gazed longingly at the pot. The porridge needed to be thoroughly cooked. A pinch of salt and a drop of oil would be added to mix in for Xiao Xiao, who, now older, could not thrive on milk powder alone. As for the poached eggs, they were meant for the Zhang sisters, as Zhang Jianguo often remarked on their frail frames, insisting they needed nourishment. Come, try on your new shoes. He Yufang had been diligently crafting cotton shoes for them during this season. With winter's chill upon them, without thick cotton shoes, the children's feet would surely suffer. This year, life at home has improved somewhat. He Yufang has taken the initiative to craft cotton shoes for the children, and today, they have finally been completed. They are difficult to wear. I cannot get my feet in, Mom. These shoes are troublesome, Zhang Hongyue exclaimed as she bent down, attempting to put on her sister's shoes. Realizing they were indeed hard to fit, she grew anxious, while Zhang Jianguo chuckled, squatting down to assist his sister. These new shoes may pinch a bit, but there you go, they are on now. Aren't they warm? He said, helping his sister secure the shoes. As he tightened the laces, he noted that there seemed to be a bit of extra room at the front, suggesting she could still wear them next year. It's so hot, brother. I want to eat a fried egg, Zhang Hongyue said, wrapping her arms around Zhang Jianguo and looking up at him with a smile. She understood her brother's affection for her. Without him, their home would lack so many delightful treats. All right, I shall fry you an egg. One for each of us. And then off to bed we go, Zhang Jianguo replied with a soft chuckle. Soon, the sounds of the 2 sisters enjoying their fried eggs filled the room as darkness enveloped the sky outside. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past outside, and the cacophony of geese erupted, startling both Zhang Jianguo and Zhao Yuancheng. I will go check. It seems something is amiss. These geese are quite rowdy, Zhang Jianguo remarked as he stepped out of the warm house. His family harbored secrets, and as night had fallen, most people were already fast asleep, leaving the streets eerily quiet. Geese are naturally vigilant creatures, and Zhang Jianguo had raised them as one would a dog. As he exited the courtyard, he noticed 2 geese honking incessantly toward the outside. Upon opening the yard gate, the geese bolted like arrows, racing away while continuing their raucous calls. Their behavior was suspicious. Zhang Jianguo hurried after them, scanning the area but finding nothing amiss. However, the unusual clamoring of the geese and their synchronized actions suggested that something was indeed afoot. Perhaps someone had recently visited. Gazing at the pitch-black sky, a shiver ran down his spine from the biting cold. It appeared he must exercise caution in the coming days. At worst, he could lie low to avoid being caught venturing into the black market, as being reported for speculation could lead to considerable trouble. After all, regulations were still quite stringent in these times, but he calculated that in less than a year, policies would likely improve significantly. Zhang Jianguo called the geese back and returned home without revealing the truth, primarily to spare his parents' worries. He merely mentioned that a weasel had been spotted, prompting the geese's loud commotion. He Yufang smiled and began advising Zhang Yuancheng to gather more firewood from the mountains, emphasizing the importance of keeping the house warm this year to avoid the children suffering from the cold. She also mentioned that since winter had arrived early, she would grind the acorns she had collected to prepare some acorn tofu and add variety to their meals. The house was warm, the fire still glowing, and the children had drifted into slumber. With both children's cotton shoes completed, He Yufeng contemplated the prospect of having a bit more money this year, envisioning making each child a new outfit. Last year, the children had no new clothes to wear, but this year, thanks to the fish sales, how could the family afford fabric otherwise? Zhang Jianguo reclined on his bed, soaking his feet in warm water, relishing the comfort. He was diligently trying to recall certain events from his previous life. In his memories, winter arrived unusually early this year, with heavy snowfall beginning at the end of the month, a good 10 to 20 days ahead of previous years. The snowfall was particularly intense, accompanied by fierce winds that seemingly blew away a vehicle shelter from a unit on the west side of the city, injuring 6 individuals in the process. This incident stirred considerable commotion, and many were talking about it. Following that day, the snow fell continuously for an entire week. Numerous villages faced calamities. Either houses collapsed under the weight of the snow, injuring or even killing people, or individuals succumbed to the freezing temperatures, leading to reports of elderly deaths after some time. However, this was not the most tragic situation. The direst circumstance was that many villagers were caught off guard by the early snow, and numerous households failed to stockpile enough firewood. Compounded by the drought, many families had little food, leading to widespread hunger throughout the winter, including in Zhao family village. Ultimately, Huang Sen led a group into the mountains to hunt, managing to procure a substantial amount of game, alleviating the food crisis. Yet, hunting was fraught with peril. It seemed that some had perished and others sustained disabilities. Zhang Jianguo lay in bed, gradually recalling these past events, hoping to remember more. No, I must venture into the city once more to seek out Zhou Zhilan. Although she does not believe me, I must try. I cannot simply turn a blind eye to her plight. After much contemplation, Zhang Jianguo resolved to visit the city the following day, intending to purchase some supplies. Should heavy snow block the roads, it would be prudent to stock up on provisions, ensuring they could weather the winter comfortably. Just as he was preparing to set out, Zhou Zhilan unexpectedly came to find him. This time, she was alone, carrying various bundles, claiming the cold was too harsh for Xiao Xiao, and brought a small cotton quilt and some clothing for her. Cotton was expensive in winter, and Zhang Jianguo was taken aback that Zhou Zhilan had made a thick quilt for Xiao Xiao, weighing nearly 5 kilograms, which was already considered a significant gift, especially since many newlywed brides could not afford to provide even a new quilt for their homes. Zhou Zhilan, with her generosity, gifted Xiao Xiao a new quilt and brought a considerable amount of fabric, stating that she would make her new clothes when she grew older. Such thoughtfulness was akin to that of a devoted parent. Zhang Jianguo felt a surge of emotion. He recalled that Zhou Zhilan's salary was not particularly high, and her frequent expenditures were concerning. Therefore, he gently reminded her that their family would not let Xiao Xiao suffer. The quilt could stay, and the fabric could be taken back. After all, Zhou Zhilan was a young lady, and making a few more pieces of clothing was certainly beneficial. It's all right. I have been saving a little private money, and my partner's family is also doing well. Zheng Tai treats me quite nicely. He often offers to buy me clothes, but I have always declined. He plans to gift me 8 sets of clothing for our wedding, and I ponder whether I could ever wear them all. Zhou Zhilan said with a smile when mentioning Zheng Tai, yet this sentiment stirred an uncomfortable feeling within Zhang Jianguo. After contemplating, he invited Zhou Zhilan to sit inside, discreetly sending his mother away. He considered revealing to Zhou Zhilan the reason he urged her not to pursue a relationship with Zheng Tai. It stemmed from a vivid dream he had, one that felt as though it belonged to a past life, wherein he witnessed Zheng Tai being executed for the murder of his wife. As Zhang Jianguo recounted this tale, Zhou Zhilan's hand trembled, nearly causing the porcelain cup she held to slip from her grasp. Her complexion turned pale, disbelief etched across her face. We must trust in science. How could a dream possibly hold truth? If you possess ulterior motives, perhaps you should express them differently or with greater honesty to be more convincing. Despite Zhang Jianguo's assertions, Zhou Zhilan remained utterly unconvinced. Not only did she doubt his claims, but she also questioned his character, suspecting him of deceit. After all, his narrative was preposterous. Zheng Tai treated her with utmost kindness, seemingly eager to marry her, while their families expressed mutual satisfaction, frequently discussing auspicious dates to formalize the engagement. Deep down, Zhou Zhilan felt the pace of their relationship was hastening too quickly. She yearned to understand Zheng Tai better and ensure their compatibility before engaging in discussions of marriage. She was utterly unprepared for Zhang Jianguo's absurd proclamation. If I can prove the veracity of my dream, Would you then believe me? Zhang Jianguo confidently posed. Chapter 46. Truth or Fiction? Zhou Zhilan fixated on Zhang Jianguo's eyes, which sparkled with intensity, compelling her to glance away, fearful of becoming ensnared in their depths. All right, I will trust you. I am intrigued to hear how you intend to validate your claims, she replied, taking a deep breath, her skepticism evident. Swiftly, Zhang Jianguo disclosed that the first significant snowfall of the year was anticipated at the end of the month, arriving with ferocious intensity and lasting for 3 consecutive days, accompanied by fierce winds. He recounted a rain shelter in the west of the city being torn away, injuring 6 individuals. Zhou Zhilan listened intently, diligently committing each word to memory, and suddenly interjected, "When exactly at the end of the month will this snow fall? Is it true?" It was only early November, and historically, snowfall didn't occur until late December. Though the weather had recently turned colder, it seemed improbable that snow would arrive by the end of the month. In her recollection, the first snowfall of each year was typically modest, with substantial snow not arriving until early January, just before the New Year celebrations. Remember, today is the 6th day of November. The next heavy snowfall is expected on November 26th, lasting until November 30th, coinciding with the time when the sun sets in the west. This snowfall is predicted to be severe, with many households running out of vegetables and grain. You can prepare in advance upon your return to the city, as this winter has arrived early and is exceedingly cold. Here, the climate is distinctly marked by the 4 seasons, but even at its coldest, winter does not typically plunge below -10 degrees Celsius. Generally, temperatures around -7 or 8 degrees are considered quite frigid. Moreover, the duration of snowfall is usually brief, with warmth beginning to return gradually after the arrival of spring, leading to a notable decrease in snowfall. However, this year is different. It is anticipated to be the coldest winter since the founding of the nation. The combination of drought, blizzards, and persistent cold has resulted in snowfall extending even into the Qingming festival. This weather is quite anomalous, and Zhang Jianguo is acutely aware of this reality. With merely 20 days remaining, I choose to trust you for now. We shall see. Please take good care of Xiao Xiao while you are here. I still have some money, which you should keep for Xiao Xiao to buy some milk powder or essentials. Let her not suffer. The child is pitiable. Zhou Zhilan felt a pang of compassion as she teased Xiao Xiao beside her. It was evident that the Zhang family was kind-hearted, for Xiao Xiao appeared to be well cared for, plump and rosy-cheeked, breaking into smiles that melted the hearts of onlookers. I am not in dire need of funds. I can manage to raise this child. As a young lady, it is prudent to keep some money for oneself. Zhang Jianguo outright refused the money Zhou Zhilan offered. She glanced at the stack in her hands, composed of 5 and 10 yuan notes, amounting to over 100 yuan, a considerable sum for an ordinary rural family, sufficient to sustain a year's living expenses with careful budgeting. Yet, Zhang Jianguo seemed to reject this gift. Was he foolish, or was it something else? Seeing that her offer was futile, Zhou Zhilan refrained from further insistence, pocketed the money, and placed her belongings aside. She indicated that she would reflect carefully upon her return and would see in 20 days whether Zhang Jianguo was deceiving her. If his words were indeed true, she would need to contemplate her next steps thoroughly. As she departed, Zhang Jianguo exhaled a sigh of relief. While one can plan, the outcome lies beyond one's control. He had done his utmost. Should Zhou Zhilan choose not to heed his warnings, he resolved to respect the course of fate. In a moment of opportunity, Zhang Jianguo visited Huang San, informing him that a friend in the Meteorological Bureau had reached out, stating that this year's weather would be quite unusual, with heavy snow expected by the end of November and temperatures remaining low until after Qingming next year. He advised Huang San to prepare ample firewood. Huang San held Zhang Jianguo in high regard, and upon hearing this, he grew anxious. Recently, the village had inspected its dilapidated buildings, and excavation for drainage channels was underway. He promptly arranged for workers to venture into the mountains to harvest a stock of firewood while the sun still shone brightly, knowing that if the blizzard materialized, the absence of firewood could spell disaster for the villagers. As an experienced farmer, Huang San understood the critical importance of both food and firewood for those who rely on the whims of nature. Due to the imposing mountains, villagers venturing further into the wilderness are often susceptible to encounters with wolves and bears. Such encounters could lead to dire consequences, where not only would they return empty-handed without firewood, but their lives could also be at stake. During the snowy winters, injuries inflicted by wild animals are common among residents of nearby villages. However, Refraining from entering the mountains to gather firewood leaves homes cold and unbearable, especially for the elderly and children, resulting in fatalities. Hence, the militia in this area is armed, for unarmed individuals stand little chance against wild beasts. Indeed, the able-bodied men in the village were organized to gather firewood, while a portion of the militia would patrol for safety, preventing the need to venture into the mountains after snowfall when wild animals descend. After a discussion between Zhang Jianguo and Huang San, it was swiftly decided that the village's young men would enter the mountains the following day to collect firewood. Women and children would accompany them to forage for wild vegetables, and the villagers were informed to prepare for the winter. In previous years, by this time, the village matrons and sisters-in-law would commence the pickling of vegetables, storing cabbages, radishes, and sweet potatoes in their cellars. Each household endeavored to stockpile as much grain and various vegetables as possible, while also piling firewood under the eaves to a height of one person. Yet, this year, due to the drought, procuring water was already challenging, and only a few families possessed even a modest supply of cabbage, radishes, and sweet potatoes. Most households had merely a few bags of grain, with no vegetables to speak of. Some families even struggled to have enough grain to last until the new year. Consequently, the village decided to take a 2-day break, allowing villagers to travel to nearby towns or cities to purchase some grain or miscellaneous food items, as everyone was eager to find solutions to avoid starvation during heavy snowfall. After all, in the face of hunger and the harsh winter, being snowbound without supplies could lead to death. We will convene a meeting, and I will request some supplemental grain from the organization. The government will not neglect us, though many regions have suffered disasters this year, so we cannot rely solely on them. Moreover, hunting can commence earlier this year. We must utilize the resources provided by the mountains and rivers. We cannot allow ourselves to perish from desperation, Huang San remarked with a sense of urgency. At that moment, Zhang Jianguo realized that his decision to oust Zhao Yuancheng and elevate Huang San was indeed prudent. Despite Huang San's flaws, his obedience and agricultural background immensely surpassed Zhao Yuancheng's capabilities. I have another plan, though I wonder if you dare to pursue it. If executed well, even amidst a blizzard, not a single villager would perish. Zhang Jianguo suddenly declared. Oh, there's a method? Then what are we waiting for? Let us proceed. Huang San responded eagerly. Yet, Zhang Jianguo, with a smirk, regarded Huang San, knowing he had tapped into Huang San's character. He was keen on transforming this acting village leader into the official village head. However, this plan carried the risk of Huang San being dismissed from his position. Would he take the chance? Huang San hesitated, for in recent nights, he had contemplated removing the acting village leader to become the true head of Zhao family village. Truthfully, being the village leader would bring pride, even when paying respects at ancestral graves during the Qingming festival. As he faced the peril of being ousted from his position as the acting village chief, Huang San felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet, if the impending blizzard did not lead to starvation in Zhao village, it would indeed be a monumental act of virtue. After all, many families had resided in this village for generations. The thought of any household suffering from hunger weighed heavily on his conscience. Perhaps you could share your thoughts, and I shall ponder them upon my return. Would that be agreeable? Ultimately, Huang San decided to consult Zhang Jianguo first, to gauge the situation and ascertain whether his proposals were feasible. How dire was the situation? Was it severe enough to warrant the dismissal of the acting village chief? He suggested calculating the village's collective finances over the years, determining how much money remained. If they could procure grain with those funds, they could store it for the upcoming year, allowing families in need to defer payment until the next harvest, when bountiful yields could facilitate repayment. Of course, Huang San recognized that these collective funds were essential, particularly for preparing for the spring plowing. Nonetheless, immediate intervention was paramount. Zhao village had some funds available, approximately 8,000 yuan, a blessing from the favorable weather of prior years. However, for such a large village, this sum was rather modest. Still, at a price of 2 mao per jin, it could procure a considerable amount of grain. When he broached the topic with the accountant and the village secretary, Zhaojia, they erupted in disagreement. They were adamant that the collective funds were not to be tampered with. Any misstep could jeopardize the upcoming spring plowing. Traditionally, after the spring sowing, there remained a particularly arduous period during which the village would seek ways to exchange funds for grain to help the villagers endure times of famine. If the money were spent before the new year, what would they do when spring plowing required funds? How would they cope during the most challenging times of hunger when so many families depended on each other? Zhang Jianguo argued that this year's severe blizzard would isolate the village, and with the prolonged drought, households were left with little in reserve. This was an exceptional circumstance. Although the government provided assistance, they must devise their own solutions. Perhaps we could temporarily reallocate the funds and, as spring approaches, find ways to replenish the coffers for both spring planting and famine relief. Upon encountering opposition from Zhaojia and the accountant, Huang San attempted to persuade them, emphasizing the uniqueness of the current situation. They could not adhere to past practices. What if starvation struck before the spring plowing? Their responsibilities were immense. The accountant, Zhang Jianguo, resolutely insisted that the collective funds must remain untouched, as they represented the cumulative savings of the village, a beacon of hope for over 500 households. To deplete these resources would be tantamount to endangering their very existence. The accountant, at times, struggles to even calculate a single cent, rendering him unable to eat. The thought of utilizing the more than 8,000 is simply unfathomable. It is undoubtedly unfeasible. Perhaps the village's party members and leaders should convene to deliberate on this matter, as it truly cannot be approached carelessly. However, in the event of a heavy snowfall, given our proximity to the mountains and the drought we experienced this year, many families may not survive the winter. I am aware of several households whose provisions scarcely amount to 100 pounds. Huang San was somewhat taken aback by Zhaojia, who surprisingly did not outright oppose the idea. Instead, he proposed a compromise and suggested that Zhang Jianguo be summoned to join the meeting. Considering it was he who mentioned the possibility of a severe blizzard, Huang San deemed Zhaojia's suggestion acceptable and resolved to notify Zhang Jianguo. Have you come to a decision? Are you willing to take the risk? Are you not afraid of being dismissed as the acting village chief? Zhang Jianguo jested upon seeing Huang San, but he noticed Huang San's expression darken, indicating his displeasure. Come on, can't you think of a solution? We need to ensure that no one in the village perishes this winter, while also safeguarding the spring sowing and preventing famine next year. I know you are resourceful, and if you possess such capabilities, I shall call you brother, or even ancestor. Just call me brother, that suffices. You need not worry, for since I dare to propose such an idea, I indeed have a plan. However, nothing is ever guaranteed. But if you trust me, I will undoubtedly lend you a hand, for we are in this together. Moreover, in return for my assistance, you must agree to one condition. Seeing Huang San genuinely anxious, Zhang Jianguo decided to speak plainly without further teasing. This revelation filled Huang San with joy, transforming his expression from gloomy to bright as he eagerly urged Zhang Jianguo to disclose his condition, assuring him he would comply if it were within his capabilities. Yet, at this crucial moment, Zhang Jianguo remained silent, merely indicating that he would come to the meeting when summoned. He asked Huang San to borrow the donkey for a few days. Very well, but be cautious, Huang San replied, unable to resist offering a word of caution. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianguo felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing that no one is foolish. Huang San was well aware of everything, yet chose not to speak. This is why he is considered clever, and the acting village chief must remain him. That night, Zhang Jianguo and his father set out with over 1,000 pounds of catfish. This time, Zhang Yuancheng drove the cart, while Zhang Jianguo stayed awake, clutching a wooden stick and keeping a watchful eye on the rear of the vehicle. The last commotion caused by the large white goose surely attracted attention, so he refrained from visiting the black market for several days. However, with the impending heavy snowfall approaching, he could not afford to wait any longer. Moreover, his trip to the black market was not solely for selling fish and acquiring supplies. There were other significant matters to attend to. Time waits for no one. Thus, he ventured towards the black market, fully aware of the risks. Should he be followed along the way, he had no intention of showing mercy. The donkey trudged along the dark night road, plodding forward, while the chilling wind swept through the stillness of the night, sending a shiver down Zhang Jianguo's spine. Chapter 48. Let the information leak. In such a frigid winter, surely no one would be keeping a close watch on his family. Perhaps he was being overly suspicious. Zhang Jianguo reminisced about the trials he endured in his previous life. Observing his father ahead, driving the cart, he felt an indescribable emotion stirring within him. In that past existence, his father had already passed away at this juncture, while he was tirelessly seeking justice for him. His mother, burdened with grief and accompanied by his two younger sisters, spent her days weeping, unable to grasp the harsh reality. Life during that period was fraught with hardship, marked by indifference and injustice, which led him to conceal the knowledge of an underground river he had discovered upon his rebirth, as it became his safeguard against an overwhelming sense of insecurity. During his past life, when persecuted by the Zhao family, he uncovered hints that suggested the presence of powerful backers supporting them. He was merely a lowly citizen, powerless not only against the influential individuals behind the Zhao family, but even against the oppression from a mere village head, Zhao Yuancheng. Now, having successfully undermined Zhao Yuancheng and elevated Huang San, everything had transformed. He evolved from being perceived as a mere ruffian to being regarded as an astute and capable individual in Huang San's eyes, and the villagers greeted him with smiles. He understood the value of cherishing his newfound status, recognizing the perils of becoming complacent. He remained acutely aware of the potential for others to exploit his weaknesses. Thus, he exercised utmost caution throughout his journey. Despite the chill in the air, Zhang Jianguo remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any signs of pursuit or surveillance. Upon entering the city, he advised his father to meander through the streets a bit longer to ensure they were not being followed before finally entering the black market. The black market buzzed with activity. Even though everyone concealed their identities, the atmosphere was lively. Zhang Jianguo and his father arrived at a reasonable hour, fortunate that their stall remained unoccupied, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as he quickly set down the fish. A nearby vendor selling vegetables remarked on their advantageous location, sharing that newcomers had attempted to claim it but were redirected by Long Yi's associates, who ensured the spot was reserved for them. Long Yi had shown remarkable generosity towards them, even visiting during their absence to check in occasionally. The other small vendors regarded Zhang Jianguo with palpable envy. It was rare for anyone to be favored by Long Yi in such a manner. After years of conducting business in the market, they had never witnessed such favoritism bestowed upon anyone else. Zhang Jianguo was the first to receive such attention, suggesting his prowess as a fishmonger was exceptional. Indeed, his stall was the only one capable of offering such sizable fish, a unique advantage. While surrounded by intrigued onlookers, Zhang Jianguo refrained from responding to the vendor's envy. His stall was a flurry of activity, especially with the recent rise in pork prices. The fish remained affordable, and those who had tasted the catfish knew it was devoid of any muddy flavor, boasting exquisite flesh at a relatively low cost. For the average citizen, this was a rare bargain, and after days of anticipation, the sight of fish at his stall drew crowds eager to seize the opportunity. Zhang Jianguo's flourishing business naturally attracted attention, and he noticed some familiar faces among those who lingered, appearing to be Long Yi's subordinates within the black market. In the bustling market, Zhang Jianguo and his father quickly attended to the customers purchasing fish. With only 100 or so pounds of fish remaining, he resolved to wander through the market to procure some grains or other supplies. However, before he could set off, he was intercepted by someone who informed him that Master Long wished to see him. Casting a glance at the person who had assisted him earlier, Zhang Jianguo smiled and followed the individual to Master Long's quarters. Coincidentally, he had matters of his own to discuss with Master Long. In the familiar little room, a lamp cast a warm glow, and the fire crackled invitingly, filling the air with the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes. Yet, upon entering, Zhang Jianguo detected the scent of something burnt. Master Long hastily removed the overcooked sweet potatoes from the fire. As soon as Zhang Jianguo spoke, Master Long smiled, skillfully using tongs to retrieve the roasted sweet potatoes and inviting him to enjoy some tea and treats. The tea, a large leaf variety, was made from simply kneaded tea leaves, offering a refreshing taste that quenched thirst and left a satisfying aftertaste, an affordable delight cherished by the common folk. Among the slightly charred sweet potatoes, Master Long handed Zhang Jianguo one that was less burnt. Here, try this. The sweet potatoes from the sandy fields this year are exceptionally sweet and delicious when roasted. Zhang Jianguo, feeling quite famished after a day of travel and selling fish, accepted the offering without hesitation. He sensed that, despite Master Long's prowess, the man bore no ill will towards him. Indeed, after savoring a sweet potato, Master Long broached a topic of interest. The fish you bring to the market are truly exceptional, rarer than meat. However, your visits are infrequent, once every few days. Could you possibly come to the market every 2 days? Even if you bring a few 100 pounds at a time, that would suffice. Fish like yours are exceedingly rare in this market, and the demand from the people is immense. Master Long's gaze remained fixed on Zhang Jianguo. From the moment he began frequenting the market, Master Long had taken note of him, specifically the quality of his goods. The catfish he brought, ranging from 5 to over 10 pounds, occasionally amounted to several hundred or even 1,000 pounds. In ordinary times, this might not draw much attention, but the recent drought had left many reservoirs dry, making such fish incredibly precious. Yet, Zhang Jianguo had not raised his prices. He sold them at the usual rates, and in fact, offered the larger fish at a lower price. Now, savvy townsfolk were aware that they could find high-quality fish at reasonable prices in his market. In this era of scarcity, such an allure had drawn an increasing number of patrons, leading to a surge in trade. Although it operated in the shadows, the market provided a vital avenue for many, alleviating some of the hardships faced by the populace and enhancing their quality of life. Master Long, I truly cannot promise you that. It is beyond my control. However, I can make an effort to visit every 3 days and bring as many fish as possible. By the way, I have a friend who works at the meteorological station. He wrote to inform me that we are expecting a heavy snowstorm by the end of this month, which will likely result in road and mountain closures, rendering travel impossible. I suspect that during that time, I will also be unable to procure any fish. Zhang Jianguo came to see Master Long specifically to relay this news. He perceives Master Long as quite extraordinary, a leader of the black market, yet devoid of any thuggish demeanor and possessing remarkable skills. Such an individual, regardless of their environment, is not to be underestimated. Thus, Zhang Jianguo believes Master Long's capabilities extend far beyond the confines of the black market. Chapter 49. Everything is prepared. Is the information accurate? My friend is a professional. He took the time to write to me, so I trust the information is reliable. He mentioned that the first snowfall in Zhaojia this year is expected to occur approximately 20 days earlier than in previous years, accompanied by strong winds and heavy snow. This frigid weather is predicted to persist until the Qingming festival next year. He also advised stocking up on food supplies, as material transportation will be particularly challenging during the snowstorm. Zhang Jianguo recalled the hardships faced in his previous life, where such a snowstorm resulted in significant losses for both the nation and its people, with roads impassable and supplies unable to reach them. Zhaojia had recently endured a severe drought, leaving the populace in dire straits that winter. This was also one of the reasons why Huang San, leading a hunting party into the mountains, was highly regarded by the authorities, as many towns and villages were thrown into chaos. After all, this was a once-in-a-generation snow disaster, and many villages were inadequately prepared, leading to tragic consequences that were unbearable to witness. Master Long gazed intently into Zhang Jianguo's eyes, which shone with clarity and a hint of calmness. This calmness caused Master Long's expression to grow serious. If what Zhang Jianguo spoke was indeed true, then less than 20 days remained until the impending snowstorm. Time was of the essence. Master Long, can you procure relatively inexpensive grains and vegetables? I need a considerable quantity in the coming days, approximately several tens of thousands of pounds. Certainly. The current market price for grains is 2.8 per pound, but for your information, I can offer you a price of 2.5 per pound for such a large order. However, I can only guarantee this price for 5 days. Beyond that, I cannot assure you. Additionally, could you reserve 500 pounds of fish for me each time you sell? Master Long quickly agreed. The request for several tens of thousands of pounds of grains appeared to pose no challenge for him, and reserving 500 pounds of fish was also a trivial matter. After some contemplation, Zhang Jianguo gave his consent. Upon departing from Master Long's premises, Zhang Jianguo began to make extensive purchases in the black market, focusing on essential goods. He procured hundreds of pounds of items like radishes, cabbages, and ginger, as well as over 10 pounds of pork and lard, along with a substantial amount of other necessities such as matches and kerosene. His donkey cart was filled to the brim with supplies. This scene was promptly reported to Master Long by his subordinates, prompting him to unlock an old-fashioned cabinet with a lock and rummage through its compartments. Eventually retrieving an account book from within, Master Long carefully examined the ledger before him, scrutinizing the various entries with diligence. Before long, he transcribed the contents into a new document, augmenting it with a plethora of essential notes, the most significant of which pertained to pharmaceuticals. Without pausing for rest, he continued to write and sketch until dawn broke, at which point he set off to seek out certain individuals. On his way home, Zhang Jianguo remained awake, vigilantly observing the surroundings. The quantity of items they had procured that day was substantial, and it was imperative to avoid drawing attention. Quietly, they transported the goods from the cellar to the cave beneath. The meat could be cured, preserved in oil to last for half a year. Vegetables such as cabbage could be pickled or stored to be consumed during the snowy season. Furthermore, the spinach and coriander sown previously needed safeguarding to prevent them from perishing in the snow. Otherwise, they would face a winter devoid of leafy greens. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Zhang Jianguo soon arrived home. That night, He Yufeng did not sleep either, awaiting their return in the latter half of the night. Upon hearing any noise, she refrained from turning on the lights and hurriedly guided the donkey cart into the courtyard. As dawn approached, the unloading of goods was finally completed. Zhang Jianguo was roused from his slumber by Huang San, who called him to a meeting to deliberate on whether to utilize the village's funds. Huang San found himself unable to persuade the other village officials, particularly the accountant Zhang Jianguo, who staunchly opposed the use of these funds. His reasoning was that money would be needed for the spring plowing next year, and any delays could jeopardize the sowing. Zhang Jianguo glanced at the accountant and posed a single question. If I can ensure that the spring plowing is not delayed, would that not permit us to access these funds? This statement struck like a thunderclap, leaving the other officials momentarily speechless, particularly Zhang Jianguo, who rose to inquire what solution Zhang Jianguo had in mind. With heavy snowfall obstructing roads and mountains, the wild beasts of Zhao Village's back hills would surely be trapped as well, making hunting an optimal strategy. I believe the village chief possesses more authority in this regard than we do. Zhang Jianguo's assertion prompted Huang San to concur, emphasizing that they must seek sustenance from the mountains. Thus, they could commence hunting early this year. Converting their catches into currency would not hinder the spring sowing. But what if hunting does not yield sufficient funds? What then for the spring plowing? Zhang Jianguo still expressed his dissent, while Huang San sighed in response. Then it seems my tenure as village chief has reached its conclusion. Let us put it to a vote. If heavy snow falls and the village lacks sufficient provisions, we shall not survive until the next spring sowing. Thus, we must take this gamble. Huang San's declaration marked a point of no return for him. As the officials exchanged glances, they proceeded to vote. Zhang Jianguo was the first to raise his hand, followed closely by Huang San. Zhaojia hesitated momentarily before also raising his hand, while Zhang Jianguo, glancing around with a sigh, abstained from voting. Nevertheless, this did not impede the eventual implementation of Zhang Jianguo's plan. Ultimately, the village gathered 8,000 yuan to procure a substantial quantity of grain, and thus Zhang Jianguo, Huang San, and Zhaojia were dispatched to make the purchase. They journeyed westward to inquire about the price of rice, which was not inexpensive. During this period, prices seemed to be rising, nearing 3 dimes, and the challenge was acquiring several tens of thousands of jin at once, which proved to be no easy task. I have a solution. We can obtain grain at 2 dimes and 5 fun. One proposed. I will make the necessary arrangements. We must act swiftly within the next 2 or 3 days. Eventually, Zhang Jianguo stepped forward, reaching out through his connection to Long Yi. Meanwhile, news of an impending heavy snowfall began circulating among the villagers of Zhao family village. Many residents took advantage of the holiday to venture into town or the city for shopping. Lu Er, the driver, was tirelessly busy, assisting villagers in transporting goods from afar. While even the tofu makers in the village found themselves inundated with work, the tofu pots at home never ceased boiling, continuously puffing out steam. He Yufeng, seizing the opportunity, purchased a plate of tofu for her household, while Zhang Jianguo swiftly returned with truckloads of grain from Long Yi. As the grain entered the village warehouse, the citizens of Zhao family village felt a profound sense of relief. This bustling activity continued until the end of the month. On this particular day, the north wind howled fiercely, and soon, large flakes of snow began to drift down from the sky. In the city, Zhou Zhilan was astonished to discover that Zhang Jianguo's words were indeed true. As winter drew to a close, with strong winds accompanied by heavy snow, Zhou Zhilan had been meticulously observing various units near the west gate. After thorough analysis, she focused her attention on the vehicle shed at the Transportation Bureau. The bureau's courtyard housed numerous metal shelters, originally meant to shield against the elements. Yet the fierce wind caused them to rattle ominously, instilling a sense of unease. Zhou Zhilan even approached the bureau's leadership to express concerns regarding the loose metal shelters, warning that should the wind dislodge them, they could cause harm. However, her warnings fell on deaf ears. Consequently, when the wind picked up, Zhou Zhilan found herself anxiously glancing out the window at her workplace, witnessing the tempestuous weather. As a result of the changing conditions, her workplace allowed employees to leave early. On her way home, she noticed the road at the west gate was congested, with many people gathered, discussing fervently. Zhou Zilan hardly needed to inquire. She had already overheard some distressing news. It's dreadful. I witnessed it myself. 6 people were injured, 6. I cannot even fathom if they will survive. Indeed, with such fierce wind and snow, the metal shelters had collapsed without warning, injuring 6 individuals. Zhou Zilan's complexion paled, and she felt a chill enveloping her. Zhang Jianguo had not lied. His dream was indeed prophetic. How could this be? Was she truly destined to marry Zheng Tai, only to meet a tragic fate at his hands due to his narrow-mindedness and jealousy? It seemed implausible. Zheng Tai appeared entirely smitten with her, frequently visiting her home in an effort to cultivate their relationship, often bringing gifts, all of which Zhou Zilan had politely declined, insisting she needed to consider her options and did not wish to take advantage. How could Zheng Tai possibly harm her? His family is well off, with his father holding a prestigious position as a factory director, and he himself enjoys a commendable career without any vices. How could he possibly commit murder? Yet today's blizzard, coupled with the 6 injured passers-by, eerily echoes what Zhang Jianguo had said. He predicted that this snow would last a week, and that this winter would bring another heavy snowstorm, with extreme weather persisting until the Qingming festival of the following year. Zhou Zilan, feeling dizzy and disoriented, returned home only to find her father, Zhou Deming, unusually present. On the table lay an array of items: 2 bottles of Maotai liquor, a piece of pork weighing around 7 to 8 pounds, and a large grass fish exceeding 10 pounds. Who could have come bearing such substantial gifts? Both the liquor and the meat and fish are considered treasures in this day and age. One typically refrains from purchasing such items for family visits. As soon as Zhou Zilan uttered her inquiry, she seemed to recall something. The only person who would bring gifts of this magnitude to their home could only be Zheng Tai. Indeed, it was young Zheng who had come. He had intended to wait for her return, but mentioned the urgent repairs at work due to the heavy snowfall, which prompted him to make this visit. What a fine young man. You should settle your affairs with him, marry by the year's end. In all my years, I have never seen a man more suited for you than Zheng Tai, Zhou Deming declared gravely to Zhou Zilan. They had set their sights on Zheng Tai, a young man from a well-off family who was genuinely attentive to Zhou Zilan. Just look at it this way. What other suitor would show such kindness to his future father-in-law? Surely, those gifts were not meant for Zheng Tai's father? This situation feels inappropriate, she thought. Dad, please don't meddle in my affairs. I need time to think. At this moment, Zhou Zilan felt a tumult of emotions within, still reeling from Zhang Jianguo's words. What are you contemplating? You're simply spoiled by your mother. Young men like Zheng Tai have countless young women lining up to marry them. What are you doing? Don't you see how everyone at the factory envies me for having a daughter who is courting the factory director's son? After you deliver some gifts to Zheng Tai's family, this matter will be settled. It's only November. There's plenty of time to marry by the end of the year, Zhou Deming exclaimed, nearly pounding the table in frustration. He was a traditional man, believing that everyone was aware of his daughter's relationship with Zheng Tai, though they had yet to formalize their union. He feared that if they prolonged the courtship without marriage, others would surely gossip about Zhou Zilan. After all, his daughter would eventually belong to another family, and marrying her off sooner would bring him peace. Dad, I've told you not to interfere. I need to think this through. Zhou Zilan frowned. Her father's unwavering stance had become increasingly intolerable, as he seemed eager to tie her to the Zheng family without delay. He professed to have her best interests at heart, yet she felt burdened by the weight of such expectations. After expressing her frustration, she retreated to her room, firmly closing the door behind her, wishing to avoid further conversation with her father. Enough with your incessant remarks. Let her be. She has grown and has her own opinions. What opinions could she possibly have? It is entirely your fault, as a mother, for indulging him. The child lacks a backbone, and you do not assist in making decisions. Look at individuals like Xiao Zhang. Once the opportunity passes, it is gone forever. Do you not consider the over 3,000 pairs of eyes in the factory observing Xiao Zhang? As for your son, you must keep a watchful eye on him, ensuring he does not grow too close to that girl classmate of his. I have shown him a certain family. We shall discuss it further. Zhou Deming does not grant his wife, Lan Ling, the chance to speak. He begins to criticize her from the outset, even mentioning their seldom present younger son, Zhou Xingba. Lan Ling wishes to argue a point, yet she feels a sharp pain in her chest. Alas, her health has deteriorated prematurely, and at her age, she does not have many years left to live. It is futile, as she lacks the strength to contend with a man. In her youth, she could never win an argument, let alone now. In this household, Zhou Deming is undoubtedly the true head. Everyone must heed his authority. The snow continues to fall. Zhang Jianguo hastens to cover the firewood beneath the eaves with straw to prevent it from getting wet, as the snowfall is predicted to last for an entire week. Furthermore, once this snow settles, the roads in the village will be blocked. Accessing the countryside or city will become exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, over 10 days prior to the heavy snowfall, Zhang Jianguo had already gathered as many supplies as he could think of. In the final days, he even used a donkey cart during the day to transport resources home, leading to reports against him in the village, accusing him of speculation and small-scale privatization, suggesting that the village should confiscate his possessions and send him to the town. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Yuancheng was taken aback, nearly losing his footing, for only they knew the extent of what they had hidden at home. To say nothing of the fact that each household is only allowed to keep fewer than 5 chickens, his family possesses over 30 chickens in total, comprising numerous hens and a solitary rooster, along with 28 chicks. Not to mention the grain, meat, and various supplies procured from the black market, should a search occur. It would spell disaster for his family, potentially leading to re-education through labor or even imprisonment. Yet, Zhang Jianguo remains unperturbed. Chapter 51. Someone is plotting against Zhang Jianguo. The person behind this was Huang San. Furthermore, it had already begun to snow today. Even if some wished to tarnish his reputation by accusing him of speculation, he had at least secured several tons of low-priced grain for the village. If the village insists on holding a struggle session that is manageable, whoever wishes to denounce him need not borrow the grain he procured at a low price, for it was all obtained through his own speculations. With this remark, Zhang Jianguo illuminated Huang San's previously troubled expression, causing him to smile. This indeed is a commendable strategy. Even if he were to step down as acting village head tomorrow, he is still the acting village head today. As such, certain village matters require his approval, and Zhang Jianguo's approach is entirely feasible. It is merely a few individuals surnamed Zhao lodging complaints. I will inform Zhaojia to conduct some ideological work with those people. After all, the purchase of grain was approved in a village meeting. How could they allow him to bear the stigma of speculation? He is saving the community. Huang San's words effectively define the nature of Zhang Jianguo's recent actions. With the consent of the village officials, how could Zhang Jianguo be subjected to such disgrace? Furthermore, during this period, Zhang Jianguo has been utilizing his family's little donkey, not only paying each time, but also generously receiving provisions such as live fish and grain from time to time, which has led his wife to constantly praise him. If anyone were to conspire against Zhang Jianguo, it is likely that even their own wives would encourage them to support him, for the tangible benefits are undeniably substantial. All right, Brother San, you manage this matter. By the way, it appears this snowfall will not cease, and it is expected to continue for at least another week. Please make arrangements for those intending to venture into the mountains for hunting. Whether we can recoup the funds for purchasing grain this year hinges on the outcome of this winter. Zhang Jianguo is well aware that they have utilized over 8,000 from the village's coffers. If this sum is not replenished before the Qingming festival, it will pose a significant problem for spring plowing next year. At that point, Huang San, the acting village chief, could easily find himself vulnerable to those with ulterior motives seeking to undermine him. Huang San's leadership is far superior to Zhao Xin's, and Zhang Jianguo is contemplating transforming him into the true leader of Zhao family village. When Huang San departed Zhang Jianguo's home, Zhang Jianguo was at Zhaojia's residence. The two were seated at a table, sipping tea, while Zhang Jianguo wore a furrowed brow, expressing concern over numerous villagers reporting Zhang Jianguo's speculative activities, inquiring about his perspective. I believe we should take advantage of this public denunciation to thoroughly investigate Zhang Jianguo. It would be an opportune moment to capture a typical case. Don't you think Zhang Jianguo has been overreaching lately? It was he who proposed the misuse of public funds, and Huang San seems to heed his every word. I am perplexed as to who is truly the village chief, Zhang Jianguo remarked, his voice tinged with irritation. He felt as though he, as the accountant, held less sway than Zhang Jianguo, despite not being a village official himself. Yet, Huang San's unwavering compliance with his suggestions left him utterly bewildered. However, Zhang Jianguo has indeed procured affordable grain for the village, a commendable achievement. His successful identification of a water source has elevated his status among the villagers. And given that this matter transpired not long ago, pursuing him as a scapegoat may breed discontent within the community. Let us wait until tomorrow when the snow ceases. We shall convene a meeting then, and you can propose this matter while I lend my support. Zhaojia whispered these instructions to Zhang Jianguo. Mindful of Huang San's allegiance to Zhang Jianguo, aware that his current standing in the village was considerable, to act against him solely on individual initiative might prove ineffective. Thus Zhaojia planned certain arrangements. His words elicited enthusiastic nods from Zhang Jianguo, whose face radiated delight. The fierce winds accompanied by heavy snow caused nightfall to descend unusually early. Outside, the north wind howled, blanketing the ground in white, and scarcely anyone ventured outdoors, preferring to huddle indoors by the fire. Many villagers began to feel fortunate for their ample firewood preparations this year, in such frigid weather. A cozy fire at home offered the perfect opportunity to rest and relax. Zhang Jianguo's household was similarly well stocked with firewood, resulting in a robust flame. While He Yufeng busied herself making clothes for the children. This year, conditions are favorable. Zhang Jianguo has procured a substantial quantity of new cotton, from which they fashioned a quilt. The remaining fabric was used to craft new cotton jackets for a few children and, ideally, a new outfit for his son as well. With the new year approaching, his son will soon turn 20, and according to village customs, it is time to consider a bride. He certainly requires 2 respectable garments. The aroma of roasted sweet potatoes wafted through the air as Zhang Jianguo used a pair of tongs to retrieve the perfectly roasted tubers. The 2 sisters, warming themselves by the fire, were laughing so heartily that their smiles were nearly concealed. Each of you take one. No need to rush. There are plenty more to come, he said, handing a roasted sweet potato to Zhang Hongmei. However, she turned and passed it to her younger sister, Hongwei, who then nestled the sweet potato beside the sleeping Xiao Xiao in her cradle, eliciting a gentle smile from He Yufeng. Xiao Xiao is asleep. Do not wake her, as she cannot eat sweet potatoes. You have it. Hongwei, unfamiliar with peeling sweet potatoes, received assistance from Hongmei, who deftly removed the skin while Zhang Jianguo retrieved 2 more roasted sweet potatoes. The rugged yet cheerful Zhao Yuancheng looked on with delight at his daughters, playfully blowing away the ash from their treats. Though he hesitated to peel one for himself, he meticulously cleaned the skin off the ones meant for his daughters before offering them to Hongmei. Zhang Jianguo had amassed a considerable stock of roasted sweet potatoes, having acquired 100 to 200 pounds from the black market, intending to enjoy them during the winter by the fire, sweet, sticky, and convenient. Mother, do take care of your eyes, rest a bit, and have some sweet potatoes. He gathered the roasted sweet potatoes into a sizable pile, enough to satisfy the entire family. Outside, the biting wind howled, relentlessly battering the windows and doors, while they sat cozily at home, savoring their sweet potatoes in harmonious warmth. The snow is quite heavy today. It may fall for many days. Mother, sleep in a bit tomorrow. After our sweet potato feast tonight, we certainly won't be hungry in the morning. Zhang Jianguo chuckled as he enjoyed his roasted sweet potato, feeling prepared for the snowfall that would grant them a much-needed respite, a chance to indulge in a leisurely morning. Indeed, this year we shall relish the blessings. Everything is well arranged. After your sweet potatoes, do wash up and retire early. The glow of the fire painted He Yufeng's face a rosy hue, and the blaze flickered with vigor, much like their burgeoning household. That night, as Zhang Jianguo lay in bed, he realized he was enveloped in a new quilt, soft, light, and warm, a true comfort for a peaceful slumber. Outside, the storm raged, yet he slept soundly until he was abruptly awakened by a series of vigorous knocks at the door. Outside, voices clamored, their incessant shouting nearly provoking his ire. Chapter 52, A Joyous Gathering. Ultimately, it was Zhang Yuancheng who arose to open the door, only to be greeted by exclamations of surprise at the depth of the snow. The snowfall showed no signs of abating, cascading down relentlessly and already blocking the entrance, making it difficult to open the door. Armed with a shovel, Zhang Yuancheng first cleared the snow from the doorway, then carved a path in the courtyard, revealing several villagers who were calling out, urging everyone to clear the snow from their doorsteps. The village loudspeaker also blared to life, broadcasting the song "The East is Red." The snow is so heavy, having fallen all night without pause. If the roads are not cleared, it will become impossible to walk. Although Zhang Yuancheng has lived a long life, such a heavy snowfall is quite rare. Fortunately, this year his family has stocked up on supplies, so he remains untroubled, joining the villagers in shoveling the accumulating snow from the roads. At this moment, Zhang Jianguo has also risen, concerned for his son and daughter. Zhang Yuancheng advises them to rest at home, claiming he can manage the task alone. Dad, it seems this snow won't stop soon. Let us at least clear the snow from both sides of the door to create a path. We also need to remove the snow from the vegetable shed, or it will crush the crops, Zhang Jianguo insists. Anticipating the heavy snowfall, they had built a shelter in their yard for the vegetables, covering it with straw, which is now piled high with snow. He Yufang urges the children to stay indoors, even retrieving the charcoal covered with thick ash from yesterday. The charcoal is usually still smoldering, and with a little added firewood, it becomes quite warm. She busies herself warming the diapers for Xiao Xiao on the heated Kong and drying the clothes for her 2 daughters. Once the garments are warm, she dresses the children in them. Outside, the snow continues to fall heavily. Huang San recalls Zhang Jianguo mentioning that this snowfall could last an entire week, which fills him with unease. He repeatedly broadcasts over the loudspeaker, urging each household to clear the snow from their doorsteps and pile it up, lest the relentless snowfall barricade their homes and the village itself. Next door, Yang Xiong and his brothers are shoveling snow while grumbling about the fierce winds that swept through the night, making this first snowfall of the year particularly daunting. Is this how we are to live this year? Many villagers share similar sentiments, cursing the heavy snowfall in November that caught them off guard. Some families are not sufficiently prepared, but thankfully, the village had previously organized a collective woodcutting effort, distributing ample firewood to each household. Though the cold is not a concern due to the firewood, many households are running low on grain. Without snow, they could have ventured out to forage for wild vegetables or borrowed supplies from neighbors, but the current heavy snowfall has left those without food feeling anxious. Man is iron. Food is steel. A meal skipped causes unease, they think. In the midst of this snowfall, starvation looms. However, rumors circulate that Zhang Jianguo and Huang San have managed to procure a batch of grain from outside. If all else fails, borrowing may be the only option. This heavy snowfall has instilled a sense of unease in the villagers of Zhao family village, who find themselves praying fervently for the storm to cease. Alas, there are no signs of a reprieve. Day after day, the snow continues to fall. By the 3rd day, many villagers are in a state of panic, as the snow on their rooftops exceeds a foot in depth, and the snow in their yards is so high that children can only be seen with half their bodies exposed. Having made all necessary arrangements, Zhang Yuancheng observes that no one can come to his home, so he decides to take the children to the underground cavern, where it is warm without the need for a fire. Zhang Hongyue and Zhang Hongmei are somewhat astonished, but, under their mother's repeated admonitions to keep this a secret, they nod in understanding, like chicks pecking at grain. In the cave, where winter is warm and summer is cool, He Yufang has managed to cultivate some leeks and water spinach. While their growth may not be particularly robust, they have indeed survived and flourished to a significant extent, prompting He Yufang to prepare a dish of stir-fried leeks with eggs, perfect for accompanying noodles, filling her with a profound sense of happiness. The cave is vast, yet it cannot all be dedicated to vegetable cultivation. Unfortunately, the absence of mushroom spores is a missed opportunity. If only she could cultivate mushrooms and black fungus here, it would be splendid. He Yufang gazes around the expansive cavern with a hint of regret. Though their family has divided the space into several small sections, one for raising ducks and geese, another for vegetable cultivation, and yet another for chickens, there remains much unutilized space within the cave. We should pay attention. Not long ago, there were no mushroom spores available on the black market, which is a matter of fortune. Zhang Jianguo is aware that cultivated mushroom spores are scarce these days, but wild varieties are plentiful. He plans to keep an eye out when venturing into the mountains. One must learn to be content. Just look, the village prohibits the raising of chickens and ducks. Were it not for the cave, who would dare to live as freely as we do? This is merely the tail end of capitalism, which must be severed. Zhang Yuancheng chuckles, addressing his wife, as he dreams of a life filled with joy, while others are trapped indoors by the heavy snow, struggling to find warmth and sustenance. His family thrives, raising numerous chickens, ducks, and geese, even contemplating mushroom cultivation. Mom, let us prepare a catfish hot pot. This fish has no unpleasant odor, Zhang Jianguo enthusiastically suggests, eager to enjoy a meal in the cave where the villagers outside cannot smell the aromas wafting from their cooking. With that, he quickly retrieves a hefty catfish, cleans it, and places it into a pot with half a bowl of oil for frying. Once both sides of the fish are golden brown, he adds water to simmer it. Before long, a pot of milky white catfish soup emerges, enriched with garlic shoots and scallions. The vibrant green of the scallions contrasts beautifully with the creamy broth, filling the air with an irresistible fragrance. Delicious, Hongyue exclaims, unable to contain her excitement. This substantial fish, weighing over 10 pounds, is meaty with few bones, making it a feast for the entire family. The warm, savory soup brings a sense of comfort, and the little girl, whom he Yufeng holds, seems to catch a whiff of the delightful aroma, eagerly expressing her desire to eat. This little glutton, sipping the fish soup to whet her appetite. He Yufeng uses a spoon to allow the girl a taste, but as soon as the spoon is withdrawn, she pouts and fusses. Left with no choice, they must feed her the soup spoon by spoon. This little darling has begun her meal with fish soup. She is indeed fortunate, savoring fish before learning to eat properly. It is hard to fathom how any unkind parents could abandon such a well-behaved child. Zhang Yuancheng also entertains the girl, and the family enjoys their meal of fish, enveloped in a sense of extraordinary contentment. Meanwhile, at Zhaocheng's home, fortune has not smiled so kindly. Just days before the heavy snowfall, Zhaocheng returned home, but his sons have yet to arrive. Consequently, there is a shortage of strong hands to gather firewood, resulting in a meager supply. As a result, on this snowy day, they can barely afford to light a fire except for cooking, since who knows how many days the snow will continue to fall. To make matters worse, the family's grain supplies are dwindling. Chapter 53. A family's woes. Zhaocheng's household is among the few affluent families in the village, primarily because they possess a considerable number of robust laborers. While many families in the village struggle with insufficient rations, Zhaocheng's family not only has enough to sustain themselves, but also enjoys a surplus each year. Having weathered the trials of war and famine, Zhaocheng, being older and wiser, has always prioritized the storage of grain. Consequently, they have never faced hunger. However, when his second son, Zhao Yuancheng, was imprisoned, the family was compelled to sell their reserves of several thousand jin of grain to raise a few hundred yuan. To their dismay, the Zhang family demanded not just money, but also insisted on Zhao Yuancheng's incarceration. In his desperation to gather funds, Zhaocheng sold the grain at a low price of approximately 0.22 yuan per jin. When he later sought to repurchase grain, he discovered that prices had surged to nearly 0.28 yuan per jin. This stark increase of 6 fun per jin weighed heavily on Zhaocheng's heart. Based on his experience, he knew that in early December, many would be selling grain at lower prices. Thus, despite Huang San's exhortations about the impending heavy snow at the end of November, urging villagers to stockpile provisions, Zhaocheng paid little heed. After all, the first snow of late November had never been known to be severe. He recalled that following a light snowfall, some families would sell their grain cheaply to prepare for winter. He planned to use his funds to purchase several hundred to 1,000 jin of grain at that time, confident that his family's current supplies could last them for another week. Little did he anticipate that the snowfall would be relentless, creating dire conditions where his family, not engaged in work and exposed to the cold, felt increasingly hungry. Their diet, consisting solely of white rice and flour, left them yearning for sustenance, unlike others who might mix in wild vegetables or coarse grains. As their supplies dwindled visibly, Zhaocheng grew anxious, recalling his closest brother's imprisonment. The only person of some repute in the village who shared their surname was the village secretary, Zhaojia. Determined, Zhaocheng set out to seek Zhaojia. Though they resided in the same village, the heavy snow necessitated that he wield a shovel to clear his path, taking nearly an hour to reach his destination. When Zhaojia saw Zhaocheng, he was busy shoveling snow from his home, having cleared half of the accumulation at his doorstep. He remarked that given the lack of rain this year, the melted snow would simply turn to water. Zhaocheng, ever practical, noted that he intended to pile up the snow from his west yard as well, for any future planting would require water. Upon arrival, Zhaocheng expressed his dual purpose, to borrow some grain and to inquire if anyone from the village was heading to the county. His 3 sons had yet to return, and he wished to send them a letter, uncertain of their well-being amidst the unexpected storm. All 3 of Zhaocheng's sons were working in the county, and the group of young men who had ventured out together found themselves stranded due to the sudden blizzard. With the snow persisting for several days, travel routes remained impassable, leaving no one aware of the specific circumstances surrounding Zhao Yuancheng and his companions. Dear uncle, do not fret. A few days ago, a message was relayed back, indicating that the work in the countryside is quite satisfactory, and life there surpasses that at home. Each week, one can even indulge in a meal of braised pork with radishes, and the living conditions are rather pleasant. You must have faith in the organization, even amidst heavy snowfall. Arrangements will be made for those from the village. Zhaojia is the cousin of Zhao Xian and Zhaocheng. He once attended junior high school. making him one of the few educated individuals from Zhao family village. Given his surname, he was appointed by Zhao Xin as the village party secretary. I must send them a letter. By the way, dear nephew, you must be vigilant. We cannot allow the Huang family to take charge of Zhao family village. Have you not noticed? That Huang is merely a dog to Zhang Jianguo. We must unite our efforts, otherwise. Zhaocheng shared some heartfelt sentiments with Zhaojia. Huang Sen still serves as the acting village head, claiming that when the elections come next year, the villagers will vote. However, this is Zhao family village. Zhaocheng mentioned that during the upcoming new year, he would reach out to some relatives of the same surname in the village, ensuring they all stand behind Zhaojia to collectively elevate him. He must also gather strength and establish some authority. Uncle, I am aware of this matter. Originally, I intended to wait for the snow to cease and have someone expose Zhang Jianguo for his opportunistic dealings. However, this snow shows no sign of stopping, and everything must be postponed until it abates. Furthermore, regarding what you previously mentioned about influential individuals in the city, keep that in mind. You have 3 sons, and I believe the eldest, Yuancheng, has great potential. We must find ways to help him remain outside, as the village is too small. Zhaojia has reiterated this point several times, as it has previously persuaded the Zhao brothers. In truth, Zhaocheng's family has long harbored discontent with Zhao family village. They possess their own ambitions, though it is unfortunate that Zhao Yuancheng ended up in prison. I am aware that if it were not for this heavy snow, arrangements would have been made before the year's end. By the way, do you have any grain at home? I wish to buy some as our supplies are dwindling. After conversing with Zhaojia for a while, Zhaocheng expressed his desire to purchase grain. Zhaojia hesitated momentarily before repeatedly stating that they did not have much grain to sell, but he could lend them some, to be returned after the new year. As he spoke, the Zhao family procured 10 jin of grain. After pondering, he casually mentioned that there was a stock of grain in the village, several tens of thousands of jin. If Zhaocheng found himself without grain, he could borrow from the village, as it belongs to the public. I know that this is precisely the batch of grain that Zhang Jianguo insists on purchasing. I refuse to partake in that. One cannot bite the hand that feeds them. If I were to later confront Zhang Jianguo, I would find myself at a loss for words. Zhaocheng has his own plans. He would not resort to borrowing grain from Zhang Jianguo and Huang San, as that would make them appear formidable. Watching Zhaocheng depart, Zhaojia gazed at the ongoing snowfall, shaking his head continuously. The weather this year is truly bizarre. First a severe drought followed by a tremendous snowstorm, entirely abnormal. The heavens seem to have their own inscrutable intentions. This snow has persisted for several days, and one can only wonder when it might cease. Suddenly, Zhaojia recalled something Zhang Jianguo had once said. At the end of November, heavy snow is expected to fall continuously for an entire week, isolating homes and villages. It is advisable for everyone to stock up on food and vegetables. My friend from the Meteorological Bureau has assured me of this prediction, and Zhaojia recalls those words vividly. With Zhang Jianguo's extensive connections, it's remarkable that he has a friend in the meteorological department, especially given the accuracy of the weather forecast. Could he and Zhaocheng possibly compete with Zhang Jianguo and Huang San? Meanwhile, at Huang San's home, the yard is blanketed in snow as he clears it away, feeling anxious because the snowfall has persisted for several days without relent. The snow is too deep. He must check on his uncle. In such severe weather, with his leg condition, what if he freezes or starves? Chapter 54, Under Siege. Ultimately, Huang San gathered a group of individuals and ventured through the heavy snow to Elder Huang's residence. Fortunately, Elder Huang had only missed a couple of meals and was in a somewhat weakened state, but otherwise unharmed. Observing the relentless snowfall outside, Huang San recalled Zhang Jianguo's words and resolutely decided to carry Elder Huang back to his own home. With the snow set to continue for a week, he advised everyone to prioritize their safety, reminding them to clear the snow from their doorsteps when they had the chance. Once the snow ceased, the entire village would need to emerge to shovel the snow, or else the paths would be completely obscured. Huang San also reached out to Zhaojia and Xinjiasing, braving the snow to check if anyone in the village was facing hardships or if any homes had collapsed under the weight of the snow. At this moment, Huang San felt immensely grateful that their village had conducted an inspection of the houses in advance and stocked up on firewood. Not a single household among the thousands in the village had suffered from collapsed roofs, nor had anyone perished from freezing or starvation. Under such circumstances, the villagers could only huddle indoors, waiting for the snow to cease. Many families had prepared sufficient food and firewood, and being unable to venture outside provided a chance for rest. However, none lived as comfortably as the Zhang family. At that time, they had all retreated to the cave below, where it was warm and not chilly, with adequate light. He Yufang even began to prepare fish and meat for dumplings. Reminiscing about the cabbage dumplings they had eaten last New Year, the children had yet to experience the taste of dumplings this year. Zhang Jianguo and his father were busy repairing their backpacks and preparing ropes and other supplies, as Zhang Jianguo mentioned that once the snow stopped, it would be difficult for villagers to travel to town. The roads would be treacherous, making errands inconvenient. They aimed to be well prepared to avoid chaos later on. Each plump dumpling, filled with fish and meat, was exquisite, devoid of bones yet bursting with flavor. The family feasted well and remained warm during these days. Zhang Hongyue and Zhang Hongmei had both gained weight, their faces glowing with health. After the meal, He Yufang tidied up the dishes, while Zhang Jianguo discovered several eggs in the chicken coop. Normally, hens do not lay eggs during heavy snowfall, but the warmth of the cave, coupled with their ample food supply, led to the hens clucking merrily and producing 3 eggs daily. He Yufang sighed repeatedly, lamenting the decrease in the number of hens. However, despite the fewer hens, there were still plenty of ducks and geese, which were also laying eggs beneath the cave. The flock of chicks had grown significantly, each one agile and scouring for food. The cave was warm, and she could later prepare some yellow bean sprouts or green bean sprouts, offering a refreshing change even in the heavy snow. Zhang Jianguo observed the ample space within the cave and encouraged his mother to cultivate bean sprouts for consumption. Although the cold and snow typically hindered such endeavors, the conditions in the cave remained unaffected. The temperature here was ideal for sprouting beans. Most importantly, sprouting beans required a dark and ventilated environment, and certain areas of the cave were perfectly suited for this purpose. Yes, with all the yellow beans and green beans you've prepared at home, I will gradually make them. He Yufang replied with a smile. Like her husband, she had few notable qualities, yet she excelled in cooking and nurturing children, not favoring sons over daughters, unlike some rural folk. Thus, after the passing of his parents, Zhang Jianguo realized that the world had grown devoid of warmth for him. Subsequently, he endured numerous trials, and his once fervent heart had turned utterly cold. Zhaocheng's family had 3 sons. If his memory served him well, by this year's New Year, Zhaocheng had befriended a benefactor, and his eldest son had fortuitously secured a temporary position in a local government office, soon achieving permanent status and rising in social standing. In his previous life, Zhang Jianguo's family had been usurped by Zhaocheng's eldest son. This grudge had never escaped his memory. After a week of relentless snowfall, when despair began to envelop the villagers, the snow finally ceased. The village loudspeaker crackled to life as Huang San rallied the village's able-bodied men to clear the snow. The heavy snow had sealed off the entire village, with many families confined indoors for an entire week. In some low-lying areas, snow accumulated to half a meter in depth. If the roads were not cleared, the villagers would be unable to move about. Zhang Jianguo and his father emerged to lend a hand. After several days of idleness, they felt sluggish, and engaging in physical labor brought a sense of relief. As everyone worked to clear the snow, they remarked that it had been years since they had witnessed such heavy snowfall, which was utterly terrifying. It was only December, and they feared the winter ahead would be arduous. With many hands, the village managed to clear the snow by the end of the day, allowing passage. Though the roads remained slippery, and many elderly villagers hesitated to step outside, fearing injury. While the snow within the village was manageable, the snow outside posed a significant challenge, blanketing everything in white, rendering it impossible to distinguish between roads and fields, making the path to the township untraceable. The sight left everyone in shock. Yet there was little they could do. At that moment, Zhao family village had transformed into an isolated haven, left to fend for itself post-snowfall. Huang San convened a meeting with several key village officials and militia members, primarily to discuss the future course of action for Zhao family village. Given its proximity to the mountains, every year after heavy snow, they faced this recurring dilemma. In the depths of winter, when the mountains yield no sustenance for the beasts, they are compelled to descend in search of food, leading to numerous incidents of wildlife attacking humans. In previous years, the village would dispatch individuals to support the militia of each hamlet. However, this time, the route to the village was obscured, leaving them to devise their own strategies against the impending beastly assaults. Zhang Jianguo was not qualified to attend this meeting, for he held neither a leadership position nor was he part of the militia. Yet, When Huang San summoned him this year, none of the others raised any objections. It seemed entirely reasonable to them. Initially, Zhang Jianguo had planned to convene the meeting after the snow ceased, intending to confront Zhang Jianguo with several villagers' denunciations, accusing him of profiteering. However, during the meeting, despite carrying the letters in his pocket, Zhang Jianguo hesitated to present them, feeling it inappropriate. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, he nudged Zhaojia, seated beside him, and subtly waved the documents beneath Zhao's gaze, implying that he should take the lead. Let us first listen to what they have to say, Zhaojia whispered, signaling back to Shun. This winter had brought an early snowfall, and the animals on the mountain were certainly devoid of food. They would descend, and this time, they must take the initiative. As soon as Zhang Jianguo uttered these words, uproarious laughter erupted from several attendees, prompting Huang San, sitting nearby, to grow anxious. Who dared to disrupt the meeting with such laughter? Was it a deliberate act of disrespect towards Zhang Jianguo? Chapter 55, A Bet. Youthful exuberance often leads to thoughtless speech. Hunting is not merely a matter of words, but requires genuine skill and marksmanship. One of the most vocal mockers was Zhao Yuancheng, a member of the Zhao family. Known for his sharpshooting abilities and considered a key figure among the militia hunters each year. The village head was originally Zhao Yuancheng, also from the Zhao family. But since the discord between Zhang Jianguo and Zhao Yuancheng, the Zhao family's influence in the village had noticeably waned, leaving Zhaojia as the only voice of authority. Previously, Zhao Yuancheng wielded absolute power, making decisions unilaterally. Zhaojia, as the secretary, was subservient to Zhao Yuancheng, rendering him nearly invisible in the village's affairs, leading the villagers to regard the secretary as ineffectual while the village head held the ultimate authority. Huang San, the acting village head, was beholden to Zhang Jianguo, which fostered discontent among many in the Zhao family. Crafting denunciation letters had become standard practice, and orchestrating moments to embarrass Zhang Jianguo during meetings was a tactic employed by the Zhao clan. Indeed, I doubt you even know how to aim, Zhang Jianguo. You speak of taking the initiative. Has Huang Village had emboldened you? Do you comprehend the dangers our militia faces each year during hunts? Others chimed in, handless and powerless. You dare to boast. Beware, when the wolves come, you will only be left to weep. Many from the Zhao family joined Zhao Yuancheng in ridiculing Zhang Jianguo. Even the once supportive elder Huang now wore a grave expression, recognizing the truth in the militia's harsh words. The wild beasts residing in these vast mountains are not easily dealt with, especially considering that even a rabbit may bite when cornered. Each year, the militia from various villages encounters peril on the mountains, with some unfortunate souls failing to survive, even when they are in greater numbers. During winter, instances of villagers encountering solitary wolves, resulting in injuries or fatalities, are not uncommon. Enough laughter. Let us convene, Huang San proclaimed, striking the table with force and glaring at the raucous Zhao family members. He mentally noted their names, recognizing them as troublemakers, and resolved to assign them laborious tasks in the fields when the time permitted next year, eager to see if their laughter would persist. Of course, this depended on him retaining his authority during the spring sowing, at least maintaining his position as the acting village chief. With such heavy snowfall, what is amusing about taking the initiative in hunting? Compared to beasts, humanity's greatest advantage lies in its wisdom. Given the substantial snowfall, why can we not turn this to our advantage? Everyone knows the beasts will descend from the mountains. Why should we not strike first? I fail to comprehend your laughter. Zhang Jianguo glanced at Zhao Yuancheng and immediately confronted him, showing no mercy. Zhao Yuancheng, suddenly rising with a scowl, brandished his fists as if ready to fight, prompting many to stand, some attempting to mediate, while others eagerly anticipated the spectacle. Anyone can talk. Let us see who can truly act. If you can outhunt me within 3 days, I shall kneel before you. But if you lose, you must bow 3 times before me in front of everyone. Zhao Yuancheng was an exceptional marksman. Apart from Huang San, none in the village could rival his skill. A good marksmanship often guarantees a fruitful hunt, and Zhang Jianguo was fortunate to merely wield a gun, let alone compete with Zhao Yuancheng. If you lose, simply agree to one condition. Should I lose, I shall bow. No problem at all. Zhang Jianguo wasted no time and directly challenged Zhao Yuancheng, earning a thumbs up from Zhang Jianguo, who secretly admired Zhao Yuancheng's spirit. It was a satisfying display, but had it not been for Zhang Jianguo's provocation, Huang San would not have misappropriated the collective funds of over 8,000 yuan. All the money painstakingly saved by the community had been squandered by Zhang Jianguo. Zhao Heir, cease this foolishness. We are discussing serious matters. At your age, why engage in such antics? Huang San felt a twinge of anxiety and sought to reprimand Zhao Heir, hoping to let the matter pass. After all, he believed Zhang Jianguo would inevitably lose the bet. Unlike others, he was well aware of Zhao Heir's prowess. Last year, it was Zhao Heir's final shot that brought down the wild boar, solidifying his reputation as the village sharpshooter. Was this not a form of bullying against Zhang Jianguo? Huang San wished to mediate, primarily to assist Zhang Jianguo. However, he did not expect Zhang Jianguo to take the challenge seriously. As the two agreed to a wager, starting from the following day until midnight 3 days later, whoever brought down more game would emerge victorious. No second party is permitted to assist with the firearm. This stipulation was deliberately added by Zhao Heir, who harbored concerns about Huang San's potential bias towards Zhang Jianguo. Zhang Jianguo readily acquiesced, even suggesting that Zhaojia and Huang San serve as witnesses, which piqued the interest of all present. If you truly intend to wager, let it be akin to our traditional hunting expeditions, with ammunition provided by the village. Any game captured, aside from what is owed to the village, shall belong to the hunter. We shall not interfere. Huang San contemplated this and recounted the village's long-standing hunting regulations. Each year, during the hunting season, every militiaman is assigned a task. Upon completion, any surplus game is deemed a reward. Those who fail to meet their obligations must compensate through additional labor, and those who perform poorly risk expulsion from the militia. Very well, it is settled then. The two witnesses must not show favoritism. Zhang Jianguo chuckled, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Zhao Heir appeared relaxed, boasting to his comrades about his youthful vigor, claiming that if he were to fall short of Zhang Jianguo in this hunt, he might as well perish beneath a tofu block. You are being rather reckless. Zhao Heir is likely attempting to provoke you, and you are foolishly accepting his challenge. He is, after all, a couple of decades your senior and quite cunning. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, Huang San lowered his voice to express his grievances about Zhang Jianguo. He believed Zhang Jianguo, in his youthful exuberance, had been duped. Do you not sense the discontent among the Zhao cadre in the village? Today it is Zhao Heir, tomorrow it could be someone else. Rather than being targeted and manipulated, I would prefer to take the initiative, Zhang Jianguo remarked softly. In his previous life, he had overthought every situation, only to find himself bereft of family and filled with regret. A man who cannot protect his kin has little reason to continue living. Do you truly possess a method to secure victory? Yes, but I will require your assistance, although I assure you, I will not ask you to wield a firearm in the hunt. Zhang Jianguo's words piqued Huang San's curiosity, and he eagerly agreed to help. Chapter 56. Their lives were somewhat different. Not only was Huang San summoned by Zhang Jianguo, but also Old Man Huang and Zhang Yuancheng arrived, and even Yang Xiong, upon hearing the news, was called over by his wife, Lu Hohat, to lend a hand. Zhang Jianguo had spoken on their behalf several times, fostering a close relationship, such that they would come without invitation in times of need. So many people. Once we secure the game, we can divide it among our families. Zhang Jianguo observed with a smile. On a snowy day, with little else to attend to besides clearing the snow, it was fortuitous that they were willing to assist him. We must select a location. I intend to create bait and dig traps. The heavy snow makes trap digging somewhat challenging, but once a trap is properly constructed and maintained, it can be effective for months. Zhang Jianguo shared his thoughts, causing Old Man Huang's eyes to sparkle with excitement. Although his mobility was limited, his intellect remained sharp. Having dug traps in the army before, he found such tasks to be a piece of cake. I am well versed in this matter. In the past, during my encounters with the Americans amidst heavy snowfall, we adeptly set up camouflage traps. Huang San, having served in the military, must have acquired similar skills. We shall seek a secluded location, a bit further from the village, to ensure no harm befalls anyone. Elder Huang, a seasoned veteran, is familiar with such undertakings, and Huang San possesses experience as well. Upon hearing Zhang Jianguo's proposal, they swiftly began to devise strategies. Together, they settled on a site near Zhao's village, accessible via a narrow path leading toward the mountains from the side of Zhang Jianguo's residence. This area had historically served as a thoroughfare for wolves descending from the hills, and Zhang Yuancheng recounted how, during the early hours of winter, the haunting howls of wolves could often be heard. The vicinity was bordered by tall trees, with a relatively flat expanse suitable for trap construction. This path is somewhat distant from the village, and later, Sangu can announce over the village loudspeaker. urging the villagers to steer clear of this area to avoid any accidents, as we intend to set formidable traps, burying them thoroughly across this vast expanse. Zhang Jianguo recognized the cunning nature of wild beasts. Merely burying traps in the middle would be insufficient. It was imperative to conceal traps along both sides of the wooded area and to mark them clearly, lest someone inadvertently stumble into them during the snowy weather. Moreover, he retrieved several prepared items from home: sharp bamboo poles the thickness of a child's arm, numerous pointed iron rods, and even some blood-stained hunting cages. Goodness! I was concerned you would clash with Zhao Heir, but I never anticipated you had quietly prepared all these materials. It seems you had this planned all along, Huang Sen exclaimed upon seeing the items, realizing they must have been gathered before the snowfall, as after the blizzard. The villagers would be unable to access even the township commune. I possess the materials, yet the expertise of Elder Huang is essential for setting these traps. What say you? Shall we commence? At this moment, Zhang Jianguo felt a surge of confidence. In his previous life, it was precisely the heavy snow that drove the mountain beasts down in search of food, and at that time, the militia's arms and ammunition were not particularly ample. The villagers resorted to constructing various traps for hunting, and in the end, the tally revealed that more prey was captured by traps than by gunfire. Zhang Jianguo was skilled in trap-making, with Huang San and Elder Huang also being adept. Only Yang Xiong and Zhang Yuancheng lagged slightly behind. However, given the expansive area designated for trapping, a chain of interlinked traps required more hands than they currently had. Fortunately, the substantial snowfall mitigated the workload. Otherwise, merely digging pits would have been a far more labor-intensive endeavor, rendering their completion impossible within a short time frame. After an entire day of labor, these few strong men finally managed to set up traps in nearly several hundred square meters of snow by nightfall, ensuring they were clearly marked to prevent accidental entry. Zhang Jianguo also took the time to cut numerous mouse thorns, a locally common shrub with lush green leaves and 5 prominent spines that, from a distance, resembled the shape of flying mice, hence the name. He scattered these thorns around the traps and tied bright fabric strips in the vicinity. Insisting Huang San must broadcast daily announcements via the loudspeaker to inform all villagers to avoid this area, fearful they might fall into the traps. The chill of the day has returned, and there is a possibility of snow in the next couple of days. It would be wise to return home and allow the scent to dissipate before setting the bait. Freshly made traps tend to make wild beasts wary, for their sense of smell is keen. However, a light snowfall may deceive the hungry creatures. Upon their return, He Yufeng had already prepared a feast, complete with local barley wine. A large basin of catfish was served, prompting Yang Xiong to exclaim with astonishment at the Zhang family's remarkable ability to procure such a sizable catch. Huang San, glancing at the fish, blinked in surprise but remained silent. The table boasted not only a fish hot pot, but also expertly stir-fried loach, crispy and fragrant, perfectly suited for pairing with the wine. In addition to these, the fish was accompanied by tofu, tender yellow bean sprouts, a plate of sautéed green bean sprouts, scallion scrambled eggs, and a platter of cured meat, presenting a banquet beyond everyone's expectations. After enduring more than a week of snowfall, where each household was fortunate to have a modest supply of cabbage and radishes, the Zhang family had managed to procure meat, fish, eggs, and bean sprouts. Oh my auntie, this is quite extraordinary. Our village rarely enjoys such a feast during the new year. We have truly struck gold. Huang San chuckled amiably, expressing his gratitude to He Yufeng. As the acting village chief, he had never partaken of such exquisite dishes at a neighbor's home. Yang Xiong chimed in, "Uncle, auntie, do you have any work planned for tomorrow?" His inquiry elicited laughter from everyone, while He Yufeng, with a beaming smile, reminded Yang Xiong to take some cured meat and eggs home for the children. Yang Xiong's face brightened, yet he hesitated, repeatedly declining, insisting that they should be saved for Hong Yue and Hong Mei. "It's fine. Your uncle and I anticipated the snowfall and stocked up on provisions. After all, distant relatives can't compare to close neighbors." He Yufeng felt compassion for Yang Xiong's children, knowing their grandmother was rather fierce, and their parents were preoccupied with their own struggles. Yet, this was a common plight in their era, and there was no sense of grievance. Instead, spirits were high, fueled by the promise of a better life. Yang Xiong smiled, busy pouring wine for Zhang Yuancheng, while Elder Huang praised He Yufeng's culinary skills, remarking that it was no wonder everyone in the village claimed her cooking was unmatched in flavor, color, and presentation. "Eat well," Uncle Huang encouraged. He Yufeng did not join them at the table, She was occupied with serving her children, concerned they might miss out on the meal. "Mother, Hongyue, Hongmei, come and eat. There's plenty of room at the table. Just take a seat," Zhang Jianguo called out, bringing several stools for his mother and sister. The men drinking at the table paused momentarily, then heard the clatter of Zhang Yuancheng setting down his bowls and chopsticks. In Zhao family village, it was customary for women in respectable households not to join the table when guests were present. Chapter 57. What a misfortune. Zhang Yuancheng placed his bowls down with a heavy thud. Huang San was about to offer a few words to alleviate the awkward atmosphere at the table. "Come, Hongyue, sit here next to your father. There's plenty of space." Zhang Yuancheng pushed his bowl and chopsticks aside, drawing his little daughter closer to him. This gesture left the men at the table wide-eyed. Even Mr. Huang found it hard to believe. After all, in Zhao Village, when men gathered to drink and dine, it was rare for young girls like Hongyue to be present at the table. Many women who cooked were often relegated to the kitchen, tending to children. This was partly due to necessity. Typically, preparing a few decent meat dishes was no simple task, as these dishes were meant to entertain guests. More often than not, guests would not touch the meat, saving it for the next occasion when visitors arrived, especially during the new year. Many households would place a bowl of meat dishes on the table, serving guests from the first to the 6th day, yet no one would dare touch it. At most, they might nibble on side dishes. Ultimately, the meat would be reserved for the host. Children, who were less discerning but quite greedy, could easily sneak a piece of meat when adults were distracted, leading to punishment that was futile since once consumed, it could not be regurgitated. Thus, a prevailing custom emerged. Women and daughters were not permitted at the table. This practice was often praised, being viewed as a sign of good family etiquette and decorum. Those like Zhang Yuancheng, who placed his daughter beside him at the table when guests arrived, would be ridiculed for lacking upbringing and decorum, leading others to believe that the Zhang family had poor values and that the daughter was not properly raised. On a smaller scale, whispers would circulate about the daughter being spoiled and undisciplined, while on a larger scale, it could tarnish her reputation, leading to disparagement when it came time for her to marry, with potential suitors citing her lack of breeding. Zhang Jianguo harbored a deep disdain for such customs. While poverty was acceptable, favoritism was not. Fairness was paramount. Everyone should enjoy more dishes. "Mom, would you like a drink? Let me get you some bowls and chopsticks." "Hongmei, come sit next to Mom." Zhang Jianguo urged his sister to take her seat, glancing over at Xiao, who was attempting to turn over in her cradle, lacking the strength, but still reaching for toys to play with. "I don't drink, just a bit of food is sufficient." He Yufeng graciously sat down. Their family was not bound by such rigid customs, and all the children were cherished. In these times, when households lacked abundance, the spread that the Zhang family had prepared was quite impressive and generous. The guests finally indulged in a hearty meal, leaving the table with satisfied belches. Some feeling a tad embarrassed, Yang Xiong held a bowl containing fish and meat meant for his eldest daughter, a gift from He Yufeng, who intended it for Lu Hohat and her daughter. However, upon returning home, the food did not reach Lu Hohat's daughter. Instead, it was met with scorn from old Lady Yang, who berated him, ultimately passing the meat and fish to her younger son. Upon learning of this, Lu Hohat's eyes welled with tears, and that night she tossed and turned, unable to sleep, imploring Yang Xiong to separate their households, fearing that if they continued this way, she would inevitably be driven to despair by her mother. On a chilly evening, Yang Xiong indulged in a few drinks and found himself in a drowsy state. Oblivious to the world around him, he casually embraced his wife, murmuring about the cold, urging her to sleep, dismissing all talk of family disputes and morbid matters. Especially with the new year approaching, he encouraged her to be magnanimous and not to hold grudges against his mother. After all, she was his mother. Lu Hohat, trembling with indignation, found it inconceivable that Yang Xiong would expect her to be accommodating under such circumstances. It seemed he had given no thought to the matter at hand. She pushed him vigorously, hoping to engage him in a serious conversation, only to realize he had already succumbed to sleep, snoring softly. As the night wore on, tears welled in Lu Hohat's eyes, her mind racing with the disheartening thought, "Is this how my life will be forever?" The following morning, Lu Hohat rose to the sound of her mother-in-law's complaints about her laziness, chastising her for not getting up to prepare breakfast. Having had no sleep the previous night, Lu Hohat could no longer contain her frustration. "Haven't you risen already? You could start cooking too." This seemingly innocuous remark stirred a hornet's nest. prompting her mother-in-law to launch into a lament about her misfortunes, her husband's early demise, and the struggles of raising 2 children alone. Now, after finally marrying off her son, she felt oppressed by her daughter-in-law's perceived tyranny. Lu Hoha's simple request for cooperation had ignited a tempest. In the adjacent home, He Yufang had just begun her morning routine when she overheard the discord. She thought to herself how unfortunate it was. Hadn't Yang Xiong promised to bring back some fish and meat for his wife and daughter? Feeling a twinge of guilt, He Yufang decided to intervene, pulling Lu Hohat aside to suggest she and her children come to her home to cool off. Ultimately, it was Yang Xiong's mother who emerged victorious from the quarrel. Yang Xiong, bewildered by the early morning feud between his mother and wife, could not grasp how a mere exchange of words had escalated into such an uproar. Yet, he welcomed He Yufang's intervention, pleased to see Lu Hohat and the children taken away. Deep down, he envied the harmonious atmosphere of the Zhang family, where laughter and joy prevailed, contrasting sharply with his own home, which seemed to be plagued by constant bickering, be it his mother scolding his wife or vice versa. He felt a pressing need to escape the chaos. At He Yufang's home, Lu Hohat noticed her children gazing eagerly at the pot. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her, she promptly expressed her desire to return home, but He Yufang insisted she stay. Don't go back yet. My home is warm, and I was just thinking of making new clothes for the kids. I could use your help. Cooking is manageable for me, but sewing is truly a struggle. He Yufang's invitation filled Lu Hohat with joy, and she readily agreed. That morning, the Zhang family enjoyed sweet potato porridge accompanied by leftovers from the previous day, and Lu Hohat and her daughters shared a meal with them, which brought tears to her eyes. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude, lamenting her perpetual indebtedness to the Zhang family, wondering when she would ever be able to repay their kindness. Yet Lu Hohat did not squander her time. She diligently crafted new garments for Hongmei and Hongyue. Her sewing skills were exceptional, and she also designed some novel styles, earning her the utmost praise from He Yufang. Observing this, Zhang Jianguo stoked the family's Kong until it glowed with warmth, playfully engaging with Xiao Xiao and several children. He thoughtfully placed some roasted chestnuts beside the Kong for the children to enjoy as snacks. However, amidst this joyous atmosphere, Zhang Jianguo suddenly heard the sound of gunfire. Chapter 58. No one is foolish. Who is firing? Outside, delicate snowflakes continued to fall. Zhao Yuancheng, somewhat startled, glanced outside. Indeed, the snow was still drifting down, albeit lightly. Even so, few ventured outdoors. The cold weather deterred anyone from braving the wind and chill, for home was far more comfortable. Just as he finished speaking, another gunshot rang out, heightening Zhang Yuancheng's unease. He felt compelled to investigate, but Zhang Jianguo restrained him, suggesting that the gunfire was likely a result of hunting. Upon reflection, those daring enough to venture out in such weather were likely Zhao Heir. After all, the village's initiative to rally the militia for hunting had yet to be finalized, and Zhao Heir had engaged in a wager with him. Thus, even in the snowfall, there was a possibility he had set out to hunt. You are being rather reckless this time. Zhao Heir is quite the marksman. He has won accolades for his shooting back at the commune, earning the title of sharpshooter. I must check the area where you set your traps yesterday. Zhang Yuancheng harbored a hint of worry for his son, though he grumbled. His feet carried him earnestly towards the traps, only to be halted once again by Zhang Jianguo. Father, please do not go. The snow conceals tracks perfectly, and those wild animals are quite cunning. If you frequent the area, they will sense danger. Patience is key. Zhang Jianguo remained unperturbed. The heavy snowfall had blanketed the mountains for over a week, and such vast accumulation would force the wildlife to descend in search of sustenance. Even if Zhao Heir managed to hunt some game, he would invariably alert the more astute creatures, which would then become nocturnal. Yang Xiong watched enviously as Zhao Heir displayed 2 plump rabbits dangling from his waist, each weighing an impressive 2 to 3 jin. In addition to the rabbits, the bounty included several pheasants. Within a short span, Zhao Heir had caught 2 rabbits and 3 pheasants, totaling nearly 10 jin of meat. Yang Xiong, I heard you set numerous traps in the gully behind Zhang Jianguo's house. Is that true? Indeed. With the snow falling, the traps are plentiful. But you must avoid that area. It is quite perilous. The visibility is poor with the snow, and you must not fall into one. Yang Xiong, genuinely concerned, repeatedly cautioned Zhao Heir, as well as others accompanying him on the hunt. The villagers recognized Yang Xiong as a straightforward person, and Huang San persistently broadcasted over the village loudspeakers, warning everyone to steer clear of the path behind Zhang Jianguo's house. There are traps there. Anyone who ignores the warning and gets injured will find themselves in a predicament. The roads are impassable, and one cannot reach the commune clinic. If Dr. Liu cannot provide treatment, they will have no one to blame but themselves. The village chief incessantly broadcasts his warnings, causing our ears to nearly develop calluses. I have already chastised my children, cautioning them to steer clear of Zhang Jianguo's direction, for it is fraught with peril. As others echoed his sentiments, Zhao scoffed and uttered a curse. Zhang Jianguo, with barely a hair on his chin, dares to compare himself to me? He thinks he is impressive just for setting a few traps. When I was hunting wild boars, he was still suckling at his mother's breast. Let you all bear witness. He shall bow before me. Zhao Er's proclamation elicited hearty laughter from many, while others, like Yang Xiong, wore expressions of concern. Originally, he had stepped out for fresh air. But upon seeing Zhao Er's bountiful catch, he felt a pressing need to inform him of yesterday's events. As the snow continued to fall, Zhao Er noticed the number of onlookers increasing. He decided to put away his gun and return home for a meal. Passing by Zhaocheng's house, he contemplated for a moment before entering, presenting the largest rabbit to Zhaocheng. Within the confines of the house, they exchanged words. As he departed, Zhao Er assured Zhaocheng that should he see the mailman, he would immediately notify him. Once the roads to the village and township were clear, he would inform Zhaocheng without delay. Perhaps swayed by the gift of the sizable rabbit, Zhaocheng graciously escorted Zhao Er to the gate. Many witnesses admired Zhao Er's loyalty and gratitude, while he recounted how, in his family's impoverished past, they were often bullied. Zhaocheng had always advocated for his widowed mother and him, even facilitating his enlistment in the military. Without Zhaocheng's intervention, he would have been overlooked among the many aspiring soldiers. Such remarks sparked conversations about Zhaocheng and Zhao Xian, with villagers reminiscing fondly about their good deeds, particularly since the majority of the village shares the Zhao surname. As for Huang San, he is perceived as lacking the requisite authority. Fortunate for him, he is merely the acting village chief, and next year's village election could usher in a plethora of potential replacements. Zhao Er found himself in a quandary. Should Huang San ascend further, he would be the most qualified candidate for the position of militia captain. However, having a non-Zhao as village chief is less favorable, especially since Huang San has overly favored Zhang Jianguo, leading some villagers to jest that he is merely a puppet, blindly following Zhang Jianguo's whims. With so many capable individuals in Zhao family village, it is unfathomable that a mere novice like Zhang Jianguo could manipulate them so easily. Thus, Zhao Er is determined to see Zhang Jianguo kneel before him, for otherwise, others might mistakenly believe Zhao family village lacks strength. With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Er hurried home for a meal. Once finished, he resolved to venture out once more to hunt before the snow became too heavy, for 3 days passed swiftly, and he could not afford to grant Zhang Jianguo even the slightest opportunity to triumph. Yang Xiong returned at a brisk pace, not even entering his own home before heading to Zhang Jianguo's residence. Upon entering, he beheld his daughter joyfully skipping rope with Hong Yu and Hong Mei, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. With the children at Zhang's, it was likely his wife was there too. With her presence, she would calm her temper, ensuring a peaceful evening upon their return home. As Yang Xiong contemplated the situation, he hastily recounted the number of game Zhao Er had hunted, urging Zhang Jianguo to devise a strategy, lest they face defeat. Has Zhao Er inquired about my trap digging? He has indeed, Yang replied. His questions were quite detailed. Jianguo, I'm genuinely worried for you. Look, it's snowing, and Zhao Er mentioned he would hunt again this afternoon. He is a sharpshooter. Once he sets his sights on a target, it seldom escapes. By the end of the day, he could procure several dozen pounds of game. Yang Xiong felt a palpable anxiety for Zhang Jianguo. Losing would mean bowing down in submission. A tree has its bark, and a person has their dignity. If you kneel before others, Zhang Jianguo's reputation could be ridiculed for decades. It would be quite shameful. Fear not, I have a plan, Zhang Jianguo reassured him. By the way, Yang Xiong, I wish to ask you something. At that moment, Zhang Jianguo's mind wandered to another matter. He recalled how Zhao Er had grown close to Zhaocheng, who had 3 sons. Chapter 59, What Lies Within the Gourd. I recall you have a cousin named Yang Yan, correct? She remains unmarried. Upon mentioning Yang Yan, He Yufeng, who was sewing, suddenly lost focus and pricked her finger, causing a bead of blood to form. She quickly placed her finger in her mouth to staunch the bleeding, inwardly sighing. Indeed, she is my uncle's daughter. Yinzi has not yet settled down. She is tall and strong, quite proficient in farm work. Last month, She sent word to my mother, expressing a desire to visit for a few days. Unfortunately, the snow has blocked the roads. Otherwise, my mother would have sent me to fetch her. Upon hearing Zhang Jianguo inquire about his cousin, Yang Xiong spoke at length, though a flicker of confusion crossed his face as he glanced at Zhang Jianguo. Suddenly, he added, "She was born in the same year as you, just a month younger. As children, she loved to follow you around." Cough, cough. "Yang Xiong, please take the little girl back. We have overstayed our welcome at your aunt's home." "Thank you." Yang Xiong's wife, Lu Ho Hot, abruptly changed the subject, asking Yang Xiong to help carry the child back. She also mentioned to He Yufang that they should come by again to assist with the sewing, as it was time to return home. At that moment, He Yufang was also lost in thought and did not attempt to retain Lu Ho Hot, merely calling out for her to bring the child over to play another time. During lunch, He Yufang gazed at Zhang Jianguo, her thoughts unspoken. Several times, she opened her mouth as if to speak, yet words eluded her. In the afternoon, the snow fell heavily. After his meal, Zhang Jianguo donned his raincoat and ventured outside. He took a less traveled path up the mountain behind his home, which was already difficult to navigate and now rendered even more treacherous by the snow. Although the journey was laborious, he felt compelled to inspect the traps. The areas set for trapping lay silent, devoid of any movement. After mentally reviewing the locations, he proceeded to gather some thorns and scattered them along his descent. Despite Huang San's loudspeaker warnings, Zhang Jianguo opted to place additional obstacles, ensuring that no children or villagers accidentally wandered into the area. Better to exert extra effort now than to risk injury to a person while failing to capture any wild beasts. After Lu Ho Hot and Yang Xiong returned home, Lu Ho Hot pulled Yang Xiong aside, offering a series of earnest admonitions that left him bewildered, uncertain of what schemes his wife might be concocting. Yet, the fact that she had spent half the day at the Zhang household without causing a ruckus brought him a sense of quiet delight. Moreover, his wife and their 2 children had enjoyed breakfast at the Zhangs, prompting him to think of having her prepare something special to send over in return. It was only polite, after all, to reciprocate their hospitality. That evening, He Yufang was engrossed in her needlework, yet the frequent pricks of the needle distracted her, rendering her somewhat absent-minded. Zhang Yuancheng urged her to cease her efforts and retire early, suggesting it would also conserve some kerosene. However, as He Yufang lay in bed, she found herself tossing and turning, restless and unable to find slumber. She had initially wished to converse with her husband, but upon lightly nudging Zhang Yuancheng, she discovered he had already succumbed to deep sleep, impervious to her attempts to rouse him. With a heavy sigh, she gazed at the ceiling, eyes wide open, unable to drift off. Throughout the night, her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts and worries. The snow fell softly, blanketing everything in white, and the next day, the roads they had cleared were once again covered in a pristine layer of snow. Many households, weary from the toil, neglected to clear the snow, resigning themselves to warmth beneath their blankets rather than venturing out into the cold. In contrast, Zhang Jianguo rose early, determined to check on the traps he had set. This time, in addition to the mouse traps he had placed, he found others concealed beneath the snow. As he surveyed the scene, a sea of white met his eyes, and for a brief moment, he struggled to locate where the traps lay hidden. But then, a smile broke across his face as he realized his efforts had borne fruit. He set down the bait he had brought and departed to seek out Huang San. Huang San was at home, meticulously cleaning his gun and counting bullets. With the snowfall having ceased, he planned to lead the militia on a patrol nearby, wary of wild boars or wolf packs descending from the mountains. As the snow continued to blanket the peaks, the likelihood of hungry beasts descending in search of food increased, and by the end of the winter, the sight of these creatures roaming in packs was enough to instill fear in the hearts of the villagers. Without the militia on patrol, both adults and children were too frightened to venture outside once darkness fell, fearing they might be snatched away by wolves. Just as Huang San was about to discuss a matter with Zhang Jianguo, he recalled that Zhao Er had been busy the previous day, reportedly hunting 3 rabbits, and, having stayed up all night, managed to catch a pig weighing over 20 pounds. Huang San suggested that perhaps it was time for Zhang Jianguo to concede defeat. For Zhao Er was indeed a sharpshooter, and losing to him would not be a disgrace. Upon Zhang Jianguo's arrival, Huang San hastily stood, recounting the incident with Zhao Er and even offering to act as a mediator, suggesting that Zhang Jianguo might preemptively concede and provide Zhao Er with some form of compensation to settle the matter. Zhang Jianguo, amused by Huang San's earnest concern, chuckled softly. 3 days? We haven't even reached that mark yet. Why the rush? Do you no longer have faith in me? I came to your house for a reason. He replied, glancing around the room to ensure they were alone before confiding in Huang San. He requested that Huang San gather a few men for a hunting expedition, suggesting they patrol the western outskirts of the village and occasionally fire a few shots into the air. Certainly, the location for the excursion was deliberately chosen by Zhang Jianguo. Those beasts are quite astute. They instinctively avoid areas bustling with people or the sound of gunfire, opting instead for paths they deem safer, which likely leads to the expanse behind his home. It is akin to herding fish in a river. Indeed, upon hearing Zhang Jianguo's words, Huang San immediately grasped the implication, eagerly rushing out to summon others, intending to patrol the western outskirts of the village, ready to fire upon any game they encountered. Throughout that day, the western periphery of the village was intermittently punctuated by gunfire, and villagers were abuzz with tales of Zhao Er's remarkable success in hunting, claiming he had bagged several tens of pounds of game, while it was said that the trap set by Zhang Jianguo had yielded little to nothing. It seemed he was destined to lose this wager. That evening, a rare crescent moon hung gracefully among the trees, casting a serene glow upon the snowy landscape. Inside his abode, Zhang Jianguo was changing his attire, preparing to inspect the traps. Should the bait he had laid out during the day prove ineffective, he would need to replace it. Whether he would emerge victorious or defeated hinged upon the events of that night. As he departed, he casually seized an object and tucked it into his snakeskin bag before stepping outside. With the moonlight illuminating his path, Zhang Jianguo chose not to use a flashlight, instead carrying the snakeskin bag toward the traps, although something within the bag stirred ominously. Chapter 60. Has someone burgled his home? Zhang Jianguo hastened his steps, soon feeling the warmth of exertion, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. Before reaching the traps, he was startled by a sudden commotion, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Could it be that the bait he had scattered during the day was indeed effective? He quickened his pace, setting aside the old mouse traps, and cautiously approached the source of the sounds, guided by his memory of where he had dug the traps. A pungent scent of blood wafted through the air, mingling with the rustling sounds that followed. To his astonishment, he discovered that one of the traps had ensnared a rabbit, which struggled in vain, only to worsen its injuries with each futile effort. In a moment of mercy, Zhang Jianguo swiftly dispatched the rabbit to spare it further agony. The creature was quite plump, weighing over 3 pounds, and he could hardly contain his joy as he tossed it into the snakeskin bag, which now wriggled even more vigorously. Remaining silent, he recalled the numerous traps he had set in this area, knowing that on clear nights, wildlife would frequently venture forth in search of food. Coupled with his earlier conversation with Huang San, he was aware that apart from this region, gunfire echoed from other directions, hinting at the presence of additional game. Indeed, as Zhang Jianguo continued his journey, the scent of blood grew more pronounced, and darkened patches of blood stained the snow, indicating further success. When he arrived at the largest trap, his heart soared with elation. What did he behold? A wild boar, a hefty specimen weighing between 1 to 200 pounds, had been impaled by several sharp iron rods. The wild boar had a pointed snout, with its tusks protruding outward. It was already lifeless, though its body had yet to stiffen. Zhang Jianguo cautiously attempted to pull the boar from the trap. However, the icy ground was slippery, and given that he had constructed the trap himself, he was acutely aware of the razor-sharp iron rods within. A momentary lapse in caution could result in his own injury. It was futile. He realized that he could not manage such a large boar alone and would need assistance. After several attempts, he found it impossible to hoist the 200-pound creature from the trap without risking a fall into it himself. To ensure his safety, he needed to devise an alternative plan. At that moment, the best course of action would be to return and summon help. Yet, leaving such a substantial wild boar unattended in the snow, with no one around, left Zhang Jianguo feeling uneasy. Thus, after prodding the boar a few times with his knife, he departed with his snakeskin bag. As he made his way back, excitement surged within him. He felt compelled to bring the boar to his yard for peace of mind, prompting him to run home. Upon arrival, he tossed the snakeskin bag into the yard and urgently called for his father. "Father, I've caught a large wild boar in the trap. Quickly, call Yang Xiong and Huang San, and gather a few more people. The boar is trapped and cannot be pulled out by just us. I'll fetch some sturdy rope and levers. With a few more hands, we can lift it." Zhang Jianguo instructed his father. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuancheng could hardly contain his joy. marveling at his son's astonishing fortune. How was it possible that he had captured such a magnificent boar? Earlier in the day, Huang San and Zhao Er, along with a dozen militia members, had hunted without encountering a single wild boar, settling instead for a few game birds or rabbits. Those armed had failed to find a boar, yet a trap had yielded one unexpectedly. With such a large boar and so few people, they needed to strategize its retrieval. Zhang Yuancheng hurried to summon Yang Xiong, and his loud calls roused both Yang Laotai and Lu Hohot from their slumber. At that moment, Zhang Yuancheng had little time to spare, directing Yang Xiong to seek out Huang San, while he and his son would head to the trap to inspect the boar. The two men, armed with a stout lever, conversed as they hastened toward the trap. "We must move quickly. Such a large boar cannot be allowed to be taken by anyone else. Bringing this boar home will ensure a bountiful year for our family," Zhang Yuancheng exclaimed, brimming with excitement. A boar weighing 100 or 200 pounds would yield ample meat, even after fulfilling some communal obligations. Zhang Jianguo felt equally elated. He had anticipated a fruitful night of hunting, but had not expected such divine fortune in securing a boar of this size. With this capture, he had effectively won the bet with Zhao Er. Both father and son were in high spirits, yet when they arrived at the trap, they were met with astonishment. The boar was nowhere to be found. Inside the trap lay only a patch of snow stained dark with blood. The once white snow now a grim shade of red. The pungent scent of blood hung heavily in the air, though it had begun to dissipate. Clearly, the wild boar had been taken by someone. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Jianguo immediately began to follow the tracks left in the snow. Soon, he discerned the clues. After all, with the heavy snowfall, it was impossible to abscond with such a sizable wild boar without leaving traces. "Let us go, search in that direction. Someone has stolen my wild boar." Zhang Yuancheng, who had just been fretting over the possibility of someone taking the boar, couldn't he help but berate himself. Typically, his words bore little weight, yet today, it seemed his ill-fated predictions had come to fruition. "I must see which scoundrel dares to pilfer our prey," Huang San bellowed, claiming that they had set traps in the area, indicating that someone was feigning ignorance. As Zhang Jianguo mentioned Huang San, he spotted Yang Xiong and Huang San hurrying toward him. Initially, they had discussed assisting in transporting the wild boar, but now they realized it had been stolen. Huang San could hardly contain his anger. Which fool would dare to steal a wild boar? Upon uttering this, he felt a tinge of contradiction within himself. For truth be told, few could resist the allure of a wild boar. If he encountered one outside, he too would likely be tempted to take it home without hesitation. Could it be Zhao Er? When I went to find the village head, I noticed Zhao Er's house still had its lights on. It's well past midnight, and everyone else is already asleep. Yang Xiong hesitated. Earlier, when he went to call for help, nearly all the villagers had turned in for the night, their lights extinguished. Only Zhao Er's house remained illuminated. Let us not dwell on that. Let us follow these tracks. They indeed lead towards Zhao Er's direction. With a stern expression, Zhang Jianguo meticulously examined the scattered bloodstains on the ground. In such deep snow, with a wild boar of such considerable size, concealing it within a short time frame would be no simple task. Therefore, it was highly likely that they could still locate the boar. The real issue would arise if they found it, as disputes could easily escalate into altercations over a mere couple of 100 pounds of meat. Zhang Jianguo tightened his grip on the crude club in his hand. Should they encounter trouble, he resolved to act decisively. Chapter 61. Unexpected developments in rural areas. One cannot afford to be overly meek. Otherwise, certain individuals who prey upon the weak would take advantage. This explains the prevalence of patriarchal attitudes. As boys possess physical strength and can assert themselves in critical moments, despite their capabilities, young women often lack the same physical prowess, for in many instances, rural dynamics prioritize strength over reason. Zhang Jianguo switched on his flashlight, occasionally spotting faint bloodstains in the snow. Following the trail, they pursued their investigation through the village. Zhao family village was quite expansive, consisting of over 1,000 households, most of which were nestled against the mountains. Zhao Er's residence was situated roughly in the village's center, and the bloodstains led deeper into the village. However, Zhang Jianguo soon sensed something amiss. "Look, these bloodstains are peculiar. Why do they loop back? And what are these tire tracks doing here?" Following the blood trail, they indeed approached Zhao Er's home, but the bloodstains abruptly ceased. There were tire marks on the ground, leading away in an entirely opposite direction. Zhang Jianguo found himself lost in contemplation, while Zhang Yuancheng, without a moment's hesitation, strode purposefully to Zhao Er's doorstep and knocked vigorously. The sound resonated through the stillness of the night. "Who is it, disturbing the peace at this late hour?" came a voice from within, not from Zhao Er's household, but from the nearby Lu Er's wife. Her son, Lu Chang, had recently assisted Zhang Jianguo in constructing a wall for his courtyard, and the two families enjoyed a cordial relationship. Thus, when the door swung open, Zhang Yuancheng felt a twinge of embarrassment as he explained that they had caught a wild boar in a trap, which had since gone missing, and they had followed the blood trail to locate it. Just as he finished speaking, the door to Zhao Er's house opened, revealing Zhao Er himself, looking rather weary, with red-rimmed eyes wide open in astonishment as he regarded Zhang Yuancheng and Huang San. "Isn't our meeting scheduled for 8 o'clock tomorrow morning at the brigade office? Why are you here tonight?" Zhao Er wondered. Initially assuming that Zhang Jianguo and his companions had come to show him the game they had hunted over the past 3 days. However, with the wild boar now absent, what could they possibly present to Zhao Er? Lu Er's wife interrupted, exclaiming that Lu Chang and his father had returned the boar to them. "You should hurry back. The boar just breathed its last. My husband thought the path to your house might be difficult, and since the boar is quite heavy, he decided to use our cart to deliver it to you." Zhang Jianguo and Huang San exchanged bewildered glances, urging her to clarify the situation. It turned out that Lu Er had taken his son out that evening, hoping to try their luck, and had stumbled upon the wild boar caught in Zhang Jianguo's trap. Fearing the treacherous path, they decided to drag the boar back and transport it with their cart. After all, the whole village was aware of Zhang Jianguo's extensive trapping efforts, and the wild boar rightfully belonged to him. Why wait any longer? Huang San quickly pulled Zhang Jianguo, urging him to return home at once. As they made their way, Zhang Jianguo's mind swirled with disbelief. In such dire times, could it be that someone would voluntarily return a wild boar they had captured? It felt surreal to him. Could such benevolence truly exist? Upon returning home, Zhang Jianguo was greeted by the bright lights of his house, where He Yufang was preparing egg tea for Lu Er and his son. The fire in the room blazed warmly, and in the courtyard lay the substantial wild boar, strikingly conspicuous. Zhang Jianguo hurried over to inspect the boar, brushing aside the straw to reveal the tail he had previously severed. In that moment, he realized it was indeed his own catch. Before leaving, he had marked it specifically to signify ownership, ensuring that should any disputes arise, he could unequivocally prove the boar was his. Regardless of Lu Er's motivations for returning the boar, Zhang Jianguo felt immense gratitude and continuously called out to Lu Shu, promising to send a leg of the boar as a token of appreciation. "It is only natural. Whenever I am on the road, I ensure to collect any belongings left behind by the villagers, returning them meticulously. Have you forgotten? A decade ago, your father rendered me significant assistance out of kindness. Such trivial matters are of little consequence and are thus expected." Lu Er chuckled in agreement. Although Lu Chang had initially wore a frown, he felt a sense of relief upon seeing Zhang Jianguo inspect the pig's tail and announce the gift of a pig leg. He recalled his earlier thoughts of keeping the stray wild boar for himself. Weighing 1 to 200 pounds, that boar represented an unexpected fortune. However, his father disagreed. By the time the pig was nearly home, he insisted on returning it, reasoning that the severed tail indicated the Zhang family had spotted the animal. They all belonged to the same village, and the Zhangs had aided him in the past. More importantly, Zhang Jianguo was a capable man deserving of respect rather than exploitation. Did you not observe how close Huang San walked with him? Ultimately, the pig was returned. And not only did they enjoy a hearty egg soup courtesy of the Zhang family, but they also received a promise of a pig leg. Reflecting on it now, Lu Chang recognized his father's wisdom. Such actions yielded dual benefits, prompting him to joyfully assist in the pig slaughter. The gathering of villagers was lively, with many lending a hand in the butchering process. Some boiled water for scalding, others assisted in eviscerating and cleaning the entrails, while others managed the pig's head, creating a bustling atmosphere in the courtyard. The commotion roused the elderly young matriarch next door. Upon awakening and witnessing the pig slaughter, her eyes widened in astonishment. Initially envious of their good fortune, she pondered what benefits her son, Yang Xiong, might gain from assisting. She too desired to help He Yufang wash the entrails, hoping to discreetly take some home. However, her foolish daughter-in-law, Lu Hohat, had already been helping. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, she urged Lu Hohat to bring back some lard and liver, reasoning that He Yufang would likely not notice a slight shortage. Yet, Lu Hohat appeared oblivious. eagerly delivering the cleaned entrails to He Yufeng's kitchen, leaving no opportunity for Yang matriarch to intervene. This left her feeling quite exasperated, internally berating Lu Hohat for her foolishness. How could one marry such a person? Zhao Er had also come along, having refrained from resting for several days. He had caught a 20 to 30-pound pig's stomach, along with 6 or 7 wild rabbits and chickens, totaling a substantial amount of meat. His results were commendable, yet he could hardly fathom the extraordinary luck of Zhang Jianguo, who had managed to capture both a rabbit and a wild boar. He felt aggrieved, as the disparity in their catches was maddening. Frustrated, Zhao Er contemplated leaving, yet he hesitated, eager to discover the weight of the wild boar. More importantly, he sought an opportunity to converse with Lu Er and Lu Chang, hoping to incite some discord during the meat distribution. After all, he could hardly believe that these individuals would genuinely part with the meat so readily. Chapter 62. Incitement. Zhao Er first approached Lu Chang, lowering his voice deliberately to complain, taking advantage of the lack of attention around them. What is your father thinking? Is he truly so noble as to return lost property? The wild boar, so large, has been given away. If you hadn't mentioned it, who would have known you found a wild boar in the dead of night? Besides, what was picked up wasn't stolen. Even if someone promised you a leg of the boar, that hefty 50 pounds counts as a leg, just as a few pounds of the foreleg does. Lu Chang listened to Zhao Er's words, feeling a turmoil within, yet recalling his father's unwavering resolve. He shot Zhao Er a glare and discreetly moved towards the crowd, nervously watching Zhang Jianguo. Indeed, whether it weighs dozens of pounds or just a few, it is still a leg of the boar. Zhang Jianguo was elated. This wild boar yielded an astonishing 210 pounds of meat, along with the head, offal, and various other parts. This was an unforeseen bounty. With this wild boar, when the family craved some meat, others would assume it was wild boar they were consuming, unaware that they had quite a stock of pork hidden away in the cellar. Zhang Jianguo took it upon himself to meticulously carve the 210 pounds of wild boar meat. He handed a sizable chunk, weighing over 10 pounds and rich in fat with little lean meat, to Huang San. Third brother, you've lost sleep over this. Take this back for the children to savor. That's quite generous. I won't refuse such a bounty. Huang San was delighted, having anticipated that Zhang Jianguo would share some meat with him, but he expected only 3 to 5 pounds. To receive over 10 pounds was exceedingly generous. After all, who wouldn't appreciate the company of someone so magnanimous? Brother Yang, I realize you and your wife have had a tough time tonight. Please take this meat back for your children. Zhang Jianguo once again offered a piece of over 10 pounds, similarly fatty. Yang Xiong glanced at his wife in surprise, but quickly waved his hand. Oh, my family often enjoys your generosity. We owe you already. It's only right to lend a hand to neighbors. How can we accept such a lavish gift? Yang Xiong was a man of principle, believing that since they were neighbors, it was inappropriate to accept such an abundance of meat, even though he held Zhang Jianguo in high regard. However, his mother had a different perspective and promptly reached out for the meat in Zhang Jianguo's hands, grumbling, "This fat seems a bit scarce. Wild boar is naturally lean." And yet old lady Yang was picky. Zhang Jianguo wouldn't indulge her whims, firmly holding onto the meat, pulling it back with effort. Old lady Yang was left grasping at nothing, her face reddening with embarrassment. She opened her mouth to scold, but upon seeing the ample piece of wild boar meat, swallowed her words. Sister Lu, this wild boar meat is for you. You and your husband have worked hard. Consider this a gift for you, not for your household. Please don't misinterpret. Zhang Jianguo was aware of Yang Xiong's family dynamics. Old lady Yang was quite domineering, tightly controlling her son and daughter-in-law's earnings, rarely allowing them to spend on anything. There had been occasions where they had to endure hardship to meet Lu Hohat's needs, all due to old lady Yang's stringent hold. In a moment of generosity, I decided to gift this substantial quantity of wild boar meat, weighing over 10 pounds, to Lu Hohat, instructing her to manage it herself while clarifying that it was not meant for her family. This gesture left Lu Hohat overwhelmed with joy, her heart swelling with gratitude as she hurriedly expressed her appreciation, her eyes brimming with emotion. The value of over 10 pounds of wild boar meat equated to a significant sum of 5 or 6 yuan, a considerable income for her, especially since her husband had never bestowed such an amount upon her. It was a delightful surprise to discover Zhang Jianguo's thoughtful nature, as he presented her with such a generous gift in front of others. Truly, he was a kind-hearted individual. Thank you, Brother Zhang, thank you. Lu Hohat repeatedly expressed her gratitude, her heart filled with emotion. With the new year approaching, she contemplated discussing with Yang Xiong the possibility of trading some of this wild boar meat for fabric and cotton to sew a new garment for her daughter. With the biting cold of winter upon them, her child lacked a warm piece of clothing, a thought that weighed heavily on her maternal heart. Uncle Lu, thank you for delivering this wild boar meat to my home this year. This pig leg is untouched, and the front leg meat weighs 68 pounds, the largest piece. Please take it home for the new year. I hope it's not deemed insufficient. Upon hearing this from Zhang Jianguo, not only was Zhao Er taken aback, but astonishment was etched upon the faces of Lu Chang and Lu Er as well. The promise of a pig leg had materialized into the delivery of the largest and heaviest leg, leaving Lu Er feeling a twinge of shame. To be frank, had he not noticed the missing pig tail, he might not have returned the wild boar to Zhang Jianguo at all. After all, had his intention been to deliver it to Zhang Jianguo initially, he could have taken a more direct route rather than meandering back home only to circle half the village to return it. Not at all. With such a generous offering of meat, how could we possibly complain? Lu Er thought to himself, marveling at Zhang Jianguo's generosity. Brother Yuancheng, you have a wonderful son. I envy you. Lu Er reflected on his own son, Lu Chang, whose name was chosen in the hope of strength. Yet, this child constantly caused him worry, showing little promise. He compared his son to Zhang Yuancheng, who had led a rather unremarkable life, often resorting to anger and stubbornness in the face of challenges, making him one of the most easily bullied honest souls in the village. In contrast, Zhang Jianguo's son exhibited remarkable prowess, demonstrating a grand vision. Even in situations like today, where a few pounds of pig leg were offered, they could only graciously accept. Unable to confront Zhang Jianguo in his own home, it was no wonder that Huang Sen always listened to Zhang Jianguo. He would readily do the same if he had such generosity. At that moment, Zhao Er looked at Zhang Jianguo with longing eyes, wondering if he might also receive a share of the pork. However, Zhang Jianguo feigned ignorance, merely smiling as he informed Zhao Er that he was busy and could not keep him any longer, as he needed to gather the villagers for a witness. This left Zhao Er feeling dejected and angry, and he ultimately departed in disappointment. Once everyone had left, Zhang Yuancheng closed the courtyard gate. Observing his wife as she organized the meat, he felt a tinge of reluctance, reflecting on the 200 pounds of wild boar meat, of which Zhang Jianguo had already given away nearly 100 pounds. With such a substantial quantity of meat, they were sure to enjoy a prosperous year ahead. Even in the absence of that wild boar, a prosperous year could still be anticipated. Father, do not harbor reluctance in your heart. One must be willing to part with something in order to gain more. Consider this. By relinquishing this modest amount of pork, greater benefits and rewards will surely follow. Zhang Jianguo cheerfully remarked, turning to his mother to propose that perhaps this year they could prepare some sausages and cured meats, lamenting that it had been many years since they had indulged in such delights. Zhang Jianguo's conversation with his father that morning was swiftly validated. Last night, he had ensnared a wild boar using traps, which was subsequently brought home by Lu Chang and his son. The news of his sharing wild boar meat with those present spread throughout the village in less than a morning. A myriad of complex emotions, envy, admiration, and excitement swirled among the villagers. Yet, all could perceive that despite Zhang Jianguo's youthful appearance, his ability to get things done was undeniably impressive. Whether it was with Huang San and Yang Xiong or the Lu family, it was evident that few would so generously distribute wild boar meat, particularly in quantities of 80 to 90 pounds. Generosity and good character are qualities that everyone wishes to associate with themselves, while many may speak eloquently. When faced with such a situation, even parting with a mere 8 or 9 pounds of meat would deter most. After all, Huang San and Yang Xiong, who had offered him assistance, could each expect only a pound or so of pork, and for Lu Chang and his son, even a small leg weighing 2 or 3 pounds would be considered quite generous, given that their families sometimes charged villagers a nominal fee for transporting goods across the village. However, Zhang Jianguo's exceptional generosity shone through as he presented them with the largest front leg of the boar, a prized cut, far superior to the hind leg, not only for its richness and fat, but also for its heft. Such a person is one with whom everyone wishes to engage and interact, and in times of need, they are inclined to heed his counsel. Thus, when Zhang Jianguo visited the village, nearly every villager he encountered greeted him warmly, expressing envy and inquiring whether he would be willing to exchange some of his wild boar meat for other goods. No, This year we have not prepared much food. And with the new year approaching, our family is large. I intend to stew this wild boar meat with some radishes to make do." Upon hearing his words, those present gasped in astonishment. Was this truly the utterance of a human being? To consume over 100 pounds of wild boar meat. How unfathomable that would be for any other household. Yet, he spoke so casually, even mentioning a shortage of grain. A shortage of grain does not justify solely consuming meat. What extravagance! Zhang Jianguo remained indifferent to the opinions of others. Upon arriving at the village office, he found Zhao Er, Huang San, Zhao Cheng, and other villagers present, including some militia members and onlookers like Lu Er and Yang Xiong. Although Lu Chong and his family were not obliged to attend, the sight of such abundant wild boar meat compelled them to join. Zhang Jianguo noticed that Zhao Er had also come empty-handed and jokingly remarked about his ill fortune. One cannot back down in such matters, as one must present something. If one were to claim the amount of game hunted, the weight of the meat would soon be calculated. A few days ago, Zhao Er went hunting, and the villagers were well aware of how much he had caught. They could easily calculate it. Zhang Jianguo had only one rabbit and one wild boar in his possession, and the moment he discovered the wild boar, he had, in fact, secured his victory. However, Zhao Er had his own perspective on defeat. "I haven't truly lost. It's merely a matter of bad luck. If we were to compare the quantity of our catches, I would still be the victor. As for the weight, there's no denying it. I have indeed lost. Hence, I find this contest rather unfair. Why not compete once more?" Zhang Jianguo, "You cannot expect to be so fortunate every single time." Zhao Er glanced at Zhao Cheng and, somewhat shamelessly, added this remark. Upon hearing his words, many present felt a twinge of disdain. Despite Zhao Er's exceptional marksmanship, his character seemed lacking, bordering on unscrupulous. Luck is indeed a facet of skill. Victory is still victory. If even fate is on my side and you refuse to acknowledge it, what is it but a bowing of the head? This was your original suggestion. Truth be told, I never intended for you to bow. It would be far more beneficial for you to gift me all your game instead. Let's forego the bowing." Zhang Jianguo chuckled lightly, proposing that Zhao Er relinquish all his game to him. This provoked an immediate and vehement refusal from Zhao Er. Although he had bagged several days' worth of game, none rivaled the weight of Zhang Jianguo's wild boar. The thought of giving it away was akin to sacrificing his life. 20 to 30 pounds of meat represented a significant sum for his family. "I will bow." After careful consideration, Zhao Er swiftly made his decision. To say nothing of the 20 to 30 pounds of meat, even 5 or 6 pounds would be worth a bow. In the grand scheme of survival, what is pride? After all, he was already in his teens and believed that face held little importance. Having a bit more meat at home, in exchange for some coins, was of utmost significance. Ultimately, bowing would not stave off hunger, but that meat could prevent starvation. Conserving that meat could provide his family with sustenance for an entire month. Thus, Zhao Er knelt, determined to endure whatever mockery Zhang Jianguo might hurl at him. Bowing was far preferable to relinquishing those precious pounds of meat. However, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated ridicule did not materialize. Instead, Zhang Jianguo smiled and pulled him up, urging him to rise. "We merely made a wager. A trivial exchange of words. Ultimately, we all seek ways to ensure that our village does not go hungry during this bitter winter. After all, this year has seen drought and poor harvests. If we do not find solutions this winter, next year will be even more challenging." Zhang Jianguo was not inclined to deliberately make things difficult for Zhao Er. In his past life, he had known the discomfort of being drenched by rain, and thus he would not mock those who had suffered similarly. No one is immune to the importance of dignity, yet in the face of survival, all else can be set aside. Zhao Er stared at Zhang Jianguo in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe it. Had he been the victor, he would have relished the opportunity to see Zhang Jianguo kneeling before him, perhaps even taunting him, or engaging in more extreme actions. But Zhang Jianguo was truly different from him. "Yes, our primary purpose in gathering is to hunt for our survival, to find ways to stockpile more game this winter, to exchange our catches for food and money. We, the common folk, must not become a burden to the state." Upon witnessing the situation, Huang San promptly stepped forward to deliver an impassioned address, which resonated deeply with all present. After all, in recent days, they had been unable to work outdoors, and the food supplies at home were visibly diminishing. It was only early December, and the duration of the winter snow remained uncertain. Huang San's reasoning was indeed sound. They must not become a burden to the state. Consequently, the assembly swiftly reached a consensus. Huang San and Zhang Jianguo would spearhead a trapping and hunting initiative around the village, primarily to ensure the safety of the villagers and to prepare for the forthcoming spring plowing. This decision aligned with the interests of the majority. And although Zhang Jianguo initially lacked widespread support, his wager with Zhao Heir garnered him respect, thus establishing him as the backbone of the Zhao family village. Meanwhile, in Suicheng, Zhou Zhilan incessantly inquired at the post office about whether the road to Zhao family village had reopened, and if it were possible to send letters. The postal worker responded, "Comrade, the snowfall has been too heavy. Not only is the road to Zhao family village still closed, but many surrounding villages are also inaccessible. Therefore, your letter cannot be sent." This revelation left Zhou Zhilan feeling disheartened. Chapter 64. Restless nights. Ever since the last blizzard, Zhou Zhilan had been unable to find solace. Her appetite waning and her sleep disturbed. Several times, she had been jolted awake from nightmares, drenched in sweat. In her dreams, she felt as though she had been murdered. Although she could not discern the face of her assailant, a profound sense of despair and helplessness enveloped her, inducing a deep-seated anxiety that caused her to lose weight. Her already large eyes appeared even more pronounced due to her gauntness. At home, her family persistently urged her towards marriage, as her father had already expressed his desire for her to wed by the year's end. After all, Zheng Tai's father had spoken to him, conveying the family's earnest hope for the two children to marry before the year concluded. Zhou Deming was naturally elated. Once the two children were wed, he would be related to the factory director, and they would become prominent figures at the wind turbine factory, shielded from any bullying. Furthermore, Zheng Tai's father had offered to assist Zhou Xingbang with his employment issues, a significant matter indeed. Zhou Xingbang's job had long been a source of concern for the family. They had arranged several positions for him, yet all were temporary roles with minimal benefits, unable to compare with the formal employment at the wind turbine factory. In Suicheng, the factory was among the most lucrative state-owned enterprises, with countless individuals yearning for a position, often reliant on connections. As Zhou Xingbang had not yet reached the appropriate age, he could still afford to wait a few more years, leaving his employment situation unresolved. What delighted Zhou Deming most was that Zheng Tai genuinely cared for his daughter, displaying remarkable humility by frequently bringing gifts and demonstrating utmost respect and filial piety. Those aware of the situation envied him for having such a wonderful daughter. Indeed, it was a stroke of luck that such a remarkable daughter could attract such an admirable son-in-law. However, only he understood the true nature of his daughter. While she was indeed beautiful, she was also headstrong. Zhou Zhilan remained resolute in her stance, insisting that she must carefully consider this pivotal decision, for it would determine the course of her life. In response to this, Zhou Deming found himself in a quarrel with Zhou Zhilan. This daughter of his was notably obstinate. Having remained so throughout her life, she could only be softened, never coerced, and the more pressure she faced, the more she resisted. Frustrated, Zhou Deming chastised his wife, Lan Ling, accusing her of spoiling their child. The couple even slept back to back, and Lan Ling, suffering from a cold and persistent cough, had yet to recover, leading to a chaotic atmosphere at home. Witnessing her father's behavior, Zhou Zhilan felt an overwhelming sense of distaste and irritation, a growing desire to confide in someone. However, she found herself at a loss for whom to approach. It wasn't that there was a lack of suitable confidants, but rather that anyone she spoke to would merely urge her to accept her fate, insisting that this was a divinely ordained match. An opportunity like that of Zheng Tai's family was indeed rare. Currently, the only person she deemed unsuitable was Zhang Jianguo. However, since the heavy snowfall, many routes had been rendered impassable, and she had not seen Zhang Jianguo return to the black market to sell fish. The snowfall had disrupted supplies, causing prices in the city to rise. Fortunately, thanks to Zhang Jianguo's earlier advice, Zhou Zhilan's family had prepared an ample stock of provisions, preventing a state of panic. Yet, this very circumstance intensified Zhou Zhilan's yearning to speak with Zhang Jianguo, to glean any further insights from him. She had written him a letter, but after several visits to the post office, she was informed each time that the roads remained closed and she would have to wait. Disappointed once again, she turned to leave the post office only to encounter Zheng Tai. Not wishing to engage him in conversation, she attempted to walk away, but he intercepted her. "Zhilan, shall we go to the public canteen for a bite? Also, what was the reason for returning the items I sent to your home? Does your father know?" Zheng Tai's face was adorned with a broad smile, his gaze fixed on Zhou Zhilan, unable to look away. Zhou Zhilan was indeed beautiful, her fair skin, large eyes, and slender waist captivated attention, even when she was angry, making her strikingly attractive. Please do not bring any more items to my home. Let us keep our matters separate from my father. I believe it complicates our relationship. I have told you I need time to think. If you continue this way, I see no need to deliberate further. We can part ways. Zhou Zhilan regarded Zheng Tai earnestly. Truth be told, she did not harbor extreme disdain for him. After all, they had grown up together in the same courtyard, their ages being relatively close, and they shared common interests. Yet, recalling Zhang Jianguo's previous words and Zheng Tai's somewhat presumptuous demeanor left her feeling averse. Zhilan, no. I will heed your wishes. I am at your service. Are we not getting along well? Why speak of breaking up? Please do not say such things. Zheng Tai felt a surge of anxiety within, his expression betraying a hint of confusion. He was aware that many young women aspired to marry him, and his devotion to Zhou Zhilan was unwavering. Yet, he could not fathom why she hesitated, why she resisted his affections. He found it difficult to believe there were no misunderstandings or third parties involved. He harbored affection for Zhou Zhilan, yet that did not imply he was foolish. Thus, following their breakup, Zheng Tai did not return home immediately. Instead, he ventured alone to the post office to inquire about the destination of the letters Zhou Zhilan had sent. The postal staff, adhering to confidentiality, refrained from disclosing to whom the letters were addressed, merely mentioning that Zhou Zhilan had inquired several times about sending mail to Zhao Family Village. Zhao Family Village. This detail instantly lodged itself in Zheng Tai's mind. Naturally suspicious, he recalled how Zhou Zhilan had previously requested his assistance in purchasing a considerable amount of baby formula, a memory he had kept to himself. He had discreetly gathered information and discovered that Zhou Zhilan was indeed purchasing the formula for an infant. Moreover, he had heard rumors of a man carrying that baby, and an unsettling feeling began to creep over him. What was the nature of Zhou Zhilan's relationship with that child? And what about the man who had appeared at the Zhou family home, handsome and seemingly familiar with Zhou Zhilan? Was he from the same village? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Zheng Tai experienced a sudden epiphany. The man named Zhang Jianguo appeared to be from Zhao Family Village, and it seemed the child was also being raised there. Instantly, Zheng Tai's expression darkened. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. Was it possible that Zhou Zhilan had developed feelings for another, which led her to hesitate in marrying him? Or was there something more concerning about that child? Zheng Tai, ever the skeptic, could not suppress his wild speculations. Upon returning home, he ruminated endlessly, growing increasingly convinced that his suspicions were indeed accurate. Now, two paths lay before him: to end his relationship with Zhou Zhilan, given the ambiguous connections she had with the child and the man, or to feign ignorance, pretending to be oblivious, and continue his courtship with Zhou Zhilan, perhaps even marrying her. Chapter 65. What will my daughter do in the future? Zhang's household had over 100 pounds of wild boar meat, which they did not intend to sell, but rather to transform into sausages and cured meats. This left Lu Ho-Hot, who had traded 10 pounds of wild boar meat for fabric and cotton to make winter clothing for her child, enviously captivated. In the midst of this, old Lady Yang caused quite a stir at home, falling ill and wishing to send a message to her family, requesting her niece Yang Yan to come and take care of her. Fortunately, the snow-covered roads hampered the delivery of her message. Otherwise, Lu Ho-Hot would have been left with a headache. Sister-in-law, your family truly knows how to live. When will my family ever be like yours? Preparing so much meat for the new year? If only I could live like this one day, I would die content. Lu Ho-Hot, busy sewing clothes, was drawn to the Zhang family not merely because their home was always warm, but also due to the pleasant demeanor of its inhabitants. Everyone wore smiles, creating an atmosphere of comfort, in stark contrast to her own household, which was fraught with chaos and despair. You should save some money and persuade your husband to split off. With your mother-in-law around, how can you enjoy a good life? He Yufeng sighed, feeling a tinge of sympathy for Lu Ho-Hot. The family home is so distant, and having married into this place, encountering such a mother-in-law, while the husband is merely an earnest man who shows no affection for his wife, indeed renders life here rather pitiable. I ponder, though Yang Xiong possesses many admirable traits, this particular issue leads to quarrels whenever I address it, as if he were to be slain in fury, utterly disregarding my words. My mother-in-law seems to relish our disputes. The more vehemently we argue, the more jubilant she becomes. This existence appears utterly devoid of hope. As Lu Ho-Hot spoke, her spirits sank. Had it not been for Zhang Jianguo gifting her family 10 pounds of wild boar meat, She would have lacked even the funds to craft a cotton coat for her daughter. Observing the Zhang family, they had long ago begun preparing clothing for several daughters, ensuring new garments for the winter festival. Moreover, with such an abundance of wild boar meat, it is truly only their household willing to indulge in such feasting. No other family would dare to squander so. He Yufeng meticulously sliced the fattier portions of the wild boar meat into finger-length pieces, sprinkling them with a touch of white wine and various seasonings, along with a hint of scallions, which already exuded an enticing aroma. She then crafted a funnel from a wine bottle neck to stuff the boar's intestines, carefully washing them clean before fitting them over the bottle. She diligently packed the meat into the intestines, striving to fill them completely, and used a needle to pierce air holes along the casing. The resulting sausages were then tied off with twine in segments, destined to be sun-dried in the courtyard when the sun shone, and later hung over a fire for smoking. The smoked sausages and cured meat bore a unique fragrance that was simply delectable. Lu Hohat gazed at the meat, her mouth watering profusely. After lending a hand, she hurriedly took her leave, for if she lingered any longer, she would surely embarrass herself by drooling. With He Yufeng preoccupied with sausage making, Zhang Jianguo resolved to extract the bones from the wild boar to prepare a broth. Though the bones had been cured and the wild boar carried a distinct scent, it was somewhat inferior in taste compared to domestic pigs. Yet in these times, merely catching a whiff of pork was a blessing to be cherished, rendering discussions of flavor rather trivial. After rinsing the bones, Zhang Jianguo tossed in a handful of cinnamon, star anise, ginger, and garlic cloves to simmer. Soon, an inviting aroma wafted through the air, prompting the villagers to take notice. Zhang Jianguo's wild boar meat truly smelled divine, even if one could not partake. Simply inhaling the fragrance was a delight. Yet, some felt envious, begrudging the delightful scent and pondering why Zhang Jianguo could enjoy wild boar while they had to scrimp and consume thin porridge. Such a disparity seemed unjust, and they schemed on how to undermine Zhang Jianguo, for after all, they were all struggling. His sudden prosperity stirred discontent. Within the wild boar meat, Zhang Jianguo also included an ample amount of white radish. After simmering for a long time, the meat fell away from the bones. Large chunks of meat, when placed in the mouth, imparted an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Hong Yue and Hong Mei, with grease glistening on their lips, were reluctant to discard even the grains of rice that fell upon the table, hastily picking them up to savor. After savoring the meat, they hesitated to discard the bones. Hong Mei placed one in her mouth, attempting to fracture the outer layer, grateful that the lengthy cooking had rendered the bone tender. She gnawed it bit by bit, ensuring not a morsel of marrow was left untouched. He Yufeng observed the children, all of whom were engrossed in their meal, her heart swelling with joy. To have food and to eat, this, indeed, is happiness. Once you have finished your meal, wash your hands thoroughly and try on this new attire to see if it fits well. He Yufeng had toiled late into the night, crafting new cotton jackets for her two daughters. The fabric was a thick cotton adorned with red and white floral patterns. Initially, she had contemplated using foreign cloth, known for its sturdiness, but the cost and availability posed challenges, coupled with the fact that the children were growing swiftly, leading her to settle on cotton. The jackets were generously stuffed with soft cotton, providing a delightful touch of comfort. Having eaten her fill, Hong Mei joyfully washed her hands and eagerly tried on the new clothes. He Yufeng had designed the garments with room to grow, allowing for several years of wear, and when they became too small, they could be passed down to Hong Yue. It was common to wear a single outfit for 3 years, so this rare new attire brought Hong Mei immense joy as she delightedly explored the fabric, finding it both beautiful and warm, and was pleasantly surprised by how snug it felt. This new outfit fits quite well, and there's extra fabric. I will sew you an additional pocket, He Yufeng remarked. In recent days, Hong Mei had been assisting with her younger sister and had shown interest in learning to sew. With time, should her skills improve, He Yufeng intended to send her to apprentice with someone, envisioning a future where she could become a skilled seamstress. If not, she could still lend a hand around the house or help with cooking. By the end of the year, Hong Mei would turn 12, and in this era, schools offered only half-day classes. Most children, having completed primary school, did not pursue further education as secondary schools were located at a considerable distance, causing inconvenience. Many families would have their children learn a trade after primary school, with sewing being deemed more respectable for girls than cooking. This was considered a favorable profession in the eyes of many, which is why He Yufeng envisioned a future for Hong Mei as a seamstress apprentice. He Yufeng was contemplating her children's future recognizing that many girls in their community spent their days engaged in household chores, cooking, and farming, while some even ventured into the mountains to forage for herbs or gather firewood. By the age of 16 or 17, they were often courted, and, after the suitor's family presented gifts, they would be wed. At that time, a bride would be merely 18 or 19, still akin to a child, yet burdened with the responsibilities of motherhood and household management for a lifetime. Mother, what are you saying? I will take charge of Hongmei's future. She must not follow the same path as the village girls, Zhang Jianguo interjected. Chapter 66. Everyone is seeking solutions. Hongmei is still young. She needs an education. It is only through learning that she can grasp the vastness of the world. Do not confine her to this village. Let her spread her wings and pursue the life she desires. He Yufeng and Zhang Yuancheng were perplexed by Zhang Jianguo's words. In this day and age, which family would not prefer their daughters to marry nearby, often wishing for a union within the same village? As they moved about, one could observe a certain diligence. Many young women in the village had married nearby and frequently returned to care for their parents, washing clothes and tidying up, often bringing along provisions. It seemed quite advantageous to have daughters nearby as parents aged. However, Zhang Jianguo held a different perspective. He believed that in a few years, opportunities would abound across the country, and his sister, born in such a fortunate time, should venture forth to explore the world. If she cherished their hometown, she could choose to return on her own accord. He wished for her to pursue her education extensively, to empower herself to chase the life she desired, rather than being confined by parental expectations or societal norms. He and He Yufeng, along with Zhang Yuancheng, struggled to comprehend this notion. Yet they had grown accustomed to heeding their son's opinions. They murmured about the lack of schools and the limited education that would only extend to junior high, after which she would inevitably return to the fields. They felt that a girl should not toil in the fields, and that acquiring a craft would be beneficial. Zhang Jianguo did not delve further into the matter. He recognized the limitations of his parents' mindset, which he had previously overlooked, always believing they were right, and often choosing to endure rather than strive for change. His arrangements for his sister mirrored those of the majority. Yet, he had never considered that their family resembled a grand tree. If the tree were robust enough, it could shield his sisters from hardships. Otherwise, a frail tree would subject them to relentless storms. In his past life, both sisters had vanished without a trace, and he had heard unsettling rumors about their fates. He attempted to search for them, but was thwarted by his lack of funds and resources, ultimately resigning to the reality that he could not continue his search. Deep down, Zhang Jianguo understood that his sisters must be enduring great suffering, a thought too painful for him to dwell upon. As the family conversed indoors, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Upon opening the door, Zhang Jianguo found Yang Xiong, who had come to inform them that every household in the village was to send someone to clear the snow. They needed to repair the road to the township while the weather remained favorable. After notifying Zhang Jianguo, Yang Xiong quickly moved on to the next household, while loudspeakers began announcing that each family must contribute at least one laborer for snow removal. In addition to the household contributions, some militia members joined Zhang Jianguo at the village committee to discuss where to set traps nearby for the safety of the villagers. After deliberation, it was decided that the traps would be dug higher up the mountain, leaving only one path for entry while covering nearly all descent routes with traps to deter any descending wolf packs. With the snow accumulation being substantial, it was an opportune time to excavate the traps, and the militia would lead the effort, with several robust men from each household assisting, some accompanying the militia to dig traps and hunt, while others would ensure the logistical support at the rear. Zhaocheng remained largely silent, blending into the crowd and following orders with apparent obedience. Occasionally, Zhao Air would approach him, expressing his sincere apologies, confessing his ineptitude in handling matters. Zhao Cheng, however, signaled for Zhao Air to cease his lamentations, fully aware of the situation. His foremost concern now lies in the timely construction of a road into the village and the prompt return of his 3 sons from the countryside. Zhang Jianguo possesses a certain cunning. To deal with him, one must adopt a long-term perspective. Since Zhao Yuancheng is no longer viable, the elder son, Zhao Yuancheng, must be propelled into the fray. The vigor of youth, however, is often susceptible to the allure of women. It would be prudent to contemplate employing this tactic against her. After all, marrying the wrong woman could bring calamity upon his family for 3 generations. Yet, this approach seems somewhat blunt. Even a victory would hardly provide satisfaction. He must consider whether there exists a more gratifying strategy. The grievance of having his strongest son, Yuancheng, imprisoned demands retribution. To this day, he harbors doubts about the circumstances surrounding his younger brother Zhao Yuancheng's scandalous capture, pondering whether Zhang Jianguo's shadow looms behind it or if it is connected to Huang San. These two individuals have become thorns in his side, replacing Huang San with Zhaojia and elevating him to the position of village head in Zhaojia, while incapacitating Zhang Jianguo, would fulfill his ambitions. However, how does one dismantle an astute adversary? This requires further contemplation. Zhaocheng's gaze was somber, seemingly silent. Yet his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, churning with countless ideas. In recent days, Zhang Jianguo had been riding high, ever since he captured a wild boar. His traps had been particularly fortunate, yielding an occasional rabbit or wild chicken, providing his household with a steady stream of bounty. The labor force in the village was diminished, with even his mother, He Yufeng, cooking for the militia, earning her share of work points, for her culinary skills were unparalleled. Meanwhile, his sister Hongmei remained at home to care for Xiaoxiao and Hongyue. Fortunately, Zhang Jianguo's work was notably light. He was the type who directed others without exerting much effort himself, delegating the labor to those around him. Strangely, no one opposed him. After all, Zhang Jianguo commanded respect and had established a solid standing in the village. Whether it was Yang Xiong or Lu Chong and their companions, they all gravitated toward him, eager to follow his lead. A mere command from him would send his followers scurrying like rabbits, provoking both admiration and envy in others. Thankfully, the recent days had been devoid of snow, leading to an abundance of manpower for snow removal, as neighboring villages organized themselves to clear the pathways. Within 2 days, Zhaojia and several adjacent villages would have access to the town. Upon receiving this news, Zhaocheng promptly dispatched a messenger to summon his sons back urgently, citing the necessity of their presence for significant matters. Amidst this, the irritable Yang Laotai, who had been harboring a storm of frustration, rejoiced upon hearing that the road to the town was now open. She hastily instructed Lu Er, the driver, to convey a message to her brother at her maternal home, inviting her favorite niece to come and care for her for a few days. It would also provide companionship, as she had been feeling unwell lately. In truth, Yang Laotai was not ill. Rather, she was aggrieved at heart. Earlier, her son, Yang Xiong, had quarreled with her over giving his wife pocket money. Additionally, Zhang's family had gifted Lu Hohat 10 pounds of wild boar meat, which she had inexplicably failed to surrender, opting instead to sell it covertly to procure cotton and fabric for new garments for her daughter-in-law. This truly infuriated old lady Yang. She had yet to prepare her festive attire for the new year, and Lu Hohat audaciously dared to treat her in such a manner. It was utterly outrageous. Thus, she yearned for someone to vent her frustrations upon. In Chapter 67, Yang Yan, old lady Yang regarded her niece Yang Yan as a reflection of herself, possessing a fierce competitive spirit, yet with the advantage of youth and vigor. With Yang Yan by her side, Lu Hohat would find it difficult to create any disturbances. After all, this niece was no pushover. Not to mention, even she herself, at times, found it challenging to contend with Yang Yan. Hence, old lady Yang's thoughts were consumed with the desire for Yang Yan to stay with her for a while, to provide her with an outlet for her pent-up anger. Additionally, her brother was incessantly lamenting the need to find a suitable match for Yang Yan. However, due to the quest for an ideal suitor, coupled with Yang Yan's somewhat competitive disposition, she had already reached her early 20s. Although still fairly attractive, the absence of any proposals had become a pressing issue. Old lady Yang planned to scout a suitable family for her in Zhao family village, knowing that with the support of this niece, her own son and daughter-in-law would dare not neglect her. Thus, after sending out the letter, old lady Yang found herself repeatedly pondering when Yang Yan might arrive. Upon hearing of Yang Yan's impending visit, Lu Hohat was far from pleased. While working on needlework at He Yufeng's, she sighed heavily, recounting how Yang Yan had previously troubled her. My mother-in-law is wicked, but that Yang Yan is even worse. Although she is supposed to be a guest, she acts as if she owns the place, treating me as an outsider and bossing Yang Xiong around to do this and that. You cannot imagine the absurdities she has committed, such as demanding Yang Xiong bring her clothes while she bathes. How did I end up in such a family? There seems to be no hope for my life. With her eyes reddened, Lu Hohat lamented. This was indeed scandalous. Initially, she had been cautious of her reputation when Yang Xiong called upon her to deliver clothes, advising her not to make a fuss since Yang Yan was, after all, family. Yet, this matter weighed heavily on her heart, causing her distress. Bah! I have been neighbors with your family. I knew of Yang Yin even before you married in. It is said that 3 years can reveal a child's true nature. And I am well aware of who Yang Yin is. Your mother-in-law is unreasonable, and that Yang Yin is even more self-righteous. Utterly oblivious to the concepts of propriety and shame, always believing that the fault lies with others. He Yufeng sighed. How could I not know about Yang Yin? She is often visiting from old lady Yang's family. Previously, I thought her to be a mere child, unworthy of concern. But this little girl once stole from my house and, when questioned, threw herself on the ground, wailing that I was bullying her. The very thought gave He Yufeng a headache, prompting her to strictly forbid her family from associating with Yang Yin, fearing that her own children might be led astray. This was also the reason for her immense distress when Zhang Jianguo inquired about Yang Yin. Her son was not yet married, and the thought of him being ensnared by Yang Yin's charm was too dreadful to contemplate. Aunt, what am I to do? At times, I truly wish I could escape this life, yet when I look at these 2 children, I find it hard to let go. However, enduring this existence feels like a never-ending struggle. At this moment, Lu Hohat was engulfed in pessimism, her words striking a chord of alarm within He Yufeng, who hastily endeavored to console her. With the new year approaching, what talk of death is this? You are still so young, and brighter days lie ahead. Your family may be rife with troubles, but Yang Xiong is a genuine person, diligent and straightforward. As you mentioned, when Yang Yin asked him to deliver clothes, he suggested you go instead, indicating he still possesses a sense of propriety. Focus on nurturing your relationship, perhaps this year, with some hunting. You can save a bit of money, and next year, you may consider separating households. There is hope for the future. He Yufeng recalled her son's words, expressing concern for Lu Hohat and Yang Xiong's struggles, urging her to provide guidance, particularly as Lu Hohat was prone to despair after being upset. This thought lingered in He Yufeng's mind. Thank you, Aunt. Were it not for your constant encouragement, I would find little hope in my life. Silly child, you are already a mother of 2. Communicate more with your husband. You are a united front. As long as you both share the same heart, there is no obstacle you cannot overcome. When Zhang Jianguo learned from his mother that Yang Yin was coming, worrying Lu Hohat, he advised his mother to keep a watchful eye on the neighbors, and he entrusted her with a particular request. Upon hearing this from Zhang Jianguo, He Yufeng could scarcely believe her ears. She looked at him in astonishment, as if she were seeing a stranger. How could her son harbor such thoughts? Mother, please don't look at me like that. I am your son. Do you not trust my character? I can discern who is good and who is not. If you refuse to assist me, I will find my own way. Of course, I will help you. Who else would I assist? Besides, regarding this matter. He Yufeng mumbled a few words, but ultimately refrained from expressing her thoughts, feeling both astonished and delighted. She never expected her son to contemplate so deeply, yet she wondered if this plan would indeed succeed. Nevertheless, the reliability of her child was greater than she had anticipated, which allowed He Yufeng to rest peacefully that night. Zhou Zhilan visited the post office once more, and upon hearing the staff mention that although the roads were difficult, the postal workers were overcoming challenges and should be able to deliver the letters in the coming days, her spirits lifted. With great care, she retrieved a neatly pressed letter from her bosom, purchased a stamp, affixed it with paste, and placed it into the mailbox. Only then did she leave the post office with a lightened heart. Walking along the street, Zhou Zhilan was in high spirits, even humming a tune softly. Dressed in a pink-white cotton jacket and a red scarf, she strolled beside the snow-laden road. Her attire accentuated her rosy lips and white teeth, complemented by her black, grape-like eyes, prompting passers-by to steal glances, secretly admiring her beauty and remarking on the size of her captivating eyes. After several days without seeing Zhou Zhilan, Zheng Tai was struck by her radiant smile, as refreshing as a spring breeze, which felt like a heavy blow to his heart. He sighed, deciding that after much contemplation, he had resolved that should Zhou Zhilan choose to part ways with him, they would amicably conclude their relationship. However, upon seeing Zhou Zhilan, Zheng Tai's previously unyielding thoughts extinguished in an instant. No matter what transpired between Zhou Zhilan and others in the past, as long as she was willing to build a future with him, he would feign ignorance and protect her diligently. If Zhou Zhilan remained unwilling and continued to entangle herself with others, the only notion that crossed his mind was that she could only belong to him in death. Zheng Tai gazed at Zhou Zhilan, suddenly seized by an uncontrollable and terrifying thought, which startled him. Chapter 68. Destroy what cannot be obtained. What a coincidence, Zhilan. We meet again. By the way, the public cafeteria is not far from here, and their braised pork is particularly authentic. Shall we go and try it? I just received my salary. Would you join me? Zhang Tai called out to Zhou Zhilan with an earnest demeanor, his expression fraught with anxiety. Ever since Zhou Zhilan mentioned she needed to think things over, she had returned all the gifts he had sent, stating that until she had made a decision, she would not accept any of his offerings. This left Zhang Tai in a state of profound discomfort, his heart racing with the fear that Zhou Zhilan might genuinely reject him. Yet, his affection for her only deepened, a sentiment that grew stronger the more he beheld her. No, thank you. The public cafeteria is rather expensive. There's no need to splurge. I have some matters to attend to at home, so I must take my leave. Zhou Zhilan replied politely, declining the invitation. Although most would find the braised pork tempting, she chose to refuse. While she held no animosity toward Zhang Tai, she was reluctant to deepen their interactions, particularly as she wished to consider Zhang Jianguo's perspective. Zhang Tai, reluctant to depart, insisted on accompanying her, asserting that he could walk alongside her. Zhou Zhilan continued to decline, but Zhang Tai trailed behind her like a shadow, displaying a stubborn persistence that left her exasperated. Zhang Tai, do you have something to discuss? Why are you following me? I already mentioned I need to think this through. I feel we are not particularly compatible. Communication seems to be a challenge for us. Yes, but I like you, and I wish to be with you, he replied. Regardless of Zhou Zhilan's attempts to dissuade him, Zhang Tai remained resolute in his affection, finding happiness merely in following her. His declaration only served to intensify Zhou Zhilan's discomfort. What if she did not wish to pursue a relationship with him? If she was unwilling to marry him, but he refused to let go? Wouldn't they be ensnared in a stalemate? How could this impasse be resolved? Zhou Zhilan fell into contemplation, while Zhang Tai, witnessing her pensive expression, felt elated, interpreting her silence as a sign of her predicament. Indeed, it seemed to affirm the adage that even strong-willed women fear the persistence of a lovesick man. As long as he did not relent, he was determined to win her heart. If he could not have Zhou Zhilan, then neither would anyone else. Upon returning home, Zhou Zhilan noticed that Zhang Tai was still following her, and her expression darkened as she succumbed to a fit of anger. Please, do not follow me any longer. If you persist in this relentless pursuit, I shall be compelled to notify the authorities. Zhilan, I merely wish to escort you. If you dislike it, I can simply see you to your doorstep. Upon witnessing Zhou Zhilan's ire, Zhang Tai promptly offered his apologies and withdrew. As long as he could avoid provoking her wrath, he would linger, believing that over time, she would have no recourse but to accept him. Once Zhou Zhilan had entered her abode and secured the door, Zhang Tai reluctantly departed, deliberately greeting the neighbors and proclaiming that he had been out with Zhou Zhilan, ensuring everyone knew she was his girlfriend. This way, no one could harbor designs on her, and eventually, she would belong to him. Zhou Zhilan, observing this scene from within, felt a surge of revulsion. She found Zhang Tai exceedingly irksome. How could someone possess such an incessant clinginess? His insatiable demands were distasteful, and she realized that such a person was unsuitable for a lifetime commitment. With newfound determination, she resolved to end their relationship. Before finalizing her decision, however, she consulted her mother, Lan Ling, expressing her concerns about her incompatibility with Zhang Tai and her intention to part ways. What? Why do you suddenly entertain this notion? Are you two quarreling? Isn't Zhang Tai good to you? I even heard from the neighbors that he escorted you home today. Everything seems fine. Why would you wish to break up? Your father is still hoping for your marriage this year. You know that, Lan Ling said. Her eyes filled with worry as she gently urged her daughter. In truth, Lan Ling had been supportive of the idea of Zhou Zhilan marrying Zhang Tai. In terms of family and personal circumstances, he represented the best option available to them. As for Zhou Zhilan's grievances, she did not consider them sufficient grounds for separation. What do you mean by incompatibility? Haven't you been getting along well? Mother, I have come to realize that not only do I no longer harbor affection for Zhang Tai, but I also find his personality intolerable. We could never coexist under one roof, thus I refuse to marry him. I wish to take charge of my own destiny. Your father will certainly disapprove. Do not be foolish. Zhang Tai is a decent man. Lan Ling opposed Zhou Zhilan's sentiments, and when Zhou Deming learned of his daughter's intentions that evening, a heated argument ensued. Such disputes had become a frequent occurrence in their household, primarily revolving around Zhou Zhilan and Zhang Tai. I maintain my stance. As long as you are my daughter, you will consent to this marriage, whether you like it or not. I have already discussed it with Zhang Tai's father, An auspicious date is set for early next month, and you shall proceed with the wedding. They are fortunate to welcome a new bride for the new year. Zhao Jilan was left questioning if she was truly his daughter, bewildered by such a father. However, when she confided in her cousin, Zhao Yuancheng, he concurred, asserting that her uncle had a point. A marriage between Zhao Jilan and Zheng Tai would indeed be advantageous. After all, marriage was inevitable, and marrying Zheng Tai might not be so unhappy. The man hails from a well-off family and treats Zhao Jilan with kindness. Yet, she refrains from marrying into such a family. Who, then, does she wish to wed? Suddenly, Zhao Yuancheng exclaimed in a dramatic tone, "Sister, you can't possibly have developed feelings for that fellow from Zhao Village, can you? What nonsense. Of course not. I merely have an aversion to Zheng Tai. My parents are against it, and I seek your counsel or perhaps a solution. Zheng Tai is like an adhesive plaster, utterly intolerable." Zhao Jilan shook her head, genuinely devoid of such sentiments, her thoughts consumed by how to extricate herself from Zheng Tai. Each mention of him at home ignited family disputes, and her father had already threatened to sever ties with her. Her mother merely wept, lamenting her daughter's folly in rejecting such a good match. Zhao Jilan found herself partially persuaded by Zhang Jianguo's words, yet still skeptical. She simply felt a growing dislike, even fear, towards Zheng Tai. His obsessive and controlling nature made her shudder at the thought of a future together, fearing the dreadful actions he might take should she fail to meet his expectations. Reflecting on Zhang Jianguo's ominous words regarding marital murder, she found herself unsurprised. What now? Chapter 69, The Gears of Fate. Enough of your stubbornness. Uncle and aunt are looking out for your best interests. Just apologize to them. A family should communicate. Truly, Zheng Tai is not a bad match. Brother, could you refrain from mentioning him? There's constant bickering at home, and I might not even be able to spend the new year there. If this continues, my father may very well throw me out. Zhao Jilan realized that reasoning with her family was futile. Her marriage to Zheng Tai was a foregone conclusion. Threats had already been uttered, and her unwillingness could lead to her being cast out. With winter approaching, she needed to secure a place to stay quickly. Though she had some funds, she had recently spent a considerable amount on gifts for Xiao. Fortunately, Zhang Jianguo had declined her offer of money. Or else, she would find herself financially stranded, lacking the means to defy her parents. Zhao Yuancheng gazed at his cousin with a sense of helplessness. Despite her youth, Zhao Jilan was remarkably resolute. Once she set her mind on something, no amount of persuasion would sway her. Today, she had come to him seeking assistance in finding a suitable, reliable rental. Given the atmosphere at home, should she refuse to marry Zheng Tai, it was highly likely her father would force her out or coerce her, ultimately leading her to leave home temporarily. In that case, it would be interesting to see who would yield first. She had made up her mind and never considered retreat. This was about her happiness for the rest of her life, and no matter how arduous the path, she had to persevere. Very well. Since you've expressed your thoughts so clearly, I shall keep an eye out for you. Perhaps you are overthinking it. Uncle and aunt are not so cruel, especially with the new year approaching. They wouldn't cast you out. Don't worry about that. I have it under control. Just keep your ears open. And don't share this with anyone. Consider it a favor to me. Zhao Jilan let out a bitter laugh, as Zhao Yuancheng believed her family would not drive her away. In truth, her father had already issued a stern ultimatum. The more she hesitated, the more he would pressure her into marrying Zheng Tai. She merely wished to seize control of her own destiny, to make preparations in anticipation of the inevitable. Far away in Zhaojia, Zhang Jianguo soon learned of the discord between Zhao Jilan and her family, for he had received a letter from her. In her correspondence, Zhao Jilan detailed her current predicament and the opposition from her family. However, she gradually came to realize that her temperament was incompatible with Zheng Tai's, and she intended to sever ties completely. It was likely that this would lead to a considerable uproar with her family, but such a confrontation seemed unavoidable. She understood that achieving anything worthwhile often required a struggle. She was mentally prepared for that. Upon reading Zhao Jilan's words, Zhang Jianguo felt somewhat surprised. This young woman was refreshingly straightforward and decisive, a commendable trait indeed. Just a day or two after receiving her letter, Zhaocheng's 3 sons returned home, accompanied by several other villagers, all robust laborers. Their timely arrival coincided with the militia's hunting expedition. Although these men had not ventured into the mountains recently, their efforts in setting traps around the village had yielded commendable results. The location of Zhaojia was advantageous, perched on the edge of the mountains, where the wilderness was sparsely populated and overrun by wild beasts. rendering the fields at the mountain's base unplantable due to the havoc wreaked by these creatures. The traps that Zhang Jianguo had initially dug were all functional. He had scattered an array of bait atop them, including grains, dried fruits, and even some meat. Each night, he would accompany his father to place the bait, and before dawn, they would return to inspect their catches. The pre-dawn darkness was profound. Zhang Jianguo carried a snakeskin bag in one hand and a flashlight in the other, trudging through the snow with uneven strides. His feet grew cold, for the snow was deep, making the journey arduous. It took him half an hour to traverse the short distance. Without the snow and the flashlight, he would have been utterly blind in the darkness. Upon reaching his destination, Zhang Jianguo did not rest. Instead, he became increasingly cautious, for this area was fraught with traps. In such poor visibility, one must exercise utmost care to avoid injury. An injury during the harsh winter was no trivial matter. The traps were laden with various baits, some corn kernels, sweet potatoes, and other delights favored by wild chickens, hares, and wild boars. Particularly after a snowfall in the mountains, wild chickens would scavenge for food, and upon spotting sustenance in the snowy expanse, they would quickly flock down. The traps would spring up swiftly once the chickens entered a designated area, ensnaring them in the net. Such nets for capturing wild chickens were quite common in Zhaojia, with many households crafting them. Zhang Jianguo's family possessed several, and he had prepared his traps meticulously this time. As anticipated, he discovered several striking male wild chickens, some still flapping desperately, while others lay on the ground, their feathers scattered, barely clinging to life. The male pheasant possesses remarkably long feathers on its tail, which are exceptionally beautiful. These feathers were once utilized in theatrical props, and many households take pleasure in adorning their homes with them, as they serve as exquisite decorative items. Additionally, they can be found for sale in the black market. Consequently, male pheasants hold considerable value. Zhang Jianguo was exceedingly cautious while capturing them, fearing both their escape and the potential breakage of their long feathers. As he meticulously caught the pheasants, he silently counted in his mind, feeling fortunate that he had managed to capture 5 today, 3 of which were males. The largest, when lifted, weighed approximately 2 pounds, a considerable size compared to some smaller females, which typically weigh just over a pound. He also encountered a couple of rabbits, just 2 in total. One had succumbed to its struggles, while the other still clung to life. While retrieving the rabbit, a beam from his flashlight illuminated a dark object within the trap. After prodding it with a stick, he discovered it was already lifeless. The object appeared substantial, but due to the inadequate lighting, he could not ascertain its nature as its head was buried in the snow. The trap he had dug was rather large, forcing him to kneel in the snow as he reached down to retrieve the prey. Upon grasping its leg, an exhilarating joy surged within him. Today's fortune was beyond remarkable, as he had captured a treasure surpassing even a wild boar. Chapter 70. The Faceless Ones. Upon touching the creature's fur, Zhang Jianguo realized he had ensnared a wild goat. Although not particularly large, it likely weighed around 20 to 30 pounds. As he exerted himself to drag the goat out, he found himself exhausted, needing to sit in the snow to catch his breath. The goat was still warm, indicating it had just recently perished. Yet it was surprising that wild goats had already descended from the mountain, falling into his trap. It seemed prudent to replenish the trap with more bait after this encounter. Setting the goat aside, Zhang Jianguo continued to search the vicinity, concerned about any overlooked prey. His luck remained fortuitous as he discovered 2 more doves. Hastily, he placed the game into a snakeskin bag, dragging the wild goat along as he made his way home, the day now brightening. This path was typically sparsely traveled, especially since a recent announcement from the village warned about traps set in the western areas, advising everyone to steer clear and to keep their children from wandering outside, as it could lead to unfortunate incidents. Therefore, early in the morning, as Zhang Jianguo bore his catch, no one witnessed his endeavor until he neared home, where he encountered the elderly Mrs. Yang. Seeing him carry the heavy snakeskin bag and drag the wild goat, the scene evoked envy in many. Zhang Jianguo, all this game you hunted last night, why didn't you call my Yang Xiong to join you? Mrs. Yang remarked. Her feet, though not particularly large, were said to have been bound in her youth, but were later freed, leaving her with somewhat smaller feet than usual. Her small feet ran swiftly, nearly tripping her. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Zhang Jianguo's bounty, with envy and jealousy evident in her eyes. Zhang Jianguo, disapproving of Yang Laotai's demeanor, preferred to avoid her, uttering only a non-committal sound before promptly shutting the yard gate. Yang Laotai, undeterred, attempted to approach, only to find the door firmly closed, leaving her feeling quite irked. Upon returning home, she began to lament, berating Yang Xiong for not being able to procure as much game as Zhang Jianguo. In truth, Yang Xiong had also secretly set traps for some game, but he had only managed to catch 2 wild chickens due to his lack of suitable locations. The traps that Zhang Jianguo utilized had been dug by several of them under the guidance of Old Man Huang and Huang San, who had also provided numerous sharp iron rods and knives. Not everyone possesses such advantageous conditions. Yang Xiong felt a growing exasperation towards his mother, increasingly finding her behavior unreasonable, as she seemed to provide no respite from her incessant complaints. If you envy others, perhaps you should reflect on whether you possess similar resources. You are the one lacking ambition, yet you continue to vex me. Hasn't your cousin said she would visit in the next couple of days? Oh, my aching back. It was injured when I bore you. You ungrateful child. Whenever Yang Laotai recalled Yang Xiong's childhood, he would sigh, opting for silence, allowing his mother to scold him, acknowledging the hardships she had endured. Parents, please come help. I need to prepare this wild goat meat. The goat skin was quite warm, originally intended by Zhang Jianguo for his family's warmth, but given the harshness of the winter, they could utilize it in the underground caves. Zhang Yuancheng suggested they scrape the goat skin clean and sell it, as it might fetch a decent price. Goat meat, with its skin intact, was particularly flavorful, and Zhang Jianguo found this notion appealing, deciding to clean and prepare the wild goat. The process of removing the hair from the goat was relatively simple. Once the water was heated, it could be treated much like pig hair, using a special stone or iron spatula to scrape it off. The hair would come off easily after being scalded, and any fine fluff could be removed with a knife. For the rabbit meat, they could clean out the entrails and freeze it for later sale, and they could also skin the rabbit if they wished to sell just the meat. The same principle applied to wild chickens, with their feathers easily detachable for sale, which had a reasonable market. Recently, Zhang Jianguo had also stockpiled some wild game at home, contemplating a trip to the city either tonight or tomorrow. After all, it had been a while since he had ventured into the black market following the snowfall, and his household required replenishment of supplies, including a substantial quantity of fish he could sell. Seizing this opportunity to quietly accumulate some capital, he envisioned that once the situation improved and land reforms were fully realized, that capital could serve unforeseen purposes, such as paying the fees for contracting forest and fish pond lands, which many believed would be remarkably affordable at that time. However, many have not considered the arduous nature of earning money. How much can a strong laborer truly earn in a year? There are countless opportunities, yet what can be pursued without capital? Before Zhang Jianguo could venture to borrow a donkey from Huang San, he encountered Huang San seeking him out. Huang San mentioned that the village had recently acquired a batch of wild game and needed to devise a strategy for selling it. He inquired if Zhang knew of any better channels for distribution. Perhaps the collection station? Zhang suggested. Although their prices are somewhat lower, they do not impose restrictions on quantity. Our village has quite a few wild animals. We have procured many valuable items through hunting, and soon, they plan to venture into the mountains again. Even a shallow expedition could yield a considerable haul, so we must first establish a sales route. I understand, Huang San replied. I was contemplating whether to pursue alternative channels, but I figured you would have some connections. That one tea suffice, Zhang cautioned. It would be better for you to go to the collection station, and it would be prudent to bring the accountant and Zhaojia along. The presence of more individuals ensures that the amount sold is verified, and it also minimizes the risk of errors in the accounts. Be vigilant. Whenever money is involved, it is wise to have a few extra people with you. Otherwise, if something goes awry, it will be difficult to clarify, especially since there are many looking to find fault with you. Upon receiving Zhang Jianguo's reminder, Huang San's expression darkened. He too felt the pressure, aware that there were indeed many eager to find fault. Each individual seemed intent on nitpicking. Fortunately, the trap set in the village had begun yielding some wild game, or he would have faced relentless criticism daily, particularly from the accountant, Zhang Jianguo, who scrutinized him closely, as if seeking any misstep, which was quite exasperating. By the way, may I borrow your donkey? Zhang Jianguo requested. Huang San hesitated momentarily, but readily agreed. With a word of caution, be careful on the snowy roads, they can be treacherous. You might also consider purchasing a horse or donkey for your family. It would be useful. Huang San's remark served as a reminder for Zhang Jianguo. A donkey cart is nothing compared to the convenience of a tractor. Chapter 71. When will we have a tractor? When will our village finally apply for a tractor? That would be truly beneficial. capable of transporting goods and people with unparalleled ease. The commune possesses several tractors that assist the village during busy farming seasons and respond to urgent needs at households. But the costs for fuel and other expenses can accumulate. Currently, the village lacks tractors, but rumors abound that more will be available in the future. With every village slated to receive one, Zhao Yuancheng has expended considerable effort without success in securing one. I shall draft another application report. Having a tractor would indeed be advantageous. Who wouldn't desire one? I must take my leave now, as I need to visit the township commune tomorrow. After exchanging a few words, Huang Sen hurriedly departed. Under the cover of darkness, Zhang Jianguo went to his house to borrow the donkey. The cold had frozen the ground, making the journey particularly arduous. Consequently, Zhang could not load too much fish and goods. Ultimately, he managed to fit in approximately 500 catty of fish and game, which already made movement somewhat challenging. Therefore, Zhang Jianguo and his father left the village early. Fortunately, on this well-trodden path, the donkey had become quite familiar with the journey. Despite the slippery terrain, there were moments when they had to dismount to push the cart, resulting in an hour's delay beyond their usual travel time. Nevertheless, they arrived at the black market before 11 o'clock. The black market was blanketed in snow, exuding an air of chill, and the number of people had noticeably dwindled. Each individual was bundled up tightly, leaving only their noses and brows exposed. The cold had caused many to develop thick layers of frost on their eyebrows, and as they spoke, puffs of white vapor escaped their lips. It was undeniably frigid. Zhang Jianguo stamped his feet, contemplating the possibility of purchasing a pair of thick leather boots, an exquisite item, albeit expensive and not always readily available. However, they offered warmth, shielding one from the snow and the risk of frostbite. His feet had begun to feel a bit itchy from the cold. In these times, many suffered from frostbite, which was both painful and itchy. In severe cases, it could lead to sores. Once frostbite set in, it would recur each year, and even when the weather warmed, the affected areas would remain discolored, a stark contrast to the surrounding skin. Within the black market, some individuals had kindled a fire, and people periodically gathered around to warm their hands and feet, while others squatted nearby, reluctant to leave. Such was the biting cold. Zhang Jianguo noticed that a small space had been reserved for his usual fish-selling spot, which stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. He hurriedly arranged his fish in that area, and it seemed that someone nearby recognized them. "What are the prices for your fish today?" someone inquired cautiously. Due to the cold, it appeared that the supplies in the black market had diminished, leading to price increases for many items. Pork and grains, for instance, had become more expensive, yet people were still willing to buy, for such markets were essential, and being able to purchase anything was a blessing. 50 cents. Still 50 cents per jean. Zhang Jianguo rubbed his hands together. He had no intention of raising prices. The fish from his secret river were plentiful, and given that this year had proven difficult for the common folk, he considered keeping the prices reasonable a way to do a good deed. "I'll take one. This fish is large and delicious, and the price is quite fair." Before long, a group of individuals had gathered around Zhang Jianguo. Their spirits lifted upon hearing that his fish prices remained unchanged. This year had been challenging, marked by drought followed by heavy snowfall. Although government policies were favorable, the lives of the common people were undeniably tough. The supply of goods could not keep pace with the growing consumer demands of the populace. Zhang Jianguo and his father were busy, their business thriving, as their fish remained reasonably priced, making them particularly attractive. Coupled with the wild game he sold, which was significantly cheaper than average, customers flocked to him. In this marketplace, the adage that a good bargain attracts three loves held true. Those who offered quality at reasonable prices drew the most customers. Moreover, Zhang Jianguo's catfish had gained a modest reputation within this black market, as his fish were unique, flavorful, and devoid of any muddy taste. The fish sold rapidly, and the wild game he had brought along also found eager buyers. In just an hour or two, he had nearly sold out of everything he had on offer. "I arrived too late. I wished to buy the largest fish." As Zhang Jianguo prepared to gather his belongings for a leisurely stroll through the market, he was suddenly greeted by a familiar voice. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted a recognizable red scarf. Although Zhou Zhilan had her head covered, he could easily deduce it was her. "I saved a large fish for you," Zhang Jianguo exclaimed cheerfully, pulling out a sizable catfish from behind him, still wriggling with life. This gesture brought a lump to Zhou Zhilan's throat, evoking memories of her recent tribulations. Particularly the pressure from her father had rendered her feeling helpless and isolated, Yet she found warmth in Zhang Jianguo's presence. If I hadn't come today and left the fish at the back, it would have gone unsold. What a pity, she remarked. No worries, Zhang Jianguo replied with a smile, revealing that the fish was not specifically reserved for Zhou Zhilan. It was meant for Long Yi, as he had not visited the black market in several days. Today, the fish had sold out rather quickly, and he was looking forward to a chat with Long Yi. Thank you. Here's some money. May I treat you to a bowl of noodles? I truly appreciate the fish you saved for me. Zhou Zhilan gestured toward Zhang Wu's noodle shop nearby. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianguo realized he was quite hungry and readily accepted the invitation, eager to inquire more from Zhou Zhilan. Upon arriving at Zhang Wu's establishment, Zhang Jianguo whispered a few words to Zhang Wu before beckoning Zhou Zhilan, claiming he had secured her a private booth. A private booth? What does that mean? Zhou Zhilan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of its significance, yet followed Zhang Jianguo as he gestured for her to accompany him. Soon, Zhou Zhilan discovered that Zhang Jianguo had led her to a large pot simmering with something delightful, surrounded by a warm fire that filled the room with a cozy ambience. At the stove's entrance stood a small table adorned with 2 bowls of noodles, a generous platter of beef, a dish of beef bones, and another of substantial pork belly, all steaming as if freshly retrieved from the pot. This is the private booth. Ha ha, it is indeed warm and quiet, a wonderful spot, Zhou Zhilan remarked as she stepped into the room, separated from the dining area by a door. She removed her scarf and flashed a smile at Zhang Jianguo. At that moment, Zhang Jianguo also removed his hat, reaching out to warm himself by the fire, stretching contentedly. This place is truly cozy. Did you receive my letter? I've moved out from home. I'll write you my new address shortly. You can come by to rest whenever you have time. It's quite nice there. Zhou Zhilan's words led Zhang Jianguo to surmise that she had likely experienced a fallout with her family. With the new year approaching, it seemed inappropriate for a young woman to be living away from home, prompting Zhang Jianguo to ask directly, "Do you really need to move out? The new year is nearly here." "Yes, I have no other choice. Can you help me think of a solution? What should I do moving forward? That Zheng Tai keeps bothering me. He is like a persistent ghost." Zhou Zhilan sighed deeply, her expression radiating genuine distress. Chapter 72. The Private Room. This matter is not complicated. Simply let everyone know that you have parted ways with Zheng Tai. Should he continue to pursue you, inform him that you will seek the intervention of the police, accusing him of harassment. In this day and age, such matters are taken quite seriously. And considering Zheng Tai's father is a factory director, they cannot afford to lose face. Relationships between men and women are relatively straightforward now. If a man persistently pursues a woman, and she calls out for help, the outcome can be unexpectedly favorable for her. There is indeed a crime of harassment. Regardless of gender, if one is involved with multiple partners, they are likely to face consequences, and the police may apprehend them. Additionally, people's thoughts tend to be simpler, devoid of ulterior motives. My father still works at the windmill factory, and Zheng Tai has known him since childhood. They are practically neighbors. If I were to act in such a manner, it would surely create enmity. Zhou Zhilan pondered this, realizing she also had her reservations, which contributed to her agitation. If you are soft-hearted and filled with concerns, others will easily manipulate you. Free from such worries and vulnerabilities, one would be untroubled and invincible. As Zhang Jianguo spoke, he urged Zhou Zhilan to enjoy the beef noodles, which were generously coated in a layer of red oil. Mixing the noodles with the oil created a delectable, spicy dish that was especially satisfying for those who lacked richness in their diets. The table was adorned with fish and beef, freshly prepared by Zhang Wu at the shop, and Zhang Jianguo had ensured they sampled some. The flavors were undeniably delightful. Zhou Zhilan seldom indulged in such meals, finding it quite novel, and she began to view Zhang Jianguo in a different light, appreciating how his presence made everything feel comfortable and effortless, alleviating her worries. Dining at this quaint little shop felt far warmer and more inviting than eating in a public cafeteria. Zhang Jianguo had been on the road all night, selling fish without a moment's respite, and thus he was famished. He polished off a bowl of noodles that was nearly as large as his face, yet still felt as though his stomach was only partially filled. "Is your portion sufficient? I can fetch you 2 more bowls," he offered. "I have enough. I might not even finish this. Would you mind helping me out?" Zhou Zhilan hesitated, realizing the bowl was indeed quite substantial and greasy, and she was somewhat unable to consume it all. "You go ahead and eat. If you can't finish, then you can give me the rest. Let us savor our meal and chat without rushing." Zhang Jianguo then ordered 2 more bowls of noodles, instructing Zhang Wu to prepare a large bowl for his father, who was still at the market and would surely be hungry as well. 2 large bowls of noodles were brought to the kitchen entrance, piled high, startling Zhou Zhilan. She found it perplexing why Zhang Jianguo would bring so many noodles. However, upon witnessing him devour them with gusto, she suddenly understood. It was clear that he had not had his fill. How hard he must work. 3 bowls of beef noodles, resembling small basins, and he managed to consume them all? Selling fish must be exhausting. Did you transport them from afar? She inquired. Indeed, it can be a bit tiring. The snow on the ground makes it difficult to move quickly. Thankfully, the fish sells rather swiftly. Why aren't you eating? There's still plenty of meat. Go on. It won't hurt you. Zhang Jianguo's fish is quite valuable, often weighing several hundred pounds. Even at a modest price of 50 cents per pound, he could easily make 200 to 300 yuan. Coupled with the money he earned from selling fish earlier, Zhang Jianguo's wealth is considerable. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so extravagant in his dining habits. In these times, few are willing to indulge in a bowl of beef noodles. It is rare to find someone like him who not only orders noodles, but also additional dishes. In a short time, Zhang Jianguo finished 3 bowls of beef noodles. When he looked up, he saw Zhou Zhilan smiling as she offered him half a bowl of beef noodles, apologizing and asking him not to mind, stating that she truly could not finish it. Could it be that her appetite is so small, especially with so much beef left? Zhang Jianguo glanced at Zhou Zhilan, uncertain whether she was deliberately saving it for him or genuinely unable to finish. Having already consumed 3 bowls, he didn't really need that extra bite. However, since she kindly set it aside for him, he accepted without hesitation, only to discover that the bottom of the bowl was filled with beef, suggesting that Zhou Zhilan had indeed saved it all for him. She is quite a good person. Just as Zhang Jianguo was about to settle the bill, Zhou Zhilan asked him to check outside for anyone selling beef. Without much thought, he peered out the door but saw no vendors. Upon returning to pay, he found out from Zhang Wu that the bill had already been settled. It seemed that Zhou Zhilan had taken care of it. Zhang Jianguo felt a twinge of discomfort. He had ordered quite a lot: fish, beef, pork, and 5 bowls of beef noodles. This was not a trivial sum. Being a young woman with a modest salary, having just moved, how could she afford to be so generous? He intended to find Zhou Zhilan and offer her money, but he noticed she had already stepped outside, waving at him from a distance while holding a fish. Fortunately, she hadn't collected money for the fish yet. Zhang Jianguo sighed in relief. But then Zhang Wu approached him with a stack of cash, saying it was the money for the fish, totaling 13 yuan for a 12-pound fish. Such extravagance made Zhang Jianguo feel somewhat embarrassed. As a grown man, had he truly eaten too much today? For the first time, he felt a sense of guilt, realizing that although he was financially stable, he had taken advantage of a young woman, indulging in food and even sending a bowl of noodles to his father, while ordering so many dishes. Nevertheless, Zhang Jianguo didn't dwell on it too much, contemplating a chance to repay her in the future. A man should not exploit a young lady's kindness. As the black market began to fill with more people, Zhang Jianguo searched for a stall selling boots but could not find one. Instead, he stumbled upon a bookstall. A snakeskin bag lay on the snow-covered ground, neatly displaying a pile of books, including a somewhat worn red Xinhua dictionary, suggesting they had been frequently handled. Zhang Jianguo glanced up at the stall owner, who was bundled up tightly in a hat that was quite tattered, failing to fully conceal his face. Through the layers, Zhang Jianguo could discern that he was a thin young man, perhaps a year or 2 younger than himself. How much are the books? Zhang Jianguo inquired. Zhang Jianguo crouched down and discovered that these books were mostly textbooks for elementary school, and some were even from high school, which was quite rare. Reflecting on his daughter, Hongmei, who was growing up, he thought that winter would be a perfect time for her to embark on self-study. The pile of books was priced at 3 yuan each, with a total of 12 books plus a Xinhua dictionary. If he wanted all of them, the vendor would charge him 35 yuan. The man dared not meet Zhang Jianguo's gaze, his eyes darting nervously, yet the price was indeed exorbitant. 3 yuan per book. Chapter 73, Li Qingshan. How outrageous. The new price for this book is only 38 cents, and you want 3 yuan for a used one? Zhang Jianguo couldn't help but voice his thoughts. 3 yuan for an old book was audacious, exceeding the new book's price by tenfold. Can you still find such new books today? Not only is it impossible for you to obtain them, but I believe that many families no longer possess books. My books are quite precious. They are worth this much. If it weren't for some difficulties at home, I wouldn't part with these books for 50 yuan. They are invaluable. The man's voice was low, trembling as he spoke, whether from nervousness due to lack of experience in business or from the cold was uncertain. In recent years, with the absence of college entrance examinations and certain special circumstances, books had indeed become exceedingly scarce, especially useful ones like these. Calculating the days, it seemed that the college entrance examination would resume by next year. At that time, this set of books could truly alter a person's fate. Contemplating this, the books didn't seem so expensive anymore. Zhang Jianguo, deep in thought, crouched down to examine the books and noticed another person inquiring about the price. The vendor quoted 3 yuan again, prompting an exclamation from that individual. Are you mad? Do you know how much 3 yuan can buy? Several pounds of meat. These shabby books, 3 yuan each. Do you even realize what you are saying? The person angrily confronted the vendor, speaking harshly, which visibly irked the vendor. If you think it's not worth it, you can simply walk away. There's no coercion here. Despite his anger, the vendor maintained an unexpected calmness. Meanwhile, as Zhang Jianguo crouched down to pick up the dictionary, he suddenly noticed the vendor's feet. He was wearing a pair of worn-out rubber shoes, with a hole at the front exposing his crimson toes. On such a frigid day, even with thick shoes, he felt cold. How was this man nearly barefoot? No wonder he was selling books. Indeed, life had become challenging. Wrap all these books for me. I'll take them all, 35 yuan, right? I see you are a book lover too. I want to take the dictionary, but I will still give you 35 yuan. Zhang Jianguo glanced at the man's age, thinking that someone who could keep so many books in such an environment must truly be a lover of literature. Once the college entrance examination resumed, he would surely perform well. Purchasing all his books and leaving him with a Xinhua dictionary would open a door for him to self-study. No need. 3 yuan for a book. You bought them all. I'll give you the dictionary for free. I don't need it. I've already memorized it. At that moment, the vendor did not exhibit the joy one might expect. Instead, his voice carried an indescribable sense of desolation and reluctance. It was evident that these books held significant value for him, and had he not been in dire straits, he would likely not have parted with them. Nevertheless, he had managed to memorize an entire dictionary, showcasing his formidable resolve. When Zhang Jianguo picked up the dictionary, he noticed a line of poetry inscribed on the first page. Resolutely grasped the green mountains, with roots embedded in the broken rocks. Endured through countless trials. Steadfast against the winds from all directions. This was a piece by Zheng Banzhong titled Bamboo and Stone, bearing the signature of Li Qingshan, whose vigorous script compelled Zhang Jianguo to linger a moment longer. He deduced that this Li Qingshan was likely the vendor himself. What a splendid name. Thus, he decided to be straightforward, declaring, "This will be 35 yuan." To his credit, Zhang Jianguo did indeed produce 35 yuan for the vendor. Even as he grumbled about the price, lamenting how one could acquire such books for mere cents. It all depended on perspective. For some, these books were overpriced even at a dime, given their used condition, while for others, they were priceless. Zhang Jianguo believed his expenditure of over 30 yuan was quite reasonable. What say you, disagreeable? His words sparked a light in the previously distracted Li Qingshan, whose eyes glimmered with gratitude, prompting him to softly utter, "Thank you. You too are a lover of books. I have made some annotations and interpretations, which I hope may be of use to you. Indeed, thank you as well. I am purchasing this for my sister. I am but a simple man, yet I envy those who are well-read. Please do not give up." Zhang Jianguo encouraged Li Qingshan, affirming, "Yes, do not abandon your pursuit of knowledge. Even amidst the current sentiment that reading is futile, it will not be long before it truly transforms the destinies of generations." He sincerely hoped that Li Qingshan would encounter an opportunity to alter his fate in the future. With books in tow, Zhang Jianguo continued his search for a vendor selling boots, and fortune smiled upon him as he discovered a shop, albeit the prices were steep. The genuine leather boots, though lacking in style, promised warmth, lined with fur, and primarily made of leather. They were indeed a quality item, though costly, priced at around 20 yuan a pair, more than many earned in a month. Thus, many passed by with envy, yet few dared to purchase such unattractive yet sturdy boots. After much haggling, Zhang Jianguo managed to acquire 2 pairs for 50 yuan, one for himself and one for his father. These boots featured thick, earth-toned, slip-resistant rubber soles and were notably heavy, claimed to have been procured at a high cost from elsewhere. Such boots were rarely seen in supply cooperatives, and he had heard that in the county town, one pair was also quite expensive, although he had not inquired about the precise price. Now, as he prepared for a hunting trip in the mountains, He deemed the cost worthwhile for the warmth and comfort they would provide. As he departed, he noticed Li Qingshan heading towards the boot vendor, only to soon see him leave, presumably deterred by the exorbitant prices. As Zhang Jianguo ventured to purchase a military coat, he noticed Li Qingshan joyfully acquiring one for himself. Such military coats were indeed a rare commodity, fetching a considerable price. Zhang Jianguo realized that winter was particularly unkind to the impoverished. Everything necessary for warmth was exorbitantly priced: cotton, padded jackets, boots, and even military coats. Despite possessing 200 or 300 yuan from selling fish and hunting, he felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of spending. A mere 2 coats and 2 pairs of boots had cost him over 100 yuan, a substantial sum for him. Nevertheless, for his family, it represented a significant investment. With these items, winter outings for hunting with his father would be considerably less frigid. He resolved to bring more goods to sell on his next visit, lest he continue to feel the sting of expenditure. Zhang Jianguo contemplated purchasing more yellow and green beans to enable his mother to cultivate bean sprouts for sale, hoping to save up enough money to improve their impoverished household. As he walked, he was suddenly jolted by someone tapping him, instantly alerting him to potential danger. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Zhang Jianguo instinctively leaned back, eyeing the unfamiliar man before him. The individual, oddly enough, wore merely a hat and did not envelop himself as many others did against the cold. "You're the fish seller, aren't you? I didn't see you at your stall. Your father mentioned you had gone shopping. Fortunately, I found you. Lord Long has a matter to discuss with you." Same place as before. The man was evidently an associate of Lord Long, and despite Zhang Jianguo's heavy attire, he had been easily located among the crowd. Zhang Jianguo glanced down at his own shabby outfit, quickly coming to terms with his apparent visibility. Clad in a worn army green cotton jacket exuding a strong fishy odor, he had donned this ensemble each time he visited the black market since the onset of the cold. Even if he wrapped his head, a discerning eye could spot him without difficulty. It seemed he would need to procure a more presentable outfit, for his current appearance would not deceive the astute. Nodding, Zhang Jianguo proceeded to Lord Long's small abode. Upon entering, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of roasted sweet potatoes. There were piles of them near the fire. Had he not just dined, he would have certainly indulged in a few. "Welcome. Come, sit, and have some tea." Lord Long beamed upon seeing Zhang Jianguo, rising to fetch a new porcelain cup specifically for him. Zhang Jianguo noticed that the cup bore a 5-pointed star and several bold characters proclaiming "outstanding worker." He nearly burst into laughter. It felt somewhat peculiar to receive such an item from Lord Long. "Ah, young man, your friend is quite remarkable. Thanks to his timely weather forecast during this snow disaster, we have averted substantial losses, you know." Lord Long gazed at Zhang Jianguo with an increasingly fond expression, not only preparing tea but also fetching a collection of candies and citrus fruits from the cupboard to offer him. "I am not a child and do not indulge in sweets, though my sister does enjoy them." Zhang Jianguo witnessed this scene, feeling a blend of amusement and exasperation. It seemed that Lord Long regarded him as a mere child. However, upon reflection, given the age difference, he indeed appeared youthful in Lord Long's presence. "Here, I have several boxes of fruit for you to take back and enjoy. They were gifted to me, and I merely find them too cool for my taste," Lord Long declared, having already brought in several boxes of fruit from outside. Among them was a box of vibrant red apples, another filled with oranges, and 2 additional boxes whose contents remained a mystery, yet they appeared to be exquisite offerings. In these times, due to the difficulties in transportation, fruit had become a rare commodity. Even apples were something many children had only heard of, never having had the opportunity to savor them firsthand. This was no mere disdain for the chill of the fruit. It was evident that Lord Long spoke in jest. In the black market that day, Zhang Jianguo had not encountered apples of such quality for sale. Even if they existed, their prices were exorbitantly high, making them a luxury few could afford, let alone gift in such quantities. One does not receive without giving, he thought, feeling a twinge of discomfort at the thought of accepting such generosity. While it was acceptable to partake in a few roasted sweet potatoes from Lord Long, being bestowed with entire boxes of fruit left Zhang Jianguo feeling uneasy. "You, my friend, provided me with such critical information. What harm is there in accepting a few fruits? When you have time, visit my home, and if something catches your eye, do not hesitate to express it. Should you find these fruits to your liking, I shall procure more for entertaining guests during the new year," Lord Long said with a warm smile, a hint of regret in his tone, as he expressed uncertainty about what suitable gift to present. As fate would have it, he had received some fruit from another source, which he decided to share with Zhang Jianguo. Lord Long then solemnly handed Zhang Jianguo a note bearing an address, indicating it was his residence. He encouraged Zhang Jianguo to visit him if he encountered any matters in the city, assuring him that should he not be present, leaving a message would suffice. Zhang Jianguo sensed Lord Long's goodwill, perceiving that he was genuinely pleased with the information he had provided previously, and he sincerely expressed his gratitude. Unable to refuse such heartfelt hospitality, Zhang Jianguo accepted the offerings. As he prepared to leave, Lord Long requested that he write to a friend to inquire about the winter weather this year and any changes expected in the spring of the following year, insisting that he should be informed if there were any replies. Rest assured, Lord Long, thank you for your generous gift. Next time, I shall bring you a large fish. Zhang Jianguo replied, while in his heart he pondered the weather patterns from this year to the next, fully aware that he had no connections at the meteorological station. This was merely a fabrication drawn from memories of his past life. Observing Lord Long's demeanor, it was clear that his insights were valued, which was a positive sign. Assisted by others, Zhang Jianguo had all these items loaded onto his donkey cart, and alongside the box of fruit, there appeared to be another box of unknown contents, which were also delivered by Lord Long's subordinates. Zhang Yuancheng felt a sense of apprehension, uncertain about why Lord Long had sent such an abundance of items, and the cart's overflowing nature caused him some anxiety. Father, do not worry, they mean no harm. I will buy a few meat buns to bring back for Mother and the sisters, and then we shall return home. Zhang Jianguo offered some comfort to his father before he set off to purchase 10 large steamed buns, the kind that are quite substantial, filled with tofu, vermicelli, and a bit of meat. The fragrant aroma of these warm buns wafted through the air from quite a distance. To prevent them from cooling, Zhang Jianguo tucked a few buns into his coat. The remaining buns were wrapped in newspaper and stowed away in the cart, and he proceeded to accompany his father on their journey home. Unbeknownst to him, however, the cart was laden with various items, causing some of the buns to roll off during the bumpy ride. The temperature in the snowy night was bitterly cold, but fortunately, Zhang Jianguo had purchased 2 military coats, which he draped over himself like a small quilt, providing an exceptional warmth. These coats were indeed cozy, albeit rather expensive. One could hardly fathom the cost of living without having to manage a household. Buying just one would suffice, yet he had opted for 2, which seemed extravagant. Each coat cost approximately 10 yuan, even pricier than those boots. This was primarily due to the exorbitant price of cotton, which had reached over a yuan per pound. Thus, the materials for the coat alone were costly, not to mention labor and transportation costs, making 10 yuan a bargain in comparison. While one could find a cheaper price at the supply and marketing cooperative, it would require cloth ration tickets, which were not easily obtainable. Other expenses could be trimmed, but this one was indispensable. Suffering from frostbite could lead to lifelong ailments and even be life-threatening. As Zhang Jianguo pondered this, he was suddenly reminded of a time in his past when they had no shelter and had to reside in a communal cow shed, where his mother had succumbed to the cold, leaving her health permanently compromised, and she had passed away not long after. Winter was indeed a perilous season for the impoverished. As he ruminated on these memories, he noticed a dark shadow trailing behind them, prompting him to swiftly grasp a sturdy stick from the cart. Chapter 75. We are being followed. Father, it seems something is following us, Zhang Jianguo whispered, having realized they were already on the path back to the village. The surroundings were characterized by rolling hills and desolate wilderness, with no one in sight and snow covering the ground, while the biting wind cut through to the bone. In such circumstances, encountering a pack of wolves would not be surprising. Thus, Zhang Jianguo kept a thick stick at hand, ready to defend against any danger. The donkey cart came to a halt, the donkey exhaling warm breaths into the frigid air, exhausted from the journey. Yet, Zhang Jianguo could not afford to attend to the donkey at that moment. Armed with his stick and a flashlight, he scanned the area. The night sky was devoid of moonlight, and despite the snow reflecting some light, visibility remained low. Even with the flashlight illuminating his surroundings, he could see nothing amiss. Something is not right. I distinctly saw a shadow. Where did it go? Zhang Jianguo held the flashlight high, calmly circling the donkey cart to inspect the area, but found nothing unusual. Only the occasional eerie calls of night birds echoed through the air, adding an unsettling atmosphere to the scene. As this is a main road, the snow, trodden by countless passers-by, has become a disheveled mess. Moreover, during the night, it has frozen, rendering the footprints of both man and beast indistinct. The only clear marks left behind are those of donkey carts or horse-drawn carriages. Zhang Jianguo scrutinized the tracks for a considerable time, yet he found no other distinctive signs, which posed a significant dilemma. "Father, let us hasten to the cart. We must return home swiftly, and I shall keep an eye on what lurks behind us." Zhang Jianguo noted that they were not far from the village and urged his father to expedite their journey. In the event of encountering a pack of wolves, retreating to the village, where safety in numbers prevailed, was imperative. The wolves would not dare follow them there. It was precisely this reason that Zhang Jianguo consistently accompanied his father to the black market. The roads were often desolate and devoid of human presence, making them vulnerable to wild beasts. An ill-fated encounter with a pack of wolves could lead to a gruesome fate, a reality not unknown to many. Otherwise, why would the villagers remain indoors at night, adhering to the safety of their homes? Zhao Yuancheng urged the donkey to move at a rapid pace, fully aware of the gravity of their situation, hoping to return to the village as quickly as possible. Zhang Jianguo, gripping a wooden stick, frequently glanced back at the darkness behind them. Soon, he discerned a shadowy figure in the distance, seemingly tailing them. Due to the distance and the swift movement of the cart, Zhang Jianguo could not ascertain what creature was pursuing them, though it resembled a lone wolf. Such solitary wolves were often cunning and ruthless, notoriously difficult to contend with. They possessed an admirable patience, stalking their prey and waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Thus, Zhang Jianguo dared not let his guard down. Zhang Yuancheng cracked the whip in his hand, relentlessly urging the donkey onward, his anxiety palpable. Indeed, the very thing they dreaded had materialized. The lone wolf was fixated on them, having followed from afar without losing their trail. "Faster, father. We must go faster. That creature is still behind us." Clad in a new military coat, Zhang Yuancheng gripped the whip tightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His tension was understandable. They were racing against time, and if they could reach the village quickly, they would be victorious. However, the more frantic one became, the more likely misfortune would strike. The donkey, moving too swiftly, lost its footing, and due to inertia, several items from the cart were flung out, notably Zhang Jianguo's newly purchased boots, which tumbled to the ground. Those boots were not inexpensive. Zhang Jianguo regretted not having worn them sooner. He hurried to retrieve the boots, noticing that a few buns had also scattered, though they had rolled some distance away. Additionally, fruits from the cart were at risk of tumbling out, precious items that would surely cause heartache if damaged. Therefore, after a quick glance behind, Zhang Jianguo resolved to forego searching for the buns, opting instead to collect the boots and fruits before continuing their journey back. He was also concerned about the donkey's well-being. It belonged to Huang San and was a treasured possession that must not be harmed. At this moment, Zhang Yuancheng felt a surge of anxiety. The donkey's pace quickened, and he feared it would stumble. Yet, if they slowed down, who could tell whether a wolf might pounce upon them? Next time, we must bring a gun when we venture out. If we encounter that lone wolf again, a single shot will render us fearless. Zhang Yuancheng muttered bitterly. They dared not stop, their nerves taut as they urged the cart onward. Fortunately, after a while, Zhang Jianguo suddenly exclaimed, "Dad, it seems the wolf hasn't followed us, and we are almost home." The final stretch of their journey had exhausted Zhang Jianguo and the others, but relief washed over them as they finally glimpsed their village. And it appeared the wolf had indeed lagged behind. When they arrived home, Zhang Jianguo discovered the buns he had tucked into his coat were still warm, a thin layer of steam rising from them. Though the buns had been squished and misshapen, He Yufeng smiled with joy at receiving them. Her heart swelled with sweetness, knowing her child remembered her amidst the chill and busyness. Zhang Jianguo, seeing his mother's happiness, refrained from mentioning their encounter with the wolf and instead began unloading several boxes of goods gifted by Long Yi. When He Yufeng opened one of the boxes and beheld a bounty of plump red dates, her eyes widened in surprise. The box must have contained at least 15 to 20 pounds of the largest red dates she had ever seen. Even when preparing meals for celebrations, she had never encountered such an abundance. My goodness, how much could these possibly cost? Who could be so generous? How do we repay such kindness? As He Yufeng rummaged through the boxes, she discovered another filled with apples the size of fists, one brimming with 6 or 7 tails of golden tangerines, and yet another with walnuts, alongside 2 boxes of tea leaves. All of these items appeared to be quite luxurious, and the sheer quantity was astonishing. In these times, bringing even a pound of brown sugar as a gift when visiting others was considered generous. Yet here they were, receiving multiple boxes, each containing at least 15 to 20 pounds. Whose family would bestow gifts in such abundance? Zhang Jianguo chuckled, noticing that his mother, much like his father, appeared troubled by the generosity of the gifts. This news was of great significance. If managed well, it could save many lives. In the face of such matters, these gifts paled in comparison, and he felt justified in graciously accepting them. I'm so tired. I think I'll take a nap and address everything later. Zhang Jianguo thought, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. He said nothing more and swiftly retired to bed. It had been a taxing day, and as soon as he lay down, sleep overtook him. He awoke just past noon, stirred by the sound of a young woman's voice conversing with his mother. The voice seemed familiar, yet in his groggy state, Zhang Jianguo could not immediately place it. Who could this young lady be at his door? Chapter 76, targeted by Yang Yan. Whoever it is, I'll find out by getting up. Zhang Jianguo thought, not dwelling on it. He rose to dress, but just as he secured his trousers, someone knocked on his door. Calling out sweetly, Jianguo, Jianguo, are you still asleep? Upon hearing that voice, Zhang Jianguo felt a rush of relief. Thankfully, he had locked the door the night before, for it was Yang Yan who called for him. Given Yang Yan's character, it was quite audacious of her to knock on the door of a man who was yet to marry, particularly early in the morning. Had it been anyone else, it would surely have led to a falling out. What respectable young woman would dare to approach the door of an unmarried man? Yet, Yang Yan did not hesitate to act in such a manner. This is precisely why Lu Hohat remarked that during Yang Yan's bath, she requested Yang Xiong to deliver her clothes. Who is this? I have yet to dress. Zhang Jianguo was already aware that it was Yang Yan, yet he feigned ignorance about his undressed state, only to hear his mother express her displeasure. Yang Yan, as a guest, you should consider that my son Jianguo slept late yesterday, and today he has no work to attend to. Allow him to rest a bit longer. You, a young lady with no ties to the family, should maintain some distance and not intrude into his room. A man's quarters can be quite untidy. He Yufang held a strong aversion to Yang Yan. The day she overheard her son inquiring about Yang Yan, she was troubled for days, unable to find peace in her sleep. No one knows the character of Yang's matriarch better than He Yufang. Her niece's intentions towards her son would surely cause her to act fiercely if she were to set her sights on him. A woman of such dubious reputation could bring misfortune to 3 generations of her family. Even though He Yufang yearned for her son to marry and bear children soon, she remained resolute in keeping Yang Yan at bay, refusing to grant her any opportunity to approach her son. Therefore, she was intent on sending her away. If it had been any other girl, they would have likely turned away in embarrassment upon hearing such words. Yet, encountering Yang Yan, she seemed oblivious to the implication and instead laughed heartily. Auntie, men can be messy, but once married, a wife can tidy up the home. If Jianguo's room is dirty, I can help clean it. You. Yang Yan's audacity left He Yufang speechless, unsure of how to respond. She had encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent, particularly from a young woman. Even a newlywed would have more modesty. Zhang Jianguo's clothes were already laid out, and upon hearing his mother's words, he realized that she could not handle Yang Yan. This type of person, devoid of shame, could easily feign ignorance, and it was futile to apply normal reasoning to her. Yang Yan, if your aunt were to discover that you came to my house to clean, working for free and not even receiving a meal, do you think she wouldn't scold you furiously? By the way, Mom, have you heard? Zhao Yuancheng is likely heading to the city to enjoy a better life. With this, Zhang Jianguo changed the subject, leaving He Yufang momentarily stunned. Wasn't Zhao Yuancheng the brother of Zhao Yuancheng? Zhao Yuancheng was imprisoned, and the Zhao family held a deep grudge against them. Why was this name brought up unprompted? She had not heard this news before. What was going on? While He Yufang pondered this, she noticed Zhang Jianguo giving her a knowing look, and she momentarily hesitated before chuckling and responding. It seems there is some truth to that. The news hasn't spread yet. Be cautious with your words. He is someone destined for the city, quite different from us common folk. After following along with her son's remarks, she quickly departed, her heart racing with uncertainty. She seldom lied, and although she was echoing her son's words, she felt uneasy and apprehensive. Jianguo, who are you talking about? Who is going to the city? The conversation between the mother and son unfolded, while Yang Yan attentively listened. Zhao Yuancheng, don't you remember? He is slightly older than you, quite tall and remarkably handsome. I must tell you, but please don't mention I said anything. His family has connections, and he has gone to the city to become an official. His future looks promising. Zhang Jianguo intentionally lowered his voice, but his words reached Yang Yan's ears. Each phrase, tall, handsome, an official, sounded melodious to her. And how could she possibly forget them? Furthermore, she and Zhao Yuancheng were acquainted. She recalled that the village chief of Zhao family village was Zhao Yuancheng's uncle, and the Zhao family held significant influence in the village, where no one dared to bully them. Their family had several brothers, and she remembered how, when the children played together, no one would dare to touch them. For once a fight broke out, all the brothers would unite. Whoever was caught would end up with a bruised face, and complaining to the adults would be futile, as they would merely say the children were playing rough. Who could compete with such audacity when they all banded together in a fight? As Yang Yan prepared to leave, Zhang Jianguo lamented Zhao Yuancheng's good fortune. Noticing her troubled demeanor, he resolved to visit Huang San's home to return the donkey and bring some items along. Having exhausted the poor creature yesterday, he felt it necessary to offer something extra, allowing the donkey to rest well. Approaching Huang San's residence, he seemed to overhear a quarrel between Huang San and his wife. The voice is low but filled with irritation. "Oh dear, my timing is unfortunate," Zhang Jianguo quipped to himself, but upon seeing Huang San, who appeared as if he had found a savior, he was swiftly pulled into the courtyard. His wife, rubbing her reddened eyes, forced a smile and hurriedly urged him to sit down. "Brother Jianguo, your arrival is most fortuitous. My brother Sin refuses to heed my words. Perhaps you could persuade him." "This obsession with status is detrimental," Huang San's wife remarked. Despite her words, she hastily closed the courtyard door once Zhang Jianguo entered, clearly cautious about their discussion being overheard. "Three sister-in-law, here are some red dates and apples for the children to taste." Zhang Jianguo presented nearly 2 kilograms of red dates, 5 apples, and 5 oranges, which astonished Huang San's wife, prompting her to rise quickly. "Oh no, brother, how can we accept such generous gifts? We haven't been of much help," she protested, yet her hands instinctively reached for the fruits, captivated by their enticing fragrance. Such delicacies were rarely seen during their trips to the city, and now receiving them lifted her spirits, dissipating her earlier frustration. "What's the matter? Why are you and your sister-in-law arguing? You've become the village chief. Further quarrels will only invite ridicule," Zhang Jianguo remarked, causing Huang San to deflate, quickly offering him a cigarette. His wife then brought a bowl of sweet soup and set a plate of fried peanuts on the table for them to enjoy. "I had intended to seek you out. Alas, you cannot fathom the predicament I encountered at the procurement station." Huang San, filled with grievances, confided in Zhang Jianguo without reservation, recounting his tribulations in detail. Chapter 77. Ji Shaoxi, I nearly found myself ensnared. That wretched Shen Jiaxing treated me as if I were a thief, as though I would pocket the funds for myself. Am I truly that kind of person? And then there is Zhaojia, who appears to be a good man. Yet he is always in collusion with Shen Jiaxing. These two individuals are infuriating. They do not collaborate with me in my endeavors. Huang San's complaints flowed forth, expressing his frustration at being merely the acting village chief. His efforts were constantly hindered, leaving him feeling constrained and targeted at every turn. Certainly, you are not Zhao Xian. These two are at least his trusted confidants. With Zhao Xian's departure, it was only logical for Zhaojia to ascend, and Shen Jiaxing also had his chance. Yet here you are, stepping in as the acting village chief. By utilizing village funds, you have effectively plucked out Shen Jiaxing's eyes, inciting his ire to the point where he would rather confront you directly. Is it not reasonable? By the way, how much did the prey sell for? Shen Jiaxing has taken it all, hasn't he? Zhang Jianguo understood the dynamics well. A position as crucial as the accountants would undoubtedly be entrusted to Zhao Xian's most reliable associate. Zhao Xian had sent Huang San to the township commune, making him a thorn in Shen Jiaxing's side. Moreover, Huang San had audaciously used collective funds to purchase grain. It is entirely natural for them to harbor animosity towards him. If such a person were to be friendly, one would fear those who smile in your presence while plotting treachery behind your back. That is truly insidious. They sold for less than 100, all of which Shen Jiaxing has accounted for. Fortunately, you reminded me to bring those two along, otherwise, I would have been left to navigate the aftermath alone, suffering both burdens and indignities. You must maintain a meticulous account of Shen Jiaxing's dealings, documenting the amounts received for sold items and any expenses incurred. Occasionally, you should reconcile the accounts with him, should even a single penny fail to add up. You can confront Shen Jiaxing. Catching him in a mistake will compel him to recognize who truly holds power, and once you establish your footing, the decision regarding the accountant's position will rest in your hands. Zhang Jianguo quickly offered his counsel, Jiashing was relatively easy to deal with. But Zhaojia posed a more complex challenge. He is not inherently malevolent. His allegiance shifts depending on his interests. If he were willing to work for the village, it would be acceptable, for despite his casual remarks in the past, he provided Zhang's family a place of refuge. Otherwise, in such heavy snow, one could perish from the cold. Zhang Jianguo and Huang San conversed for a while longer, reassuring him to remain calm. Such is the nature of grassroots work. While others might suspect him of enriching himself, in truth, he was serving the village. Before long, the advantages of using collective funds to purchase grain would manifest. As Zhang Jianguo departed from Huang San, he did not head directly home, but found himself drawn to the collective's cattle shed. In the novel, the cattle shed is constructed of earthen walls, relatively low in height, yet topped with a thick layer of thatch, to prevent the cold winds from the west. The windows are minuscule, and the door perpetually creaks, requiring straw to block the draft. The shed sits in a low-lying area, prone to flooding with snow, and when the sun shines brightly to melt it, the floor becomes perpetually damp and chillingly cold. In my memories, the cattle shed resembles a vast ice cellar, where my mother suffered blows from fate, and compounded by the dampness and cold, succumbed to illness and quickly passed away. In this life, I have chosen to conceal the discovery of the dark river, and my father has not met the same tragic end as in my previous existence. Thus, he shall not be relegated to the cattle shed again. However, the shed still houses a family of 3, a mother and her 2 children, a son named Ji Xiaoxi, who is of similar age to me, and a daughter named Ji Xiaoqi, named after the order of their family lineage. Ji Xiaoxi is, in fact, the eldest of the household, displaying filial piety, albeit with a touch of laziness, prone to only moving when prompted. At this moment, he basks in the sun at the entrance of the shed, feeling quite comfortable in the warm rays. Ah, Brother Zhang, what a rare visitor. Come, sit and enjoy the sunshine, Ji Xiaoxi exclaims, surprised yet polite at the sudden appearance of Zhang Jianguo. This sunny spot is familiar to Zhang Jianguo, as he has sat here before, alongside Ji Xiaoxi's mother during her ailing days. Those times were devoid of hope, filled only with prolonged suffering, and her illness had worsened due to his helplessness. A cough echoes from within the shed, causing Zhang Jianguo's heart to skip a beat, momentarily stirring memories of his mother's own coughs that began with the chill of winter. My mother seems to have caught a chill. I'll fetch some anqing for her. Although it's not very effective, he remarks. This winter is exceedingly frigid, and you haven't even kindled a fire for your mother. The elderly are particularly susceptible to the cold. Let me take a look inside. Zhang Jianguo is quite familiar with the cattle shed, a dim and drafty abode where a large room is partitioned by bags of urea, creating 3 separate spaces, one for Ji Xiaoxi, another for his mother and sister, and the final one designated for cooking and warmth. Ji Xiaoxi's mother lies in the innermost corner, the lowest point of the shed, with damp ground beneath her and a chilling breeze seeping in, making the space unbearably cold. Brother Zhang, I wish I could light a fire for warmth as well. You know my family is small, and we haven't prepared enough firewood. Who could have anticipated such a bitter winter? Once the snow melts next spring, I plan to repair our home. If only I had the means, I would reside in our original house, which is far cozier than this damp and chilly place. Ji Xiaoxi confides as he steps inside, shivering at the cold that envelopes the room, longing for the comfort of the sun outside. His mother lies in bed, too weak to rise, but manages to greet Zhang Jianguo, informing him she has caught a slight cold and urging him not to take it to heart. Do not rise, Auntie. The room is still quite cold, and without a fire, it is damp and unbearable, Zhang Jianguo remarked upon seeing Ji Xiaoxi's mother lying in bed. A wave of emotion washed over him, and he nearly mistook her for his own mother. In his previous life, He Yufeng often lay in this very spot, ultimately taking her last breath here. The chill of this house is such that even if Ji Xiaoxi's mother were to survive this winter, she would likely suffer lingering ailments, just as his mother had in the past. You must prepare some ginger soup for your mother. It would help her sweat a little. However, Ji Xiaoxi's voice dwindled as he realized their dire situation. Their food supplies were nearly depleted, and there was little grain left, let alone ginger. Recently, the village had been abuzz with talk of purchasing grain and firewood, but they had little money to spare for such necessities. They always believed they could endure the winter as they had in years past, thinking it would soon pass. Who would have anticipated the severity of this year's snowfall? You are simply lazy. Look at the condition your mother is enduring, Zhang Jianguo chided him, suddenly recalling something crucial. He urged Ji Xiaoxi to inspect beneath the bed. Chapter 78. This is truly uninhabitable. With a forceful tug, Zhang Jianguo pulled Ji Xiaoxi's attention to the bed's underside, where he was taken aback. They had never thought to check there, always sensing the pervasive chill in the room without knowing the source. Now, they discovered a significant crack beneath the bed, propped up by a stool. Through this fissure, snow was visible, and the cold wind rushed in from the outside. No wonder it was so frigid. Oh my! When did this gaping crack appear? It is no wonder the room is so unbearably cold. This place is like a drafty cattle shed, Zhang Jianguo exclaimed. This dwelling was never fit for human habitation. You must take initiative. As a man, you need to be proactive. If you cannot manage much else, at least patch up the drafty spots with some clay. Moreover, clear the snow against the wall outside and dig a deeper drainage ditch so that the melting snow will flow away, preventing the room from becoming damp. As Zhang Jianguo observed the scene, he shook his head in disbelief. Ji Xiaoxi was exceedingly lazy. Even a communal cattle shed would require some attention, rather than merely enduring the conditions. In his previous life, he had noticed the cold and had patched the cracks with mud. Yet Ji Xiaoxi had failed to recognize such a simple task. Ji Xiaoxi was momentarily bewildered, unsure why Zhang Jianguo was concerned with his family's affairs. However, upon reflection, it was indeed Zhang Jianguo who had advised him to move out of his previous home, which had cracked walls that ultimately collapsed during this heavy snowfall. Had it not been for him, Ji Xiaoxi's family might have faced a dire fate. Thus, despite his laziness, he heeded Zhang Jianguo's words. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, before departing, Zhang Jianguo reassured Ji Xiaoxi, "Do not fear the lack of food. Seek out the accountant for provisions. You can repay them after the autumn harvest. A living person must not be starved." "All right, I will." Ji Xiaoxi, enlightened by Zhang Jianguo's guidance, felt a surge of joy. Upon returning from Ji Xiaoxi's place, Zhang Jianguo found the door of his home securely shut from the inside. Realizing that his family must have descended into the underground cave, he closed the door behind him. After calling out to open the door, he followed his parents into the subterranean retreat. The cave exuded warmth, where He Yufeng was preparing a stew of wild goat meat, having saved a leg from the wild goat Zhang Jianguo had procured previously, claiming that winter was the perfect time to savor lamb. The robust aroma of the meat lingered within the cave, ensuring that the scent would not waft through the village, thus sparing them from drawing attention to their meal. The hot pot bubbled vigorously, the lamb simmering alongside plates of bean sprouts, which added a delightful flavor when briefly dipped. A sip of the rich goat soup brought an exquisite comfort, radiating from mouth to stomach, while a few crunchy bean sprouts evoked a wave of happiness that made Zhang Jianguo feel inclined to stretch languidly. Feeling warm, he shed his outer coat. "Child, it's cold outside. Remember to dress warmly when you go out, lest you catch a cold. By the way, you mentioned that Zhao Yuancheng is coming to the city. Is that true? I don't recall you mentioning it before," He Yufeng remarked, observing Zhang Jianguo's joyful demeanor, which reminded her of what he had said to Yang Yin earlier that day. "Indeed, Zhao Cheng and Zhao Yuancheng have been in the city for several days, and you have not noticed. They won't be back for long. Zhao Yuancheng will soon enter the grain depot, which is no mere indulgence in city life. They have connections and avenues that are not available to ordinary people," Zhang Jianguo asserted, his spirits lifting at the thought, while others were oblivious. He had long advised Yang Xiong to keep a watchful eye on the Zhao father and son. Unbeknownst to others, he was aware of their influential backing. Although Zhao Cheng had lost a son, Zhao Yuancheng, he had not sought out that individual, yet he was still looking for a favorable future for Zhao Yuancheng. In his past life, he recalled how their home, along with the underground river, was usurped, forcing his family of orphans into a cattle shed. This grudge had never escaped his memory. According to his recollection, Zhao Yuancheng was soon to begin working at the grain depot. After Zhao Yuancheng's release from prison, it seemed fortune began to smile upon him, while Zhang Jianguo felt like a rat scuttling in a sewer. He had often pondered why, despite having the moral high ground, he found himself without recourse, leading to his family's ruin. The truth lay in the fact that others possessed influential connections. For an ordinary citizen, such ignorance could lead to significant misfortune. Is that true? How do you know this? Zhang Yuancheng paused his meal, glancing uneasily at his son, unable to fathom how he had acquired such information. Furthermore, he marveled at Zhao Cheng's prowess in securing a position for his son in the city, particularly in the grain depot. One must understand the challenges of entering the city during that era. Many educated youth returning home struggled to find placement. and countless urban dwellers found themselves without work. How could a farmer's son from their small mountain village be afforded such an opportunity? I learned about it inadvertently. So do not worry, Dad. I know how to handle it. Mom, when Yang Yin visits next, you should extol the virtues of city life, he replied. Ah, I understand. He Yufeng seemed to grasp his intentions upon hearing Zhang Jianguo's words. At this moment, within the confines of old lady Yang's abode, Yang Yin was growing increasingly impatient as she inquired of Lu Hohat whether Zhao Yuancheng was indeed preparing to venture into the city. Oh, you are aware of this matter too? It seems that word has spread throughout the village. The Zhao family is truly fortunate, with several brothers in excellent circumstances and handsome in appearance. The prospect of moving to the city is a dream that many aspire to. Why should all the good fortune fall into Zhao Yuancheng's lap? Is this not rather unjust? Lu Hohat's heart raced with anxiety as she recalled Zhang Jianguo's words, urging her to mention Zhao Yuancheng's impending move to the city in front of Yang Yin, thereby diverting her attention from her own son, Yang Xiong. Yet, Lu Hohat herself was somewhat perplexed. Was Zhao Yuancheng genuinely about to secure a stable job in the city? What if Yang Yin discovered she had been deceived? That would surely stir trouble, and Lu Hohat felt ill-equipped to confront such a tempest. What injustice is there? I know Zhao Yuancheng. He has the ability to relocate to the city. Yang Yan's eyes flickered with intrigue. She was not naive, who would not desire to find a city dweller capable of providing sustenance. Was this not a rare opportunity? By the way, Lu Hohat, is Zhao Yuancheng married? Does he have a significant other? It seems not. I have not heard of him being involved with anyone. Lu Hohat's response was resolute, for the villagers were well aware that Zhao Yuancheng was indeed unmarried and without a serious partner. Meanwhile, the object of their discussion, Zhao Yuancheng, returned to the village with a countenance full of excitement. After spending a few days in the city, he had finally settled his employment matters with his father. In no more than 3 days, he would commence work at the grain depot in the city. Initially, he would pave the way for himself in the city, later bringing his younger brothers along. His father had spoken truly. The Zhao family indeed had influential connections. Chapter 79. What fortuitous timing. The news of your impending move to the city must remain confidential for the time being to avoid any complications. Upon returning to the village, it is essential to maintain a low profile, exercise restraint, and avoid provoking any disturbances. As Zhao Yuancheng made his way back to the village, his mind was occupied with his father's admonitions. This time, his father had not accompanied him. He remained in the city to attend to various matters, including arranging for their accommodation upon his return. The patriarch of the family orchestrated all significant decisions, including plans to secure a decent residence after moving to the city. With a job and a place to live, he would eventually find a suitable wife in the city, ensuring that their descendants would be city dwellers, thereby securing a legacy for the Zhao family. Zhaocheng could then focus on addressing the Zhang family's grievances, as they had never forgotten the enmity that had arisen from Zhao Yuancheng's troubles with them. However, the current dynamics in the village were quite delicate, with the second uncle having been apprehended and Huang Xin becoming too closely associated with Zhang Jianguo. Their attempts to retaliate were hindered, unless they resorted to exceedingly nefarious tactics to exact vengeance on the Zhang family and subsequently extricate themselves from the situation. Their options were limited. Yet, such schemes required precise timing and could not be executed at will. Thus, until the opportune moment arrived, Zhaocheng and his sons appeared to adopt a posture of compliance, feigning a cessation of hostilities with the Zhang family. However, deep within their hearts, they had never truly contemplated letting Zhang Jianguo and his kin off the hook. Zhao Yuancheng considered himself no longer a child. He was well aware of certain matters. Thus, he returned to the village alone, refraining from making a grand announcement, and instead chose to stay quietly at home, as if nothing had transpired. While he maintained an air of nonchalance, Yang Yin had her eyes fixed on him. In the rural community, Yang Yin was regarded as a mature young woman, possessing a greater understanding of life and a bolder demeanor than most. After making up her mind, she promptly visited Zhao Yuancheng's home. Upon hearing a cry for help from outside, Zhao Yuancheng was startled and hurried out, only to find a girl dressed in red, whom he found somewhat familiar, sitting in the snow and crying. "Miss, you don't seem to be from our village. What troubles you?" "Oh, you must be Zhao Yuancheng. I am Yang Xiong's cousin. I used to visit your village often when we were children, remember? I heard that my aunt was ill and intended to care for her for a few days. I didn't expect to accidentally hurt my leg and might have twisted it. Could you perhaps lend me a hand?" Yang Yin scrutinized Zhao Yuancheng for a moment. He stood at around 175 centimeters tall, not short by any means. Yet he paled in comparison to Zhang Jianguo. Nevertheless, he was set to move to the city, and the Zhao family held considerable stature in the village, with numerous brothers who deterred others from bullying them. Such a family, albeit modestly, was deemed worthy of her attention, prompting Yang Yan to clarify her origins. Zhao Yuancheng quickly realized why she seemed familiar. She was indeed Yang Xiong's cousin. He recognized her from his childhood, though they were not well acquainted. Yet, with this revelation, familiarity blossomed. When he saw her fall, he instinctively rushed to assist her, resulting in an unintended embrace as she collapsed into his arms. Even on a snowy day, the youthful Zhao Yuancheng, filled with vigor, found himself flustered, his cheeks flushed and heart racing, stumbling over his words as he suggested calling Yang Xiong to fetch her. "Never mind. My cousin is not home, and my aunt is ill. Perhaps I could rest at your home for a while, and you could escort me back later?" Of course, that is no trouble at all. Zhao Yuancheng, no longer a young boy in the village, was of an age where discussions of marriage were imminent. Yet, he harbored his own plans, leading to a delay in his pursuits. Zhao Cheng, his father, believed that his eldest son was somewhat impressionable, not quite as sharp as his younger brother, Zhao Yuancheng. Thus, he aimed to secure stable jobs for them first, ensuring good prospects before arranging a suitable wife for his son in the city. The ideal bride would be virtuous and capable of supporting her husband's career, which is why Zhao Yuancheng had little interaction with women. Although he found Yang Xiong's cousin quite bold, he felt a flicker of delight within him. For no man could resist the allure of a charming young woman openly expressing her affections. As they conversed, their eyes locked. With Yang Yan having made a special effort to adorn herself, her hair was tied with a red ribbon, and she wore a beautiful new cotton coat, stealing glances at Zhao Yuancheng that rendered him parched with anticipation. However, Yang Yan harbored her own thoughts. At that moment, she had already removed her shoes and socks, persistently urging Zhao Yuancheng to check if her foot was sprained. Although Zhao Yuancheng felt somewhat uncomfortable, he could not resist Yang Yan's pleading and willingly began to massage her foot. His hand trembled slightly as he inadvertently touched her foot. Yang Yan's cheeks flushed, and she deduced that Zhao Yuancheng must have some feelings for her. They both understood that they could not become too intimate. Ultimately, Zhao Yuancheng fetched a unicycle from his home, pushing it to escort Yang Yan to Yang Xiong's house. This scene did not escape the notice of several villagers. Although it was said that Yang Yan had sprained her ankle and Zhao Yuancheng was simply being kind, the way people regarded them changed slightly. However, out of concern for the sharp tongue of old lady Yang, no one dared to gossip. Following this incident, the next day, Yang Yan seized the opportunity to express her gratitude to Zhao Yuancheng by bringing a few eggs to the Zhao household. Coincidentally, Zhao Cheng's wife was not at home, having been called away by Lu Hohat for assistance. Originally, Zhao Yuancheng had a younger brother, Zhao Yuanguo, but he too had been summoned by Yang Xiong, leaving Zhao Yuancheng alone at home. With one harboring intent and the other reciprocating feelings, the two unmarried individuals found themselves increasingly drawn to one another. Yang Yan secretly desired to marry Zhao Yuancheng, and her demeanor transformed into one that was both gentle and considerate, which stirred Zhao Yuancheng's heart. Yet, Zhao Yuancheng maintained a semblance of rationality and refrained from expressing his feelings to Yang Yan. He merely stated that decisions in his family were made by his father, who was currently occupied with matters in the city. He promised to consult his father upon his return regarding their relationship. If his father approved of their courtship, he would then approach the Yang family with a proposal. If not, their fates would diverge, and they could not pursue a relationship. At this moment, Zhao Yuancheng recalled his father's counsel to remain discreet and cautious, not revealing anything about his potential move to the city. He thought that Yang Yan was quite a remarkable girl, and if he were to move to the city, marrying her would not be an issue. However, when Zhao Yuancheng confided this to Zhao Cheng, the latter inquired several times whether Yang Yan knew about his impending move to the city. Upon confirming that she was unaware, Zhao Cheng finally exhaled in relief, stating that he would first investigate the situation surrounding the Yang family and advised his son not to get too close to the girl for the time being to avoid any negative repercussions. In Chapter 80, Zhao Cheng sought to gather information about Yang Yan. Although Zhang Jianguo had done some preliminary groundwork, Yang Yan's character was undeniably flawed. Zhao Cheng was not easily deceived, and after acquiring a basic understanding of her, he returned home with a stern expression to confront his son, Zhao Yuancheng. He warned that her character posed a significant problem and that marrying such a woman could bring turmoil to the Zhao family for generations. He firmly opposed the marriage and instructed Zhao Yuancheng to proceed to the city, assuring him that he would handle the situation, unequivocally stating his disapproval of their union. Zhaocheng sighed deeply as he gazed at his eldest son. The son, lacking perceptiveness, fails to discern the essence of character in a person, fixating solely on superficial beauty. Yet, what significance does mere appearance hold if one's character is lacking? With benefactors aiding their family, it is evident that they are destined to transcend their humble origins and flourish. Thus, the choice of a spouse must be approached with utmost caution. Were it not for this, the son would not find himself of an age where marriage eludes him, a situation directly attributed to his father's concerns. Father, Yang Yin is truly a wonderful person, kind to me, and I believe she will show great filial piety towards you and mother. Zhao Yuancheng felt a buzzing in his head as he engaged in reluctant debate. While he often heeded his father's counsel, this time he was resolute in his refusal to listen. After all, he was not a child anymore. He yearned for a wife and children to share his life with, especially when he observed peers his age already raising families while he remained single. Even in the city, he desired a compassionate wife by his side. Yang Yin was indeed attractive, but more importantly, she treated him with a distinct warmth. Despite her rural background, marrying her was not out of the question. A woman, even without a formal job, could manage the household, care for children, and tend to the elderly, providing him with peace of mind. He was determined to marry this woman. However, doubts about Yang Yin's character loomed large. Although not married, rumors circulated regarding her questionable morals, including entanglements with her cousin that nearly led to scandal. Furthermore, Zhao Laotai's temperament was well known. If her niece resembled her in any way, it would signify trouble upon entering their home. Zhaocheng felt a wave of irritation as he recalled the whispers he had heard. It was said that, despite being a young woman, Yang Yin had a tarnished reputation, with stories of her close calls with scandal circulating in hushed tones. Some even claimed that she lacked decorum, that any man with something to gain would flock to her. Originally, her reputation had soured in the township, leading her to seek marriage in Zhao's village. If only young Laotai could marry her off to Zhang Jianguo. How splendid that would be. Zhaocheng sighed inwardly, aware that such a scenario was unlikely, yet he was adamant that his son must not pursue Yang Yin any further. Regardless of the opinions of others, he was resolute. This woman must not cross the threshold of his home. After a day of brooding at home, Zhao Yuancheng eventually relented, agreeing to his father's wishes and breaking up with Yang Yin. They arranged to meet at the threshing yard to clarify their situation, ensuring that their paths would diverge without further entanglements. Yang Yin, adorned beautifully, prepared to meet him. Meanwhile, Yang Xiong and his wife approached Zhang Jianguo's home with unease. Fully aware of the developments between Yang Yin and Zhao Yuancheng, Yang Yin's character and demeanor had left no room for pretense. Initially, Yang Laotai had intended to find a suitable match for her in the village. But with Yang Yin's interest in Zhao Yuancheng and her claims of a future in the city, she chose to turn a blind eye to the situation. Sister Lu, these past few days, you and your husband should align yourselves with Yang Yin a bit. I fear that the Zhao family may not be amenable to this marriage proposal, and in due course, Yang Yin might cause you further distress. It would be wiser to find a way to appease her desires, allowing you to settle a lingering concern. Zhang Jianguo is still endeavoring to persuade Yang Xiong and Lu Hohat. Lu Hohat, in good spirits, initially worried that Yang Yin would join forces with her mother-in-law against her. However, to her surprise, after she followed Zhang Jianguo's suggestion to lavish praise upon Zhao Yuancheng, Yang Yin's attention shifted entirely toward him. She exhibited no interest in collaborating with her mother-in-law to confront Lu Hohat, and even occasionally defended her, greatly improving her recent days. Thus, Lu Hohat readily acquiesced to Zhang Jianguo's advice. On another note, Yang Xiong announced that there was a notice in the village regarding a hunting expedition in the mountains tomorrow, requiring every household to provide a strong laborer. He approached the Zhang family to inquire who would venture into the mountains. Given that such an expedition lasts at least 3 days, if not more than a week, it was imperative to plan accordingly. My father, being advanced in age and preoccupied with monitoring the traps he had set, could not go this time, so I volunteered to enter the mountains. Zhang Jianguo, possessing some recollections from his past life, had an advantage in hunting compared to my father, especially since our family had a warm underground cave. This would afford my father some comfort at home. Yang Xiong would accompany me into the mountains, ensuring we had each other's backs. Zhang Jianguo reminded Yang Xiong to bring along essential supplies, urging him not to forget anything. With numerous participants for this hunting trip, the hunters were divided into over 10 small teams, each led by 2 militia leaders and comprising 10 members. They were also tasked with bringing specific provisions into the mountains. With designated entry points prearranged, the distance between each group was kept minimal to facilitate mutual assistance in case of danger. Due to the frigid weather, the hunters aimed to reach a previously used cave within a day, where they would hunt in the vicinity until they had gathered enough game before regrouping to descend the mountain together. When the time came, they would consume whatever game they had caught, with no hope for vegetables or other luxuries. Consequently, Zhang Jianguo carefully packed a portion of the tea gifted by Lord Long in a bamboo tube, along with other important items, preparing to join the others early the next day. However, before entering the mountains, Zhang Jianguo planned to make one last trip to the black market. As the journey would entail an extended absence, during a brief moment in the afternoon, he gathered some corn kernels. With the grain supply dwindling at home, he intended to visit the granary to see if he could collect some fallen grains near the pile, which would serve as superior bait compared to corn kernels. Yet, upon arriving at the granary, he found no grains but instead encountered Yang Yan and Zhao Yuancheng engaged in a rather intimate conversation. Zhang Jianguo felt it inappropriate to interrupt and decided to hide behind a stack of straw, intending to emerge once they had departed. Little did he know that this concealment would force him to witness a scene that would leave him blushing. Chapter 81. Someone has come knocking. Zhang Jianguo observed the struggle between Yang Yan and Zhao Yuancheng, after which Yang Yan fell into Zhao Yuancheng's embrace, appearing utterly boneless. Zhang Jianguo was not taken aback by Yang Yan's boldness. After all, she had previously dared to have Yang Xiong deliver her clothes while bathing. This indicated her liberal disposition regarding matters of intimacy, which was indeed quite astonishing for the time. Zhao Yuancheng had initially intended to break up with Yang Yan due to his father's disapproval, a resistance he found difficult to overcome. Although he felt a twinge of regret, he nonetheless mustered the resolve to apologize to Yang Yan. Yet, she clung to him, insisting that if they truly parted ways, they would lose the opportunity to be together forever. This sentiment struck Zhao Yuancheng with a pang of sorrow, and amidst their conversation, they found themselves entangled. In Zhao Yuancheng's mind, he had expected this to be the end of their relationship. He anticipated a period of discomfort upon returning home, but envisioned no further contact with Yang Yan. However, he could not resist as she collapsed in his arms, leading his hand to wander over her soft form. The innocence of people in that era was palpable, having never engaged in such frivolities with a woman before marriage. Zhao Yuancheng found his resolve crumbling in the face of such overwhelming sensations. As Yang Yan leaned in, their embrace deepened, and they stumbled together into a nearby haystack. Driven by an urgent desire, Zhang Jianguo, glancing at the haystack, realized that igniting it would seal their fate. Yang Yan would have no choice but to marry Zhao Yuancheng, and he would be compelled to wed her as well, lest they both face imprisonment for their indiscretions. Yet, this year's drought had made straw precious. Families required it for bedding, especially those like Ji Xiaoxi's, where a lack of straw could lead to illness and even death among the elderly during the frigid winter nights. Despite Zhang Jianguo's efforts, he was merely a passive observer, hoping to witness Yang Yan wed Zhao Yuancheng. However, he could not justify setting fire to the communal haystack for their sake. Thus, upon hearing the muffled sounds from within, he chose to depart, intending to lay bait at a snow trap instead. He left without trepidation, confident that Yang Yan was not easily dismissed. If Zhao Yuancheng wished to abandon her for the city, it would not be a simple task. That evening, Zhang Jianguo and his father were preoccupied with loading fish onto their cart. This time, they also brought along some fruit and red dates, intending to deliver them to Zhaojia. Additionally, he had procured a bird gun from Huangsan, stowing it in the cart. After their previous encounter with wolves on the road, Zhang Jianguo was cautious. He reasoned that if necessary, firing a couple of shots could potentially dispatch a wolf, preventing future threats during their nocturnal travels. On this occasion, Zhang Jianguo loaded a cart full of fish and set out with his father on a donkey cart. Long after the villagers had succumbed to slumber, they donned leather boots and military overcoats, braving the frigid night air and the icy ground beneath their feet without feeling particularly cold. However, throughout their journey, Zhang Jianguo remained cautious, sensing an inexplicable presence trailing behind them. Yet, each time he turned to look, he found nothing amiss. Zhang Yuancheng reassured him, suggesting that he was merely being overly anxious. Even if a lone wolf had once followed them, it would not linger for days. After all, a lone wolf frequently roams, never settling in one place or fixating on a single prey. Their luck could not be so unfortunate as to encounter wolves repeatedly. Reluctantly, Zhang Jianguo chuckled at his father's nonchalance, feigning indifference while keeping his bird gun close at hand, ready to react at a moment's notice. The journey to the black market proved uneventful, devoid of any wolf sightings. Upon reaching the market, Zhang Jianguo adhered to his usual routine. He caught 2 large catfish and several pounds of loach, setting them aside with the intention of selling one to Zhao Zhilan, should she arrive, and another to Old Long. After all, she had gifted him so much during their last encounter. Although these fish were not particularly valuable, they represented his heartfelt gratitude. Zhang Jianguo's family was unique in the fish trade, consistently maintaining their prices without inflating them. They regularly sold cartloads of fish, renowned for their exquisite taste, which had earned them a stellar reputation in the black market. Consequently, as soon as their stall was set up, customers began to arrive. "Boss, I'll buy all your fish. Could you give me a discount of 10 cents per pound? We could arrange to pick up the fish directly from your place, sparing you the trouble of delivery." One customer expressed eagerness to purchase all of his fish, citing the bitter cold as a reason for their convenience. Selling 500 pounds of fish for a mere few dollars less was a small price to pay for comfort. Furthermore, he indicated a willingness to establish a long-term purchasing arrangement, taking care of the loading himself. Zhang Jianguo scrutinized the man before him, clad in an unfamiliar black garment that was neither the typical cotton jacket of the locals nor any ordinary attire. It was made from a high-quality, smooth, and durable fabric, likely superior in warmth and protection against the elements than a standard cotton coat. Zhang Jianguo surmised that such an outfit must be expensive, potentially costing several months' worth of an ordinary person's wages. "No, thank you. We prefer to sell the fish ourselves. I hardly make a dime per pound," he replied. "Then what price can you offer? How about I add a little extra per pound so we both benefit? Or perhaps you could share your source, and I'll offer you $1,000 for that information." The man was evidently willing to invest significantly. Just by revealing his source, he could acquire 1,000 yuan. It was clear that once he gained this knowledge, the fish would no longer fetch a mere 5 mao per pound. The cost would ultimately be borne by the common folk purchasing the fish. "Absolutely not. You may leave. I cannot supply you with my fish. Do not hinder my business." Zhang Jianguo's mind swiftly grasped the situation. It was evident that this individual had observed the uniqueness of his fish in the market and their remarkable sales, prompting him to offer a high price for purchase with the intent of reselling. He might even have assumed that Zhang had procured the fish from another source, willing to pay a handsome sum as a finder's fee. Alas, the truth was that these fish had been retrieved from the subterranean caves of his home, a secret he would never divulge for a mere 1,000 yuan. Such a notion was beyond consideration, thus rendering any negotiation futile. Regrettably, the man remained undeterred and even resorted to a desperate tactic that left Zhang Yuancheng somewhat taken aback. Chapter 82. The Middleman? 50 cents, then? Based on your current selling price, I'm ready to purchase all your fish, down to the last cent. Just name a location, and I'll collect the goods. All at 50 cents per pound. We can establish a long-term partnership. The man's proposition left Zhang Yuancheng astounded. Essentially, if they nodded in agreement, all the fish could be sold immediately. 50 cents per pound. He would buy them all. On such a frigid day, when the biting wind froze droplets into ice. Even if their fish sold rapidly, it would still take an hour or two to sell out. Who could have anticipated such fortuitous luck to sell them all at once? Truly marvelous. All right, but you alone likely cannot handle such a quantity. We have around 500 to 600 pounds here. Zhang Yuancheng joyfully acquiesced, feeling as though they had been blessed by a deity, knowing the hardship of the cold. And here was a significant buyer, promising future cooperation, a delightful stroke of fortune indeed. He immediately agreed, but Zhang Jianguo tugged at his father's sleeve, indicating his disapproval of the sale. "Dad, we cannot sell this fish. Step aside. I have other customers waiting to buy." Zhang Jianguo held the scale, gesturing for his father to move back, asserting that the decision was his, and he would not consent to the sale. "My child, you are usually so astute. Why are you being foolish today? On such a cold day, wouldn't it be better to sell the fish at 50 cents a pound and enjoy a warm bowl of noodles afterwards? Why are you being so obstinate and refusing to listen?" Zhang Yuancheng, growing anxious, was well aware of his son's stubbornness. If he set his mind against something, Even 10 oxen could not persuade him otherwise. They were merely selling fish for money. Wouldn't it be beneficial to take the money now? Yet, his son remained obstinate. What was he thinking? Why, I'll buy them all at 50 cents a pound, and I'll take all your future stock. Simply because I do not wish to. I prefer to sell the fish myself. Is that so difficult to understand? Zhang Jianguo replied coolly, then motioned for his father to step aside. As a regular customer had arrived to purchase fish, praising the quality, claiming not only was the taste excellent, but that their family's health seemed to have improved, and remarkably, they had not fallen ill during this bitterly cold winter as in previous years. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for you. And consuming more fish undeniably benefits one's health. Zhang Jianguo, chuckling heartily, weighed the fish for his customer, charging 7 jin for a fish that weighed 7 jin, which delighted the buyer and brought him joy as well. The only person standing aside, clad in black, seemed displeased, with his face obscured by a scarf. It was impossible to discern his expression. However, Zhang Jianguo surmised that his demeanor was far from pleasant. As the number of customers steadily increased, the man in black ultimately departed in a huff, casting a complex glance at Zhang Jianguo and letting out a cold snort. Despite the bustling activity, it took them a couple of hours to sell all the fish, leaving them drenched in sweat. Zhang Yuancheng, at that moment, felt a tinge of frustration towards his son, lamenting that during the fish sale, his scale was inclined too high, and he often neglected to collect even a few coins from customers, resulting in a loss of several dollars even if the fish were priced at merely 5 mao per jin. Yet, they were utterly exhausted, leaving him baffled at his son's reasoning. Zhang Jianguo merely smiled and remained silent, his gaze scanning the crowd until someone called out to him. "Boss, I'll take the largest catfish. Make it big." Acknowledging the caller, he replied, "I saved one for you. When you arrive, I'll treat you to a bowl of noodles. I felt quite embarrassed after your last generous gesture." Seeing Zhou Zhilan still adorned with that eye-catching red scarf, he couldn't help but chuckle as he presented her with a large catfish, along with a small bag of fruit. These fruits were quite a rarity in Zhuocheng, and Zhang Jianguo had yet to encounter such fine specimens in the black market despite numerous visits. "How very courteous of you. I should be the one thanking you for the last occasion. Treating you to a meal is only fitting. However, if you insist on treating me, then I am grateful." Zhou Zhilan, being quite familiar with Zhang Jianguo, displayed no airs. Since he offered to treat her, she readily accepted, suggesting they dine at the elegant seating of Zhang Wu's establishment, particularly as it provided warmth against the cold. This time, Zhou Zhilan ordered only 3 bowls of noodles, claiming Zhang Jianguo had a hearty appetite, while she meticulously picked out the meat from her bowl and piled it generously into his. "Enough. I could hardly consume such a quantity. This beef noodle has scant beef as it is, and you've taken all of it." Zhang Jianguo truly felt a bit embarrassed. His family was not lacking in meat, so he reciprocated by placing the meat from his bowl into hers. They exchanged portions, and amidst their playful banter, laughter ensued. "I overheard your father earlier, remarking that simply presenting the fish to others could yield greater profits. What is the story behind that?" Zhou Zhilan inquired, her cheeks flushing at the increasing amount of beef in her bowl, hastily diverting the subject. Zhang Jianguo, without reservation, recounted the incident with the man in black who had come to wholesale fish. Zhou Zhilan listened intently, initially using her chopsticks to pick at her noodles, eventually laying them down in contemplation. Soon, she offered a thoughtful remark. "The figure clad in black is likely a middleman. The pricing of your fish seems somewhat undervalued. Market pork has surged to 0.65 yuan, so your fish should sell well at 0.60 yuan. At 0.65 yuan, they should also find a market, albeit with a longer time frame. Given the cold weather, there should be no losses. If someone is willing to purchase all your goods at 0.50 yuan per pound, it is undoubtedly for profit. I find it puzzling why you refuse to sell." Zhou Zhilan's mind is quick and her thoughts are far-reaching. If Zhang Jianguo's reluctance to raise prices stems from a fear of poor sales, then why does he hesitate to sell when someone offers to buy at such a low price? Zhang Jianguo lowers his head, consuming his noodles voraciously, contemplating whether to voice his innermost thoughts. How would Zhou Zhilan perceive him? Would she see him as foolish? Or, even if given another chance, would he remain as naive? Yet, certain traits and habits, regardless of the passage of years, are ingrained in one's very essence and are impossible to forget. Even Zhang Jianguo has wavered in his resolve, contemplating change. Zhou Zhilan observes Zhang Jianguo's demeanor and suddenly recalls his past actions, her mind connecting the dots. It seems I have discerned your habitual nature. You may not even be aware of it yet. I now understand why you are reluctant to wholesale these fish at a higher price. Chapter 83. Encountering an acquaintance again. Your words are shrouded in mystery. But I possess no peculiar habits or ideas. I simply ponder that this is not a time of drought, as many regions are suffering from disasters, compounded by heavy snowfall causing prices to rise. While I have only a modest supply of fish, each time there are several hundred pounds. Given the hardships faced by the common folk, being able to spend less on fish is undoubtedly a boon. Zhang Jianguo grins, revealing a set of pristine white teeth, prompting Zhaojia to realize for the first time how remarkably straight and bright they are. She gazes at him in amazement. His thoughts are so straightforward and genuinely kind. Even as an ordinary person, he strives to shine his light. Although the origins of his fish remain unknown, it is clear that procuring them in such frigid weather must be exceedingly challenging. Yet, Zhang Jianguo has not forsaken his inner convictions for the sake of greater profit, which instills a sense of admiration within Zhaojia. The habit I wish to mention is your apparent tendency to assist others effortlessly, as if performing good deeds has become second nature to you. Thank you. I now believe in you. No matter the challenges, I will certainly not marry Zheng Tai, even if it means severing ties with my family. By the way, I wish to ask you, if I don't marry Zheng Tai, will there still be better paths for me to pursue? This time, Zhaojia humbly inquires of Zhang Jianguo, having realized that despite his unassuming appearance, his words carry significant weight. That depends on what path you wish to take and how far you intend to go. It is essential to walk the sunny boulevard. The farther the better. Zhaojia chuckles softly. Conversing with Zhang Jianguo is genuinely delightful, and even the noodles taste particularly exquisite in this moment. I do have a solution, but allow me to keep you in suspense for a moment. Let me ponder it before I share. Zhang Jianguo indeed had a grand vision in mind, a pathway of sunshine perfectly suited for Zhaojia. However, to articulate such thoughts at present would be rather inappropriate. Perhaps he would share it with her in due time. It might truly alter Zhaojia's life, guiding her onto a path of brilliance. Observing that Zhang Jianguo was nearing the end of his noodles, Zhaojia hastily approached the proprietor to order him another bowl, while also requesting a bowl of beef noodles for Zhang Yuancheng. She took the opportunity to settle the bill. And when Zhang Jianguo emerged to pay, he discovered that once again, Zhaojia had treated him. This marked the second meal Zhaojia had generously offered him. And each time, it was Zhang Jianguo who insisted on treating her. Ah, here I am, treating you while you handle the bill. Thank you, thank you. Do not keep such precise accounts. It is I who should be expressing gratitude. Zhaojia smiled. And Zhang Jianguo informed her that he would be venturing into the mountains for hunting the following day, likely not returning to the black market for at least a week, advising her not to come in vain. Next time, I shall bring you the largest catfish, he declared. When we meet again, I shall reveal a little secret to you. Next time, 2 fish, and you must not refuse payment. Ah, very well. Next time, I shall tell you how your life's journey ought to unfold. After they shared a jovial agreement, they parted ways. Zhang Jianguo returned home to procure another large catfish before seeking out Long Yi. To his surprise, Long Yi was absent from the small abode that day. Only one of his subordinates was present to receive the gift. Expressing gratitude and assuring Zhang Jianguo that he would report back to Long Yi, he inquired when Zhang Jianguo would return. I should be back in at least a week. I have some matters to attend to, Zhang Jianguo replied. Ah, Long Yi is quite concerned for you. I shall relay your message. The subordinate, though not overly concealed, wore his collar up, revealing him to be a spirited young man with a crew cut. Not wishing to linger since Long Yi was unavailable, Zhang Jianguo departed after delivering the gift. Knowing he needed to gather supplies for his return, he continued to browse the market, soon encountering a familiar face, Li Qingshan. Though Li Qingshan had wrapped himself quite snugly, the new military coat he donned and the wares he was selling made Zhang Jianguo recognize him instantly. Li Qingshan was offering couplets, the character for fortune and door gods. Although the new year was still some time away and such items were not in high demand, Li Qingshan's exquisite calligraphy was hard to resist. Zhang Jianguo stood for a considerable duration, admiring each character, which was penned with strength and style, flowing like a gentle stream. Even though Zhang Jianguo was not particularly versed in calligraphy or painting, he could discern Li Qingshan's notable talent. Yet, in such times of scarcity, despite the undeniable quality of his writings and couplets, there were few buyers to be found. How much for a set of couplets and fortune characters? Zhang Jianguo inquired. 1 yuan per set, which includes 2 couplets, 5 fortune characters, and auspicious phrases for opening the door and prosperity for the household. The phrase population clearing auspiciously symbolizes the well-being of a family, while wealthy pigs are affixed in pigsties to wish for swift growth in livestock. Similarly, phrases about flocks of chickens and ducks adorn the edges of chicken coops, representing the hope for prosperity in the coming year. In truth, the policy at that time dictated 1 household per family, imposing restrictions on raising chickens, typically allowing only 2 to 5. Pigs, however, could be raised in exchange for money with food companies. The challenge was that with little surplus grain at home, merely ensuring the family was well fed was already a considerable feat, making the prospect of raising chickens or pigs quite daunting. Could you prepare 2 sets of couplets for me? That would be 2 yuan, correct? Indeed, replied Li Qingshan, pleasantly surprised. He had not sold a single penny since opening his stall, yet here was a significant customer. This customer bore an oddly familiar visage. As Zhang Jianguo requested auspicious phrases about flocks of chickens and ducks to be inscribed on red paper, Li Qingshan finally recognized him through his voice. This man was, in fact, the one who had previously purchased his books. Without hesitation, Li Qingshan complied. Despite the chill in the air, his hands remained steady as he wrote elegantly and beautifully, much to Zhang Jianguo's satisfaction. After exchanging 2 yuan for a collection of couplets pinned on red paper, Zhang Jianguo continued his exploration. He observed a concerning trend. Many goods on the black market had surged in price, particularly those related to food and heating supplies. When he inquired, vendors lamented that the bitter cold had hindered the arrival of many goods from afar. Local supplies were also dwindling, with the supply and marketing cooperative shelves largely bare, making it difficult to procure items. This was indeed the truth. Zhang Jianguo purchased additional flour to prepare dumplings for the new year, as well as a considerable amount of pressed noodles. He also acquired sweet potato flour at 20 cents per pound, managing to procure 5 pounds for a single yuan. This ingredient was delectable when cooked. Additionally, there was a type of white malt sugar resembling dough, which would stick together when heated but required a small metal spatula to break into pieces when cold. This malt sugar was quite sweet, and Zhang Jianguo thought of his sister, who had little to eat during the winter, and decided to bring a large chunk home. With an assortment of goods in tow, Zhang Jianguo and his father returned via donkey cart. Stay alert on the road. Keep an eye behind us, for I fear we may encounter wolves again. As soon as they boarded the cart, Zhang Yuancheng cautioned his son to remain vigilant. Father, we have guns, all loaded. If that wolf dares to return, I assure you I will take it down with a single shot, Zhang Jianguo asserted, patting the side of the cart where his firearm rested. Today, he felt considerably more at ease, eagerly awaiting the wolf's return. Should it dare approach, he was ready to eliminate it. Although the icy road crunched beneath them, Zhang Jianguo felt no chill. Wrapped in a scarf, donning a hat, and clad in a military overcoat, he was thoroughly insulated against the cold. In fact, the warmth lulled him into a drowsy state. After an indeterminate period, he was roused by his father's voice calling him. Startled, Zhang Jianguo's hand instinctively reached for his firearm. Where are you? Did you spot the wolf? The journey was devoid of peril, and no wolves were detected in pursuit. Having arrived home, I noticed you were sleeping soundly and refrained from waking you. Now that we are home, you should hasten inside and rest. For tomorrow you must venture into the mountains once more. At this moment, Zhang Yuancheng felt a pang of concern for his son, who had endured a sleepless night and would need to accompany the others up the mountain the following day. The mountain paths are treacherous, and a lack of rest could prove to be quite taxing. Zhang Jianguo, too, felt the weight of fatigue upon seeing his mother assisting with the unloading of their belongings. He quickly retreated to his room to sleep, oblivious to the commotion of Zhang Yuancheng and others moving items, remaining deep in slumber. However, his repose was short-lived, as he soon heard Yang Xiong calling at the door, urging him to rise quickly, for everyone was gathering in the village. Zhang Jianguo hurriedly got up, packed his pre-prepared backpack, and exchanged brief words with his mother before preparing to leave, only to be firmly detained by He Yufang, who insisted that he consume a bowl of egg noodles before departing. She also roasted a few sweet potatoes for him, suggesting they might stave off hunger during the journey, and boiled several eggs, which she insisted he pocket. By the time a well-fed Zhang Jianguo arrived at the village assembly, he was nearly among the last to arrive. The first group had already set off into the mountains, and due to his tardiness, he was assigned to the final small team, led by none other than Zhao Er, who served as the deputy leader. Observing Zhao Er's disgruntled gestures as he petitioned Huang San for a transfer, it became evident that he was reluctant to lead this team, citing the deputy's inadequacy and poor marksmanship as reasons. This clearly indicated his disdain for Zhang Jianguo. With all other teams already in the mountains, only their small group remained. As the overall leader, I must take responsibility for all of you. Were it not for this obligation, I would have swapped with you. Do not be ungrateful. While in the mountains, listen attentively to Jianguo's insights. Huang San dismissed Zhao Er's request, also admonishing him to heed Zhang Jianguo's advice. This left Zhao Er seething, as he believed his marksmanship was superior and held a deep-seated resentment towards Zhang Jianguo, convinced that having him around would be a hindrance. Jianguo, you have finally arrived. We were indeed awaiting you. We must proceed swiftly, lest we miss out on prime locations and fail to catch any game, Yang Xiong exclaimed. Visibly delighted to see Zhang Jianguo, he quickly rallied everyone to enter the mountains, warning that if they did not secure shelter in a cave that night, they would risk freezing in the harsh cold while camping outside. Though referred to as a small team, it comprised a considerable number of individuals, around 30, all prepared to embark on their mountainous adventure. At this juncture, several familiar peers gathered around Zhang Jianguo. Among them was Lu Chang, the son of the cart driver Lu Er, who recalled Zhang Jianguo's previous generosity in providing a wild boar leg and eagerly approached to greet him, even offering assistance with his heavy luggage, boasting of his physical strength. Lu Chang, if you are indeed strong, then lend me a hand with this heavy load. Zhang Jianguo replied. Nearby, Ji Xiaoxi, overhearing this exchange, quickly chimed in, only to be met with Lu Chang's playful retort. Go away, you are the laziest of them all. You won't even carry your thin blanket. I foresee your laziness will lead to missed opportunities for hunting, and I wonder how you will fare this year. You just mentioned wanting to save some money to build a house after the new year, yet your cattle shed is uninhabitable. Zhang Jianguo observed Lu Chang and Ji Xiaoxi joking around, but he was deep in thought. Indeed, Ji Xiaoxi was exceedingly indolent. If he did not change his ways, he might find himself trapped in a cycle of his past life, and his mother, burdened by ailments, likely would not live many more years. Yes, Ji Xiaoxi, you must abandon your laziness. Your home resembles an ice cellar. Your mother and sister will fall ill living in such conditions. Save some money, endure this winter, and next year, construct a proper house. Although Ji Xiaoxi dismissed Lu Chang's words, he paid heed to Zhang Jianguo's counsel, which resonated within him. This was largely due to the fact that Zhang Jianguo had been the only one to visit him in the cattle shed and assist in repairing his home. His mother had often remarked that Zhang Jianguo was a person worth befriending, encouraging her son to heed his advice and grow closer to him. Though the days had been clear and the snow in the mountains had melted somewhat, the mountain paths remained treacherous. The group moved slowly, and Zhao Er grew impatient, incessantly urging them onward and scolding them. You bunch of little rascals, can't you move any faster? If we don't find a cave before nightfall, we will freeze to death. Not only are we late, but you are also dawdling on the way. Are you trying to endanger everyone? Zhao Er's anger made his words harsh, often veiled insults directed at Zhang Jianguo. Zhang Jianguo refused to indulge him, retorting, Zhao Er, as the leader, you must unite everyone and strategize. Where do we aim to reach by noon, and where by night? What good does mere scolding do? A leader should rely on their intellect, not just their voice. If not for your late arrival, would we have ended up in this predicament? If we cannot find a suitable place to rest, we might face dire consequences. Can you bear that responsibility? Do not think that your ability to dig traps makes you exceptional. In these mountains, superior marksmanship is essential. At this point, Zhao Er dropped the facade. He observed the others, particularly the younger ones, gravitating toward Zhang Jianguo, which unsettled him and challenged his authority. Thus, he sought to provoke conflict during their journey, intending to establish dominance and ensure Zhang Jianguo behaved submissively once they entered the mountains. Unfortunately for Zhao Er, Zhang Jianguo was not easily intimidated and refused to tolerate his antics. Consequently, during their midday break, they laid their grievances bare. Our small team is numerous. It would be wiser to split into two groups, with each leader guiding their own team. This way, internal strife will not jeopardize our hunting success. Each individual hunts for themselves. As long as we fulfill our collective tasks, all will be well. Zhang Jianguo swiftly proposed a solution. He was in the mountains to hunt, not to endure Zhao Er's incessant complaints. Even if Zhao Er possessed some skills, Zhang Jianguo had no intention of coddling him. especially with memories of his past life giving him confidence in his hunting abilities. Chapter 85, Diverging Paths. This was a proposition of your own making. Do not lament it later. Zhao nearly burst into laughter, for his relentless pursuit of trouble was merely a stratagem to separate himself from Zhang Jianguo. He believed himself competent enough to manage without Zhang Jianguo, who he felt was impeding his progress. Fearing Zhang Jianguo's potential regrets, Zhao hastily urged everyone to divide into 2 groups and pursue their separate paths after the midday respite. He summoned a few close acquaintances and sought to recruit some diligent and obedient laborers. As for individuals like Yang Xiong and Ji Xiaoxi, he had no intention of including them, leaving them entirely for Zhang Jianguo. Zhao, this is unjust. You selected first. Zhang Jianguo ought to have a chance to choose as well. Such fortuitous opportunities cannot be monopolized by you. Lu Chong observed as Zhao gathered all the skilled marksmen and seasoned mountain-goers, leaving the inexperienced youths for Zhang Jianguo. Indeed, it cannot solely be your privilege to choose. It is inequitable. If you do not allow Zhang Jianguo to select, we shall all join your group. Ji Xiaoxi also chimed in. Known in the village for his cantankerous nature, one who preferred reclining over standing, he would be loathed by Zhao group. Then I shall select a dozen or so. 20 in total shall suffice. Zhang Jianguo too selected a fair number of compliant villagers, including 2 elderly individuals with lesser physical stamina, whom he accepted graciously. Upon witnessing the distribution of personnel, Zhao realized his initial selections had granted him a considerable advantage, and fearing Zhang Jianguo's possible regrets, he promptly urged his 20 companions to hasten their journey. Those accompanying him were villagers with whom he shared amicable relations. Observing their small contingent, composed of robust and seasoned hunters, he had effectively commandeered the finest members of the team. In contrast, Zhang Jianguo's group was comprised of the young and the elderly, with a few incapable of even moving a stone, and he could already foresee that a week hence, these individuals might not only fail to complete the village's tasks, but might also find themselves facing starvation. Thus, after finishing their rations at midday, Zhao led his group away, leaving the remaining villagers to gaze at Zhang Jianguo. Let us not falter in spirit, though others may disdain us. We must not belittle ourselves. Come, we must swiftly seek a cave. Zhang Jianguo called out, rallying everyone to action. The mountains behind Zhaojia Village were particularly vast, an unbroken chain of peaks, where even the locals dared only to roam the peripheries, fearful of venturing too deep into the wilderness. For once one entered the heart of the mountains, the risk of becoming lost was ever present, with danger lurking at every turn, making escape nearly impossible. Therefore, they needed to find shelter that night, and numerous caves or tree shelters existed along the mountain's edge, providing temporary refuge from the elements. In the bitter cold of winter, caves offered the most favorable sanctuary. Thus their task for the day was to locate a cave, which would serve as their base from which to venture westward in search of game, planning to descend after a few days of hunting. Zhang Jianguo and his companions soon discovered a cave, but as they approached, someone emerged from within and greeted them. It is evident that this place was previously occupied by them, and they must continue their search for the next cave. The group hurried towards the next cavern, but some expressed concerns, noting that darkness would soon fall, and with it, the wolves would become active, rendering their passage through the mountains particularly perilous. Fear not, for we are armed. Should the need arise, we can secure our dinner by hunting our prey in advance. Yang Xiong remained utterly unconcerned. The mountains teemed with game, and he had already secured a plump rabbit at his waist, his spirits high with the thrill of the hunt. His fortunate luck had rewarded him swiftly after their separation, yielding the first rabbit of their expedition. Zhang Jianguo stood beside a majestic 5-leaf maple tree, which was too large for a single person to encircle. In autumn, its leaves blazed like a fiery sunset, marking a prominent landmark at the mountain's edge. Adjacent to this maple were several paths. One led deeper into the mountains while others diverged to the left and right, likely seldom traversed. Most would continue forward, requiring approximately 3 hours of travel before reaching a cave suitable for shelter. Let us proceed to the right, I suggested, for there lies a cave approximately 2 hours ahead, devoid of footprints, indicating it remains unoccupied. An urgent need to advance for another 3 hours loomed, and darkness would certainly descend, complicating their journey. The presence of numerous footprints ahead suggested that others had passed that way, and should the cave be claimed by others, they would find themselves stranded in the dead of night. Perhaps we should alter our course and explore another route, I proposed. This alternate location, while possessing a cave, bore no signs of prior visitors, and with over 2 hours left before full darkness, they would have ample time to establish a secure refuge. Zhang Jianguo's suggestion garnered unanimous agreement from the others, who were eager to proceed quickly and, with a stroke of luck, find the cave before nightfall. Under Zhang Jianguo's leadership, the group shifted to a new path, for the snow-covered terrain bore no signs of previous travelers. Shortly after their departure, they heard a rustling sound, prompting Zhang Jianguo to halt abruptly and raise his firearm. Several others also spotted game and lifted their weapons in readiness. With 2 sharp reports echoing through the air, Lu Chong dashed forward, elated to collect a still quivering rabbit, while some comrades had successfully hunted a wild chicken. This direction is promising, it appears untraveled, and the abundance of game confirms our change of course was wise. Had we followed in their wake, we would have lost any valuable finds. Yang Xiong, too, had captured a rabbit, his spirits soaring with joy. They had traversed several hours that morning, and he alone had secured a rabbit while others returned empty-handed. Yet, on this new path, in less than half an hour, their party had already gathered several rabbits and wild chickens. Indeed, let us hasten hunting as we search for that cave. Zhang Jianguo, leading the way, made conspicuous marks on prominent trees to ensure they would not lose their bearings in the snowy expanse. His meticulous nature served him well in their endeavors. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, the number of prey encountered gradually increased, occasionally accompanied by the distant sound of gunfire, indicating that other teams were also engaged in hunting. As twilight descended, it became evident that darkness would envelop the land within half an hour. Zhang Jianguo, relying on his memory, arrived at a relatively flat area within the forest, only to find that the thick accumulation of snow rendered the landscape a uniform expanse of white, obscuring the entrance to the cave entirely. What a predicament this was! Chapter 86, A Perilous Scene. Everyone, search the area for a water source, Zhang Jianguo instructed. I recall that there is a pond less than 100 meters from the cave. Exercise caution, for the pond may be frozen and concealed beneath the snow. He surveyed the surrounding trees, certain that this was the correct location. However, the snow was so deep that aside from the faint outlines of the trees, the rocks, cliffs, and the pond were entirely hidden from view. Under normal circumstances, when the water levels were high, a small stream would flow by the pond, often attracting birds and animals from the mountains to quench their thirst. Hurry, darkness is approaching. We must locate the cave. If we cannot find it, we must seek a sheltered spot nearby, or, failing that, we shall dig a snow cave. An elderly hunter from the village, known as Sun the Blind, called out. Around 50 years of age, he had lost one eye and was often referred to by this moniker, rendering his real name forgotten. As the oldest among them and burdened with blindness, he was overlooked by Zhao during the selection process, ultimately leaving him to join Zhang Jianguo's group. Zhang Jianguo's small team dispersed, each member having grown up in the mountains, fully aware of the dire consequences of spending a night outdoors in such heavy snowfall without shelter. The risk of falling ill from exposure was high, and if they failed to secure any game, their survival would be jeopardized. In his previous life, Zhang Jianguo had frequented this area and had vivid memories of the cave. While instructing the others to search for water, he recalled the location of the cave and directed his search toward the higher snowdrifts, as its entrance was situated at an elevated position beneath a grand pine tree. Yet, the blinding white expanse rendered it impossible to discern the cave's location, whether beneath the pine or elsewhere. As he combed through the snow, a broken branch from a pine tree caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a small pine tree not far from his feet. Its branches bent low under the weight of the snow. Instantly recognizing this pine, he dashed downhill, and as he ran, he inadvertently slipped, tumbling down the slope beside the tree. I found it. Everyone, come quickly. We were mistaken in our direction, Zhang Jianguo shouted. It turned out that their previous inability to locate the cave was due to the heavy snowfall. They had unwittingly climbed halfway up the mountain, while the cave was actually situated below them. A group of individuals quickly descended the snow slope, soon discovering that in a nearby low-lying area, there indeed appeared to be a small river, its surface frozen, yet the subtle sound of flowing water could be faintly heard from within. Here lies a sizable pond, frozen solid. One wonders if there are fish beneath the ice. Yang Xiong too has discovered the pond, and his spirits are uplifted by the sight of wild animal tracks on its western edge. Moreover, at the very perimeter of the pond, there appear to be signs of disturbance, likely caused by either wildlife or human activity. In light of this, Yang Xiong hastens to break the ice. For should they decide to dwell within this cave, they will need to access water here. While melting snow could serve as a source, it is rather labor-intensive. At last, they have located the cave entrance. Bring forth the torches. Zhang Jianguo has pinpointed the location and swiftly unearths the cave's mouth, which has nearly been concealed by snow. Without prior familiarity, one would undoubtedly struggle to find it. Such caves are often claimed by wild beasts, and it is imperative to use a torch to test the air within, ensuring no lurking dangers await. The most effective method is to employ fire. This not only drives away venomous insects, but also can expel or even eliminate any creatures that might have taken residence inside. The villagers of Zhao family village, raised by the mountains, spring into action at Zhang Jianguo's call, gathering branches from the pine trees, which are laden with thick resin. Although the burning branches produce considerable smoke, their prolonged combustion makes them ideal for this purpose. They quickly ignite the pine branches and send them into the cave, while Zhang Jianguo instructs several villagers to ready their firearms. Suddenly, a commotion arises from within the cave, prompting Zhang Jianguo to alert everyone. Amidst the swirling smoke, a shadow darts towards the exit. A gunshot rings out. Sun Xiezi has fired. Despite having only one eye, he unexpectedly hits his target. When Yang Xiong bravely drags the creature into view with a stick, they discover it to be a 10-kilogram jackal. Upon sighting the beast, Zhang Jianguo's heart sinks. Quickly, search the surroundings for other exits. The jackal is cunning. It seeks to divert our attention while its pack lurks within. He recalls that this cave may have another entrance, albeit obscured by the heavy snowfall. Night has fallen, and even those aware of potential openings would struggle to locate them, as the snow has drastically altered the landscape. Indeed, although the group diligently follows Zhang Jianguo's guidance, they find no alternative exit after a thorough search. Fortunately, they do uncover numerous pine trees, which they begin to fell for firewood. The smoke from the cave persists, yet any further sounds have ceased, and darkness has enveloped the outside world. Some begin to clear the accumulated snow, stacking the gathered pine branches and withered twigs into a pile. Shall we venture inside to explore? The dense fog within the cavern had finally dissipated. Zhang Jianguo cautiously placed several torches at the cave's entrance. After a prolonged silence, he, along with Yang Xiong and Sun Xiazi, armed with rifles and holding torches, ventured deeper into the cave. The lingering smoke was still suffocating, and an unpleasant odor reminiscent of urine permeated the air. Scattered about were the bones of beasts gnawed upon by wolves, along with clumps of animal fur. The cave, having been illuminated by fire, was surprisingly dry and warm, devoid of the dampness one might expect. This cavern was vast. Zhang Jianguo, relying on the flickering light of Yang Xiong's torch, traversed over 10 meters without encountering the end of the cave. Instead, he noticed a distinct chill in the air, significantly colder than when they had first entered. Suddenly, the torch extinguished, startling Yang Xiong, who nearly dropped it, nearly striking his foot. Zhang Jianguo then retrieved a flashlight, illuminating the once dark cavern anew. At that moment, Yang Xiong exclaimed, "Jianguo, quickly look ahead." Chapter 87. A Promising Discovery. I see it. I'm not mistaken. Hurry, let us investigate. Zhang Jianguo retorted, ushering Yang Xiong towards the exit. To their surprise, the cave had more than one outlet, explaining why the wolves, blocked from the primary entrance, still managed to escape. One could only admire the cunning of these creatures. Their lair surely boasted multiple exits. Otherwise, if trapped as they were today, they would be doomed. Upon emerging from the exit, they were met with a blanket of snow and an icy chill. The ground littered with chaotic paw prints left by the wolves. Yang Xiong lamented, "Why didn't we consider this location? If we had blocked it off, we could have slain them all. The pelts of those wolves would fetch a good price, and with each one yielding 30 to 40 pounds of meat, a den could provide an impressive haul of 1 to 200 pounds. Such a bounty in a single day of hunting was rare. There's no point in regretting now. It's too late. We've traveled all day, exhausted and disheveled. Let us quickly block this entrance. We've secured a splendid cave. We should be content." Zhang Jianguo chuckled, genuinely pleased with the cavern, which measured several meters deep and wide. While the entrance appeared small, the interior was remarkably spacious, accommodating their 20-member group without concern for crowding or cooking space. Had they not known of such a haven in this snowy, dark weather, they would have struggled to find a suitable refuge. Right, let us get moving. Ignite the torches and burn away the damp. dark corners of the cave to ward off any venomous creatures and alleviate the humidity. We should also check for any snake or rat burrows and clear them out. Sun Xiaozi, an experienced hunter, beamed with delight at the discovery of such a cave, unable to conceal his joy. In truth, the villagers have grown up along the mountainside for generations, possessing knowledge of various caves scattered throughout the hills. However, they seldom encounter a cavern of such considerable size. Fortunately, Zhang Jianguo's keen sense of direction led them to discover this excellent refuge. At once, a portion of the group began to stoke the fire within the cave, while others gathered timber, boiled water to prepare a meal, and a few kept watch nearby, ready to fire upon any wild creatures that might approach. This location is a full day's journey from the village, generally untraveled by human footsteps. The mountains teem with wildlife, and packs of wolves lurk about, indicating a plethora of beasts in the vicinity. Rabbits, wild chickens, and various other animals abound. Before long, several gunshots echoed through the air, as Lu Chang successfully hunted a wild boar. The boar weighed over 10 pounds and resembled a smaller version of a pig, adorned with mottled fur. Its meat, if not properly prepared, bore a somewhat earthy taste, rendering its market value less than favorable. Zhang Jianguo instructed the others to cook some rice and stew the wild boar along with the innards of the wolf, intending to consume it the following morning. He planned to take the wolf's pelt back with them, while the meat would later be exchanged in the village for provisions. While boiling the wild boar, Zhang Jianguo tossed in several slices of fresh ginger, a precaution he took upon entering the mountains, having brought a sizable bag to ward off the cold with ginger-infused water. My goodness, you even brought ginger. I had almost forgotten its flavor, only recalling its ability to mask the stench, exclaimed Sun Xiaozi joyfully, as he gingerly stirred the ginger in the pot, praising Zhang Jianguo's mother for her culinary foresight in having ginger at home. This year's harvest had been poor, and homegrown ginger was a rare commodity. After a long day trudging through the snow, Zhang Jianguo suggested adding more water to the pot, encouraging everyone to drink some ginger water to fend off the chill. With a smile, he broke off a small piece of ginger and invited the villagers to take turns warming their clothes and shoes by the fire. His boots and pant cuffs had become quite damp, while many others lacked proper winter footwear. For instance, Ji Xiaoxi was still wearing tattered shoes with holes, bound with straw to prevent slipping, yet even those had become thoroughly soaked. If they did not warm themselves soon, their feet risked severe frostbite. I have some chili peppers as well. I'll toss them in to boil. But when it's time to ladle out the soup, please return my few peppers, as I wish to preserve their flavor for the next meal. Lu Chang observed Zhang Jianguo adding ginger to the pot, and, after some contemplation, retrieved 3 sun-dried red chili peppers from his pack, reluctantly tossing them in. His gesture elicited warm laughter from many, for in these times of scarcity, those who could share even a little ginger or chili were truly good comrades. A few stones were placed at the cave entrance to shield against the wind, while the damp spots inside had been warmed by the fire. They had even caught a few scorpions, which were not wasted but roasted over the flames, filling the air with a delightful aroma that ultimately satisfied their hunger. After a prolonged period of toil, the group gathered around the fire, awaiting the completion of the wild boar stew. As they faced the flames, wisps of steam rose from their damp garments, a testament to the moisture evaporating in the warmth. Come, bring a bowl. Allow me to ladle some soup for you. 1 bowl per person, no fighting over it. Zhang Jianguo first glanced at the large pot containing the meat. While stewing the pig's intestines, he had counted out 20 pieces, just enough for each person to have a slice, accompanied by a generous spoonful of soup and a ladle of rice. To be frank, those with hearty appetites would hardly find it sufficient, but given the limited amount of meat, this was all they could manage with so many people present. How fragrant! The meat soup, enhanced with ginger and chili, was bursting with flavor, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Although Zhang Jianguo felt the soup was somewhat scant, the villagers relished it, for the pig's intestines surprisingly lacked any earthy taste. He had also added salt and white pepper, both of which induced perspiration. After a few sips of the hot soup, everyone felt particularly comfortable. The chill that had previously settled in their bodies vanished almost instantly. Ji Xiaoxi, with a cheerful smile, remarked, "Brother Zhang, this is the benefit of going into the mountains with you. Eating meat, drinking soup, and warming by the fire. May I sleep next to you tonight? I could warm your feet." Laughter erupted among the crowd, teasing Ji Xiaoxi, jokingly suggesting that Zhang Jianguo should sleep with a fragrant woman to warm his feet, instead of being bothered by a smelly man like him. "Forget it, you reek. You probably haven't bathed in a month. I fear you might have lice. Zhang Jianguo retorted disdainfully. He found a corner to settle in. Although it was a bit farther from the fire, it was dry and well ventilated. More importantly, his blanket was warm enough to endure the distance from the flames. After assigning someone to keep watch, Zhang Jianguo lay down to sleep. However, in the midst of a drowsy slumber, he was suddenly roused by a nauseating smell of something burnt. Wake up, Ji Xiaoxi. Quick, your blanket is on fire. The moment he caught a whiff of the charred odor, he realized someone's clothing or blanket had ignited. Turning around, he saw Ji Xiaoxi, who was closest to the fire, with a corner of his blanket ablaze. Yet, Ji Xiaoxi was sleeping soundly, oblivious to the danger. Frustrated, Zhang Jianguo had no choice but to roll up his blanket and rush into the snowy expanse outside the cave. He frantically patted the burning corner of the blanket against the snow until it was extinguished, though it was left with a gaping hole. At that moment, Zhang Jianguo noticed how thin Ji Xiaoxi's blanket was. The fabric was so worn that the cotton stuffing was barely discernible, appearing black and yellow. It was so light in his hands, he could hardly feel its weight. Ji Xiaoxi's family was truly impoverished. By the time Zhang Jianguo returned with the blanket, Ji Xiaoxi had already awakened from the cold, dazed and confused. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, he nearly cried out, lamenting that it was the best blanket his family owned. Now that this blanket is burned, how will I survive the winter? I'll freeze to death in the cow shed. I might as well have stayed in the mountains with you. At least there's a fire and meat soup to enjoy. Would you like to sleep under a new blanket? To have a new house? To receive a pair of boots like mine for the new year? Indeed, I wish for a full military coat. With a surge of courage, Ji Xiaoxi cast a furtive glance at the military greatcoat worn by Zhang Jianguo. Throughout the day, his gaze had been fixed upon that coat, a source of envy that even invaded his dreams at night. If you wish to accompany me, you must work diligently and not entertain thoughts of idleness. Your blanket is soaked. It seems you shall not find rest tonight. Allow me to lend you my greatcoat, but should you dare to damage it, I will hold you accountable. Zhang Jianguo's words filled Ji Xiaoxi with both alarm and delight, prompting him to step back hastily from the fire. The coat was new, rumored to be quite expensive. If it were to be ruined, he would have no tears left to shed. After a few harsh words directed at Ji Xiaoxi, many succumbed to the heaviness of sleep, while some continued to snore, utterly oblivious to their surroundings, for the weariness of a day's travel had taken its toll. Zhang Jianguo, too, fatigued from the night's events, soon drifted into slumber. Upon awakening the next day, a tantalizing aroma of meat wafted through the air. It turned out that Sun Xie was simmering the entrails of the wolf from the previous day, with a few of Lu Chang's chilies and several slices of ginger that had been saved from yesterday's meal to enhance the flavor. Outside, the sky had brightened. There was no snowfall, promising a splendid day. Let us have a modest meal of our provisions accompanied by the meat broth. Afterwards, we shall divide into groups for hunting, while the remainder will excavate traps. We can dig some traps by the pond, using the snow as cover. That should prove effective. As the day wanes, we must return promptly, avoiding unnecessary delays. Today, we shall work diligently and enjoy a hearty meal in the evening. Life in the mountains does not afford the luxury of more than 2 meals a day. Moreover, today marks the first day of our hunting expedition, and we must familiarize ourselves with the local wildlife, noting the presence of wild-born nests, wolf packs, or black bears. Since we have ventured deep into the mountains, our ambitions should extend beyond mere rabbits and wild chickens, for they yield little sustenance. With so many mouths to feed, we must target larger game. The finest quarry includes wild sheep and wild boars. Eliminating an entire nest can yield enough to warrant our descent from the mountains. Notably, wild boars can sometimes be found in groups of a dozen or more, each weighing hundreds of pounds. Capturing one would be a significant boon. Zhang Jianguo swiftly organized the tasks for everyone. Initially, he intended to take Ji Xiaoxi hunting, but upon noticing his threadbare shoes, which left his feet swollen and red, he reconsidered. A few other villagers, though shod, wore similarly worn liberation shoes. Despite their claims of not feeling the cold, it was evident that such thin footwear was insufficient against the biting snow. Therefore, Zhang Jianguo assigned them to excavate traps near the pond, as there were animal tracks in those areas. By breaking the ice, they could attract wildlife seeking water, making the traps more effective. With these arrangements made, Zhang Jianguo, accompanied by Yang Xiong and Lu Chang, focused their efforts around the cave, scouting the western region. Recognizing Sun Xie's experience, He called upon him as they departed. Zhao was awakened by a sharp gust of cold wind. Last night, they ran with considerable speed, and despite their efforts, they scoured several locations before finally discovering a small cave measuring only 5 square meters. Although the cave was somewhat cramped, it could accommodate a dozen or so individuals huddled within, sparing them the misfortune of sleeping exposed in the frigid wilderness. Zhao felt a sense of private relief. Deeming himself rather astute, had he not parted ways with Zhang Jianguo, 10 individuals would have struggled to fit into the cave. Though the cave was too small for anyone to lie flat while sleeping, it did not hinder them from curling up in the corners to catch brief moments of rest. Alternating in shifts, one group would sleep inside while another remained at the entrance, enduring the cold until it became unbearable, at which point they would swap places. As the captain, Zhao remained curled up inside the cave without exchanging places with others, yet he still found himself shivering through the night, waking repeatedly from the cold. Due to the cave's limited space, they were reluctant to build a large fire, fearing it would consume the air and suffocate them. Hence, today, they needed to assign a few individuals to enlarge the cave. It was imperative to create a more spacious shelter. Once a campsite was established, they would be hunting in the vicinity for the next month or two. A cramped cave would severely impede their rest, and over time, it would become unbearable. Do not complain about the size of this cave. At least we have a refuge from the wind and rain, Zhao remarked. I suspect that Zhang Jianguo, that armchair strategist, must have suffered greatly last night. Who knows, perhaps his group ended up sleeping exposed in the freezing cold. When it comes to hunting, without a proper leader, it can be fatal. Hearing the villagers lament about the cold and the lack of space, Zhao could not help but interject when they mentioned the need to work diligently to expand the cave, for without doing so, sleep would become a challenge. Indeed, when it comes to hunting in the mountains and finding a suitable cave, no one could rival Captain Zhao. Upon his utterance, several villagers chuckled in agreement, secretly grateful to be following Zhao. Though last night was cold, at least they had found shelter, while Zhang Jianguo and his group were likely suffering immensely. Without a decent cave to rest in, hunting would be exceptionally arduous. It was no trivial matter. Chapter 89, A Significant Discovery. This cave had remained undiscovered by the villagers, resulting in minimal human hunting nearby. The sparse presence of people, combined with a nearby water source that had not dried up even in drought years, meant that the wildlife had thrived undisturbed. Consequently, Zhang Jianguo uncovered a wealth of game hidden within the surrounding forests. They discovered various animal tracks in the snow. While the footprints of rabbits and wild chickens were commonplace and hardly noteworthy, what brought Zhang Jianguo joy was the evidence of wild boars. The tracks indicated more than one, with an initial estimate suggesting at least 5, likely forming a moderate-sized herd. In addition to the wild boars, traces of wild sheep were also discovered, indicating the presence of a herd. However, wild sheep tend to have a more extensive and fluid range of movement, though they are also social creatures. These two species are their favored prey due to their low danger and high yield. Whether sold for grain or consumed, they prove to be remarkably advantageous, especially given their exquisite flavor, unlike many other game that carry an unpalatable earthy taste. Nonetheless, Zhang Jianguo remained cautiously optimistic. He had also detected the footprints of wolves in the snow, and unfortunately, it appeared to be a den, as evidenced by the paw prints of wolf cubs. It was likely a minimum of 1 wolf pack, and if fortune were unkind, encountering a whole pack was not out of the question. The wolves in these mountains can vary greatly in number. One particularly exaggerated tale recounted a villager who, years ago, encountered a pack encircling a group of wild boars, reportedly over 100 wolves. Yet he was not frightened enough to fire his weapon, instead climbing a tall tree. He endured several days until the wolves dispersed after feasting on the boars, at which point he descended and hurried back to the village. As for encounters with solitary wolves, it was not uncommon for them to snatch livestock or even children, making it a frequent occurrence. Thus, the villagers of Zhao family village organize annual expeditions to hunt wolves, as neglecting to confront them can lead to dire consequences. Consequently, villagers rarely venture into the mountains alone, primarily fearing that they may not return unscathed from a wolf encounter. Deep within the mountains, it is rumored that tigers, leopards, and bears reside. Although few have seen them, some have only glimpsed their droppings, while others have met a grim fate at the hands of these ferocious beasts, never to return. With spirits lifted, they resolve to locate the wild boar den and launch an assault. Capturing this herd of wild boars would adequately replenish their food supplies. Zhang Jianguo conferred with Sun Xiezi, noting that, in contrast to the capricious and roaming wild sheep, wild boars have a relatively fixed range. The boars are bountiful in meat. Should they seize a herd, they could easily acquire thousands of pounds of meat, with each pound trading for 2 pounds of grain, providing each individual with enough to sustain their family for some time. Any additional gains could also yield extra funds for festive purchases. I believe that herd of wild boars is likely in that direction, he remarked, pointing towards the tracks in the snow, which were most abundant in that vicinity. Although Sun Xiezi had poor eyesight, his hunting acumen was exceptional. After examining the freshest tracks in the snow, he made his assessment. Zhang Jianguo crouched to scrutinize the ground and promptly called for several nearby individuals to follow him. Accompanied by Yang Xiong and Lu Chong, along with about 5 or 6 others, they proceeded along the trail. After traversing a distance guided by the footprints, they noticed commotion ahead in the thicket. From afar, they spotted a herd of wild boars rummaging through the underbrush, seemingly foraging in the snow, while others rubbed their bristly coats against the pine trees. Wild boars, due to their habits, develop a thick layer of oil on their skin, serving as a protective armor. Typically, the fangs of wild beasts cannot penetrate the tough hide of a wild boar. The wild boars possess the ability to grind their teeth, and when their sharp tusks pierce an opponent, it results in a grievous wound that is simply insufferable. Moreover, the formidable size and swift agility of the wild boars present a significant challenge should one confront a human directly. The thick layer of fat on their bodies renders them impervious to knife wounds at close range. The critical factor is their speed, which far surpasses that of a human. Thus, the most prudent method for hunting wild boars is to maintain a considerable distance and use a firearm to aim for their head or eyes, allowing them to succumb to madness as they bleed out. This is the safest approach. However, wild boars are notoriously vigilant. At great distances, the likelihood of a successful hit diminishes, while being too close risks detection. Consequently, Zhang Jianguo and his companions lay low in the snow, observing the herd of wild boars. To their delight, their initial assessment proved accurate. They were observing a medium-sized group consisting of 7 or 8 boars of varying sizes. Among them, the largest boar likely exceeded 300 pounds, its imposing form evident, accompanied by 3 others weighing 100 to 200 pounds, and several boars around 100 pounds. The smallest 2 boars appeared to weigh merely 20 to 30 pounds, frolicking merrily behind the larger group. The ferocity of these wild boars is formidable. Do you see that spotted boar? Zhang Jianguo pointed out. It weighs approximately 200 pounds. Let us focus our aim on its head, as it has less fat and a larger target. After surveying the scene, he fixated on the spotted boar. Its large head drew the attention of the entire group. Once it ventured into the effective range of the shotgun, Zhang Jianguo was prepared to take his shot. Unbeknownst to the boar, it was already in Zhang Jianguo's sights, busily foraging at the roots of a tree, accompanied by 2 smaller boars that were playfully tumbling in the snow, occasionally rolling about. These mischievous piglets inadvertently ventured into the shotgun's effective range. However, Zhang Jianguo dismissed them from his mind, his focus solely on the larger spotted boar, which weighed significantly more than the small piglets combined. Suddenly, Zhang Jianguo thought he was imagining things. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, only to discover that a wolf had suddenly emerged from the direction of the piglets. It was a majestic creature, its silver fur rendering it nearly invisible in the falling snow. By the time it was spotted, it had already lunged at one of the piglets, seizing it in its jaws and making a swift escape. In a panic, the piglet emitted a frantic cry, prompting several adult wild boars to charge forward in pursuit of the silver wolf. The wolf, while attempting to flee, struggled to maintain its speed due to the writhing piglet it clutched, which, at 20 to 30 pounds, was quite substantial for the predator. Consequently, the wolf's pace faltered, inciting the wild boars to bare their tusks in a desperate attempt to retaliate against the wolf. At that moment, Zhang Jianguo was astonished to witness an incredible scene unfolding before him. Chapter 90. A deceptive maneuver. There was another wolf, slightly smaller in stature than the previous one, with a crescent-shaped mark beneath its neck. At that moment, it stealthily seized another straggling wild boar piglet. When the piglet let out a mournful cry, the adult wild boars in the front finally reacted, attempting to turn back to rescue it. However, upon seeing that the wolf had already discarded the piglet it had captured, the abandoned creature scurried back towards the group of adult boars. Unfortunately, it was too late for the adults to save the other piglet. What a clever wolf! Employing the tactic of deception. The target had now entered the shooting range. It was time to fire. Zhang Jianguo marveled inwardly at the intelligence of these two wolves. Meanwhile, the spotted wild boar had drawn near to their ambush site. If they did not shoot now, when would they? The sound of multiple gunshots echoed as every bullet was aimed at the head of the spotted boar, and soon, it collapsed into the snow. The largest wild boar, exhaling clouds of white vapor, was searching for a target. Zhang Jianguo and his companions swiftly relocated to continue shooting, but this time, luck was not on their side. The boars had grown wary. Upon failing to identify a target, they quickly scattered and fled. Ultimately, amidst the cacophony of gunfire, the silhouettes of the wild boars vanished. Zhang Jianguo signaled for everyone to wait. The wild boars were indeed astute. Should they return for a counterattack, their group, unarmed, would struggle to handle the largest boar. Fortunately, after a prolonged silence, Zhang Jianguo led the group in lifting the fallen boar. It was remarkably heavy. This spotted wild boar must weigh around 200 pounds and was not yet fully deceased. Yang Xiong was elated. They found a sturdy stick and, taking turns, managed to carry the boar back to the cave. At that moment, the other villagers had not yet returned, leaving only a few who were digging traps by the pond. Upon seeing Zhang Jianguo and the others return, one villager began to complain about Ji Xiaoxi, stating he was exceedingly lazy. Everyone was digging their own traps and had managed to set them up, yet Ji Xiaoxi, despite having a trap to himself, had barely completed half of his work, not to mention setting it properly. One young man worked less industriously than the women. It was no wonder the villagers labeled Ji Xiaoxi as lazy, truly hopeless. Zhang Jianguo noted Ji Xiaoxi, who was bowing his head and sniffling incessantly, his hands dirty, swollen, and cracked in places. In such cold weather, his clothing was thin, and his hands and feet were frostbitten. Given his frail stature, he likely lacked strength. Perhaps it was best for Ji Xiaoxi to refrain from digging traps for now and assist with butchering the pig and cleaning the entrails. After all, everyone had gone to bed hungry the previous night, and today, they deserved a hearty meal. Digging traps was indeed a laborious task. Ji Xiaoxi's lack of productivity could stem not merely from laziness, but also from inadequate nourishment and warmth. His plight was truly heart-wrenching. How had he come to live in such a state? Thank you, Brother Jianguo. Ji Xiaoxi was filled with unexpected joy. While working within the collective, he often faced accusations of laziness, with many reluctant to collaborate with him. Frequently, he could only earn 8 points of labor. His mother was in poor health, earning merely 7 points, while his younger sister had yet to grow up and contributed almost nothing. With his father absent, their family's income was meager, and consequently, their rations were scant. Illness occasionally plagued the household, rendering their situation increasingly dire. Ultimately, when hunger struck and fatigue set in, Ji Xiaoxi found himself devoid of strength, leading others to label him lazy. Oh, Ji Xiaoxi, aren't you a month older than Jianguo? You call him brother so smoothly, Lu Chong mocked, aware that Ji Xiaoxi, despite being older than Zhang Jianguo, still referred to him as brother. Ji Xiaoxi chose not to argue and cheerfully joined in the task of slaughtering wild boars. The wild boar required scalding to remove its bristles, which could be collected and sold. The internal organs, such as the heart and liver, were considered delicacies, and the cleaned intestines, once stewed, were exceptionally tasty. After a long day, Zhang Jianguo noted that everyone had not eaten enough the previous night, so he decided to ensure a hearty meal. He instructed Yang Xiong to clean the large pig's head and place it in a pot to simmer. This would not only allow the meat to be easily separated, but also render a rich, fatty broth, a rare culinary delight. I will find some wild vegetables and a bit of rice, and then we'll make congee with the broth. Lu Chong contemplated the large pot of pig's head soup, realizing that they had all worked hard that day, and it would be wise to gather more wild vegetables. Otherwise, even a large pot might not suffice for everyone's hunger. Fortunately, he stumbled upon a bountiful patch of wild celery by the water, gathering a substantial bundle to accompany the pig's head soup. While preparing the congee, Zhang Jianguo added an extra bowl of broth to avoid wasting the fat within the soup. As a result, the congee was topped with a layer of oil, and its consistency was thick enough for chopsticks to stand upright. Before nightfall, others who had ventured out to hunt returned, their bounty impressive. Nearly everyone had come back with something, with at least 2 or 3 rabbits and one person even capturing a wild sheep. They excitedly shared that a flock of wild sheep had been spotted, numbering at least 20. They decided not to return home, but to remain and hunt throughout the winter, ensuring a plentiful supply for the year ahead. We discovered a group of wild boars, all quite large. If we capture them, we need not worry about food for the winter. The cave was alight with a roaring fire, and the freshly butchered pig meat lay in large chunks on the snow, akin to a natural freezer. The pig's head and some organs were simmering, and the sight of 2 large pots filled with fragrant rice and meat filled everyone's hearts with joy and anticipation. Zhang Jianguo led them to the hunting grounds adjacent to this cave, which proved to be splendid, teeming with game. This winter, their small team had undoubtedly stumbled upon a fortuitous find, promising bountiful rewards and a future devoid of want. At that moment, Zhao was also preparing a meal. Unfortunately, their luck had not favored them today, as they had only managed to capture a few rabbits and wild chickens, the largest of which weighed merely around 10 pounds. Altogether, their collective haul barely reached 30 pounds. It was not that their marksmanship was lacking. Rather, the area surrounding the cave had been frequented by hunters year after year, causing the game to become wise and avoid the vicinity. Additionally, they were not the only team in the area, with many hunters and scarce prey. Their yield was naturally diminished. Consequently, during dinner, none of the game was sufficient to sate their hunger, and they only consumed a small portion of the dog's innards. With 20 or so individuals sharing such meager provisions, each was left with but a mere taste of meat, leaving them unsatisfied. It was during this meal that discontent arose among some. Chapter 91, A New Discovery. Brother Zhao, the game around here is far too scarce. Today, we scoured the surroundings and saw no signs of wild boars or sheep. Perhaps we should venture further into the mountains in search of a more suitable cave. We cannot continue to endure hunger for such an extended period. Some villagers following Zhao voiced differing opinions. After all, braving the heavy snow to enter the mountains was intended to yield a greater catch. With so many people, only 30 pounds of game was insufficient to fulfill their obligations to the village, and they hoped to exchange their bounty for provisions. Every household had mouths to feed, and while the village had suggested that families could defer their food debts in times of dire need, doing so before the new year was still a form of borrowing that would eventually require repayment, raising the question of how they would fulfill such debts. They had initially hoped to secure a larger catch. In previous years, with a stroke of luck, they might have hunted a few wild boars or sheep, ensuring that every member of the team received a considerable share of meat. Such meat could be traded for grains, while pelts could be sold to provide new clothing for their children and perhaps some sweets or eggs for the festivities, making life quite satisfactory. However, if they failed to find a suitable cave with abundant game, no matter how skilled their marksmanship, they would struggle to procure enough to sustain themselves and would have to devise another plan. The best course of action would be to delve deeper into the mountains, where it was likely that game would be more plentiful. After all, their current distance from the village was merely a day's journey, not particularly far. Yet, venturing deeper posed significant risks, as future resupply would become quite troublesome. This was only the first day, and with heavy snowfall, the wild beasts would likely be retreating from the mountains. Historically, their village often witnessed wild animals emerging during such weather. If they waited a while, the sheep and other creatures might wander into their vicinity. Zhao was not entirely in agreement, contending that they had simply not encountered substantial game on this first day. It was unwise to hastily abandon the cave. Such caves were familiar to them, albeit smaller, and were well known within the village. Who could say if they would find another cave as suitable if they ventured deeper into the mountains? Moreover, while it is not a significant issue to have fewer prey, the greatest concern arises when venturing deeper into the mountains, where encountering danger would weigh heavily on the shoulders of their captain. That night, Zhao and his companions barely managed to fill their stomachs and did not sleep well, as the cave was too small to lie down in. They could only huddle against their blankets, curling up to rest. Although it was not cold, their bodies ached all over. On the other hand, Zhang Jianguo was fortunate to have a spacious cave with an open entrance, allowing warmth from the fire within to counter the frigid temperatures outside. The pork, seasoned with ginger, chili, and pepper, proved to be tender and fragrant, complemented by the crisp wild celery, which was particularly refreshing. How delightful it was to hunt in the mountains. Each day offered the promise of meat, unlike at home, where meals often left them unsatisfied. Ji Xiaoxi had already savored 3 bowls of meat soup and, feeling his belly swell, still yearned for more. Zhang Jianguo encouraged everyone to eat their fill, while Sun Shezi produced a bottle of white liquor, offering it to Zhang Jianguo for a taste. The liquor was a fine remedy against the cold on such a snowy day. You drink it. I'll warm up with some soup, Zhang Jianguo remarked, noticing that Sun Xiezi had been reluctant to share this precious bottle the previous day. Realizing it might be his only one, not inclined toward alcohol himself, he graciously declined. In response, Sun Xiezi wasted no time, taking a generous swig, while Yang Xiong, nearby, called out for him to share a sip, exclaiming how fragrant the liquor smelled. Of course, this is barley liquor, a genuine grain spirit, and this is my only bottle. Once it's gone, I want to have another. Yang Xiong, enticed by the aroma, was joined by Lu Chang, who chimed in, asking for a taste and promising to bring a bottle for the new year. Sun Xiezi, delighted by the enthusiasm, chuckled at the sight of everyone eagerly eyeing his liquor. With a hearty laugh, he decided to generously share, pouring a sip for each, even allowing Ji Xiaoxi to partake, who then joyfully danced, insisting on another bowl of meat soup. After indulging in the liquor, Yang Xiong felt elated, even breaking into song, which filled the cave with merriment. Some exchanged playful banter, while others joined in song and laughter. Wrapped warmly in his blanket, Zhang Jianguo contemplated the day's fruitful hunt. He envisioned a future trip down the mountain, where he could allocate part of the spoils to the collective to fulfill their obligations, while selling the remainder on the black market to procure supplies. He intended to stock up on spices like chili, pepper, and cinnamon, along with sweet potato flour and a bit more liquor for the journey back. This location proved advantageous for hunting. He planned to ensure a steady supply of provisions to this area, as enduring the harsh cold without proper nourishment and warmth could easily lead to illness. Even though they were young and resilient now, age would eventually take its toll. All right, enough noise. Those on duty should take their posts at the entrance, while the rest should eat and rest early. We must rise early to hunt tomorrow, Zhang Jianguo called out, urging the increasingly boisterous crowd to quiet down and prepare for sleep. With Zhang Jianguo's exclamation, the remaining individuals ceased their commotion, though a palpable excitement lingered in the air, prompting many to retire later than usual that night. At the break of dawn the following day, Zhang Jianguo hurried to the edge of the waterhole, fortunate enough to discover 2 rabbits caught in a trap, still clinging to life, an uplifting sight to greet the morning. However, another trap presented an enigma. It appeared to have been triggered, yet the quarry had escaped, leaving a considerable amount of blood upon the ground. Sun Xiezi crouched down to examine the blood, bringing it to his nose for a whiff, a look of delight crossing his face. This undoubtedly indicated the presence of a medium-sized beast, possibly a wild sheep, given the impressive leaping ability suggested by the blood trail. The stains were still fresh, indicating that the creature had not departed long ago. If we follow this trail of blood, we might just stumble upon a sizable herd of wild sheep, Sun Xiezi exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm, having encountered a wild boar the previous day, which led them to a wild boar population. Today they had uncovered what appeared to be the blood of a wounded wild sheep. As long as they followed the blood, the prospect of finding prey was promising. What are we waiting for? Let us set off at once. After we secure this quarry, we shall return to feast. Zhang Jianguo, now too eager to consider a meal, recalled their previous discovery of the wild sheep's tracks, which had eluded them. If they were to follow the blood trail to the wild sheep, their luck would indeed be extraordinary.